When the earth ceased its tumultuous shaking and the deafening roar faded into silence, the terrifying cataclysm had finally passed. Jianxin cautiously moved her limbs, attempting to turn over, but her weakened legs betrayed her, rendering her efforts futile. After a brief pause, she succumbed to her despair and wept openly while still lying on the ground. Those who have never experienced an earthquake cannot fathom the sheer terror and hopelessness it brings. In an instant, the world can be upended, leaving no time for reaction. Before Jianxin collapsed, she had witnessed the stall owner being impaled by a fallen steel pipe. Uncertain of how long she cried, Jianxin eventually lifted her head. The sky was a heavy, oppressive dark, and as she cautiously tested her legs, she felt a flicker of strength returning. Resolute, she attempted to rise. Surveying her surroundings, tears began to flow anew. The landscape was a scene of utter devastation, a wasteland of ruins, yet it was eerily quiet, as if she were the last person on earth. Jianxin wiped her tears away. Though her home was lost, she was still alive, and that meant she must persevere. She shuffled across the fractured ground to a clear area and sat down, closing her eyes to absorb the overwhelming sensations coursing through her. In that moment of chaos, she had seen a burst of light strike her head, and before she could utter a sound, the horrific earthquake had erupted. As she regained awareness of her surroundings, Jiangxin's eyes widened. The trauma of the earthquake's terror had lessened somewhat. That burst of light, was it a portal to another realm? Gently touching her chest, Jianxin took a deep breath and resolved to act. She stood and surveyed the area once more, realizing she was in a large wholesale market for vegetables and grains. It was Sunday, and she had intended to purchase some affordable produce and stock up on supplies for the coming month. The wholesale market was typically cheaper than other places, and Jianxin often visited to gather provisions. Little did she know that this visit would lead to a twist of fate, allowing her to escape with her life. When she arrived that afternoon, the market was nearly deserted. Most vendors were asleep as they worked through the night and rested during the day. But it was precisely this quietude that had sealed their fate. Wiping her tear-streaked face, Jianxin moved toward the collapsed ruins of a grocery store specializing in grains and oils. The owners, a kindly, plump couple, were familiar with her circumstances and often gifted her damaged goods. Today, their son had also come to help out. As she began to clear away the fallen debris, she called out, praying that the family was safe. But silence met her pleas, not even a whisper in response. After what felt like an eternity of searching, Jianxin finally found them. The husband lay protectively over his wife, who in turn shielded their son. All three had succumbed to the tragedy. Gazing at the lifeless family, Jiangxin's heart shattered anew, and she wept bitterly. After a time, she composed herself, wiping her tears away, and began to move the family out from the wreckage. Fortunately, her considerable strength allowed her to lift them. Relocating them to a clear space, she rummaged through the debris, finding a sheet, which she dusted off before covering them gently. With a heavy heart, she resumed her search. The family was gone, but she could help gather their belongings. They would surely have approved. She collected rice, flour, various beans, and an assortment of dried goods and spices, estimating that she had salvaged about a third of their stock. Stopping to consider, she decided to leave the remainder for the rescue teams that would come later. Looking at the pile of supplies in her possession, she realized it would sustain her for a decade. Once her task there was complete, Jianxin pressed on to her next objective, scavenging through the ruins for any remaining resources. She gathered up perishable vegetables and meats, taking as much as she could, while only a small fraction of the items that could be preserved were collected. Whenever she encountered a body, she moved it to join the family, but there were no survivors. Most had been asleep during the quake and had not had the chance to escape. Jianxin continued her search into the night, collecting a substantial amount of supplies, but not encountering a single living soul. The darkness without light was profound, yet she pressed on, utilizing a flashlight she had unearthed from the rubble. One shop was dedicated to bedding sets, and as she sifted through the remains, she gathered whatever blankets and pillows she could find. Suddenly, a faint cry for help reached her ears, and Jianxin froze, immediately attuning her senses to the source. "Help me," another voice pleaded, and her heart surged with hope. There was indeed someone alive. "Don't be afraid. I'm coming to rescue you," she called, her voice steady despite her racing heart. Ignoring the perspiration on her brow, She carefully cleared the debris until she uncovered the shop owner's wife. "How are you holding up? Can you tell me your situation?" Jianxin inquired gently, clearing the rubble surrounding her. "Dear girl, I fear I cannot last much longer. Please tell my daughter that I love her, and if there is a next life, I will cherish every moment with her." The owner's wife's voice grew increasingly faint until it fell silent. "No, you mustn't give up. I'm here to save you once you're out. You can tell her yourself." "Please, don't leave me," Jianxin cried, tears streaming down her face as she desperately removed the stones. But it was too late by the time Jianxin managed to extricate her. The woman had already breathed her last. Overcome with despair, Jianxin sank to the ground, hugging her knees and burying her face in them. After what felt like an eternity, she rose and carried the woman's body to the open space before resuming her search through the ruins. Listening intently for any further cries for help, she longed to hear another plea, but silence enveloped her. As the night wore on, over 30 bodies lay in the clearing, while Jianxin continued her mechanical search among the wreckage. Her eyes were bloodshot, her lips cracked, and the gloves on her hands were worn thin, revealing the raw flesh beneath. She yearned to find even one survivor, yet there were none. As the first rays of dawn broke the horizon, Jianxin squinted against the brightness, licking her parched lips. Her throat felt as if it were on fire, and after sipping some water, she resumed her efforts. Now, she found herself in a supermarket. Spotting an opening, her mind, though weary, sprang into action. Taking a deep breath, she crawled inside. Inside, she discovered the store's warehouse, and, surveying the disarray of goods, she began to collect what she could. Instant noodles collected, point canned goods collected. Rice, flour, and oil collected. Cured meats collected. Bottled water collected. Toilet paper and sanitary products gathered without hesitation. She also collected an assortment of snacks, candies, chocolates, and even some underwear and socks. Nothing would be left behind. Pots, pans, and dishes were also salvaged in haste, mindful of the potential aftershocks. Once finished, Jianxin gazed at the now half-empty warehouse before crawling back out through the opening. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Chapter 2. Stocking supplies amidst the ruins. Jianxin felt utterly exhausted. The sharp pangs in her stomach indicated her hunger, urging her to eat, yet her nauseous heart protested that she could swallow nothing at all. Taking a moment to compose herself, she found a vacant patch of ground to sit down, pulling out a bottle of yogurt and a piece of bread, forcing herself to consume them despite her discomfort. Afterward, she located a flat area, spread out a mat, and lay down. Expecting to be restless, to her surprise, she fell asleep almost immediately. However, she was soon ensnared in a bizarre dream, where she discovered that the earthquake was a global phenomenon. Most importantly, she realized this earthquake was merely the beginning, with a tsunami, extreme cold, and extreme heat to follow. Awakening from the unsettling dream, she glanced at her phone, noting that she had only slept for a little over 2 hours. As she moved, she became acutely aware of the intense soreness in her arms, a lingering consequence of yesterday's labor. Additionally, the wounds on her hands began to throb painfully. She tapped her head, recalling that she needed to find some medicine. There seemed to be a pharmacy adjacent to the supermarket. Jianxin scrambled to her feet, took a few sips of water, donned a fresh pair of gloves, and made her way toward the pharmacy. The pharmacy was located on the ground floor, and as she rummaged through the debris, she found it eerily deserted. Everyone must have fled during the earthquake. After searching for a while, she spotted some exposed medications and began to select them cautiously. She gathered a larger quantity of the commonly used medicines while taking fewer of the less familiar ones, deciding to collect all available masks. Many bottles of alcohol had shattered, leaving only a meager supply, which she took entirely, though she managed to salvage half of the intact plastic bottles. With her haul of medicine secured, she ceased her search among the ruins and sought a place to tend to her injuries. Once she had addressed her wounds, she pulled out another piece of bread to nibble on. As she chewed, the memory of her dream resurfaced, where someone had informed her of the global scale of the earthquake. Initially, she believed it to be a mere figment of her imagination, but now it felt all too plausible. Since the earthquake struck nearly 20 hours ago, help should have arrived by now, yet there was an unsettling silence. The anomalous lack of response suggested something was amiss. With this thought weighing heavily on her, she found it impossible to remain still. If it truly was a global catastrophe, she could not afford to squander time. Despite the tragedy, she was still alive. The earthquake had not claimed her life, and thus, she must continue to persevere. Moreover, she had access to a space that appeared to be preserving her leafy vegetables. Taking a few more bites of her bread, she sipped water and returned to the market. This time, she encountered living souls, survivors from the nearby community. These individuals, upon seeing the corpses at the entrance, displayed little reaction, their expressions numb. Jinshin, with her tattered canvas bag slung over her shoulder, walked toward a seed shop she remembered from her past. The proprietor had mentioned that some of his seeds were locally preserved varieties. And that was precisely what she sought. As she rummaged through the ruins, she kept a vigilant eye on her surroundings, carefully stowing away any seeds she found into her bag before transitioning them to her space. After thoroughly searching the seed shop, she returned to the supermarket to continue her exploration of the debris. Her space was excessively large, but it was substantial enough, roughly between 1,000 to 1,500 square feet. Stocking it full of supplies would suffice for a lifetime. After a while of searching, she unearthed numerous pieces of gold jewelry, realizing she had stumbled upon the supermarket's jewelry store, alongside the gold trinkets. She found a bag of gold beads, the size of peas, likely intended for crafting purposes. Following that, she collected a variety of daily necessities, gathering a significant portion before moving on to clothing and footwear, winter attire, summer wear, as well as various down jackets and comforters. Of course, she also found people. Jinshin managed to rescue a few supermarket employees trapped in a corner in the face of the emotional aftermath. With several of them sobbing uncontrollably, she remained remarkably composed, choosing not to engage with their grief. Instead, she continued to sift through the wreckage. Perhaps, she thought, there were still lives waiting to be rescued. By the time she finished rummaging through the supermarket, night had fallen. Jinshin shook her head, feeling drowsy. Having only slept for a little over 2 hours in the past 30 hours, she was beginning to wear thin. Nevertheless, she had no intention of stopping. She pulled out a can of Red Bull, took a brief rest, and set off toward the nearby commercial street. Along the way, she spotted a few survivors emerging to search the debris, indicating that they were beginning to regain their composure. Indeed, the disaster had already occurred. Those who survived had to continue living. As she sifted through the rubble, she remained vigilant, aware that she needed to be cautious with her space now that there were others around. Fortunately, the cover of darkness provided her with a degree of camouflage, which was why she preferred to operate at night. Nonetheless, encountering corpses occasionally brought tears to her eyes, as the devastation was truly harrowing. That night, Jinshin reaped a bountiful harvest. Discovering a shop specializing in outdoor survival gear, she collected a plethora of items, including more than a dozen tents and various canned rations. Naturally, there were also bodies. When dawn broke, Jinshin ceased her search, locating a flat green area to set up her tent. Inside, she poured some water into a basin and washed herself as best as she could, without hot water. She had no choice but to use cold, though the autumn chill was bearable. After cleaning up, she stored her soiled clothes in her space and laid out a thin blanket on the ground. Collapsing into sleep in her dreams once more. This time she was transported back to the past rather than into scenes of disaster. Jinshin was an orphan, raised in an orphanage where the director was two-faced, kind and compassionate in front of others, yet cruelly tormenting the children behind closed doors. Jinshin had once resisted, relying on her strength, but how could a child contend with an adult? This was also the reason she, despite being healthy and charming, had never been adopted. Upon turning 16, she fled the orphanage, and 3 years later, along with her fellow escapees, she exposed its dark secrets. Before the earthquake struck, Jinshin's greatest dream was to own her own home. After 7 years of work, she had scrimped and saved, tirelessly taking on extra shifts just to purchase a small apartment. Just when she had glimpsed a glimmer of hope, it was all obliterated by the earthquake. The thought of her hard-earned savings sent a pang of sorrow through her, and that heartache jolted her awake. Checking her phone, she discovered it was already 2 in the afternoon, with only 20% battery remaining. Jinshin pulled out a digital watch she had salvaged yesterday, set the time, tucked her phone away, and secured the watch on her wrist. Feeling her stomach grumble, she longed for a warm meal or even some noodles. But the conditions were not conducive for such luxuries. Sighing, she once again took out her bread and began to nibble. This prompted her to consider searching for energy supplies. Otherwise, how would she keep warm when winter arrived? Comrade, comrade, a male voice suddenly called from outside. Jinshin was startled, hastily putting away her bread and opening the tent flap. Outside stood a group of familiar figures clad in camouflage uniforms, overcome with emotion. She rushed to embrace the nearest soldier, bursting into tears. You're here. Thank you for not giving up on us. Chapter 3. The sugarcane field. This outpouring of tears marked a moment of true relief for Jianxin. Despite her efforts to bolster her own spirits over the past 2 days, deep down, she still felt a profound sense of abandonment. The young soldier she clung to appeared quite flustered, unsure of how to respond to her emotional display. Thankfully, Jianxin quickly released him. After a good cry, she wiped her tears, noticing that the other soldiers had already moved on, leaving only the one she had embraced. "Are you all right? Do you need a doctor?" the soldier asked softly. Jianxin shook her head, gesturing toward the market. "There are people who need help with burial." The soldier looked in the direction she indicated, understanding her intent, his eyes reflecting sorrow. "That I'm sorry we arrived late." Jianxin shook her head. "They likely didn't suffer much." The soldier saluted her and replied, "Comrade, there's a rescue point over there that if you're all right, you should head there." Without waiting for a response, he dashed toward the ruins, urgency propelling him forward. Jianxin watched him disappear into the distance before turning to gather her things. Since she had already unpacked her tent, there was no way to put it back. So she slung it over her shoulder and headed toward the outskirts. She recalled a coal yard nearby, along with a large gas station, and decided to investigate. Along the way, she spotted several shared bicycles and took the opportunity to collect a number of them into her space. At a nearby 4S dealership, she also found a few off-road vehicles, rummaging through the debris until she located the keys. After pedaling for quite some time, she finally reached the gas station, only to find it reduced to ruins. Jianxin called out a few times, then listened intently, but there was no response. She circled around and noticed a large fuel tanker, which turned out to be full. She decided to take the entire truck along with her. Next, she searched the convenience store beside it, collecting whatever she could find, including several large barrels. Jianxin managed to locate a functioning fuel pump and began filling the barrels with gasoline. Once she had filled several barrels, she proceeded to scour the ruins. Given the distance from the city center, she didn't leave anything behind, collecting all the items she had unearthed. By the time she finished, dawn was nearing. Instead of setting up her tent, she discovered a van nearby with its keys still inside. Jianxin climbed in, removed the back seat, and tidied up a bit before laying down a mat and some bedding. After a quick snack, she reclined on the makeshift bed. However, she did not sleep. Instead, she began reorganizing her space. Since acquiring this space, she had yet to thoroughly explore it, always preoccupied with scavenging for supplies. Now that she had a moment, she wanted to sort through the items, which were haphazardly piled together, wasting precious space. She categorized everything neatly, realizing she needed some shelves, but unfortunately, the shelves from the supermarket had been destroyed in the chaos, leaving her to wait for another opportunity to find new ones. Organizing her surroundings, she stifled a yawn and succumbed to slumber. The duration of her sleep remained a mystery until a tremor, akin to the very earth shaking beneath her, roused her once more. Instinctively, she flung open the door, leapt from the vehicle, and pressed herself against the ground. After a few moments, as the quaking subsided, Jianxin waited a while longer, ensuring all was still before she rose to her feet. Her gaze fell upon the nearby gas station, now in a state of greater disrepair, and wiping the dust from her face, she stowed the van back into her space and retrieved her bicycle. There lay a segment of elevated roadway, now utterly ruined. Jianxin pursed her lips and made her way forward. Beneath the overpass, numerous overturned trucks lay scattered, yet devoid of any occupants. They had presumably fled in the aftermath of the earthquake. Jianxin noticed many disordered crates strewn about. Approaching one of the toppled trucks, she discerned a chaotic assortment of beverage boxes. Casting a glance around and taking a quick survey of her surroundings, she confirmed she was alone, reaching out to collect the drinks. Thereafter, she navigated through the maze of overturned vehicles, gathering beverages, snacks, grains, bottled water, and fruits. By the time she finished collecting from this section of the elevated road, night had fallen. Without pausing for rest, she set off again on her bicycle. At the break of dawn, she finally arrived at the coal factory, situated in the western part of the city, surrounded by facilities that produced gas canisters. Jianxin resolved to acquire everything in one go. For the next 2 days, she tirelessly scavenged through the ruins, amassing a substantial quantity of finished briquettes, fragmented coal, and charcoal, alongside a considerable supply of canned gas. Halting only when she noticed others approaching. Departing from the coal factory, Jianxin continued her journey southward, recalling the presence of instant noodle and biscuit factories, wondering if they had been previously ransacked. While traversing a stretch of farmland, she paused, drawn by the sight of a sugarcane field, ripe for harvest during this season. With the cane still standing tall, she halted, retrieved a machete from her space, and set to work. This endeavor consumed 2 full days, resulting in her cutting down half of the sugarcane. Another day was spent organizing the harvested canes, which she stored away, before once again taking to her bicycle. Upon reaching the instant noodle factory, she found it bustling with people already scavenging. Observing the presence of numerous camouflage-clad individuals, she surmised that this area had already been combed through, and those present were merely picking up the remnants. After quenching her thirst, she made her way to the bottled water factory. Though the noodle and biscuit factories were teeming with scavengers, the water plant was eerily deserted. After a brief search, she confirmed that this site had indeed been previously searched. The bulk of the goods had already been taken, leaving only scattered bottles behind. Jinshin, undeterred, collected them all by the end of the day. Her haul consisted of 13 boxes of bottled water, supplemented by a few scattered ones, 30 bags of instant noodles, and some biscuits. With little else remaining, darkness enveloped the sky. She sought a flat area to pitch her tent, adjacent to a temporary encampment of rescue teams, with people nearby. She opted not to stow all her finds away, leaving a portion outside instead. In that moment, she gathered some firewood and kindled a flame, placing a pot atop, preparing to cook her noodles, after days of subsisting on dry rations. She longed for a warm meal. While her noodles simmered, a young woman in her 20s approached her. Jinshin turned to regard her, and the girl smiled, extending a bottle of yogurt, inquiring, "Where do you come from? Why are you here alone?" Gratefully accepting the yogurt, Jinshin replied, "I came from over there." Gesturing towards the west of the city, "I initially intended to seek out my friends, but," the girl sighed, patting Jinshin on the shoulder. "Take heart. Natural disasters strike indiscriminately, and my name is Zhang Jejia. May I know yours, Jinshin?" she replied, gesturing towards her meal. "Would you like to share some?" Zhang Jejia waved her hand dismissively. "We have our rations by the way. Would you like to join us?" Chapter 4. Arrival at the rescue point. Jinshin shook her head. "I plan to head to the rescue point tomorrow." Zhang Jejia nodded. "Oh, you know the way?" Jinshin shook her head once more. "I don't. But I intend to find it while also looking for familiar faces." Pointing north, Zhang Jejia advised, "Follow that direction. It's the nearest rescue point." "How many rescue points are there?" Jinshin inquired, handing her a bag of biscuits she had collected. Many were damaged, and only a few remained intact. Zhang Jejia accepted the biscuits, tearing them open and sharing some with her. "There are 20 rescue points, each serving approximately 70 to 80,000 people. Are they all here?" Jinshin asked, setting down the biscuits. Zhang Jejia sighed, also placing her biscuits down. "Pretty much. A few others may still be in the surrounding villages." 1 in 10 survive was the thought that crossed Jinshin's mind. Their city, once home to nearly 9 million residents, now had so few left. She understood that many had perished due to delayed rescue efforts. A somber atmosphere settled over them, until, after a lengthy pause, Zhang Jejia stood up, summoning her resolve. "It's all right. We're still here, and we will rebuild our homes." Jinshin recalled a dream she had, pursing her lips before asking, "How extensive was the earthquake?" Zhang Jejia hesitated, the facade of strength fading as sorrow washed over her features, tears welling in her eyes. This earthquake was global. Many coastal cities and small nations have been obliterated. Jinshin remained silent, portioning the cooked noodles into a container. Suddenly, a rumble from Zhang Jejia's stomach interrupted the heavy air. Embarrassed, she clutched her belly. They had yet to reach mealtime, and after a day of toil, her hunger was undeniable. Jinshin smiled gently, retrieving another container and offering half of her noodles to her. Zhang Jejia accepted with reluctance, saying, "Once we have our dinner ready, I'll share half with you." Jinshin shrugged off the formality, lowering her head to savor her meal. The two remained quiet, and just as they finished, someone called out for Zhang Jejia. She took her container, promising to return later before departing. Jinshin quickly washed her utensils and stored them away, then began boiling water in another pot. When the water was ready, Zhang Jejia returned, handing her a container before heading back without lingering. Opening the container, Jinshin found a serving of cabbage and potatoes along with half a bowl of rice. Storing it in her space, she then carried the hot water into her tent to wash up. Perhaps due to the presence of the rescue team nearby, she slept soundly that night. Awakening to the bright light of day, Jinshin began to pack her belongings. Zhang Jejia approached once more. "If you hadn't woken up soon, I was about to come and get you," Jinshin chuckled. "With you all nearby, I felt at ease. Here, this is for you." I heated it in the pot. Zhang Jejia handed her 2 steamed buns. Jinshin accepted them gratefully. Thank you. Be careful on your journey, Zhang Jia advised while helping to tidy up. Jianxin nodded. Which rescue point are you at? I might come find you later. I'm at the 4th rescue point. If you head to that area, you'll reach the 6th rescue point. Zhang Jia's face lit up. In such dire circumstances, forming a friendship was a rare blessing. Jianxin committed the information to memory, finished packing, and bid farewell to Zhang Jia as she set off towards the 6th rescue point. Along the way, she spotted scattered individuals rummaging through the ruins. Over 10 days had passed since the earthquake. Those who could be saved had been, while the rest were likely lost forever. Yet, life must go on for those who remained. Mustn't it? Jianxin took her time, searching through the debris as she progressed. It seemed that the larger supply points had already been thoroughly searched, leaving only the occasional overlooked treasure. For instance, the establishment she was currently examining appeared to be a tobacco, alcohol, and tea shop. Most of the liquor had shattered, but the tobacco and tea were still salvageable. Despite some damage, there was still a considerable amount left. This was the most bountiful haul she had encountered since parting ways with Zhang Jia. As fortune would have it, she soon discovered a small supermarket nearby, amplifying her finds, particularly with feminine hygiene products and toilet paper, which brought her great joy. After rummaging through both stores, she decided against searching further. As the 6th rescue point was now within close reach, with unwavering determination, Jianxin arrived at the rescue point by evening. "Hello, comrade. Please come over to register," spoke a young soldier stationed at the entrance. Jianxin approached. Name? Jianxin. Age? 23. Do you possess any skills? Does screwing in bolts count? Jianxin asked earnestly. She had barely completed high school before leaving to work, unsure of what skills she truly had. Just before the earthquake struck, she had been preparing to take her self-exams, but then this calamity struck. The young soldier appeared slightly embarrassed, hesitating before continuing. "We have 2 types of work available, logistics and search and rescue. Would you be interested?" Jianxin dismissed logistics, inquiring about search and rescue instead. The soldier replied, 70% of the supplies found by the search teams must be submitted, with the remaining distributed among the team members. Can individuals search for supplies independently? Jianxin asked. The soldier nodded. Yes, but you must submit 40% of what you find. What benefits do search and rescue teams receive? Currently, we provide 3 meals a day. Further details will be disclosed later. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jianxin opted for independent action. With her storage space, there was no need to join the official efforts. Besides, with the current situation being so uncertain, she might leave at any moment, and dealing with the official channels could prove to be a hassle. The young warrior registered her information on a form and then called over another boy, instructing him to escort Jianxin to the check-in. "Hello, my name is Meng Fan. May I ask your name?" The boy inquired politely. "Jianxin," she replied, extending her hand for a brief handshake. "Very well, please follow me," Meng Fan said as he led Jianxin deeper into the area. At that moment, the rescue point was relatively empty, likely because most had ventured out in search of supplies. Meng Fan guided Jianxin to the entrance of a tent, conversing briefly with the soldier stationed there. The soldier glanced at Jianxin, nodded, and gestured for them to enter. Once inside the tent, Jianxin found a table where she repeated her registration, subsequently receiving clothing and gloves relevant to her needs. Finally, she was handed a card, which puzzled Jianxin. The soldier who issued it explained, "You will need this card when you submit supplies. It will accumulate points." Points? Jianxin still looked confused, but the soldier offered no further explanation, simply stating that she would understand in due time. After exiting the tent, Meng Fan took Jianxin to register her accommodation. Upon returning, Jianxin held a small round token, the front inscribed with the number 32 and the back with 146. This indicated her lodging, tent number 32. Bed number 146. Chapter 5. The shelter. Meng Fan brought Jianxin to the entrance of tent number 32, saying, "You should rest for today. If you need anything, you can find the person in charge here." Jianxin nodded in acknowledgement and thanked him before stepping into the tent. Inside, the beds were neatly arranged in groups. Some were occupied by individuals lying down, while others sat in silence, their expressions vacant. Upon entering, Jianxin located bed number 146, situated at the back against the tent wall. Observing for a moment, she noticed a gap between the bed and the tent wall, just wide enough for her to set up her small tent. After placing her belongings on the bed, she assembled her single-person tent, moving some personal items inside while leaving the less significant ones outside on the bed. "Your idea is quite clever," Now you have your own private space. She mused. While Jianxin was organizing her things inside the tent, a woman's voice suddenly broke the silence from outside. Peeking out, she saw a woman in her 30s, strikingly beautiful, with an air of elegance. What stood out most was her vitality. She was the most vibrant person Jianxin had encountered in days. Emerging from her tent, Jianxin extended her hand for an introduction. "Hello, I'm Jianxin." The woman smiled slightly, saying, "I'm Du Qiao. You can call me Qiao Jie. I am in the bed next to yours." Jianxin followed her gesture and noticed that the adjacent bed was clean and tidy, with a few personal items at the foot of it. After quickly straightening her own bed, Jianxin placed her belongings inside and indicated the outer half, saying, "I won't be using this bed. You can place your things here." Du Qiao's smile widened, and she patted Jianxin on the shoulder, saying, "Thank you. I won't be courteous then." Jianxin observed her radiant smile, feeling a sense of admiration. It was remarkable that she could still smile amidst such chaos, a testament to her inner strength. As the two conversed, another woman approached, glancing at Du Qiao before fixing her gaze on Jianxin. "You are Jianxin, correct? I am the person in charge of tent number 32. You can call me Qiao Yi," she stated. She then looked at Jianxin's tent, nodding and commenting, "You seem quite adept at organizing. This indeed provides you with some personal space." Jianxin replied obediently, "Thank you, Qiao Yi. Did you come to see me for any particular reason?" "Not really. I just heard that a newcomer arrived. So I came to meet you and check if you need any assistance." Qiao Yi waved her hand dismissively. "I'm here. If she needs anything, I can help." Du Qiao interjected. "Then I will leave it to you. By the way, don't forget to take her to class once you're settled," Qiao Yi instructed as she turned to leave. "Class? What class?" Jianxin asked, curiosity piqued. After Qiao Yi departed, Du Qiao responded while tidying her things. Psychological counseling. Understanding dawned upon Jianxin. This devastating earthquake had inflicted varying degrees of trauma on everyone, herself included. Though she appeared fine, she struggled to eat and often awoke from sleep, haunted by vivid images of blood and carnage. After organizing their belongings, Du Qiao took Jianxin on a brief tour of the route to the cafeteria, the hot water station, and the restroom. During their conversation, Jianxin learned that Du Qiao was part of the search team, but had a rest day today. She also discovered that Du Qiao was 41 years old, unmarried, and the sole survivor in her family. When the earthquake struck, she had just gone downstairs to dispose of some garbage, thus narrowly escaping disaster. With no ties, it was no wonder her mindset appeared more stable than others. As they chatted, they arrived at the psychological counseling class, which had yet to commence and was sparsely attended. This class was held 3 times a day: morning, afternoon, and evening. Du Qiao quietly shared, "Things have improved over the past few days, but in the initial days following the disaster, many sneaked out at night to commit suicide." Jianxin remained silent. The devastation was too overwhelming to articulate, leaving her in a state of quietude. Reflecting on the circumstances, she understood that those who were alone, like herself, found it difficult to cope, let alone those who had lost loved ones in the quake. It was normal for one to feel overwhelmed, leading to despair. The two fell into silence, lost in their thoughts until the psychologist entered. Du Qiao broke the stillness, stating, "Well, the disaster has occurred. We survivors must continue to live." Jianxin nodded, focusing intently on the psychologist's lecture. After the session, Du Qiao took Jianxin to the cafeteria for a meal. They received 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, accompanied by steamed buns. Jianxin noticed that few opted for the meat, with some individuals taking only a bun and leaving. Du Qiao sighed, only taking a serving of vegetables and 2 buns herself. Jianxin did the same, and as they made their way back, the tent was noticeably livelier, with several children present, albeit their expressions were blank, clearly traumatized at Jianxin's choice not to use her bed provided them with a makeshift table. Du Qiao placed her food container on Jianxin's bed and retrieved 2 small packets of spicy bamboo shoots from beneath her bed, handing one to Jianxin. "I found these while scavenging for supplies. There was a whole box that we shared among a few of us in the team," Du Qiao explained as she tore open the package. "When I arrived, the young man at the entrance mentioned that the official search team would have benefits. Do you know what those benefits entail?" Jianxin inquired after taking a bite of her bun. "I don't know the specifics, but generally speaking, it includes things like housing and employment," Du Qiao replied, sipping some water. "And what about the points?" Du Qiao glanced around and lowered her voice, saying, "I heard that points may eventually serve as a universal currency." Jianxin chose not to delve deeper into that topic. After finishing their meal, They washed their containers and returned to the tent with cups of hot water. Feeling fatigued, Jianxin, who had been unable to eat or sleep well for days, found herself more relaxed now that she had arrived at the rescue point. She bid farewell to Du Qiao and retreated into her tent to rest. Once again, she was plagued by fragmented nightmares. Waking in fright after just 2 hours of sleep, she lay back down but found herself unable to drift off again. Outside the tent, soft sobs permeated the air, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. For the first time, Jianxin felt grateful for her status as an orphan, sparing her from the anguish of separation and loss. She acknowledged her selfishness. In the face of disaster, her primary concern was her own survival. Yet, she reasoned, self-preservation is a fundamental human instinct, and she felt no guilt for it. However, as the earthquake subsided, she pondered when the tsunami of extreme heat and cold would arrive. Should she remain with the government or eventually depart to live in solitude? Lost in thought, Jianxin gradually fell asleep, resolving to face whatever came her way. Chapter 6. Stockpiling supplies. The following day, Jianxin awoke around 5 o'clock, yet she did not rise immediately. Instead, she lay in bed, assessing her space. Despite her repeated efforts to tidy up, it still appeared chaotic without shelves, wasting much potential storage. Jianxin, are you awake? Du Qiao called from outside. Jianxin sat up and unzipped her tent, replying, I am. Are you about to leave? Du Qiao checked the time and said, it's still early. We leave at 7:30. She then climbed down from her bed and approached Jianxin's tent, asking, may I come in? Recognizing that there was nothing inappropriate within her tent, Jianxin nodded and stepped aside to allow her entry. Du Qiao bent down and entered, and once seated, she lowered her voice to ask, do you have a secret stash? Jianxin looked puzzled but soon understood. The authorities required individuals to submit 40% of their gathered supplies, so having a hidden stash would allow one to keep a portion privately. Jianxin comprehended this well, given the current circumstances. Restoring production would not be an immediate endeavor, making certain supplies particularly valuable. The earthquake had caused many to lose loved ones and left lasting trauma, with some still struggling to recover. However, those who had managed to heal recognized the gravity of the situation and began planning for the future. Seeing that Jianxin grasped the idea, Du Qiao continued, you must have heard that this earthquake is global in scale. We cannot predict how days ahead will unfold, so it's wise to prepare in advance. Jianxin nodded, affirming, indeed, life must go on. As Jianxin ascended the path, Du Qiao expressed his satisfaction. The two engaged in light conversation for a while before rising to freshen up. The breakfast was quite simple, consisting of congee, steamed buns, flour rolls, and vegetable dumplings with a single egg allocated for the 12-year-old child. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that such provisions would not last long. Otherwise, sustaining so many individuals would inevitably lead to complications. The current situation starkly contrasts with the past, where assistance would come from all sides in times of hardship. Now, the world is united in its struggles, leaving one to rely solely on self-sufficiency. Jianxin took a bun and a flour roll, ladled herself some congee, and returned to the tent with Du Qiao to eat. After finishing the congee and flour roll, she set aside the bun, packing it into a bag for later, which she had discovered while rummaging through a restaurant, presumably a hot pot establishment. Besides the bag, she had also found an assortment of hot pot base ingredients, pots, bowls, and various food items. Once Du Qiao finished his meal, they tidied up and headed towards the entrance, where quite a number of people were already gathered. Following Du Qiao, Jianxin made her way to the far left, where 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, were present. Jianxin, come over. Let me introduce you. This is Chu Xiang, our team leader. This is Wei Dong, and this is Shun Xiaoping. Du Qiao introduced them one by one. Jianxin greeted each in turn. Chu Xiang appeared to be in her 30s but was likely older, while Wei Dong seemed to be in his 20s and of shorter stature. Shun Xiaoping, in stark contrast, stood nearly 6 feet tall, with a muscular build that suggested he was not someone to be trifled with. This girl knew. She looks quite young. Is she still in school? Chu Xiang inquired, her demeanor suggesting she was quite straightforward. Jianxin shook her head. I am no longer in school. That Du Qiao and the others were following orders from above, and Jianxin did not linger. After a brief exchange, she departed. Her destination for the day was an aquaculture farm outside the city, where she intended to search for some frames and the like. Most supplies at the farm had already been relocated by the authorities. Yet the expansive area still held potential for overlooked treasures. As Jianxin sifted through the ruins, she collected various scattered items. Numerous iron frames lay about, though most were damaged, likely the reason they were left behind. However, Jianqin did not mind and gathered them all, planning to piece them together later when time permitted. She also found some eggs. While most were broken, a few remained intact, their scent tantalizing despite the passage of time. Drawing a basin of water from her space, she carefully washed the whole eggs before storing them away. The eggs were manageable, but the sight of the crushed chickens, ducks, and pigs was horrifying, sometimes before people even arrived. Flies would swarm, forcing Jianqin to navigate around them. After a full day of searching, she paused at dusk, surveying her surroundings before selecting a flat area to pitch her tent. Ever since the earthquake, the nights had been particularly dark and eerily quiet. Inside her tent, Jianqin used a portable stove to boil water for instant noodles. Once the water boiled, she added the noodles and cracked an egg. The air around her filled with a rotten stench that she chose to ignore as she mechanically consumed her meal. After finishing, she organized her space, pondering whether the eggs might hatch into chicks one day, and resolved to inquire with someone knowledgeable when the opportunity arose. That night, Jianqin's sleep was restless, haunted by dreams of disasters and the souls lost in the earthquake, their anguished visages emerging from the ruins. Before dawn, she rose, packed her belongings, and took 2 buns and a bottle of milk before setting out again. Her target for the day was the water treatment plant, uncertain if the extreme heat and drought from her dreams would manifest. She believed it prudent to prepare in advance. The water treatment plant was quite distant from the aquaculture farm, and by the time she arrived, it was nearly noon. After hastily consuming 2 bites of bread, she began to rummage through the debris. Perhaps due to the proximity of a reservoir, the water plant, though previously searched, had not been thoroughly combed through, leaving behind many bottles of water. Jianqin collected the intact ones and, in a corner of the ruins, discovered dozens of boxes of mineral water from a well-known local brand. By the time she finished scouring the water plant, it was already 11 at night. With trembling arms, she struggled to set up her tent. Having had a fruitful day, she lost track of time, and, once her tent was ready, retrieved a boxed meal given to her by Zhang Jejia to eat. Before sleeping, she contemplated preparing some cooked food to store in her space, allowing for easier sustenance during times when cooking was inconvenient outdoors. Perhaps due to her exhaustion, Jianqin slept soundly that night without dreams. The following morning, she awoke feeling a bit regretful for sleeping so deeply alone in the wild. Realizing that she could have been kidnapped without notice, she resolved to find a dog for companionship and protection in the future. Jotting down "find a dog" in her notes, she packed her things, nibbled on some biscuits, and set off once more. Today's objective was the commercial street, hoping for a fruitful haul, though she had been out for 3 days and would need to return by evening. Chapter 7. Blackstone Space. The number of people rummaging through the ruins on the commercial street had noticeably increased, with some working in teams and others acting solo. Jianqin scanned her surroundings and found a secluded spot to begin her search. The commercial street was littered with various items, and it was clear that the military had not thoroughly combed through these areas. Understandably, as they would prioritize larger commercial centers and factories, the scattered remnants of the commercial street would be a waste of time to sift through. Jianqin was currently searching in a shop specializing in wedding supplies, which offered various bedding sets, towels, and even snacks, candies, and alcoholic beverages. As she stuffed items into her space, she kept a vigilant eye on her surroundings to avoid detection. This shop significantly expanded Jianqin's inventory, and she soon stumbled upon a lingerie store, precisely what she needed. Energized, she meticulously searched the store, ensuring not to overlook any bras, panties, or socks, putting half into her space and setting aside the rest. After all, she could not return empty-handed. She planned to sort through her loot on the way back, discarding any items that did not fit her when she returned to the settlement. However, her luck dwindled thereafter, as the items found became increasingly scattered, though collectively they still amounted to a significant haul. It was not until 6 in the evening that Jianqin paused, her growling stomach reminding her of her prolonged fasting. However, with no time to eat, she packed her finds, securing them to her bicycle, and hurried toward the settlement. On the way, taking advantage of an opportune moment, she divided the lingerie into sizes, placing her own in her space and leaving the others outside. By the time she returned to the settlement, it was past 8. The early autumn weather remained quite warm, and after a day of sifting through debris, Jianqin felt utterly drained. Once she handed over her collected items, she observed a young soldier recording her points into a card. The remaining items would be stored officially, though this would incur a points deduction. It seemed Du Qiao was correct. They were beginning to treat points as currency. initiating a small-scale circulation that would likely evolve into a formal system once basic infrastructure was established. Although the settlement had bathing facilities, water was limited. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. After washing up, Jianxin felt revitalized. After several exhausting days, she encountered Du Qiao, but exchanged only a few words before retiring early to bed. The next day, she awoke after 7, remaining still in her tent as she organized her space. She utilized all the usable iron frames, stacking the rest aside for future repairs. Once her space was organized, she fetched 2 buns from the cafeteria and returned to the commercial street. Today, the street was even more crowded. As Jianxin searched, she discreetly stashed items into her space, particularly bottled water. Any drink she found was stealthily collected. She also discovered some gold and silver jewelry, likely left behind by others who had ransacked a jewelry store. Suddenly, she inadvertently cut her hand on a piece of wire. What happened? Du Qiao, nearby, promptly approached her. His group had also arrived at the site that day. It's nothing. Just a minor cut, Jianxin replied, raising her hand. Du Qiao produced a tissue and wrapped her hand. You should tend to that. That wire is rusty, and a tetanus infection would be troublesome. Given the current medical conditions, such issues could indeed become a significant concern. Aware of the severity of her injury, Jianxin complied and went to treat her wound. After addressing her injury, she returned to her previous location and resumed her search. When she had been injured, she thought she had glimpsed a glimmer of light, reminiscent of the moment she had gained her space. After a while, she discovered several irregularly shaped black stones, stirring her curiosity as she quietly collected them. Continuing her search, she found nothing of note and decided to move to another area that Du Qiao's group planned to stay the night. So Jianxin opted to camp nearby. Although Chu Xiang warmly invited her to join for dinner, she politely declined. After dinner, Jianxin retreated to her tent, eager to examine the 7 small black stones she had found, some the size of a fist, others only as large as a thumb. She inspected each one, finding nothing unusual until the last stone, which revealed a peculiar secret. It appeared to contain a small space, about the size of her thumb. It seemed to hold roughly 3 to 4 cubic feet of space. Immediately, Jianxin stored the other stones in her space, keeping only the small one in her hand. This little stone must have absorbed her blood, allowing her to perceive the space within. Was this what they referred to as a space stone? What of the remaining stones? Jianxin took a brief glance and noticed that, in addition to the stone in her hand, there were 5 or 6 more scattered throughout her space, the largest being the size of a fist, and the smallest being the one she held. She pondered whether these stones could facilitate an upgrade of her space. Jianxin, Du Qiao suddenly called her from outside the tent. Jianxin hurriedly stowed the stones away and exited the tent, where she found Du Qiao holding a bowl containing a mere morsel of food. What is going on? Can't you eat? Jianxin inquired with curiosity. Du Qiao did not respond, merely pausing with her chopsticks over the ruins. Jianxin understood. She had likely come across something today that was difficult to accept. It had been over 10 days since the earthquake, and one could easily imagine the condition of those trapped beneath the rubble. The most dreadful aspect of their search for survivors was the possibility of encountering the deceased, a harrowing visual and psychological blow. Many of the volunteers had developed psychological scars that necessitated intervention. Jianxin had heard that an entire village had been swallowed by the earth in the suburbs, and those above could still hear the cries emanating from below, driving them to madness with such thoughts. Jianxin lowered her head. The calamity had been unimaginably severe. If further disasters such as tsunamis or droughts were to follow, how many would humanity have left to endure? I'm sorry for dampening your spirits, Du Qiao said, noticing Jianxin had also set her bowl aside. Her tone tinged with embarrassment. Jianxin waved her hand dismissively. Those engaged in debris clearance frequently encountered such scenes, which was why psychological courses had been instituted for them. While Jianxin and her group operated privately, Du Qiao's official team was mandated to attend these sessions every couple of days, taking enforced breaks from their duties. All right, get some rest. We have an early start tomorrow. Jianxin gently patted Du Qiao's shoulder. After a few moments of silence, Du Qiao nodded in agreement. Once back inside the tent, Jianxin sighed at the remaining food, retrieved a takeout box, packed the food away, and placed it into her space before taking an apple to nibble on. Though she could not finish the meal, she needed to consume something to maintain her health. Neglecting her well-being could lead to complications, especially given the rudimentary medical conditions available, which were primarily reserved for the injured. Even first-year medical students, capable of basic bandaging, had been requisitioned for assistance. One day at the relocation point, Jianxin encountered a doctor sitting outside a makeshift hospital. Overwhelmed with tears, as bystanders tried to console him, he lamented through sobs that he wished his medical skills were superior, that he could have saved more lives. Chapter 8. Harvesting crops. Once the camp fell silent, Jianqin retrieved the space stone from beneath her blanket and began her studies. However, despite her efforts into the night, she could not discern any significant revelations. After some contemplation, she decided to test the stone's preservation capabilities by placing a cup of hot water inside it. Next, she took out a slightly larger stone, pricked her middle finger, and smeared a few drops of blood upon it. To her astonishment, the stone absorbed the blood, revealing that it too possessed a space, approximately twice the size of the previous one. It appeared that this stone was indeed a space stone. However, if it could be stored in her space, why could it not be absorbed for an upgrade? Moreover, how had her space come into existence? What was the nature of that luminous orb? Was she the only one to possess such a gift? Lost in thought, Jianqin eventually drifted into a restless sleep. Upon waking the next morning, she felt groggy and brewed a cup of instant coffee, which she had procured from a milk tea shop. Though scarce in quantity, the milk tea powder was plentiful. After breakfast, she spent the day sifting through debris. In the afternoon, after bidding farewell to Du Chao and the others, she sorted the supplies, leaving behind what was unnecessary and stowing the rest in her space. She checked the water stored in the stone. It maintained its temperature, confirming its preservation capability. After securing the black stone, Jianqin began her basic hygiene routine. Once refreshed, she delved into her recent acquisitions. She had gathered 2 baskets of eggs, various feed, several iron frames, and a whole pig that she had found injured but alive amidst the ruins, managing to discreetly transport it into her space. Her haul from the commercial district included numerous blankets, bedding sets, air conditioning quilts, cooling mats, towels, soap, shampoo, skincare products, shower gel, candies, pastries, chocolate, beef jerky, as well as cigarettes, alcohol, and milk powder, all sourced from a wedding supply store. She also collected undergarments, socks, and miscellaneous items. These provisions would bolster her chances of survival. However, her most significant finds were the space stones. She wondered if she would encounter more of them in the future. After cataloging her supplies, she noted her priority items, particularly storage racks, and tidied up before retiring for the night. The following day, after breakfast, Jianqin resolved to visit the suburban farm, recalling the half of the sugarcane field she had previously harvested. To her delight, her first stop was indeed a sugarcane field, although it was not the one she had initially collected from. This new field was considerably larger, and as she harvested, she secretly stored the cane in her space. Though her space was already ample, she found it hard to resist the temptation. Over the course of 2 days, she managed to harvest only half of the field. Afterward, the group proceeded to an orchard, and upon disembarking, Jianqin's spirits lifted at the sight of a tangerine grove. Though the trees had been toppled by the quake, they were still laden with vibrant, golden fruit. Jianqin's favorite fruit was tangerines. And despite having a variety of fruits collected from wholesale markets, her stock of tangerines was limited. She seized the moment to pick tangerines while also being vigilant for any onlookers. It took her another 2 days to fully harvest the tangerines, followed by rice and sweet potatoes. Although the sweet potatoes had time to grow further, Jianqin opted to harvest them immediately, fearing unforeseen complications. By the time she had gathered all the crops, half a month had passed, and her space had expanded considerably. Upon returning to the relocation point after more than a month, the atmosphere was markedly improved. Children were playing joyfully, proving that time truly is a healer. After submitting her collected items, the remainder was stored officially. Back in her tent, Du Chao was absent, likely on a mission. Jianqin tidied up, took a shower, and then settled into her tent for a deep sleep. The past half-month had left her restless and anxious. Yet again, she was plagued by nightmares, though this time they were more vivid. She distinctly felt the overwhelming despair of an impending tsunami, followed by the piercing cold of extreme temperatures, and then the torment of sweltering heat. Awakening in a cold sweat, Jianqin wiped her brow and lay still for a moment before rising. Stepping outside her tent, she found Du Chao still missing. The interior of the tent was dark, so she donned a jacket and ventured out into the faint light that streamed through the cracks. The area was eerily quiet, the only sounds coming from the occasional patrolling soldier. Since the earthquake, she had not heard the chirping of insects or other familiar noises. After wandering aimlessly for a while, she settled on a patch of ground, indifferent to its cleanliness. The stars above were numerous, and she realized it had been ages since she had last gazed at such a sky. "Who is there?" A patrolling soldier called out, illuminating her with a flashlight. Jianxin raised her hand to shield her eyes and replied, "It's me." The two soldiers approached, and upon recognizing her, softened their tone. "Comrade, do you need any assistance?" "No, I'm just unable to sleep and came out for some fresh air," Jianxin replied, tightening her coat. "All right, then get some rest. That if you need anything, just let us know. We're always here," one of the soldiers said, saluting her. Jianxin nodded, watching them depart before resuming her seat. Was her recent dream a warning? If so, she needed to prepare, for if a tsunami truly struck, remaining here would be untenable. But should she inform the authorities? What reason could she provide? She couldn't simply say it was due to a dream. Frustrated, she ran her fingers through her hair and decided to put it aside for now. Her immediate concern was her own well-being. With that thought, she began to reassess her supplies that in her space. There were ample resources for survival. The water was scarce. If extreme heat did occur, the water she had would suffice, but she would need more for daily use. There was a reservoir nearby, and she would need to find some containers to gather water. Additionally, she required shelves to organize her space, as her items were scattered haphazardly on the ground, wasting precious room. After inventorying her supplies, she sat in contemplation until drowsiness overtook her, prompting her to return to sleep. The next morning, Jianxin was roused by the sounds of people outside. Compared to half a month prior, these individuals now brimmed with vitality, laughter occasionally breaking the air. After lying in bed for a while, she dressed and noticed Du Qiao still hadn't returned, likely having gone to a distant location. After washing up, she made her way to breakfast, where she spotted a notice at the cafeteria entrance. It stated that starting next month, food would no longer be provided for free. To eat at the cafeteria, one would need to contribute corresponding supplies or labor. In essence, the relocation point would no longer support idlers. Chapter 9. Changes in the shelter. Jianxin had anticipated this day, though it arrived sooner than she expected. She had thought it would take at least 3 months, yet it had only been 2. Clearly, the situation was worse than she had imagined. This regulation sent many into a frenzy, with some crying and lamenting at the cafeteria's entrance. However, with the military present, their outcry was quickly quelled. These individuals failed to recognize that this disaster was global in scale. Everyone was affected, and no one was obliged to support them indefinitely. It has only been a little over a month since the earthquake, yet amidst the ruins outside, a modicum of effort can still unearth a considerable amount of supplies. However, those affected seemed content to lie in the shelters, sleeping rather than seeking out resources. You have lost your loved ones. Do others not share in this grief? On that fateful day, Jianxin encountered a young nurse hiding in a corner, weeping while eating. When she approached to offer comfort, she learned that the nurse's parents, brother, sister-in-law, and young nephew had all perished in the quake. Yet, consumed by her duties, she found no time to mourn, stealing moments to cry only during mealtime. Moreover, during their class that day, the doctor conducting their psychological counseling broke down, sobbing as he lamented, "Who will come to save me? Those valiant souls, rescuers, doctors, police officers, and ordinary citizens. Did they not also suffer losses? In this catastrophe, who among them is not a victim? The survivors are merely those fortunate enough to have escaped death." Jianxin deftly navigated around the unruly crowd, as usual, taking 2 steamed buns and a bowl of thin porridge before departing the cafeteria. After a simple breakfast, she organized her belongings and set out once more, this time with the aim of the construction market. She intended to gather some building materials, should the day come when she might wish to retreat from here and build a home. The construction market was devoid of people. Attention had shifted to food and clothing supplies, leaving this place overlooked. Yet, it appeared to be cleaner than she had anticipated, suggesting it had received focused attention from authorities. It made sense, after all. Post-disaster reconstruction could not do without such materials. Nevertheless, Jianxin persevered, diligently searching, even collecting some relatively intact bricks that would prove useful in the future. Although this place had been thoroughly scoured, Jianxin still managed to find a variety of small items, including some cement and glue. As night fell, she concluded her work, finding a spot to set up her tent. Adjacent to the construction market lay the furniture market, which she planned to explore the next day. Running back and forth would waste time, and scavenging through the ruins was exhausting. It would be wiser to rest here instead. After a night of silence, she headed directly to the furniture market the following day. Unsurprisingly, it too had been rummaged through, leaving only a few damaged pieces of furniture. Jianxin collected everything she could. Some could be repaired for use, While the wooden items were suitable for burning in an undamaged corner, she discovered numerous unopened plastic swimming pools, filling her with joy, as she had been pondering the lack of containers for water. Fortune seemed to smile upon her, as she continued to find a plethora of valuable items. A mattress buried beneath the rubble, which she gradually unearthed, as well as a table with a broken leg and several small stools that were given away as promotional items. The furniture market yielded more than the educational materials market, and Jianxin only paused for a moment when her stomach growled around noon. She pulled out the steamed buns she had saved and nibbled on them, sipping some drinks before taking a brief rest and then resuming her search. By the afternoon, her most significant finds included a generator and several refrigerators. Whether they were functional remained to be seen. That day, she did not linger too long but opted to eat early, setting an alarm before settling down for the night. When the alarm rang in the middle of the night, Jianxin rubbed her eyes and sat up in the tent for a moment before donning her clothes and stepping outside. After observing her surroundings for a while and confirming the area was clear, she began to retrieve pots and pans from her storage, setting up 2 makeshift stoves to prepare a meal. She needed to cook something, as relying solely on dry rations was taking a toll on her stomach. Jianxin had some digestive issues, though most young people in this era faced similar troubles. She didn't plan to prepare anything too elaborate, merely boiling millet porridge, steaming buns, and stir-frying some vegetables as the sun rose. She finished a large pot of porridge, steamed over 100 buns, and cooked a substantial amount of vegetables, concluding with a large pot of rice. After a simple breakfast, Jianxin tidied her belongings and began her journey back. Today, she had no specific destination. She merely scavenged through the ruins while on her way. She collected various small items, and on a rather secluded roadside, stumbled upon numerous shared bicycles. Her most significant find, when she returned to exchange her collected supplies, Jianxin presented a shared bicycle and 2 small stools. While the authorities showed little interest in the other assorted items she had gathered, armed with her points card and the remaining odds and ends, she returned to her tent, where she unexpectedly encountered Du Qiao. "You back? How did it go?" Du Qiao asked, her face lighting up with joy. "Not much," Jianxin replied. "And you? You seem to be in good spirits." Jianxin set down her bag and sat beside her. Du Qiao leaned closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Guess what we've been doing lately?" Jianxin shook her head in confusion, and Du Qiao continued mysteriously. "We've been harvesting crops." Jianxin, taken aback, asked, "Is that something worth keeping secret?" But Du Qiao clearly found the matter worthy of boasting, and for the next half hour, Jianxin listened to her recount the events of their harvesting escapade. Only when Jianxin stifled a yawn did Du Qiao pause, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "Am I rambling?" she asked. Jianxin silently thought to herself, "You just realized," but replied aloud, "Not at all. I've just been restless these past few days and am a bit tired." This was not a lie. She indeed struggled to sleep soundly outdoors, waking at the slightest sound, which was why she preferred returning to the shelter. Here, she could rest more securely. Upon hearing this, Du Qiao ceased her chatter. After a refreshing shower, Jianxin joined Du Qiao for a meal before crawling into the tent to sleep. That night, she dreamt of nothing and slept deeply. When she awoke, it was already past 8 in the morning. And upon exiting the tent, she discovered Du Qiao had already left. After washing up, she headed to the cafeteria for breakfast before returning to the tent to organize her storage. She planned to fill several inflatable pools with water from the reservoir that evening, necessitating some space in her storage. However, after a while, she slapped her forehead in realization. What need had she for pools when she possessed the black stone space? With that thought in mind, Jianxin quickly retrieved the black stone. Having previously activated 2 spaces, one 3 to 4 cubic meters and another over 10 cubic meters, she took out the largest one. After a drop of blood, the space activated. This new area was quite expansive, roughly 70 to 80 cubic meters. Jianxin estimated that filling these 3 spaces with water would suffice for quite some time. After some reflection, she pulled out another black stone, this one yielding just over 30 cubic meters. With 3 stones remaining, Jianxin decided against opening another for now, believing that the 4 spaces would be sufficient for her needs. Around 5 in the evening, Jianxin left the shelter and, after taking a circuitous route, began her trek toward the reservoir. The reservoir was some distance from the shelter. Typically, it would take over 20 minutes by car, but with no vehicles available and even riding a bicycle proving difficult, the journey took considerably longer. often requiring detours around cracks in the ground. By 8 that evening, Jianxin finally arrived at the reservoir. She crept toward the water's edge, careful not to use her flashlight for fear of being spotted by patrolling guards. After observing her surroundings for a while and confirming the coast was clear, she produced the space stones to submerge in the water. The water formed a small whirlpool in her palm. She monitored her surroundings while filling the stones, switching to a new one as each filled. It took 3 hours to fill all 4 stones. Once secured, she also retrieved empty buckets and bottles from her storage to fill. Ensuring not to waste this rare opportunity, after filling the pools, she gazed at the reservoir, licking her lips. Surely, there were plenty of fish in there, and if only she had the tools, she could catch enough to last. But for now, it remained a mere thought. Reflecting on the tsunami from her dream, she wondered when it would come. Regardless of timing, she felt it was time to leave. After filling the water, she tidied up and departed. After walking a distance in the dark, she found a flat spot, pulled out the van she had previously salvaged, and laid out an inflatable mattress. While she had a few SUVs in her storage, their newness made them conspicuous, and the old van seemed a safer option. After setting up her makeshift bed, Jianxin quickly washed up before falling asleep. The next day, she scavenged her way back. Upon returning to the shelter, Jianxin began preparing for her departure. First, she needed to address the supplies she had stored with the authorities. Some larger items were impossible to take, especially on the current roads where even driving was unfeasible. Remembering the tsunami from her dream, she pursed her lips and inquired with the young soldier responsible for collecting supplies about the possibility of exchanging for watercraft items, such as inflatable boats or kayaks. The soldier regarded her with a strange look but ultimately informed her that while they had no inflatable boats, they could trade for kayaks, up to 2 at most. Jianxin promptly exchanged her stored supplies for the kayaks and used her remaining points to acquire compressed biscuits and water. Since it was unsafe to keep these items in her tent, she used some of her leftover points to store them with the authorities, planning to retrieve them upon her departure. Returning to the tent, she found Du Qiao there as well. They had been given 2 days off. Upon seeing Jianxin, Du Qiao rushed over. Jianxin felt a twinge of exasperation. Du Qiao's personality was a stark contrast to her appearance, creating quite a comedic effect. "Jianxin, are you planning to leave?" Du Qiao suddenly asked. Jianxin was taken aback and immediately queried, "How did you know?" "Do not be anxious. I have not pried into your privacy. I merely observed you exchanging your supplies for compressed biscuits at the resource exchange point. At this moment, I cannot fathom why you would choose to trade all your supplies for biscuits." Aside from the intention to leave, Du Qiao remarked, gently patting her shoulder. Jian Xen lowered her gaze, pressed her lips together, and replied, "Indeed, I plan to depart." "Why?" Du Qiao inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Jian Xen spoke up. "While rummaging through the ruins today, I discovered this." She produced a map from her bag, one she had found in a bookstore. Unfolding the map, she traced a finger along the distance between their city and the sea, saying, "Our city is perilously close to the ocean. The impact of this earthquake on the continental and oceanic plates is unknown to anyone. I fear that, should the ocean become agitated, our city would surely be the first to suffer." Du Qiao, perhaps shaken by her words, took a long time to respond, trembling slightly as she asked, "A tsunami?" Jian Xen raised her hand, signaling her to lower her voice. Discussing such matters during these tumultuous times could lead to being accused of spreading rumors. "This is merely my speculation. Perhaps I am overthinking," Jian Xen admitted. Du Qiao scrutinized the map for a considerable time before suddenly raising her head and asking, "Could I borrow this map for one night?" Jian Xen understood that she intended to seek out Chu Xiang and the others. This aligned with her own purpose, and considering Du Qiao's somewhat official status, it was reasonable to assume that others would also learn of this. Moreover, even if she disclosed it this way, others would likely only think she was frightened by the earthquake, without suspecting anything further. With that in mind, she nodded in agreement. "Thank you," Du Qiao exclaimed, taking the map and rushing out. Jian Xen returned to her small tent to begin packing her belongings, preparing for departure. Although she had a space for her items, she felt the need to make a proper arrangement. Du Qiao did not return that night. And the following morning, Jian Xen finished her breakfast, only to see her return with red-rimmed eyes. "Jian Xen, are you leaving today?" Jian Xen nodded. "I will depart in the afternoon." Du Qiao remained silent, returning the map to Jian Xen before stepping out of the tent. Once Jian Xen had finished her packing, Du Qiao came back and handed her a box, saying, "Since we have met, I have nothing of great value to give you, but these items may prove useful on your journey. Just as Jian Xin was about to decline, Du Chao continued, "No need for pretense. Take it." "Thank you." Jian Xin accepted the box and rummaged through her backpack in her space, eventually retrieving a box of chocolates to offer to Du Chao. "We plan to leave as well," Du Chao said, accepting the chocolates. "Your team members?" Jian Xin asked. Du Chao placed the chocolates aside and sat at the edge of the bed, explaining, "Not everyone, aside from Chu Xiong and myself. There are 3 others. The rest are not leaving." Jian Xin could understand the reasoning of those who chose to stay, but she was surprised that Chu Xiong and her group would actually depart. She herself was leaving due to having a space, compounded by the recurring dreams she experienced, while Chu Xiong and her companions had nothing but her unfounded words to rely on for their decision to leave. As if sensing her thoughts, Du Chao smiled. "It is not solely because of you. We discussed it and concluded that this place is indeed too close to the sea, given the current situation. It would be the same to start anew anywhere else, so we might as well find a relatively safe place to settle down. When do you plan to leave?" Jian Xin inquired as she sat down beside her. "In a few days. We have quite a bit of belongings to prepare," Du Chao replied. "Have you decided where you will go?" "Tibet. That is our temporary destination," Du Chao stated. Chapter 11. On the road to Tibet is indeed a desirable destination. But Jian Xin's aim lies in Inner Mongolia. "I intend to go to Inner Mongolia," Jian Xin declared. "It seems that we are not on the same route," Du Chao replied with a wry smile. "When will you depart?" "This afternoon," Jian Xin said, her gaze falling upon her luggage. "Well then, let's go. I will treat you to a meal as a send-off," Du Chao suggested. Standing up, the cafeteria offered a private cooking area, but it required one to provide their own ingredients. Jian Xin did not hesitate, retrieving a bottle of wine from her bag and following along. Naturally, their meal would not consist of just the 2 of them. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Jian Xin found several members of Chu Xiong's team who were also preparing to leave. In addition to Chu Xiong and Du Chao, there were Shen Zhaoping and another named Jiang Haiyang. During the meal, Jian Xin learned that these individuals had all lost their families, which explained their ability to leave without hesitation. Those burdened with family would likely lack such resolve. After dining, Jian Xin set off, watched by Du Chao and Chu Xiong. As for Du Chao and her companions, they still needed a few days to make arrangements. According to Chu Xiong, she had already informed the higher-ups about the possibility of a tsunami. But the authorities had advised her not to spread it around indiscriminately. Casting a final glance at the settlement, Jian Xin pushed her bicycle and slowly departed. She walked for over 2 hours. And once she was certain no one was around, she found a secluded spot to store her belongings in her space. Along the way, remnants of destruction lay scattered everywhere. The roads were severely damaged, making cycling impractical, and walking proved to be a faster means of travel. Due to the uncertainty of when the tsunami would arrive, as her dreams offered no specific timeline, she could only hasten her journey, opting to drive when possible, cycle when feasible, and walk when all else failed. Occasionally, she would pause to sift through the ruins. Thus, with a mix of urgency and caution, she finally exited the province after a month. Observing the leaning boundary marker, Jian Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a significant reduction in her sense of urgency. With the remaining time, she no longer felt pressed, instead continuing to travel while also searching through the ruins for materials suitable for building. Considering that the weather was gradually turning colder, and that she might not reach Inner Mongolia before winter, Jian Xin activated a black stone space specifically for storing the firewood she had gathered. Her dreams not only foretold of a tsunami but also of extreme heat and cold. Uncertain of which would come first, she could only strive to prepare as thoroughly as possible. However, feeling the temperature drop day by day, Jian Xin suspected that the extreme cold might arrive first. Thus, upon encountering a mountain one day, she decided to pause for a while to gather more firewood. Although her space contained a fair amount of coal, the duration of the extreme cold was unpredictable, so additional preparation was essential. Due to the earthquake, Jian Xin chose not to set up camp at the foot of the mountain, but instead selected a spot a distance away. She brought out her van, draping homemade curtains around the interior walls, then laid out an inflatable mattress and thick blankets to create her bedroom. Nearby, she parked another van, similarly adorned with curtains, which served as a bathing area. Observing the 2 vans, Jian Xin felt a pang of regret. If only she had a camper van, life would be much simpler. Once the vehicles were arranged, she set up a rain shelter in front of the vans and surrounded it with tarps to serve as a makeshift kitchen. After preparing everything, she took a day to rest before venturing up the mountain to gather firewood. Autumn is also a season of harvest, and although this particular autumn had rendered the world a patchwork of devastation due to the earthquake, Jian Xin still managed to reap some rewards. For instance, she found crops in the fields at the mountain's base that had not been harvested in time, and she diligently collected them without complaint. There were also chestnut trees on the mountain, now ripe and ready for gathering. Jian Xin spent 3 days collecting all the chestnuts, and upon seeing the small spiky balls piled high in her space, a smile spread across her face. She would have plenty to keep her occupied this winter. The mountain offered not only chestnuts but also hickory nuts and wild hawthorn. After half a month, Jian Xin had not gathered much firewood, but she had collected a significant amount of wild fruits and mushrooms. One day, while digging sweet potatoes in the field at the mountain's base, she encountered a group of young men and women. "Hey, over there, miss. Hello." One girl in the crowd called out to Jian Xin. Jian Xin paused her work, stood up, and waved back at her. The girl, clearly intrigued, ran over to Jian Xin and asked, "Are you here alone? Is this your sweet potato? Can we trade for some?" Jian Xin shook her head. "These are not mine. I am merely passing through. I saw these sweet potatoes and thought it a shame to let them go to waste. So I decided to dig some up." The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then can we dig a little too?" Jian Xin smiled slightly. "Of course, feel free." The girl turned around joyfully and called out to her companions, gesturing towards Jian Xin and saying a few words. Her companions approached her with expressions of gratitude. Jian Xin found it amusing. After all, it was not her property for which they were thanking her. The first girl walked up to Jian Xin and introduced herself. "My name is Shu Qing. What is your name, miss?" "Jian Xin," she replied. "Why are you here alone?" Shu Qing continued to inquire as she dug for sweet potatoes. "My companion is up the mountain gathering firewood. We are working together," Jian Xin explained, omitting the fact that she was alone. "Is your home nearby?" Jian Xin furrowed her brow, feeling that Shu Qing's questions were becoming a bit too personal. "Shu Qing, go grab a bag from our supplies," a nearby boy suggested. "Sure, I'll be right back," Shu Qing replied, getting up to fetch the bag. The boy stepped closer to Jian Xin, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry." "I apologize on behalf of Shu Qing. She speaks her mind without malice." Jian Xin shook her head, indicating that she bore no ill will, and then returned to digging sweet potatoes, focusing on her task. When Shu Qing returned, the boy whispered something to her, causing her to bite her lip in a mix of annoyance and regret as she glanced at Jian Xin. Jian Xin smiled at her, but remained silent. Because there were others present, Jian Xin did not gather much. After filling a bag to disguise her intentions, she prepared to leave. A few boys initially intended to assist Jinshin, but upon witnessing her effortlessly lift a large sack of sweet potatoes with one hand, their expressions stiffened. Such strength could surely rival that of a tiger, they mused. Unaware of their thoughts, Jinshin exchanged a brief greeting with Shu Qing before departing. Upon returning to the campsite, she resolved not to venture out again. After several days of relentless activity, she was fatigued and planned to take a half-day's rest before setting out again the following day. During her afternoon respite, she was not idle. She set up 2 stoves to prepare meals. Once on the road, time for cooking would be scarce, so she intended to stock up on provisions while she had the opportunity, making it convenient to retrieve them later when needed. On the second day, a light drizzle began to fall, accompanied by a significant drop in temperature. After donning her warm clothing, Jinshin hesitated momentarily outside the van, uncertain whether to continue her journey or to set up camp and wait for winter to pass. She was particularly concerned about the possibility of encountering extreme cold along the way. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to establish her camp and see through the winter, since she would be wintering here. It was evident that the van would not suffice. Should an intense cold snap occur, it could prove life-threatening. Therefore, she needed to construct a shelter. However, her supplies for building materials were limited, as she wished to conserve them for when she found a permanent home. Fortunately, the aftermath of the earthquake left behind many bricks and similar materials, which she could gather with diligence. Given her temporary setup, her requirements for the shelter were not overly demanding. It simply needed to be sturdy and warm. Additionally, she needed to prepare ample supplies for insulation. Taking advantage of the milder weather, Jinshin began a fervent collection of firewood, and every few days, she would scour the rubble for usable materials, particularly bricks. The area where she had chosen to camp was a village, and after searching through the ruins, she managed to gather all the straw available. Mixing the straw with a bit of yellow mud to plaster the walls would provide excellent insulation. An elderly woman from the factory had informed her that in the past, when rural areas lacked cement and bricks, they used straw mixed with mud for walling. Xu Qing and her companions also decided to stay. Settling at the foot of the mountain, presumably to build a more permanent residence, Jianqin observed them from a distance several times, always opting to steer clear, and they, in turn, made no effort to disturb her. This mutual non-interference pleased Jianqin immensely. Constructing a house was no simple matter, especially for a novice like Jianqin, and without internet resources for guidance, she could only rely on her own intuition and gradual learning. Aesthetics were not her primary concern. Durability was paramount. After all, it would be a laughingstock to be crushed by a collapsing structure after surviving an earthquake. Jianqin's plans were well thought out, yet when it came time to execute them, she found herself floundering. For instance, while she had marked a straight line for the foundation, the actual digging often veered off course. After several failed attempts, she finally managed to establish a single successful foundation. Consuming over 10 days in the process that 18th night, she lay awake, troubled. At this rate, her house might not be completed by the time the first snow fell. While Jianqin fretted through the night, Xu Qing and her group arrived early the next morning with an opportunity. "Is there something you need?" Jianqin softly inquired, spotting Xu Qing outside the van. Xu Qing appeared somewhat anxious. "Do you have any painkillers? We could trade supplies for them." Jianqin's interest was piqued. "Is someone unwell?" she asked. "It's Zhao Li, my classmate. She suffers from severe menstrual cramps," Xu Qing explained. Jianqin understood. She had heard of cases where such pain could cause fainting, though she herself did not experience this issue. Her own menstrual cycle was quite different, occurring quarterly with no discomfort. "Wait here," she said, turning back to the van. Moments later, she emerged with 2 pills in hand. Thank you. Xu Qing expressed gratefully as she accepted the medication. "What do you need in return? I can bring something over later." Jianqin smiled and replied, "There's no rush. I have something I need your help with." Xu Qing nodded. "I'll come by tonight," and then departed. Jianqin shook her head, feeling a bit amused. She was like a naive deer, failing to inquire about the nature of her request. After bidding farewell to Xu Qing, Jianqin busied herself with a potential solution for the house emerging. She could not neglect her other tasks. Closing the van door, she turned towards the rubble, determined to find more bricks and similar materials. Along the way, she encountered several others combing through the debris, each exchanging glances before moving on. As the weather grew increasingly chilly and the earthquake had global repercussions, the restoration of production would take time, necessitating a hands-on approach to stockpile supplies for the impending winter. Jianqin found a less populated area of rubble to search, her main goal being bricks, while other materials would be secondary. After surveying the ruins, she suspected that the earthquake here was more severe than the one they experienced. Otherwise, it was unlikely all buildings would have collapsed. Refocusing her thoughts, she bent down to begin her search. This area was residential, and besides intact bricks, she discovered numerous pieces of rebar and other materials, all of which required processing. However, this posed no significant challenge. If she was to endure a long winter, these building materials would serve her well. After a while, she stumbled upon a metal box. After some effort, she managed to extract it, only to realize it was a safe. Jianqin felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps it contained valuable items she could utilize, provided it wasn't filled with property deeds or stock certificates, in which case she would be quite vexed. Clearly, the safe was not something she could open at the moment, so she stored it in her space and continued her search. This place had evidently belonged to a person of means, as she discovered many pieces of jewelry, and even the bedding appeared luxurious. There were also several bottles of wine, and judging by the shattered glass shards, they seemed to be of high quality. Though many were broken, to her surprise, she managed to find 2 intact bottles of red wine. Though the labels were in a foreign language she could not decipher. Jianqin returned to the campsite after dark. Having spent the day gathering kitchen knives and bedding, along with a considerable number of sofas and cabinets, most of which were in disrepair. As she approached the entrance, she noticed 2 figures standing there, illuminated by a flashlight. It was Xu Qing and a young man. Jianqin let out a sigh of relief and quickly walked over. "You're finally back," Xu Qing exclaimed as she hurried to greet her. Given the rudimentary conditions of their campsite, there was nowhere to sit, leaving them awkwardly standing. "Did you need something?" Jianqin asked while setting down the basket filled with assorted items like scissors, sewing kits, and nails. "You mentioned needing help this morning, so I came with Wang Jun," Xu Qing replied, eyeing the contents of the basket. Jianqin's brow relaxed as she smiled and said, "I would like to ask for your assistance in building a house." "Building a house?" both Xu Qing and Wang Jun asked in unison. Shu Qing nodded and explained, yes, I need to construct 2 rooms. I've already laid the foundation and gathered the materials. Once the house is completed, I will offer you 5 pounds of brown sugar, 2 pounds of ginger, and 5 pounds of fruit candy. These items were priced carefully after much deliberation, with the earthquake having occurred only 2 months prior. Many supplies could still be found with diligent searching, and brown sugar and ginger were invaluable. The fruit candy would serve to replenish energy and, being compact, would take up less space compared to rice or flour. We can prepare a meal at noon, Jianxin added. No need to prepare lunch, just add a box of ibuprofen, Wang Jun interjected. Jianxin shook her head. I only have a dozen tablets left, and I already gave you 2 this morning. So there are only 12 remaining. How about this? I'll give you half, along with 2 fever reducers. In truth, Jianxin had collected a significant amount of ibuprofen while searching through pharmacies, and she had continued to find more in the rubble. However, she couldn't let them know that the fever reducers were purely a bargaining chip. Building a house would take considerable time, and in that time, they might find more in the ruins, but they wouldn't necessarily find medicine. With the fever reducers, the dynamic shifted. While they could search for other materials, finding medication was not guaranteed. Deal that will come by tomorrow to help you build the house. Wang Jun agreed after a moment of contemplation. Once the 2 departed, Jianxin lost interest in cooking. She grabbed the leftovers from her earlier preparation, ate a few bites, took a shower, and went to bed, exhausted from a day of sifting through debris despite her strength. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Wang Jun and his companions arrived. Fortunately, Jianxin was already awake. Wang Jun briefly introduced her to the group. Besides Shu Qing, there were 2 other boys, Sun Haiyang and Li Zichen. The only other girl, aside from Shu Qing, was Yu Xinxin. Zhao Li was unwell, and Zhang Yahui stayed behind to care for her and look after their belongings, Shu Qing explained. Jianxin nodded, greeted them, and led them to the foundation site. To her surprise, Sun Haiyang had experience in construction and knew quite a bit that I didn't attend university. I just followed my uncle to help build houses. Most of the homes in our rural area were constructed by us, he said, scratching his head in embarrassment. One could not deny the advantage of expertise. Sun Haiyang immediately recognized that Jianxin's foundation was too shallow that a house built like this could easily be toppled by a strong wind, not to mention withstand heavy snow. Observing the flurry of activity around her, Jianxin pursed her lips and stepped into the modest kitchen to boil some water. While meals were not a necessity, a cup of warm water was always expected. When Jianxin brought the hot water, Sun Haiyang had already instructed the others to redo the foundation she had laid. Qing, please invite your friends to enjoy some hot water. Jianxin called out. Coming, Shu Qing replied. Looking up, Jianxin poured the water into cups, beckoning everyone to drink. It's sweet, Shu Qing remarked after taking a sip. Jianxin had added white sugar to the water, initially intending to use brown sugar and red dates, but reconsidered, deeming it too ostentatious, and opted for plain white sugar instead. Jianxin, about that incident the other day, I'm sorry. I was merely asking casually, with no other intent. Shu Qing suddenly spoke up. Jianxin smiled and replied, It's fine, after all, I did deceive you. Shu Qing paused, then realized Jianxin was referring to her having companions. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile, and the previous awkwardness diminished significantly. One must admit, having assistants expedited the construction of the house remarkably. In just a week, it was nearly complete, with only the roof remaining in anticipation of heavy snowfall. Sun Haiyang had used timber combined with bamboo for the beams, lining the interior with waterproof fabric and the exterior with a mixture of yellow clay and straw. The house was not aesthetically pleasing, but it was sturdy, comprising 2 rooms, one serving as a living room and bedroom, and the other as a kitchen and storage space. A small toilet was built at the back, and a fireplace was added to the living room, allowing Jianxin to warm herself and roast sweet potatoes and chestnuts during winter. The house turned out quite well, and Jianxin was thoroughly pleased, thus generously gifting Sun Haiyang an extra ½ kilogram of fruit candy as a personal token. With the major issue of housing resolved, Jianxin felt a weight lift off her shoulders. The weather had turned quite cold, necessitating a thin cotton jacket for outings. Fearing the onset of extreme cold, Jianxin spent her remaining time collecting firewood from the mountains, also attempting to set traps for wild game, albeit with little success. Shu Qing and the others were getting along splendidly with Jianxin. The group of girls often ventured out to explore the ruins together. In casual conversation, Jianxin learned that aside from Sun Haiyang, the others were classmates. And Sun Haiyang was the cousin of Wang Jun. Due to an earthquake, their families had been lost, and they had all gravitated towards one another. regarding their decision not to go to the settlement. Jianxin could only lament that not everyone was as fortunate as those in her city to receive timely aid. After all, it was a global catastrophe, and those in power were often powerless to assist. Jianxin, tomorrow we're going to the pond over there to catch fish. You should join us, Zhao suggested. You all go ahead. I want to be joining. I need to gather materials to build a firewood shed. Jianxin replied. Her current firewood shed was encircled by an old rain canopy, which was too small. Although she had a considerable supply of firewood and coal stored in her space, there was not much visible. So preparations were necessary. Oh, it's just a firewood shed that we can help you in a couple of days. Tomorrow you should come with us to catch fish. I tell you. Zhang Yahui makes the most delicious smoked fish. You'd regret missing out, Yu Xinxin urged. Eventually, Jianxin acquiesced. Having never attended college and having struggled through primary and secondary school, she had few friends. Now, surrounded by peers, sharing laughter felt delightful. The pond Zhao mentioned was merely a puddle in a hollow. And Jianxin surveyed the surroundings, convinced it looked like a depression formed by the earthquake, likely devoid of fish. Indeed, after 2 hours of effort, they had not caught a single fish. That a few individuals soon decided against wasting more time and went to gather firewood instead. As time was of the essence, suddenly, Jianxin heard an unusual noise and turned to look around, her heart racing as she exclaimed, "Climb the trees!" Not far off, 5 wild boars, 2 large and 3 small, were ambling towards them. Upon spotting the boars, the group panicked and scrambled to find trees to climb. Yu Xinxin, unable to climb, burst into tears. Jianxin swiftly grabbed her and began to scale a tree with one hand. An impressive feat given the urgency of the situation. Otherwise, it would likely have startled everyone. The wild boars, having detected their presence, rushed towards them. But fortunately, everyone had managed to ascend the trees, frustrated at being unable to reach the humans. The boars began to pace anxiously below. Jianxin observed the 5 wild boars, calculating that they were unlikely to leave anytime soon. With 5 boars and 8 people, she pondered whether they could attempt to take down the boars. After all, meat was meat. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. Although she felt confident in her ability to handle 1 boar, she doubted the university's students could manage for that. Thankfully, after a while, the boars wandered off, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. After waiting a bit longer and confirming the boars had not returned, the group hurriedly descended the mountain and made their way home. Due to the encounter with the boars, Jianxin and Shuqing decided to refrain from venturing into the mountains for the time being. Instead, they busied themselves with exploring ruins. Jianxin's firewood shed was also completed. She had utilized 2 vans to store some unnecessary items, such as steel bars that needed sorting, as these occupied considerable space. Jianxin, are you going out tomorrow? Shuqing inquired as she prepared to leave. Of course, I will be going out, Jianxin replied. Great, we'll come to find you tomorrow. Shuqing responded cheerfully. After parting ways with the group, Jianxin returned home. The 2 small rooms were not expansive, measuring roughly 40 square meters. The room on the right served as her living and sleeping area, featuring a bed and a cabinet, with a fireplace positioned near the entrance. Against the wall, there was an 8 Immortals table accompanied by 2 chairs. The left room functioned as her kitchen and bathroom, containing a simple stove. The solar panels salvaged from the roadside, while insufficient for large appliances, were perfect for lighting at this time. Upon returning home, Jianxin poured herself a glass of water and then boiled a pot of hot water. Indulging in a relaxing bath. As the weather grew colder, she anticipated that soon she would not be able to enjoy such baths. After drying herself, she donned a thick cotton pajamas. For dinner, she planned to have instant noodles, a treat she hadn't enjoyed in quite some time. Just as Jianxin was cooking the noodles, a sudden chill enveloped her, and after a few seconds of mental blankness, she realized the extreme cold had arrived. Swiftly, she gathered firewood to ignite the fireplace and retrieved her thick thermal underwear and down jacket to wrap herself in. She also took out blankets to make her bed warmer. Once everything was prepared, Jianxin cracked the door open slightly, only to find heavy snow cascading down outside. After shutting the door, she picked up the now somewhat clumpy noodles and began to eat, grateful that she had not ventured out, for the journey would undoubtedly have been perilous in such weather. After finishing her meal, Jianxin retrieved the intact foam boxes she had collected from the market, filled them with water, and placed them outside. With the impending extreme heat and only 1 generator of uncertain functionality, these ice blocks might prove useful if conditions did not cool down. After setting the water outside, Jianxin soaked her feet in warmth, then lay down in bed to sleep. In the middle of the night, she rose to clear the snow off the roof, as it had accumulated to knee-deep within just half a day. She worried about whether this heavy snowfall would bury her house. Clutching a hot water bottle near the crackling fireplace, Jianxin once again marveled at her decision to remain put rather than embark on a journey. Otherwise, she might have found herself shivering in a snowdrift. The following morning, she awoke to find the temperature gauge on the wall slightly damaged, indicating a drop to well below 0. After lingering in bed for a while, Jianxin steeled herself to rise, wrapping herself in thick layers before opening the door to find the snow had reached her thighs, though fortunately it had ceased falling. After clearing the snow from the entrance and the roof, she collected the frozen ice blocks and stored them in her space. Observing the thick blanket of snow, Jianxin retrieved 2 somewhat uneven large metal basins, filled them to the brim with snow, and brought them inside to place by the fireplace. With so much snow available, she would not waste water from her space to freeze more ice blocks. After freshening up, she enjoyed a bowl of egg noodles for breakfast before pulling out paper and pen to plan her day's tasks. First on her agenda was organizing her space, as she had been preoccupied with gathering supplies and traveling, leaving her space in disarray, filled with scattered items that wasted valuable room. Jianxin took out some damaged racks she had collected from the farm and began to repair them. Some of the racks needed only minor fixes, while others required more effort. Fortunately, with no need to venture outside, she could take her time. The chestnuts she had harvested in autumn were also coming in handy now. She placed a few by the fireplace to roast slowly, anticipating the delightful aroma they would produce. After spending 2 days repairing all the racks, Jianxin tidied her space, although she found the racks still insufficient. Reluctantly, she retrieved the bamboo she had cut earlier, intending to attempt crafting a few more racks. The black stone space had also been put to use, for basins were filled with water, one held coal and firewood. Another stored bricks and cement, and the last contained clothing and bedding, items that would not spoil. With the space organized, it appeared much cleaner and more orderly. Once the bamboo racks were woven together, Jianxin began to prepare soup and meals, taking advantage of her free time to cook more ready-to-eat food for her space. She started with ginger tea made with brown sugar, knowing that a warm bowl of this concoction would be immensely comforting in such weather. Fortunately, she had a large iron bucket from the cafeteria, which was perfect for holding the ginger tea. The variety of boxed meals was limited, each containing 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish for balanced nutrition. She prepared only a few types of soup: seaweed egg drop soup, winter melon and rib soup, and mung bean soup. In addition to these, she made pancakes and steamed buns, and considering breakfast, Jianxin also whipped up some soy milk and spicy soup. Once again, several buckets of milk were prepared with the addition of milk powder, ensuring that it would be readily available for drinking at any moment. After a continuous stretch of over 10 days of relentless activity, Jianxin finally paused, only to find that the temperature had plummeted to over 20 degrees below 0. On this particular day, with nothing pressing to attend to, Jianxin found herself engrossed in a book while roasting sweet potatoes. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door. Who could it be? Given the frigid weather, she was perplexed as to who would venture out. "It's us, Jianxin," a soothing voice called from outside. Jianxin opened the door to reveal 2 figures, their faces the only visible parts as they were bundled up tightly against the cold. "What brings you here on such a bitterly cold day?" she inquired as she ushered them inside. "We were worried about you," Shu Qing replied, removing her hat. "So we spent the last few days clearing the path between us. We just finished today and came right over." Upon hearing this, Jianxin's expression softened slightly. She invited them to sit and poured each of them a cup of ginger tea warmed by the fireplace. "How about you? Everything going smoothly?" she asked as she took her seat after serving the tea. "We have plenty of people, so there is nothing to worry about. It's you alone here who needs to take extra care," Wang Jun said, sipping his tea and letting out a contented sigh. "I will be careful." "Why don't you stay for dinner?" Jianxin suggested, handing each of them a roasted sweet potato, which had been harvested the day she first met Shu Qing. Chapter 15. Extreme cold. Shu Qing waved her hand dismissively, taking a bite of her sweet potato. "No need for that. We'll head back shortly. We just wanted to check on you. If you find yourself bored, come over to our place sometime, and we can play some cards." Jianxin smiled and nodded in agreement, though she knew she had much to attend to. "Has the temperature really dropped this low?" Wang Jun suddenly asked, glancing at the thermometer on the wall. Jianxin confirmed with a nod. "Indeed, it's about the same as it was during the winter before the earthquake in the 3 northeastern provinces." Wang Jun pondered for a moment before asking, Do you think we might experience extreme cold? Before Jinshin could respond, Shuqing interjected, I know, just like in the novels, extreme cold and heat, or polar day and night. Jinshin blinked and added, in this world, it's hard to say. Who would have believed in global earthquakes before? In any case, it's wise to prepare in advance. Wang Jun furrowed his brow, rising to his feet. You're right. It's better to be prepared than to regret it later. We should head back now. After bidding farewell to Shuqing and Wang Jun, Jinshin stretched and began repairing the broken furniture she had stored in her space. Most of the items were from the furniture market, many missing legs or arms. But with her skills, she could still make them usable, though her craftsmanship left much to be desired. Nonetheless, she didn't T-mind as the temperature plunged to over 40 degrees below zero. Jinshin started making ice pops and even created edible ice cubes using her homemade molds. She had a stockpile of sweet soda in her space, which she looked forward to enjoying on hot days. Just one sip with ice cubes would provide a sensation beyond mere words. After more than a month of industrious work, Jinshin finally paused. Most tasks had been completed, and the remaining ones could be done at a leisurely pace. One day, while rummaging through her space, she stumbled upon the safe she had found earlier and decided to open it. As there was little else to do, after considerable effort, she managed to pry it open. Inside, she found some documents, which she set aside without a glance, followed by gold bars, coins, and some cash. The most surprising find, however, was a wooden shotgun, the model of which she did not recognize, accompanied by approximately 100 rounds of ammunition. Carefully inspecting the shotgun, she loaded it with bullets, opened the door, and fired a shot. The sound echoed loudly in the quiet space. Jinshin touched her shoulder, feeling fine. Her natural strength made the recoil seem negligible, though it could also be that the shotgun had minimal kick. Returning indoors, she placed the gun and ammunition in a convenient spot in her space, then found a shoebox to store the gold bars and coins, adding them to her previous collection. She picked up the documents again, initially intending to toss them into the fireplace, but after a moment's thought, she simply tossed them into her space and forgot about them. The next day, she visited Shuqing and the others, and it was indeed lively with many people gathered together playing cards and chatting. However, Jinshin still preferred solitude. Such social gatherings were pleasant occasionally, but prolonged exposure was not to her taste. Suddenly, one night, Jinshin was jolted awake by a thunderous sound. As she sat up, she immediately felt the intense cold. Shivering, she wrapped herself in a blanket and moved to the fireplace, adding a substantial amount of firewood. Once the flames roared to life, she felt a bit better. Checking the thermometer, she confirmed the temperature had dropped to over 60 degrees below zero. It was painfully cold. While those from the north might endure it, Jinshin, being from the south, found it hard to adapt, as the coldest winter in her city rarely dipped below 10 degrees for 2 consecutive days. She huddled under her blanket by the fireplace, only daring to leave for the restroom when absolutely necessary. On the third day, she mustered the courage to venture into the kitchen, feeling slightly more acclimated. With the weather so harsh, she had no intention of going outside. Even freezing ice was made indoors, as the kitchen was sufficiently warm. Sitting by the fireplace with a book in hand, Jinshin stared into the flames. Lost in thought, she regretted not having adopted a dog. Otherwise, she could be petting one right now. After a spell of daydreaming, she set her book aside and retrieved the steel bars she had collected earlier, carefully chipping away the concrete that clung to them. Some of the bars were quite long, and once cleaned, they could be used for building. When she settled down, it was evident that 60 degrees below zero was not the lowest temperature. Days later, the thermometer registered over 70 degrees below zero. Jinshin remained wrapped in her blanket, knitting a sweater, a skill she had learned from an elderly lady at the factory, though she could only manage simple designs like scarves and gloves. Suddenly, a series of knocks erupted from the door. Frowning, Jinshin wondered who would be brave enough to come out in this frigid weather. Who is it? She called while leaning against the door. Jinshin, it's me, came a stammering voice. Jinshin paused, recognizing it as Zhang Haiyang's. Upon opening the door, she found 2 figures bundled up tightly. Once they entered, she realized that besides Zhang Haiyang, the other person was Yu Xinshin. She quickly poured them hot water. After a lengthy pause, Yu Xinshin finally caught her breath and surveyed the surroundings before saying, "The temperature has dropped tremendously. We were worried about you'd end this fleeting encounter." Despite Jinshin's naturally aloof demeanor, she felt a stir of warmth from their concern. "You needn't worry about me. I'm quite all right," she assured, topping off Yu Xinshin's cup with hot water. It's clear you're doing well for yourself. Sun Haiyang teased, I owe you all my thanks for helping me build this little cabin. Otherwise, I would have been at the mercy of the cold and hunger. Jianxin replied with a smile. Yu Xinxin waved her hand dismissively, saying, no need for gratitude. We received our payment as was customary. Jianxin invited them to stay for dinner, but they declined. This time, however, she insisted they stay, and they relented. The meal was simple, just noodles with ham, lacking even eggs. Under the circumstances, it was a decent lunch. After eating, they chatted for a while before leaving. Perhaps aware that Jianxin was managing well, no one from Shuqing's group visited in the following days. As braving the cold was quite taxing, the temperature seemed to stabilize at over 70 degrees below zero, and Jianxin gradually adjusted to the harsh conditions, no longer hiding beneath her blankets all day. In the third month of the extreme cold, Jianxin completed all her tasks and began to devise a training regimen for herself, dedicating hours each day to both physical training and studying. Chapter 16. Extreme Cold 2. In the fourth month of the extreme cold, Shuqing and her group visited again, this time inviting Jianxin to celebrate the spring festival with them. After seeing them off, Jianxin felt a wave of nostalgia. Had it not been for Shuqing's reminder, she might have forgotten all about the festival. Looking back, it had been 4 to 5 months since the earthquake. However, since she had agreed to join them for the festival, Jianxin felt the need to prepare. She had found 2 pounds of candy in the ruins of the wedding supply store, but opted not to bring pastries as they would be difficult to explain. A few bags of sunflower seeds and some chestnuts would suffice. They had harvested those together on the mountain. On New Year's Eve, Jianxin rose early, tidied her home, and extinguished the fire in the fireplace. She then applied several heat packs all over her body, including her feet and back, before wrapping herself snugly and stepping out into the biting cold. Halfway there, she was shivering uncontrollably, grateful for her earlier decision to stay. Otherwise, she would have likely succumbed to the cold. Upon arriving at Shuqing's place, she felt icy all over, but after entering and warming up by the fire, she gradually regained her composure. Quick, Jianxin, have a cup of hot water to warm up. Zhao Li urged as she brought over a cup. Jianxin accepted it with thanks, and everyone gathered around the fireplace, engaging in light conversation. Zhang Yahui brought over some snacks, prompting Jianxin to remember her own contributions, which she presented to share. It's been over 4 months of this extreme cold. Who knows when it will end? Li Zichen remarked. Who can say? I once read a novel where the extreme cold lasted 3 to 5 years. Yu Xinxin replied. A novel is but a novel. This is reality, Wang Jun retorted. The world is experiencing a monumental earthquake, and yet we speak of novels and reality. Yu Xinxin scoffed. Wang Jun was momentarily rendered speechless. The atmosphere growing somewhat somber. Come now, it's the new year. Why dwell on such things? Let us discuss something more cheerful. Zhang Yahui interjected, attempting to lighten the mood. Indeed, there is always a silver lining. Spring will eventually blossom. Shuqing added. Thus, the group began reminiscing about past amusing anecdotes, while Jian Xian listened quietly, interjecting occasionally. When the conversation began to dwindle, Zhang Yahui and Zhang Haiyang made their way to the kitchen, returning with a pot and announcing, given the weather, we haven't prepared any other dishes. Let us have hot pot. Everyone rose to assist, though the selection was sparse. The broth was made from canned goods, and most ingredients were dried provisions. It was evident that the prolonged extreme cold had depleted their supplies. Jian Xian, possessing her own resources, ate sparingly, choosing instead to sip water while listening to their chatter. After such extreme cold, will there be extreme heat? Shuqing suddenly posed. It is possible, Jian Xian replied, recalling dreams of sweltering heat, uncertain of its arrival. Now that Shuqing had broached the subject, she felt it prudent to remind the younger individuals. The atmosphere dimmed once more, perhaps out of concern for Jian Xian's discomfort. Zhao Li remarked, regardless of what may come, let us prepare in advance. Jian Xian chimed in, we could dig a cellar, starting now to freeze ice blocks within. When the time comes, it will cool the temperature, and the melted ice can serve as water. That is a commendable idea, though the ground is frozen solid. It may prove difficult to excavate, Zhang Haiyang expressed doubt. To this, Wang Jun proposed, since we need to kindle a fire for warmth, why not create a fire on the ground to heat it up, allowing us to dig slowly? After all, with the freezing temperatures, we have little else to occupy our time. This suggestion garnered unanimous agreement. Yu Xinxin turned to Jian Xian, inquiring, Jian Xian, what about you? Do you require assistance? Jian Xian shook her head, responding, no, thank you. Once the extreme cold passes, I shall be leaving. This statement immediately silenced the group. After a prolonged pause, Shu Qing asked, "Why?" Jian Xine, "Where are you headed?" Setting down her cup, Jian Xine replied, "I am going to Ming Province. I had originally planned to go there, intending to rest for a while upon my arrival. Who knew I would encounter this drop in temperature? I was concerned about a heavy snowfall, so I resolved to wait out the winter here before departing. Not anticipating such extreme cold. Where are you from then? Why go to Ming Province?" Shu Qing continued to inquire. Jian Xine, feeling no need to conceal the truth after all this time, stated, "I am from Ming Province. We had predictions of a tsunami and coastal flooding, which is why I made my way to Ming Province. Why didn't you go with the others? It isn't safe to travel alone," that Li Zichen began, but then recalled Jian Xine's remarkable feat of carrying sweet potatoes single-handedly, and fell silent. Jian Xine smiled, adding, "I am not accustomed to traveling in groups. Besides, I did not intend to insist on going to Ming Province. Perhaps I will find a suitable place to settle along the way." Following this, silence enveloped the group. "Come now, it's New Year's Day. Why linger on such unhappy topics? Let us eat, and afterward, we can play cards," Zhang Yehue exclaimed, breaking the gloom. Thus, the group finished their meal and engaged in spirited card games. By the time Jian Xine returned home from Shu Qing and the others, it was well past 9 in the evening. Shivering, she ignited the fireplace and poured herself a cup of ginger tea, which she had stored in her space, cradling it in her hands until it warmed her. This bout of cold solidified her resolve never to venture outside again. The following day, she resumed her hibernation routine, repeating the cycle of freezing and collecting ice blocks, exercising, dining, and reading. This existence continued for another 2 months until, one morning, upon awakening to a thermometer reading of just over -40 degrees, she realized the extreme cold was finally coming to an end. Jian Xine began preparing for her journey. She had contemplated settling down here, but ultimately decided to visit Ming Province, treating it as a journey. Having never traveled before the calamity, she now had the time to explore. As the weather gradually warmed, she felt invigorated, retrieving flour from her supplies to prepare dumplings, buns, and scallion pancakes for convenient consumption. Although she had made a fair amount previously, she desired to create more just in case. She also aimed to stockpile ice and various frozen treats, spotting the sugarcane she had chopped earlier. Jian Xine took some out, peeling and cutting part into segments to nibble on while traveling, while the remainder she juiced. As the weather became increasingly warm, she prepared diligently, and once the ice and snow had mostly melted, she felt ready. Sensing the lingering chill in the wind and glancing at the thermometer displaying 3 to 4 degrees, Jian Xine visited Shu Qing, informing her that when the temperature reached the teens, she would depart. Chapter 17. The volcanic eruption. Jian Xine's impending departure cast a shadow of sadness over the group, though they refrained from saying much. Having shared companionship for a time, they felt a sense of fate. Thus, Jian Xine invited them for a farewell meal on the day of the gathering. Several arrived particularly early, rolling up their sleeves to lend a hand, though Jian Xine had prepared little, as her visible supplies had dwindled after the extreme cold. The meal consisted of 4 dishes, few in number but generous in portion, as they dined and conversed, sipping on sugar water. Shu Qing persistently urged Jian Xine, promising that if conditions in Ming Province proved unfavorable, they would keep an eye on her small abode, ensuring it remained unoccupied. Jian Xine smiled in agreement. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door interrupted the lively atmosphere. Puzzled, Jian Xine approached the door, only to find 2 young soldiers in green uniforms standing outside. "Comrade, do you require assistance?" Jian Xine inquired, perplexed. The soldiers saluted and one spoke. "Comrade, we have received notification that a dormant volcano in this area is exhibiting increased activity and may erupt at any moment. We urge you to evacuate as swiftly as possible." The mention of a volcano startled everyone in the room. Wang Jun furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "This is considered a city. How could there be a volcano? I've never heard of such a thing. Regardless of whether you've heard of it or not, we must gather our belongings and leave immediately," Zhang Haiyang insisted. Jian Xine turned to the soldiers and thanked them. "Thank you. We will evacuate promptly." The soldier nodded. 20 miles south from here is the official base. You can join the authorities there." "Understood. We will consider it. Thank you for your service." The soldiers saluted once more before departing. Closing the door, Jian Xine turned to the group and asked, "What are your plans?" "We'll head back to gather our belongings and set off immediately. Who knows when that cursed volcano will erupt?" Li Zichen replied, "All right then, Jian Xine, We shall leave first, Shu Qing said. They moved quickly, and within 2 hours, they had packed their things. Jian Xian had long been prepared, having already concealed 2 vans in her storage space. With a large pack on her back filled with fabric and pillows for show, and a tent strapped to it, she emerged just as Shu Qing and her group arrived at the intersection. No words were exchanged as they all lowered their heads and pressed forward. The road was impassable for vehicles or bicycles, leaving them with no choice but to walk, uncertain of when the volcano might erupt. They felt compelled to flee as far as possible. They traveled tirelessly for 3 days, utterly exhausted, spending the time only eating and hydrating, managing just 2 or 3 hours of sleep each night. Now feeling a considerable distance from the mountain, the group decided to rest for a night before continuing. Due to their fatigue, they had no desire to cook, nibbling on some dried provisions instead. Assigning watch duty, and then crawling into their tents to sleep. In the dead of night, Jian Xian was awakened by Wang Jun, who was on watch. Jian Xian, hurry, get up. The volcano has erupted. Emerging from the tent, Jian Xian beheld flames shooting into the sky from a distance, and without a moment's hesitation, she began to gather her belongings and flee. The group dared not pause, running until dawn, only stopping when they could no longer go on. Consuming a little food and resting for over an hour before setting off again. They had no idea how far the volcano's impact would extend, so they pressed on as far as they could. After a week of running, once they could no longer detect the acrid scent in the air, they finally exhaled in relief. Gazing at the remnants of a nearby city, Wang Jun suggested they take a day to rest before continuing, which received unanimous agreement. After a week of relentless running, they were truly too exhausted to lift their legs. They set up tents, assigned watchmen, and fell into a deep slumber. After a day and a night, they finally regained their strength. Jian Xian, do you still intend to go to Ming Province? Shu Qing asked while packing her belongings the next morning. Jian Xian nodded. Yes, regardless of the circumstances, I must see it for myself. Then let us journey together. We plan to go to Ming Province as well, Shu Qing said cheerfully. Jian Xian did not object, as the road was not hers alone. She could not simply deter them. The group gathered their belongings and resumed their journey. Initially, they walked, but as their supplies dwindled, they were compelled to halt. Let us pause here for a while and search the ruins for supplies, Zhang Haiyang proposed, eyeing the city's remnants ahead. The others did not object, so they found a flat area and settled in. It was evident that the ruins had been searched, but it was also clear they had not been thoroughly combed. As Jian Xian discovered many overlooked items. It is indeed unfortunate that many provisions had expired, yet she still collected them, believing that after enduring the protracted frigid temperatures, they might still be consumable. Moreover, even if she chose not to eat them, they could potentially serve other purposes. After rummaging through the entirety of the morning, the group made commendable progress, particularly Shu Qing and her companions, whose supplies had been nearly depleted. Thus finding this to be a fortuitous replenishment, Jian Xian took some rations and nibbled on them with water before resuming her search. The calamity she had dreamed of left her feeling rather unsettled, prompting her to exert more effort in stockpiling supplies whenever the opportunity arose. In the afternoon, Jian Xian seemed to encounter a stroke of luck, discovering numerous pots, bowls, and utensils, as well as some cutting tools. At an opening created by a collapsed wall, Xiaojing he stumbled upon several rolls of tarpaulin. She counted a total of 8 rolls, and, seizing the moment while no one was paying attention, discreetly took 7 rolls. She then called Shu Qing and a few others over, saying, "There are some rolls of tarpaulin here. Later, when we have time, we can divide them. They will be useful for sheltering from the rain." "That sounds good, but since you found them, we shouldn't take them for free. How about this? When we take a break, you can see if any of the supplies we found are of use to you. And you can choose a few," Wang Jun suggested. Jian Xian did not refuse. "All right, let's discuss it when we're on break. This one do. We can't carry all this as we travel," Zhang Haiyang remarked, frowning at the pile of items on the ground during their evening rest. "What if we find a vehicle?" Zhang Yihui proposed. "With this road, even if we had a vehicle, it wouldn't be practical. Why not look for bicycles? We could push them along if needed," Xian suggested, pointing at the cracks on the ground. Jian Xian wholeheartedly agreed. "I support Xian's idea. We can carry the bicycles over any impassable areas, but we certainly can't carry a vehicle." This sentiment resonated with the group, and they unanimously decided to pause for another day to search for bicycles or similar items. Before the earthquake, every city had shared bicycles, and if they hadn't been removed, they should be relatively easy to find. Chapter 18. Temporary residency. While they did not find any shared bicycles, they did discover a rather dilapidated tricycle. Its tires in tatters. After searching for 2 more days, they managed to gather materials to repair the vehicle before setting off. The weather was gradually warming, yet a chill still lingered. After traveling for half a month, they encountered a mountain that obstructed their path. What shall we do? Should we climb over? Zhao Li inquired. I have been here before. There used to be a road, but now it appears to be nothing but peaks. Zhang Haiyang mused, gazing at the southern mountains with confusion. The earthquake must have reshaped the terrain. Judging by the mountain's expanse, I can't even begin to guess how long it would take to detour. Wang Jun frowned. Perhaps we should just scale it? Jian Xen suddenly suggested. The others turned to her, and she observed that the mountain did not seem particularly daunting, nor did it appear to harbor any formidable beasts. If she could find a suitable spot atop the mountain, she might even consider settling there permanently, foregoing her journey to Ming province. After voicing her thoughts, a moment of silence ensued until Xu Qing spoke first. I concur with Jian Xian's proposal. You need not agree. I did not intend to reside with you, Jian Xian replied. Nevertheless, the group seemed to have no objections to her idea, and they joyfully resolved to ascend the mountain. Once they reached the slope, they could no longer take the vehicle with them, so they packed their belongings onto their backs and began their ascent. Their luck took a turn for the worse when, halfway up, rain began to fall, initially light. But soon it intensified. This rain is becoming quite heavy. We must find shelter, Wang Jun stated, wiping his face. There are no caves here, and we can't find any suitable spots. Let us use the tarpaulin to set up a makeshift tent right here. Jian Xian suggested, dropping her backpack and retrieving the tarpaulin. The others quickly joined in, and before long, they had fashioned 2 tents using a few trees for support. Once inside the tent, Jian Xian changed out of her wet clothes into something dry. Jian Xian, hot water, Zhang Yahui offered, handing her a cup of hot water brewed on a portable camping stove. Thank you, she replied, taking a sip. Gazing out at the persistent drizzle, she felt a twinge of unease. Do you think that after this extreme cold, we might face an equally extreme heat? She asked, cradling her cup. None can say for certain. If extreme heat does come, we will need to prepare in advance. Zhao Li remarked, squatting beside Jian Xian. The rain continued unabated, forcing them to remain encamped until the afternoon of the 3rd day, when the skies finally cleared. Once back on the road, Jian Xian quietly resolved to find a suitable place to settle on this mountain, as she could not shake the feeling of unease lingering in her heart. With this decision made, she began to look for caves or similar shelters, although she had building materials in her storage. Constructing a house without professional tools was impractical. While others might manage, she knew she could not, so finding a cave to modify seemed more realistic. After the rain, the mountain was brimming with mushrooms, and as Jian Xian and her companions foraged, her desire to locate a cave grew more urgent. She was uncertain whether extreme heat awaited them, but regardless, it would surely be challenging, making the mountain's resources all the more vital. Fortunately, luck was on her side, and by the afternoon of the 2nd day, they discovered a cave. This cave had 3 adjoining chambers, seemingly excavated with great care. Armed with a rudimentary torch, Jian Xian and her companions ventured inside and found no evidence of wildlife habitation. Consequently, she entered the smallest of the 3 caves and announced, I intend to settle here. I will not be going to Ming province for the time being. Xu Qing was the first to agree. Let us also take refuge here. Don't you think this cave appears to have been prepared for us? However, Wang Jun disagreed, expressing his reluctance to dwell in the mountains. After deliberation, they decided to advance a little further to scout for a more suitable location. If none could be found, they would return. Once the decision was made, they planned to rest for a couple of days. Jian Xen ventured into the cave, inspecting it thoroughly. Although it was the smallest, it was also the cleanest and most level, boasting an area of over 80 square meters. She chose the smallest one, clearly stating that if they chose to remain, they should occupy the other 2 caves, as she would claim this one for herself. Setting down her backpack, Jian Xian began to clear away the debris on the ground. Jian Xian, Zhao Li, and Xu Qing approached her, appearing somewhat hesitant. We'd like to discuss something with you, they said shyly. Understanding their demeanor, Jian Xian surmised they did not intend to stay, which relieved her. Their departure would make things easier for her. Are you not staying? Jian Xian inquired. The 2 exchanged glances, feeling a bit embarrassed, but eventually nodded. Then let us share a meal tonight as a farewell, Jian Xian suggested, patting their shoulders. Jian Xian, you won't hold it against us, will you? Zhao Li asked with wide eyes. Why would I blame you? This is your choice, after all. However, If you do not find a suitable place, you are always welcome to return, Jian Xian replied with a smile. All right, we will definitely return. Now, let us help you tidy up the cave, Shu Qing offered, rolling up her sleeves to assist. Since Shu Qing and the others would not remain, Jian Xian decided to postpone any modifications to the cave until they had departed. After spending a day with Jian Xian, Shu Qing and the others foraged for mushrooms and shared a simple meal that on the third morning, they bid farewell to Jian Xian. Once they had left, Shu Qing began to renovate her own cave. The first order of business was to install a sturdy door, ensuring she could sleep soundly at night. Fortunately, her storage contained many doors, including several security doors. Although some were slightly deformed, they remained functional. After dedicating a day to fitting a solid wood door and a security door, she also made some alterations within the cave, erecting several walls with bricks to create a 3-bedroom layout. The bedroom received a simple makeover, with the walls and floor refinished. Near the entrance, she constructed a kitchen and set up a rudimentary cooking area. Once her cave was organized, Jian Xian officially began her mountain-dwelling life. Standing at the entrance, she surveyed her surroundings and drafted a plan on paper, deciding to enclose the area around the entrance to create a courtyard, while cultivating the large expanse to the left of the cave for crops. With her plan in place, she tidied up and exited the cave. After several busy days, she had not taken the opportunity to explore. Now that she was momentarily free, she was eager to discover her future domain. Chapter 19. Mountain Goods. As the weather gradually warmed, what had once required a thick coat now only necessitated a long shirt. Jian Xian, carrying a basket, strolled through the forest, foraging for mushrooms and gathering wild vegetables as she came across them. The mountain was not particularly high, and wildlife such as pheasants and rabbits were scarce. After a morning of searching, she managed to catch only a single pheasant and collect a nest of eggs. Fortunately, her storage was well stocked with various meats she had gathered from the wholesale market. Fearing spoilage at the time, there was also an abundance of seafood and fish, so she was not in immediate need of meat. Taking a break beside a bamboo grove at noon, Jian Xian noticed many tender bamboo shoots peeking through the ground. She resolved to remain there in the afternoon to harvest the shoots. These bamboo shoots were the small variety, the same used to make the pickled pepper bamboo shoots she had enjoyed before. Determined to gather a substantial amount, she planned to dry some for later and prepare others in pickled form. While keeping the remainder fresh, after 3 days of diligent harvesting, Jian Xian paused, realizing she required a toilet. Having made the decision to construct a toilet, Jian Xian set about clearing the courtyard in front of the cave and the adjacent land. In the courtyard of the cave entrance, she meticulously took measurements and resolved to encompass the adjacent cave within her boundaries. She also planned to install a door for the neighboring cave and create an opening within to connect her dwelling with her own cave. In the future, the nearby cave could serve as a storage space for firewood and other sundries. The walls of the courtyard would be constructed from timber, although she initially contemplated using bricks. She ultimately abandoned the idea due to her rather lackluster skills. Bamboo would have sufficed and allowed for a quicker construction, yet it lacked durability, so she settled on using wood instead. Jianxin spent over a week gathering sufficient timber. Fortunately, she had unearthed several chainsaws amidst the ruins, or else she would have been laboriously chopping by hand for an eternity. Once the wood was collected, Jianxin charred all the pieces using fire to enhance their resistance to decay. By the time the courtyard was enclosed, a month had passed, and the temperature began to climb above 30 degrees. The completed courtyard spanned approximately 80 to 90 square meters. Jianxin also found some gravel to lay a path within the yard. She tidied up the left side of the courtyard for vegetable cultivation, while the right side remained vacant for the time being. Jianxin planned to venture into the mountains once the vegetables were established to find fruit trees to plant. The toilet was simply a small hole dug beside the cave, equipped with a door for convenience. After the vegetables were sown in the courtyard, Jianxin took a day's respite before preparing to head into the mountains. With the weather growing increasingly warm, her sense of unease heightened. The relentless heat and drought she dreamed of might very well commence this year. Although she possessed ample water, she intended to search for additional sources during this excursion. As her agricultural endeavors would require substantial quantities to maximize her water storage, she had cleared the contents of 2 black stone spaces, relocating them to the adjacent cave, compared to her previous mountain excursion. This time the area was bustling with life. Before long, Jianxin discovered a plethora of wild fruits and chestnuts, marking their locations on her hand-drawn map to return for harvesting when ripe. Naturally, she also unearthed numerous wild fruit trees, including jujubes, wild grapes, pears, and a single apricot tree to her astonishment. During the afternoon, Jianxin stumbled upon a valley teeming with wild strawberries. Many were already ripe, their vibrant red hues particularly enticing. She excitedly retrieved her basket and began to pick. Although she had an abundance of fruit in her space, the allure of free offerings was irresistible. This valley not only boasted wild strawberries, but also featured a pool of water. Jianxin decided to linger for a couple of days, ensuring she harvested all the strawberries while investigating whether the pool harbored any fish or shrimp. Moreover, the surrounding area was rich in wild vegetables, and she resolved not to return home until she had gathered them all. The sheer volume of wild strawberries required 2 full days of picking, leaving many still unripe for a later visit. Both black stone spaces were filled with water, yet the water level in the pool showed no signs of change, leading Jianxin to suspect an underground current. However, the pool contained few fish or shrimp. After a thorough search, she was disheartened by the meager catch and ultimately gave up. Thankfully, there was an abundance of wild vegetables like water celery nearby. After spending another 2 days gathering wild vegetables and capturing a few wild rabbits and chickens that came to drink, Jianxin packed her belongings and returned home laden with her harvest. This journey into the mountains proved fruitful, prompting Jianxin to resolve to rest for 2 days. Though she planned to rest, she kept herself busy by setting up a generator and experimenting with installing an air conditioner. The sweltering heat made sleep unbearable without one, and given the mountain's warmth, the valley below would undoubtedly be even hotter. Jianxin also planted fruit trees on the opposite side of the courtyard. Standing at the entrance, she envisioned the vibrant life that would flourish once the vegetables matured and the trees shaded the area. That evening, Jianxin placed a reclining chair in the courtyard, setting a table beside it with fruit and cold beverages. She reclined under the stars, savoring her snacks. Despite her efforts to plant mosquito-repelling herbs around the courtyard, the insects were plentiful, prompting her to light incense and spray repellent. "Hey, over there, it seems there's a light?" As Jianxin stared dreamily at the stars, she suddenly heard voices. Instantly, she sprang up, stowing her belongings and arming herself before approaching the courtyard entrance. Moments later, several figures appeared from the mountain below. Upon closer inspection, she counted 4 individuals, one of whom appeared to be a child. Jianxin remained silent in the courtyard, waiting until they reached her door and began knocking. "Is anyone there?" "What brings you here?" Jianxin spoke up, startling them. After regaining their composure, one of the men replied, "Beautiful lady, we are merely passing through. We noticed the light here and wanted to inquire if you could. There's a cave over there." Jianxin interjected, pointing to the right. The group paused momentarily. Then one of the girls said, "All right, thank you." Noticing Jianxin's silence, they turned and headed towards the adjacent cave. Their unexpected arrival disrupted Jianxin's tranquil evening, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she retreated back inside. Inside the cave, the man gathered some firewood and started a small fire, while the girl who had spoken earlier produced a small pot to boil water. Together, they nibbled on biscuits using the hot water. "Jiagu, this cave is quite spacious. Should we stay here? It appears that the girl next door lives quite comfortably," the girl suggested. The boy named Jiagu pondered for a moment before responding. "If you all wish to stay, then let us do so. After all, we have a mountain here. If we work diligently, our lives should be better than at the base." "Agreed. I have no objections," another girl chimed in. With their consensus reached, Jianxin officially welcomed her new neighbors. The following morning, upon rising, Jianxin spotted the group from the previous night conversing at the cave entrance. The girl who had spoken earlier approached her, saying, "Hello, I apologize for the interruption last night. It was unintentional." Jianxin waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine," she replied. The girl smiled and introduced herself. "I'm Du Man. That boy is my boyfriend, Hao Jia. The other girl is my friend, Sun Zihan, and the little boy is my brother, Du Tao." The others also greeted Jianxin. She introduced herself in return. "That's a lovely name. We intend to settle in the cave nearby. So I hope you won't mind the disturbances." Du Man continued. "Of course, that's your prerogative. However, please refrain from disturbing the land on the left. I intend to cultivate it," Jianxin stated. "Understood. We won't intrude further. We'll get back to our tasks," Du Man replied with a nod before departing. Once they left, Jianxin gathered her things and stepped out, determined to harvest all the wild strawberries by the water pool before the newcomers discovered them, which would leave her with nothing. Upon reaching the pool, Jianxin noticed that the strawberries had ripened significantly over the past few days, after spending 2 more days picking every last one. She also managed to catch a few wild chickens and found several wild chicken eggs while exploring the area around the pool. On her way back, she stumbled upon a considerable amount of kudzu root. Despite hearing it was challenging to dig up, Jinshin hesitated for a moment before deciding to extract some. However, she soon realized how laborious the task was. After over 2 hours, she managed to unearth a single large root. Not wishing to continue, she deemed the effort not worth the reward. Upon returning, Jinshin discovered that the entrance to the neighboring cave had been cleared, suggesting they planned to establish a courtyard as well. Inside, she noted that the grass had grown back in the yard. After putting away her things, she took a hoe and began weeding. Once the weeds were cleared, she watered the vegetables and fruit trees before heading inside for a shower. The heat had intensified in recent days, and Jinshin felt increasingly certain that the extreme heat was indeed upon them. After her shower, she turned on the air conditioner and enjoyed half of a watermelon she had frozen during the frigid period, sighing contentedly. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door once more. Frowning, Jinshin went to answer it. "I am sorry to disturb you again," Du Man said, noticing Jinshin's displeased expression. "What is it?" Jinshin asked directly. "I wanted to inquire about the nearest water source," Du Man replied. Jinshin pointed left and said, "If you walk that way for about 10 miles, you'll find a pool. Thank you. By the way, I picked these while gathering wild vegetables. Here's a little something for you," Du Man said, handing Jinshin a small bundle wrapped in leaves. "Thank you," Jinshin replied, discovering a handful of wild strawberries within. Du Man and her companions settled into the cave next door, yet they were not as well off as Jinshin. She noticed that they had constructed a door for their cave, though it was made of bamboo, and their courtyard was also enclosed with bamboo. The group busied themselves from dawn till dusk, tirelessly foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms, while the small fish from the pool that Jinshin had found unappealing were diligently fished out by Hao Jia using various methods. Jinshin found herself pondering why they chose to live in the mountains instead of at the base. Her own reasons stemmed from her possession of a spatial facility, making life among crowds inconvenient. Yet she wondered why these individuals had made the same choice, especially considering that Du Tao was so young and would benefit from education at the base. This question was answered a few days later when Du Man visited Jinshin seeking salt. Noticing the wild chickens and rabbits she had brought, Jinshin waved her hand and said, "I don't need the chickens or rabbits. If you help me cultivate that piece of land, I'll give you 5 bags of salt." Salt was something she had collected in abundance. She would never consume it all in her lifetime, making it a fitting form of payment in this situation. The land in question spanned 2 acres, and if she were to tackle it alone, it would take her many days, especially with the heat making labor arduous. Thus, she devised this plan. Du Man readily agreed, understanding that 5 bags of salt would suffice for quite some time if used sparingly. Evidently, Du Man and her companions were not well versed in agricultural labor, resulting in their rather sluggish pace. However, even their slow efforts surpassed the speed at which Jinshin could work alone. Over the course of this week spent clearing the land, Jinshin gradually became acquainted with them. Simultaneously, she learned the reason behind their absence from the base. In simple terms, they had offended someone and found their livelihoods untenable. Du Man informed Jinshin that since the earthquake, various regions had established refuge bases. But the quality of life within these bases largely depended on the ruling authorities. Some leaders were indeed diligent, yet others were less so. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered the latter type of authority, and compounded by their misfortunes of having offended someone, they were forced to flee. The weather seems quite unusual. It would be prudent for you to stock up on water. Who knows if we might face extreme heat and drought? Jinshin remarked seemingly casually. Hao Jia paused her work, wiping her brow. "You have a point. Once we finish our tasks here, Man and I will head down the mountain to see if we can find some containers for water." "Indeed, and perhaps we can also scout for some useful items," Du Man agreed with a nod. "Come over for some water," Jinshin called out, holding a kettle filled with her specially brewed wild mint tea, which she had cooled down for a refreshing taste that I must say. "This wild mint tea is truly delightful. We should gather some to make more," Sun Zihan exclaimed after finishing her cup. "That I'll go pick some. I know where plenty of it grows," Du Tao quickly volunteered. "Where is it? And is it far?" Du Man inquired. "Not far, just over in that grove." Du Tao pointed towards the southern woods. "Go ahead, but be cautious. If anything happens, call out loudly," Hao Jia advised, ruffling his hair. Du Tao nodded excitedly and bounced off. Once the land was cleared, Jinshin commenced sowing seeds. As she had no prior experience with farming, she only planted 2 types, half corn and half soybeans. Du Man and Hao Jia returned from their excursion down the mountain, bringing back a considerable haul of useful items. as well as new information. There are people establishing a base down below the mountain. Not at our foot, but on the opposite side, quite far away. It appears to be privately set up, with a population likely not exceeding 300, Hao Jia reported. Jianxin frowned, hoping nothing troublesome would arise. She was quite content with her little cave and had no desire to relocate, especially given the sweltering heat. They had brought back a significant amount of waterproof cloth by digging a few pits in the cave and lining them with the cloth. They could store water. Meanwhile, the few individuals on the mountain were busy with their own lives, while down below, at the small base Hao Jia mentioned, discussions about them were taking place. In a simple earthen dwellings. 3 women and 1 man, along with a child, gathered around a worn-out table. The speaker was a man in his 30s. Ignore them, and remind the others in the base not to stir up trouble unnecessarily, said a woman in her 20s. Should we send someone to establish contact? A man on the right suggested. The woman shot him a glance and replied, I said, don't disturb them unless necessary. The man fell silent. Nodding in acknowledgement, the woman turned away, continuing her directives, expedite the completion of the water storage containers, and the drilling team must work overtime. Once the land is cleared, all crops should be potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes. The gathering and hunting teams need to be vigilant. We must collect everything edible from the mountain. After a pause, she added, ensure they steer clear of the southern ridge. The southern ridge was precisely where Jianxin resided. All right, disperse now. Attend to your tasks, she concluded, dismissing them with a wave. Once they had exited, she shut the door and, after a moment, a cup of icy cola appeared in her hand, taking a hearty sip. She murmured, the space is far too cramped, barely over 50 cubic meters. If it were larger, I wouldn't have lost so many items back then. What a significant loss. I wonder if I can find any more black stones. Unbeknownst to Jianxin, someone else, like her, had also discovered black stones. She was busy peeling bamboo shoots, preparing to make pickled spicy bamboo shoots, while also planning to sun-dry some for later, as she preferred dried bamboo shoots over fresh ones. The cave had air conditioning, providing a pleasantly cool atmosphere. However, should the temperature rise further, the air conditioning might cease to function. Typically, air conditioners struggle to cool when temperatures exceed 45 degrees, at which point she would need to rely on ice blocks and fans to survive. Most of the vegetables in the yard had already sprouted, and soon they would be ready for harvest. Most of the transplanted fruit trees had survived, with only 1 peach tree and 1 pear tree failing to thrive. Nevertheless, Jianxin was unconcerned, as there were still plenty of others to sustain them. Along the wall at the entrance of the yard, she had planted a row of tea trees, which she discovered in an abandoned tea garden. After several days of gathering tea leaves, she ultimately dug up a few plants to cultivate in her yard. Outside the yard, she planted numerous mosquito-repelling herbs and wild mint, most of which were brought back by Du Tao, who, after receiving a handful of candy from Jianxin, enthusiastically planted mint around her yard. Next door, Du Man and her companions had also cultivated fruit trees and vegetables, with the seeds provided by Jianxin. Thus far, Jianxin had enjoyed a harmonious relationship with them. Du Man, Du Tao, and the others were quite considerate, and Jianxin was willing to provide them with assistance within her means. If one were to overlook the increasingly oppressive heat. Life on the mountain was rather pleasant. The corn and soybeans Jianxin had planted had sprouted, but the grass on the mountain grew rapidly, necessitating frequent weeding. Du Man and her group had also cultivated 2 plots, planting sweet potatoes and potatoes, which were thriving, although watering them proved to be quite laborious. Jianxin, Sun Zihan called from outside the yard. Jianxin set down her bamboo shoots and stepped out to inquire. What is it? Sun Zihan wiped her brow and replied, come over for dinner tonight. It's Xiao Tao's birthday. Jianxin nodded. All right, I will definitely be there. Upon returning, she tidied up her space and unearthed a bag of fruit candies as a birthday gift for Du Tao. After a moment of contemplation, she decided against it and instead retrieved a jar of pickled radish. While this might not be a fitting birthday gift, it was practical and would last them for half a month. Mainly due to its saltiness. Du Tao's birthday feast was quite lavish, featuring stewed wild chicken, braised rabbit, stir-fried wild garlic shoots with bamboo shoots, and dandelion salad. Du Man and even prepared juice from wild strawberries, served in cups crafted by Hao Jia from bamboo. The cave was impeccably organized, with several rooms partitioned by bamboo. The kitchen was located near the entrance, and its stove was far more aesthetically pleasing than Jianxin's own construction. The table was woven from bamboo, and the stools were fashioned from cut tree stumps. Outside the yard, they had laid out numerous dried fish, rabbits, wild chickens, and an abundance of bamboo shoots and wild vegetables. It was evident that Du Man and her companions were diligently cultivating their lives. Xiao Tao, happy birthday. Here is your birthday gift, Jianxin said, presenting the pickled radish to him. Thank you, Sister Jianxin. I love pickled radish. Xiao Tao exclaimed happily as he accepted the gift. Jianxin smiled and affectionately ruffled his hair, offering him a chicken leg from her bowl. Jianxin, you should eat. There is no need to give it to him. Du Man interjected. Jianxin waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. I don't particularly enjoy chicken legs. Then do eat more. Don't be polite. With this heat, we can't afford to waste any of this food. Du Man urged, placing another helping of vegetables onto Jianxin's plate. The weather is becoming increasingly peculiar. I suspect it might be the extreme heat mentioned in novels, Sun Zihan said, gnawing on a chicken foot. Regardless of whether it is or not, we must be prepared, Jianxin stated. By the way, have there been any updates about that base down below? Hao Jia took a sip of juice and replied. We encountered a few people from there while hunting, but we didn't engage. However, they haven't ventured to our side of the mountain. It's best they don't. Otherwise, we might attract some troublemakers. Du Man remarked. Speaking of which, Jianxin, we plan to head down the mountain in a few days. Would you like to join us? Jianxin set down her chopsticks and asked, what is the purpose? Last time, Jia and I discovered a patch of peanuts, and we intend to dig some up this time. Would you like to come along? Jianxin pondered for a moment, but ultimately declined, stating, it's far too hot. I prefer not to endure that. I'd rather venture into the mountains on my own, where I could gather a good amount on the day following Du Tao's birthday feast. Jianxin organized her belongings and ventured into the mountains. She and Du Man had developed an unspoken understanding. She would only explore the left side, while Du Man and her group would confine themselves to the right. Jianxin first made her way to the water pool. Filling her black stone space with water, she searched the area but found no wild chicken eggs or anything else, likely due to the excessive heat driving the wild chickens to cease laying. After spending 2 days in the mountains, aside from wild fruits and vegetables, she managed to catch only a few rabbits. Upon her return, she observed the drooping vegetables at the entrance and resolved to harvest them all the following day. Back in the cave, she activated the air conditioning, which took a considerable amount of time to cool the space down. Glancing at the glaring sun outside, she surmised that it would not be long before the air conditioning would no longer function. After resting for an afternoon, the next day, Jianxin watered her crops and gathered all the vegetables that were ready for harvest, leaving only the green peppers, tomatoes, pumpkins, and winter melons that were still bearing fruit. Near the entrance of the cave, she had also planted several watermelon seedlings, but she was unsure whether it was her lack of skill or the quality of the seeds and soil that prevented the watermelons from growing large. The biggest ones weighed only 5 to 6 pounds, while the smallest were merely the size of a fist. Chapter 22. The extreme heat. After gathering the vegetables, Jianxin began preparing a meal. She intended to take advantage of the air conditioning while it was still functional, cooking a larger quantity to store in her space. When the air conditioning eventually ceased to work in a few days, she planned to stop cooking altogether. During the extreme cold, she had made quite a few cold dishes and snacks, as cooking was less feasible then. This time, however, she aimed to prepare proper meals, neatly divided into disposable containers for storage. The air conditioning finally gave out completely after a week, prompting Jianxin to cease her fervent cooking efforts. She retrieved 2 blocks of ice from her space and placed them in the bedroom. Turning on a fan to finally feel a semblance of coolness, the outside heat had become unbearable, and Du Man and her companions had begun to venture out only at night. The oppressive heat rendered Jianxin lethargic, making her wish to retreat to her room with ice and fruits. The crops in the fields were faring poorly. The corn was not yet ready for harvest, and although she had collected a meager yield of young soybeans, she cooked a small batch seasoned with 5-spice powder as a snack, storing the rest in her space. Since the extreme heat commenced, Jianxin had developed a fondness for lying on a lounge chair in the yard at night, gazing at the stars. Before the heat wave, mosquitoes had been plentiful, but now their numbers had diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Du Man and her group continued their busy foraging for wild vegetables and bamboo shoots, while Jianxin suspected that all the fish in the nearby pool had been caught by them. A couple of days ago, they had gifted her with 2 pounds of crayfish, a delicacy she did not have in her space, prompting her to return the favor with 2 watermelons. These watermelons were from her own garden. As the heat intensified, she decided not to keep them any longer, having harvested over 30 from her 16 plants, though they were all rather small, each weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. Jianxin's sister. Just as Jianxin lost herself in her thoughts, Du Tao called from next door. What is it? Xiao Tao? Jianxin asked without rising, merely turning her head. Nothing much. My sister went to dig wild vegetables. May I come over to play for a while? Xiao Tao inquired, leaning against the bamboo fence. Sure, come over. Jianxin nodded and stood up to open the gate. Du Tao happily ran over, and after closing the gate carefully, he gingerly pulled out a cloth bag from his pocket, revealing roasted pumpkin seeds. Jianxin smiled, pinching a handful of seeds and offering a slice of watermelon from the table to him. Under his sister's guidance, Du Tao was quite considerate whenever there was something delicious. He never forgot to share a portion with Jianxin, and she, in turn, did not neglect him. The two enjoyed their snacks while engaging in light conversation. Jianxin's sister, will our world always be this hot in the future? Du Tao asked between bites of watermelon, carefully spitting out the seeds to the side. Sister said these watermelon seeds can be saved for planting. I don't know. Perhaps it will, perhaps it won't, Jianxin replied while cracking open a pumpkin seed. But I must say, these pumpkin seeds are quite fragrant. When my pumpkins ripen in a couple of days, I'll roast some of the seeds to enjoy. Xiao Tao, Xiao Tao. Where are you? Just then, Du Man and the others returned. Sis, I'm right here. Du Tao stood up and waved at them. The three approached immediately upon seeing him. Jianxin got up to fetch a few small stools from the shed, signaling for Du Tao to open the door. Once everyone was seated, Hao Jia spoke up. Today, while foraging for wild vegetables, we noticed quite a few people had come down from the mountain. Jianxin sat up straight. You all went to the mountain? I discovered a lot of fern down there, so we went to collect some today. While we were there, we noticed people moving about, so we went to take a look. Du Man explained. Are they from the base over there? Jianxin asked. No, they seem to have come from elsewhere, Hao Jia replied. Jianxin scanned the surroundings and proposed, I have an idea. Let's cut down some bamboo and tree stumps to encircle our area. Sun Zihan hesitated. Just using bamboo and stumps alone might not deter people, right? It's not primarily to keep people out. Rather, it's to signal to that group down the mountain that this area is already occupied. Du Man understood. Jianxin nodded. In truth, when it came down to dire circumstances, even the strongest defenses might prove futile. However, it was not yet that desperate, so for the time being, they could consider it safe. After deliberating, the group began their work, with Jianxin providing the chainsaw due to her limited manpower. To enclose the perimeter, a considerable amount of bamboo and trees would be required. After making estimates, they concluded that the task would take about a month to complete. On the day they commenced work, Jianxin noticed two teenage boys curled up outside her yard. When the boys saw her, they showed no fear, but instead spoke up. Sister, do you need some help? We can do anything. Just a bit of water is all we need. Jianxin frowned slightly. I don't need help, but if you walk about 10 miles that way, there's water. The boys' eyes lit up, and they immediately expressed their gratitude. Jianxin waved her hand dismissively, saying, no need for thanks. Just go back and inform your companions that while fetching water is fine, this area is private property, so please do not disturb us. The boys said nothing more, bowed, and the slightly older one finally spoke. Sister, don't worry. We have no companions left, just me and my younger brother. The people from down the mountain are unlikely to come up here. When we came, we heard them say they were heading to a base 50 miles away. Jianxin inquired curiously, then why don't you go to the base? The boys suddenly appeared flustered, looking down as they once again expressed their thanks before running off along the path Jianxin had indicated. Observing their retreating figures, Jianxin silently resolved to keep a closer watch on these two children. The bamboo was relatively quick to saw through, and by the end of the day, they had cut down quite a bit. However, digging the holes proved to be a slower process. To Jianxin's surprise, when they began working, the two boys returned to assist. Du Man and the others were astonished, but, after learning the circumstances, praised the boys' willingness to help. Through casual conversation, they discovered that the two were brothers. The elder, Wei Jiayong, was 15, and the younger, Wei Jiaping, was 13. But their parents had perished in an earthquake. In the base, children of their age were typically provided for. But the brothers had encountered a twisted individual who had confined them in his basement, intending to keep them for his own nefarious purposes. Ultimately, they managed to escape. We truly didn't mean to. He tried to bully my brother, so I just grabbed a stool and hit him. He didn't move again, Wei Jiaping said, tears streaming down his face. Dear elder brothers and sisters, we truly did not intend for this. That man was very wicked. Besides us, he had captured many boys, most of whom have disappeared. Wei Jiayong sobbed while holding his brother. Chapter 23. The extreme heat. The brothers' ordeal infuriated Du Man and the others. But Jianxin remained largely unperturbed. She understood that the brothers were likely fabricating their tale to elicit sympathy, and whether they had ulterior motives or merely sought refuge was uncertain. Nonetheless, she chose to remain cautious and observe the brothers' subsequent actions. When the sun rose and they took a break, the brothers returned, though not far away. They requested some of the cut bamboo leaves and branches from Jianxin and set up a makeshift shelter beneath a nearby tree. Jianxin shared her suspicions regarding their actions, and Du Man and the others began to keep a closer watch on them. For several consecutive days, the brothers not only assisted Jianxin and her group in enclosing the yard, but also spent their time fetching water, foraging for wild vegetables, and experimenting with traps to catch prey. Meanwhile, the group of people from down the mountain had yet to make an appearance. However, Jianxin remained vigilant, wary of the possibility that they might be laying low for a larger plan. This routine continued until Jianxin and her companions completed their enclosure, with the Wei brothers seemingly settling in as well, adorning their shelter with various decorations. Life progressed at a leisurely pace, despite the oppressive heat. Jianxin managed to cope with ice and fans. The corn had been harvested, albeit poorly, yielding small cobs that were often misshapen. The leftover corn stalks, however, became quite popular, resembling sugarcane and offering a sweet chew. Since Jianxin had an abundance of sugarcane from her earlier harvest, she shared some of the corn stalks with Du Man and the Wei brothers. That same day, the brothers gifted Jianxin a bag of mushrooms, while Du Man and her group presented her with a generous supply of tender sweet potato leaves. Sister, Wei Jiaping called out as he approached while Jianxin was preparing a fruit salad. She cleared her workspace and went to the yard, but upon opening the door, she retreated, shielding herself from the intense sun. After donning a sun-protective outfit and taking an umbrella, she stepped outside to find Wei Jiaping standing at the entrance. Wearing a hat woven from leaves and branches, his small face flushed from the heat. Upon closer inspection, she noticed bruises and welts on his face, as if he had been struck. Oh, you need something? She inquired. And what happened to your face, sister? My brother asked me to tell you that some people are coming down from the mountain to steal your things. You must be cautious, Wei Jiaping warned before turning to run away. Wait, Jianxin called after him, questioning. Do you know how many people and when they'll arrive? I only know there are about 10 of them, but I don't know when they'll come. Sister, please be careful, Wei Jiaping said. His eyes reddening as tears began to flow. Jianxin sensed something amiss and pressed on. Why are you crying? Where's your brother? Unable to contain himself any longer, Wei Jiaping burst into tears. My brother was captured by them. When I escaped, they beat him until he coughed up blood. Jianxin furrowed her brows and stepped out of the hospital, turning to Wei Jiaping and commanding, follow me, with tears streaming down his face. Wei Jiaping trailed behind Jianxin to the adjacent room. At that moment, Du Man and her companions were asleep. Upon hearing the knock, it was Hao Jia who opened the door. Seeing Jianxin and Wei Jiaping, she inquired in confusion, what happened? May we come in? Of course, please come in. Hao Jia quickly stepped aside to let them in. Once inside, Du Tao, Du Man, and Sun Zihan also stirred awake. Jianxin gestured for Wei Jiaping to recount the ordeal. They captured my brother and me, demanding we disclose your situation. When my brother refused to speak, they beat us. He managed to create an opportunity for me to escape. Wei Jiaping sobbed as he spoke. Stop crying. Together, we will devise a plan to rescue your brother. Du Man comforted him. Wei Jiaping has run out. They must know he would alert us. What should we do now? Sun Zihan asked anxiously. Let us take the initiative. Jianxin declared that we shall ambush them. Is that feasible? There are over 10 of them. Du Man expressed her uncertainty. What other choice do we have? Do you plan to flee or wait for them to arrive and fight desperately? Jianxin challenged. After a moment of silence, Hao Jia spoke up. I concur with Jianxin. Rather than waiting idly for our fate, it is wiser to strike first. The group deliberated further and ultimately resolved to take action. Jiaping, you will lead the way. Let us see if we can rescue your brother, Jianxin instructed. Having made their plans, Jianxin returned to the cave. Her mood darkened. Though she understood that such misfortunes were inevitable in this world, she felt a surge of anger at having to venture out in the sweltering heat. Dressed in layers to protect herself from the sun, she had initially intended to apply sunscreen, but abandoned the idea. Fearing the scent might betray her, grabbing 2 fire axes, a large machete, and loading her gun with ammunition, she stepped outside. Under Wei Jiaping's guidance, the group stealthily approached the hideout of the assailants. This group resided in a cave on another mountain, and it was unclear if they were all asleep. The cave was eerily quiet. Jian Xin and her companions concealed themselves in the nearby brush, observing the cave. After a short wait, a man emerged to relieve himself. Hao Jia stealthily circled behind him, covering his mouth with a cloth soaked in ether, and soon he collapsed limply to the ground. With the man securely bound, the group quietly advanced towards the cave. Jian Xin peered inside and was met with a disarray of slumbering figures, but what infuriated her further was the sight of numerous women huddled in a corner, all naked. One woman turned her head, seemingly noticing Jian Xin. Quickly, Jian Xin raised a finger to her lips, signaling her to remain silent. The woman nodded in understanding. Jian Xin then gestured for Hao Jia to retrieve the ether, and she pulled out several pieces of cloth. Cautiously, they entered the cave, dipping the cloth in ether. Each member of the group grabbed a piece and covered the mouth and nose of a nearby individual. Within moments, that person fell unconscious. Before long, the majority of those on the ground were incapacitated. Just as Du Man prepared to target another person, that individual awoke, spotting Du Man and letting out a loud scream, rousing the others. Jian Xin's brow furrowed as she instinctively raised her axe to strike one of them. But he dodged her attack, cursing under her breath. She recognized her lack of combat experience despite her strength, and without hesitation, she drew her wooden shotgun, firing a shot that struck the man's leg. The others were likely taken aback by her possession of a firearm, momentarily frozen in shock, until another man reacted, reaching for a weapon from his pocket. Jian Xin was quicker, firing again and hitting him in the shoulder. I intended to aim for his chest, she muttered. Noticing that Du Man and the others were still in a daze, Jian Xin kicked at them, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Get moving." She then aimed her shotgun at the remaining assailants, commanding, "Don't move. Anyone who dares to move will be shot." Finally snapping out of their stupor, Du Man and the others rushed to cover the mouths and noses of the remaining assailants. Jian Xin thought to herself, "As long as the outcome is favorable, that is what matters." After binding the captives, Du Man and Sun Zihan hurried to free the women, providing them with clothing to wear. Jian Xin and Wei Jiaping located Wei Jiaying. But his condition was dire. He was covered in wounds, his leg appeared broken, and he was running a high fever. "Hao Jia, you and Man take Jiaying back first," Jian Xin instructed. Hao Jia nodded. "All right, be careful." After they departed, Jian Xin and Sun Zihan began searching the captives for weapons. They ultimately uncovered 2 wooden shotguns, over 30 rounds of ammunition, for machetes, 2 axes, 3 crossbows, and numerous arrows. There was little food. Only a 50-pound bag of rice, 5 20-pound bags of flour, and a pile of potatoes and sweet potatoes, estimating roughly 200 pounds combined. They found some dried vegetables and jerky, but the rest was unrecognizable. Filthy clothing and bedding. Sun Zihan also discovered a bag of gold jewelry. Gathering their finds, Jian Xin set aside a bag of flour, some jerky, and half of the potatoes and sweet potatoes for the women, saying, "These items are for you. We will take the rest." The women remained in a state of shock, and after a moment, one woman raised her head and asked Jian Xin, "Could you spare me a knife?" Taking a deep breath, Jian Xin replied, "Aside from the wooden shotguns and crossbows, you may use whatever remains." The woman said nothing, bowed her head in gratitude, and picked up an axe, heading towards the men. Jian Xin turned to Sun Zihan, instructing, "Go back and fetch Hao Jia to help carry the supplies. Otherwise, we won't be able to manage all of this." Sun Zihan glanced at the women, biting her lip as she cautioned. "Be careful." Jian Xin nodded, then turned back to observe the woman. Indeed, as soon as Sun Zihan departed, the woman raised her axe and struck down at one of the unconscious men, who made no sound as he fell silent. This act seemed to trigger something within the other women, who immediately sprang to their feet and seized weapons to charge at the remaining men. Jian Xin stowed her shotgun and crossbows. Stepping outside the cave, that it was now the hottest part of the day, and the first man to collapse had already succumbed. Jian Xin looked on, feeling no emotional response. Once the cave fell silent, she inhaled deeply and re-entered, but moments later, she rushed outside, finding a tree under which she began to vomit. When only bile remained, she leaned against the tree and closed her eyes for a moment before re-entering the cave. This time, she forced herself to avoid glancing at the bloody carnage and swiftly relocated the supplies to a spot beneath the tree outside. During her final trip, the woman who had first taken up a weapon approached her, handing over the axe she held, saying, "Thank you. My name is Zhang Gang. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will repay you." Jian Xian regarded the axe, but did not accept it, instead saying, "Keep that for your own protection. 50 miles down the mountain, there is a base. If you have nowhere else to go, you may find refuge there. Thank you. We will consider it." Zhang Guiying nodded in acknowledgement. Observing the woman's pale face, Jian Xian remarked, "Those bodies need to be dealt with promptly. Otherwise, they will start to smell." Zhang Guiying's eyes flashed with hatred as she responded, "Yes, we will burn them at once." "Be cautious of forest fires," Jian Xian advised, as she did not wish for her own dwelling to be consumed by flames. Though it was far from her home, the current weather conditions could cause wildfires to spread rapidly. While several women dragged the bodies out of the cave and gathered firewood for burning, Hao Jia and Du Manman arrived. "Jian Xian, are you all right?" Du Manman rushed over to ask. Jian Xian averted her gaze, replying, "I'm fine. Do not look." She blocked Du Manman's view of the bodies, saying, "Let us move the supplies." The three of them packed up the belongings, and Jian Xian handed Zhang Ging a machete before they left the cave without further ado. Upon returning, they found Wei Jiaying still in Du Manman's cave, and Jian Xian checked on him. His wounds had been treated, but he still had a high fever. Jian Xian made a trip back to her cave and brought some medicine, stating, "Here are some antipyretics. Have him take them and see if it helps with the fever. Also, tend to his wounds. Otherwise, they could become infected." Wei Jiaping immediately knelt, saying, "Thank you, Sister Jian Xian. I will repay you for these items." Jian Xian gently patted his head, replying, "Once your brother recovers, you two can help me out with some tasks." Wei Jiaping nodded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. After tending to Wei Jiaping's injuries, the group began to divide the spoils. Since Jian Xian had contributed significantly with her wooden shotgun, they allowed her to choose first. Without hesitation, she selected a wooden shotgun, half of the ammunition, a crossbow, and a third of the arrows. In addition to a machete, she also took a few pounds of rice and a bag of flour, leaving the rest behind. The gold jewelry was evenly divided into 3 parts, with each family receiving 1 share. Jian Xian paid no further attention to the remaining items, simply taking her share and returning to her cave. Having spent so much time in the sun, she needed to attend to her skin, or she would surely suffer from peeling the next day. After a quick bath and applying medicine to her skin, she initially intended to eat half a watermelon. However, recalling the events in the cave, she lost her appetite entirely and decided against eating. Take out 2 ice cubes, turn on the fan, and place them by the bedside before drifting into a deep slumber. This sleep is far from tranquil. Haunted by nightmarish visions of blood and flesh, as the distant memories of a forgotten earthquake resurface, when she awakens from her dream, it is already evening. She collects the melted ice water, freshens up, grabs a rice ball to eat, changes her clothes, and steps outside. Upon arriving next door, Wei Jiayang has already recovered from his fever, though he remains in a state of slumber. Zhenxin glances at him and says, "Let us move him to my cave next door. It would be inconvenient for you to stay here." The neighboring cave is sparsely furnished with some firewood. After a little tidying, it can comfortably accommodate 2 people. Chapter 25. Searching for water sources. Wei Jiaping and his brother possess little in the way of possessions, merely some clothing, bedding, 2 lunchboxes, a water bucket, and the wild vegetables and fruits they have foraged during this time. However, the recent deception has unexpectedly enriched them. Jinxi notes that apart from the wooden gun, Du Manman and her companions have generously shared everything else with the 2 brothers, having settled the brothers. Jinxin does not linger and promptly returns to her cave. Though she has nibbled on a rice ball, she finds herself unsatisfied. After rummaging through her supplies, she discovers a bowl of cold noodles to satiate her hunger. After a satisfying meal and a brief respite, Jinxin retrieves 2 ice cubes and begins practicing with her crossbow. The experience with the wooden gun has made her acutely aware of her lack of precision. Despite being within arm's reach, she misses the target twice, and at even a slightly greater distance, she would surely miss entirely. Reluctant to practice with the wooden gun due to the limited ammunition, she resorts to the crossbow, as arrows can at least be retrieved for reuse. She practices until the early hours of the morning when Wei Jiaping comes to summon Jinxin. "Sister, Brother Haojia is calling for us." "All right, you go ahead. I will join you shortly." Jinxin wipes the sweat from her brow, dons her clothes, and steps outside. Upon arriving next door, Du Man has already prepared a glass of mint water for her. Jinxin takes a sip and inquires, "What is the matter?" "We wanted to discuss whether we should dig a trap around the perimeter," Du Man proposes. "Indeed, thanks to Jiaping's warning, we were fortunate this time. If more villains come next time, we may not be so lucky," Sun Zihan adds. Jinshin internally disagrees, as the mountains are vast. Unless they hollow out the entire area surrounding their peak, a few traps would hardly suffice. However, she keeps her thoughts to herself and ultimately agrees with the decision, for it offers some psychological comfort. After all, one can never know if it might prove effective. The group spends over a week setting numerous traps around the area. While these traps may not be lethal, they are certain to injure. Once the traps are in place, Wei Jiaying gradually recovers, but he still requires bed rest, having not only broken his leg, but also 2 ribs. Wei Jiaping ventures into the mountains daily, catching chickens and rabbits for his brother. If unsuccessful, he resorts to fishing in the pond, ensuring his brother has meat each day. Jinshin, residing next door, receives half a chicken or a fish from Wei Jiaping every few days, which he graciously accepts, reciprocating with essential items like salt and oil. So far, Jinshin feels that her relationship with the 2 neighboring families has been amicable. Both Du Man and the Wei brothers are considerate and grateful individuals, prompting Jinshin to assist them within her means. Days pass in this manner, and the pond on the other side of the mountain grows shallower by the day. When Wei Jiaping is finally able to walk with crutches, the pond has dwindled to a mere thin layer of water. The group spends 2 days retrieving the fish and shrimp from the pond, gathering for a meal to discuss their quest for water in the deep mountains. While Jinshin does not lack for water, she must conceal this fact. Du Man's family has stored some, yet it is insufficient to combat the unrelenting heat of the past. The Wei brothers, lacking even more, make the search for water imperative. After deliberating, they agree to set out in 2 days. 2 days later, Jinshin, Wei Jiaping, and Sun Zihan gather at the door, bidding farewell to Du Man and the others. Be careful, we will keep an eye on things here, and there won't be any trouble, Du Man assures them. Jiagu, Man Jia, please look after my brother, Wei Jiaping requests. Hao Jia ruffles his hair, saying, rest assured, your brother will be fine. After their farewell, the 3 embark on their journey to find water. Familiar with the outer mountains, Jinshin leads them without delay into the deeper wilderness. Be cautious. While there may not be large beasts in the mountains, there are certainly snakes, Jinshin advises, glancing back. Understood, sister. You too, watch your step, Wei Jiaping replies, tapping the grass with a bamboo stick, explaining, this is called startling the snake. If there are any, they will flee at the sound. Do you think we will find water? Sun Zihan asks. I am uncertain, but I do know we have stumbled upon something good. Look ahead. Jinshin halts and points. The 2 follow her gaze to see a wild kiwi vine climbing a tree, laden with numerous fruits. This discovery delights them, and they set down their belongings to begin gathering. Though the tree appears bountiful, they find they have collected only a modest amount. As evening approaches, they decide to make camp. Their dinner consists of dry pancakes accompanied by kiwis. The unripe ones can last for a few days, but the ripe ones must be consumed immediately. Over the following days, they discover various wild fruits. Yet the elusive water remains unfound. The deeper they venture, the more wild chickens and rabbits they encounter, and Jinshin believes there must be water in these mountains. Otherwise, how could these creatures survive? Sister, it has been many days. If we find water, will we move here? Wei Jiaping inquires. If it comes to that, we will have no choice but to relocate or devise a way to transport the water, Sun Zihan replies. Let us take it one step at a time. If all else fails, we can head to the base. After all, survival is paramount, Jinshin concludes. The 2 remain silent, both harboring reservations about the base if they can avoid it. They would prefer to do so, but if the situation becomes dire, they will have no alternative. After a week of searching without success, they reluctantly return home. On the way back, Sun Zihan suggests, Sister Jinshin, why don't we take a detour here to see if we can find water? Jinshin and Wei Jiaping do not oppose, and the trio sets off once more. Fortune finally smiles upon them, as they discover a water source the following day. However, it trickles from a rocky crevice, offering only a meager flow. Filling a bucket could take an hour. Yet, the group remains satisfied. At least they have found water. With the discovery, their spirits lift significantly. Sun Zihan and Wei Jiaping immediately drink their fill, as their own water supply has nearly run dry over the past few days, often only allowing for a mere sip to moisten their throats. Had they not been able to forage some wild fruits along the way, they would have surely faced a dire shortage. After filling their water containers, the 3 set off on their return journey. Upon reaching the cave, Jinshin estimates that the water source is roughly 2 hours away, a much better situation than anticipated, for at least they have water now. Chapter 26. Another possessor of space with water secured. Life becomes manageable again. However, A week later, Du Man Man visits Jianxin to inform her that the water source has been discovered by those from the base below. When we went to fetch water, there was a long line of people. At this rate, the water will soon run dry. Du Man Man laments. How did they find it? Did they follow us? Sun Zihan expresses her frustration. Jianxin shakes her head. It likely wasn't hard to find. That area isn't particularly concealed. Sun Zihan remains displeased. We worked so hard to discover that water source. Jianxin reassures her. Consider it from another angle. If those below can't find water, they will struggle to survive. You think they might turn their sights toward us then? Jianxin's perspective resonates. One must never drive others to desperation. Well, as it stands, we have enough water for now. Du Man Man adds in support. The discovery of the water source does not significantly impact Jianxin, but she harbors concerns about the possibility of those from the base ascending the mountain. Reflecting on this, she regrets not having chosen Ming province instead. Meanwhile, a riot brews at the base below. Su Qingqing has always considered herself a heroine. During the earthquake, she narrowly escaped, later discovering a black stone amidst the ruins that unwittingly opened a portal to a space of her own. Though the space is only a little over 100 cubic meters, it suffices to store a considerable amount of supplies. With the resources from her space, she gathered a group and left the official shelter, establishing herself in this new locale, determined to reign as queen. Believing her fortune was bestowed by the heavens, she felt compelled to make the most of her gifts. However, the very individuals she had devoted herself to caring for would betray her. Zhao Xi, Han Ming, have I not treated you well enough? Why do you betray me? Su Qingqing glares at the two before her, wishing to rend them limb from limb. Qingqing, why can't you understand? If you hand over the space, we will treat you even better than before. Han Ming smiles, attempting to placate her. Minggu is right. Qingqing, you cannot selfishly hoard the space. It should belong to everyone. Zhao Xi feigns concern. To give you two scoundrels my space. I would rather destroy it. Su Qingqing retorts, retrieving explosives from her supplies, igniting them swiftly, and hurling them forward. Its explosives. Run. The crowd was engulfed in chaos. But it was too late. The crowded room offered no means of escape. With a thunderous explosion, the house was reduced to rubble, scattering shattered flesh and blood in all directions. The sound of the blast roused Jianxin and her companions, prompting several of them to rush outside and gather together. What happened down the mountain? Jianxin inquired. I don't know. Should we descend to investigate? Hao Jia replied, glancing toward the valley below. Jianxin turned and made her way towards the cave. I'll head down for a look. It's better to be prepared in case of any developments. Then Jia and I will accompany you. The three of us can look out for one another. Dumanmin asserted, pulling Hao Jia along as they returned. Jianxin donned her clothes, grabbed a small flashlight, placed the wooden rifle and crossbow bolts within easy reach in her storage space, and took a watermelon knife in hand before stepping outside to join Hao Jia and the others. The trio proceeded down the mountain, flashlight in hand. From the sounds, it seems something has occurred at the base over there, Hao Jia remarked while carefully guiding Dumanmin away from nearby thorns. That noise was deafening. It sounded like an explosion. I wonder if anyone was injured, Dumanmin expressed, concern etched on her face. Jianxin remained silent, contemplating that she would never again venture out with this couple. She had been overwhelmed by their incessant display of affection, and she couldn't fathom how Sun Zihan managed to endure it daily. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they paused, as the base was still some distance away. If they continued, it would likely be dawn by the time they arrived. Jianxin tilted her head, seemingly catching the sound of a vehicle. She turned to Dumanmin, asking, "Did you hear the sound of a car?" Dumanmin strained her ears to listen, while Hao Jia interjected, "Yes, it sounds like someone is driving this way." The three exchanged glances, extinguished their flashlight, and sought a concealed spot. Jianxin sheathed her watermelon knife, grasping the crossbow bolts instead, while Hao Jia readied his own. After approximately 10 minutes, a black SUV slowly approached under the dim moonlight. The vehicle halted about 30 meters away, and a figure stumbled out, making its way unsteadily towards them. Jianxin, crossbow in hand, held her breath as the individual drew closer, only to collapse 10 meters away. The shadowy figure attempted to rise several times but failed, and after a few seconds, erupted into a fit of laughter that gradually diminished. The three exchanged wary glances and cautiously approached the figure. Upon reaching her side, Jianxin switched on her flashlight, revealing that the figure was a woman, her body a gruesome sight, mired in blood and flesh, some of which appeared charred. Under such circumstances, even in times of peace. Survival would be nearly impossible, let alone now. Perhaps startled by the beam of light, the woman's eyes darted open. Jinshin knelt beside her, offering support. The woman gazed at the trio, managing a painful smile as she spoke. "You are from the mountain over there, aren't you?" Jinshin nodded, saying, "Please don't speak. Let us tend to your wounds first." The woman shook her head with a bitter smile. "It's futile. My injuries are beyond healing." A heavy silence fell over Jinshin and her companions, discomfort settling in their hearts. "Could I trouble you with one last request?" the woman said, her voice strained as she addressed Jinshin. "What is it?" Jinshin replied cautiously, "My name is Su Qingqing. After I die, could you help me find a place to be buried?" The woman continued, retrieving a necklace from her clothing, a silver chain adorned with a black stone. Su Qingqing struggled to remove the stone necklace, saying, "Since I can no longer continue, I bequeath this to you as my burial fee. This black stone holds a space. You. Her words faltered as she breathed her last. At that moment, Jinshin's mind was in turmoil. She was all too familiar with that black stone, as several lay within her own space. Dumanmin and Haojia were equally astonished at the space. Is it the kind we think it is? Carefully placing Su Qingqing's body on the ground, Jinshin examined the black stone that was indeed identical to the ones in her own space, suggesting that these stones might still exist elsewhere. However, she pondered their origin, whether they were native to Blue Star or came from elsewhere. Chapter 27. An unexpected gain for now. The pressing question was where to store this new space. Jinshin promptly handed the black stone to Dumanmin. Man, you should keep this space. That was a joke. She already possessed a space, so this black stone didn't have the same allure for her. Moreover, it felt somewhat perilous, as no one knew if any of them harbored ulterior motives regarding the space. And she wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Dumanmin held the black stone necklace in silence, and after a moment, she spoke up. "Jinshin, you are the most suitable to hold on to this space." Jinshin was about to decline when Dumanmin interjected. "Listen to me first. That I have a younger brother, and since Jia and I are in a relationship, and I share a close bond with Zihan, it wouldn't be fair for me to hold the space. I understand your concerns, and I assure you that nothing will go awry." Jinshin acquiesced, stating, "Let us convene a meeting when we return, and we can vote on it." The others readily agreed to this compromise. The next matter was how to properly handle Su Qingqing. "Let us gather some firewood and cremate her here. Otherwise, in this weather, her body will begin to decay within a couple of hours." Haojia suggested. Jinshin concurred, and the three set about collecting wood to perform the cremation. By the time they gathered Su Qingqing's ashes, dawn was breaking. Before departing, they concealed her SUV and hurried back up the mountain. Upon reaching the cave, the sun was already high in the sky. Jinshin changed into fresh clothing, quickly washed up, and drank a large cup of water before heading to join Dumanmin and the others. When she arrived, everyone was present. Haojia held the black stone necklace and recounted the events of the previous night. The others gazed wide-eyed at the stone out of space, like something out of a novel. Once the initial astonishment faded, Haojia continued. "Today's meeting is to discuss who should be entrusted with this black stone space." The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Jinshin scanned the faces around her and proposed. "I have an idea. To activate the black stone space, we need to apply our blood to it. We can each draw a bit of blood, mix it together, and then insert the black stone. Whoever is able to unlock the space will take responsibility for it." This suggestion was met with unanimous approval. Dumanmin added, "Regardless of who ends up with the space, we are all in this together, and we must support one another in surviving this harsh world." Agreed. Everyone nodded. Jinshin bit her lip, thinking to herself, "Apologies, but if things go awry, I won't hesitate to abandon you all." Once they had each contributed a drop of blood into a bowl. Dumanmin stirred it, then placed the black stone inside. After a few minutes, it was time for Sun Zihan to take her turn. After a few rounds, the black stone space landed in Jinshin's hands. "MMP, just as I feared," Jinshin exclaimed, eliciting laughter from Dumanmin. "Looks like this space is destined for you to manage." Jinshin, quickly, check how large the space is and what it contains, Wei Jiaoping urged. Jinshin examined the black stone space, estimating it to be around 50 cubic meters, filled with supplies collected by Su Qingqing. She retrieved a pen and notebook, handing them to Dumanmin. "This space is approximately 50 cubic meters. That I'll take out the items one by one for you to tally." Dumanmin nodded in agreement. "All right, Go ahead. The first items she pulled out were food supplies. 100 bags of 50-pound rice, over 200 bags of 20-pound rice, more than 100 bags of 21-pound flour, and around 1,000 pounds of various grains. Next came water. Over 600 boxes of 24-bottle mineral water and more than 240 buckets of 5-liter water, along with over 200 boxes of assorted beverages. Following that were over 100 boxes of compressed biscuits, more than 300 boxes of canned food, 400 boxes of instant noodles, and various other snacks and treats. Then came the seasonings, an assorted pile. With over 50 boxes of salt alone, beside the seasonings lay a heap of meat, beef, lamb, and pork, along with several boxes of cured meats and sausages, alongside a pile of potatoes, tomatoes, and various other vegetables. Following that were clothing, blankets, shoes, and a collection of hygiene products. Lastly, there were barrels of gasoline, over 10 barrels of 20-liter containers, and a pile of ice, likely gathered during Su Qingqing's time in the extreme cold. At the far corner, Jianqing discovered an array of weapons, 2 tank swords, several large cleavers, a fire axe, and 4 or 5 crossbow bolts, accompanied by a stash of explosives and several large boxes. Jianqing cautiously opened one box, revealing a cache of firearms, various rifles, and bows, while the other boxes contained books. Jianqing's heart raced. She stealthily moved those boxes into her own space. Finally, there were medical supplies, including common over-the-counter medications and numerous prescription drugs, indicating that Su Qingqing had raided a hospital during her collection efforts. Once they had finished tallying the supplies, the group was left in stunned silence. With all this, how long can we survive? Sun Zihan stammered. Dumenman, trembling as she held the pen, replied, if we ration properly, we could last at least 5 years. Jianqing was relatively well off. Her spatial supplies were even more abundant than this, having thoroughly scoured an entire wholesale market at the time. However, these provisions were quite impactful for others. Well, although we currently possess ample resources, we must not let our guard down that we cannot predict when this world will return to normalcy. Therefore, we must continue our efforts to gather supplies, Hao Jiao remarked. The others concurred, recognizing that since several individuals were now bound together due to their spatial connections, there was no need to divide the resources any further. After all, compared to what was stored in the spatial realm, their own supplies were woefully inadequate. Yet, Jianqing disagreed, proposing that the previously collected supplies be kept by each individual, allowing everyone to withdraw resources from the space once. After some contemplation, the group agreed, understanding that in case of emergencies, they would each have a few provisions to rely on. With the matter of the spatial resources settled, the focus shifted to Su Qingqing. To express their gratitude for her gift of space, the group decided to hold a simple funeral for her, laying her to rest in a location that offered a relatively picturesque view. With the confidence provided by their spatial resources, the group found the sweltering heat less daunting. The injuries sustained by Wei Jiayong began to heal more rapidly due to the medication and nutrition available. A month passed, and the water source in the mountains had completely dried up. The trees began to wither under the relentless sun. Thanks to Su Qingqing's spatial supplies, Jianqing and her companions were faring reasonably well. Save for the oppressive heat. One evening, a group gathered in Jianqing's courtyard, sipping chilled mint water and enjoying icy fruits while engaging in light-hearted conversation. It seems there will be some movement at the base down the mountain in the coming days. Hao Jian noted, considering the water scarcity in the mountains, they will either wait to perish or find a way to survive, and we are merely targets. Jianqing added, so, what should we do? Are we relocating? Wei Jiaping inquired. Jianqing shook her head. Why should we be the ones to move? Tomorrow, we will set traps along the roads leading down the mountain, with explosives in our spatial resources if they dare approach. We will eliminate them. I agree that we've worked hard to establish ourselves here. Why should we yield to them? Du Man retorted. The following day, the group laid traps along the roads and stationed guards, apart from the injured Wei Jiayong and 9-year-old Du Tao. The others divided into 3 shifts, with Jianqing assigned to a separate team. For 3 consecutive days, there was no sign of activity until the 4th day, when Wei Jiaping and Sun Zihan, on night watch, rushed back to report that there was movement down the mountain. Jianqing quickly donned her clothes and followed them down. Indeed, faint rustling sounds emanated from below. Jianqing gestured for them to wait, planning to throw explosives as soon as the intruders approached, and then follow up with crossbow bolts. After waiting for about 5 minutes, anguished cries erupted from the trap site, with someone shouting, "There are traps here. Be careful." At that moment, Jianxin hurled the explosives, shouting for everyone to take cover. They all ducked behind prearranged barriers. Once the explosion subsided, Jianxin emerged. Remove at this moment, Jianxin was utterly exhausted, yet the anxiety within her had reached a peak, prompting her to decline. Just a little longer. We are almost there. Let us rest at the foot of the mountain. Hao Jia remained silent for a moment before acquiescing. The group resumed their arduous descent down the mountain an hour later. They finally reached the base, only to find it submerged in water. Hao Jia tested the depth and confirmed it was at least 4 meters deep. Jianxin produced the wooden raft and set it afloat. Just as everyone had taken their seats, a thunderous rumble echoed from the mountain. Faces turned pale, and Hao Jia shouted, "Brace yourselves, paddle swiftly." The group began to row with all their might. Minutes later, rocks and mud cascaded down from the mountain. Although the raft had drifted a fair distance away, it was still buffeted by the tumultuous waves. Everyone clung tightly to the raft, preventing it from capsizing. Once stability returned, they glanced back at the mountain, feeling a wave of relief wash over them. "Jianxin, thank you. I'm sorry for doubting you earlier," Du Man said. Her cheeks flushed. The others felt a twinge of embarrassment as well. They had all been uncomfortable when Jianxin urged them to descend in the rain. Yet it turned out she had indeed saved their lives. Jianxin smiled gently. "It's nothing. We are all in this together." After resting for a moment, they entered the tent to change their clothes. The downpour showed no signs of abating, and no one ventured out to row again. Jianxin took out the ginger soup she had prepared earlier and served each person a bowl. "That I'll keep watch. You all should rest for a while." Hao Jia suggested. "That I'm not tired. I'll keep you company," Du Man replied. Jianxin did not hesitate and lay down, her body weary from days of poor nourishment and inadequate sleep. She was on the verge of collapse. As she settled down, she expected to drift off quickly, but the rocking of the raft kept her awake. The rain fell for an entire day and night before finally ceasing. Seizing the opportunity, the group paddled forward. Yet, apart from a few small patches of land that occasionally emerged, the rest remained a vast expanse of water. After several days of searching, they found no suitable place to settle. The rain continued to fall intermittently, and the water levels rose. A week later, everyone began to feel numb. Jianxin grew increasingly agitated as her gaze fell upon the endless water on the raft. They were rendered powerless, unable to sleep soundly. "Jianxin, do you think the entire world has been submerged?" Du Man inquired as she approached Jianxin. "Impossible. At least Zhong province must still be intact." Jianxin replied. "So, are we to paddle all the way to Zhong province?" Jianxin shook her head. "I don't know. She wasn't a deity. How could she predict what would happen next? They could only take it one step at a time for the next month." They continued to find no land. Fortunately, with Su Qingqing's spatial abilities, their basic needs were temporarily met. Reflecting on this, Jianxin took out the tablet she had prepared for Su Qingqing and offered her prayers. The rain persisted, falling one day and stopping the next. Along their journey, they occasionally encountered a couple of exposed peaks, but found none suitable for resting. Jianxin felt fortunate to have companions. If she were alone, drifting on water for such a long time, she would have surely gone mad. The rain finally ceased after a month and a half, and when the long-awaited sun emerged, cheers erupted among the group. "Let us treat ourselves to something nice today, and then we'll strive to find a place to settle soon," Du Man proposed. "Agreed. I concur. I second that." The proposal was accepted, but with limited resources on the raft. In the end, Sun Zihan made a simple hot pot using a portable stove. Perhaps due to the clearer weather, everyone's spirits lifted, and smiles long absent returned to their faces. A week later, they came upon another mountain peak. After securing the raft, they ascended the mountain. This peak was significantly taller and boasted more abundant vegetation than their previous residence. "Everyone, be cautious. There may be large wild beasts around," Hao Jia advised, turning back to remind them. The group steeled themselves, gripping their weapons firmly. However, the mountain seemed rich in resources. Having just rained, Jianxin spotted numerous mushrooms after only a short walk. They gathered mushrooms as they searched for a suitable place to reside, hoping for a cave, or at the very least, a site for building a shelter. Unfortunately, their luck seemed to wane, as the few caves they discovered were already inhabited. Those residing within regarded them with caution. But Jianxin and her companions chose to ignore them and continued their ascent. After 2 days of searching, they finally stumbled upon a suitable location for settlement. The area was relatively flat, spacious, and conveniently located near a water source. making it easy to fetch water. Most importantly, the site was surrounded by deep ditches, with only a narrow path leading in, which they could secure to ensure their safety. Chapter 30. The chicks with the location chosen. The next task was to construct their homes. Jinshin placed the raft on the ground, and during the building phase, the men would have to reside on the raft as for the women. Jinshin retrieved the off-road vehicle previously owned by Su Qingqing. Jinshin, when did you put this off-road vehicle in your space? Du Man asked in astonishment. That I thought of it while constructing the raft and took the opportunity to bring it up from the mountain. It would have been a shame to leave it behind, Jinshin replied. The vehicle was spacious enough for the three girls to sleep in, albeit a bit cramped, but not having to sleep on the ground was a significant relief. With temporary shelter secured, the focus shifted to building homes. It seemed that wooden houses were the only feasible option. They discussed the arrangement, with Jinshin opting for a private room, while the Wei brothers would share one. Unexpectedly, Sun Zihan chose to separate from Du Man and the others. Observing the hurt in Du Man's eyes, Sun Zihan said, Man, you and Hao Jia and Xiao Tao are a family. It's somewhat inconvenient for me to be in the middle. Besides, we're merely living separately, not apart. Du Man wanted to say more, but Hao Jia held her back. Jinshin agreed with Sun Zihan's reasoning. It made sense. The group began to work diligently, with even Du Tao scouring the area for wild vegetables. During this time, other residents from the mountain occasionally visited their camp, appearing friendly and benign. For those who sought to befriend them, they reciprocated with goodwill. Sun Zun's small wooden house was the first to be completed. Being novices, the construction was somewhat unsightly, but Sun Zihan didn't mind and happily moved in that very day. The 30-square-meter dwelling was divided into 3 sections: a bedroom, a living room combined with a kitchen, and a bathroom. The second house to be completed belonged to Du Man and her group. Being the largest contingent, their home spanned over 50 square meters with 2 bedrooms and a living room. Jinshin's house was the last to be finished. Driven by a personal desire for aesthetic quality, her home turned out to be the most beautiful, as her skills had improved with practice. Jinshin's house also measured over 30 square meters and mirrored Sun Zihan's layout. After 2 months of hard work, they finally completed all the houses. On moving day, they gathered for a grand feast. By this time, the water levels had receded significantly, and the temperature began to drop sharply. Hao Jia called a meeting to discuss their future plans. They needed to build a wall around the houses and cultivate the surrounding wasteland. Otherwise, they would eventually exhaust their supplies. They also needed to venture into the mountains to gather firewood and stockpile provisions in preparation for the impending harsh winter. There was much to do, and they had to tackle each task systematically. Let us start with the wall. It will also enhance our security, Jinshin suggested. Agreed. We'll commence tomorrow, the group concurred. The trees required for the wall could not be too thin, or they would lack stability, but they also couldn't be too thick, as they would be difficult to transport. By the time the wall was completed, it had taken half a month. Du Man, Wei Jiaping, and Du Tao stayed behind to guard the camp while the others set off into the deep mountains to hunt. This mountain was evidently richer in resources than their previous one, with wild chickens, rabbits, and deer. After half a month, their haul was bountiful. On their way back, snow began to fall unexpectedly. More snow again. I wonder if we're in for another extreme cold snap, Sun Zihan fretted. There's nothing we can do. Ever since the disaster struck, the seasons have been chaotic. Jinshin sighed. At least we've finished building our houses. Otherwise, we'd be suffering, Wei Jiaping remarked gratefully when the 4 returned home. The snow had accumulated to a depth of nearly a foot. Jinshin wasted no time resting. She called upon her companions to distribute 3 months' worth of supplies to prevent being snowed in. The heavy snowfall continued until it reached waist height before finally stopping, with temperatures hovering around -20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't an extreme cold snap. Jinshin instructed her companions to melt snow for water while they warmed themselves, ensuring that hot water would be available for use. This harsh winter lasted 3 months, and by the 4th month, temperatures began to rise. Once the snow had fully melted, they commenced their land cultivation, clearing the surrounding areas of their homes. Each person was allocated a plot of land. Jinshin's plot was conveniently located behind her house, spanning over 2 acres, where she planted potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes. In front of her house, she enclosed a small yard with bamboo poles, planting vegetables and various gourds within. As for the outer yard, they planted wild mint and mosquito-repelling herbs. which had been brought from their previous mountain. Once the planting was complete, various wild vegetables began to sprout, and they eagerly harvested them. During this time, they also met a few families residing in nearby caves. Jianxin, are you going to dig for bamboo shoots today? Sun Zihan came over to ask her. Of course. Is Du Man coming along? Jianxin inquired, shouldering her basket. Sun Zihan shook her head. She chose not to go and instead accompanied Hao Jia down the mountain. Jian Xian furrowed her brows, remaining silent. The bamboo shoots on this mountain were of the large variety, with just 2 or 3 capable of filling a basket. After being dug up, they would be cleaned, cut into pieces, and dried. When it was time to eat, they would be soaked and stir-fried with some wood-ear mushrooms and chili peppers, allowing Jian Xian to consume 3 hefty bowls of rice in one sitting. In addition to bamboo shoots, fiddlehead ferns were also Jian Xian's favorite. This wild vegetable typically grew in large clusters and was quite addictive to harvest. Jian Xian, have you noticed that since the weather has warmed up, these plants are growing at an astonishing rate? Sun Zihan remarked while digging for shoots. Indeed, the corn planted was growing significantly faster than before. At this pace, it seemed they would have corn to eat in just over a month. Jian Xian found a particularly large shoot, which required considerable effort to extract. Sun Zihan set down the bamboo shoot she was holding and laughed heartily. This can't be like in the novels. Can it? Is there some kind of spiritual energy awakening? If that's the case, we'll all be cultivating immortality soon. Jian Xian joined in on the banter, regardless of whether it was a revival of spiritual energy or not. This phenomenon appeared to be a positive one. At the very least, the crops were growing swiftly, promising a more abundant harvest. Upon returning, Du Man and the others had also arrived, bringing along a few chicks. Much to the delight of the group. Where did you get them? Jian Xian asked cautiously, stroking one of the chicks. From over that mountain, there's a small settlement where someone hatched these chicks, so I traded for a few. Du Man explained, mixing cornmeal with water to feed the chicks. Draw me a map. I want to go trade for some tomorrow, Jian Xian said, handing Du Man paper and a pin. I'll go with you. Sun Zihan quickly added, no need for that. I'll bring some back for you. Jian Xian replied, rising to her feet. Du Man handed Jian Xian the drawn map. Say, you need to hurry. If you're late, there might not be any left. Jian Xian nodded in agreement, deciding to set off in the afternoon. Chapter 31. The anomaly of plants. The settlement Du Man mentioned was located on the neighboring mountain, home to about 20 families, most of whom previously resided in the same neighborhood. Jian Xian inquired around and located the household that had hatched the chicks, proposing a trade. Jian Xian had 4, Sun Zihan had 4, the Wei brothers had 4, totaling 12, but the family was only willing to trade 10. After the exchange, Jian Xian departed, but not long after, she sensed someone was following her. Keeping her composure, she quickened her pace and vanished behind a pile of stones. Where did she go? Suddenly, a few men appeared in the area. She turned the corner and vanished. Did she just disappear into thin air? Damn it, a fat sheep just ran away, and it's a girl. If we catch her, we can feast well, one of them remarked. TSK, let's search thoroughly. She must be nearby. Once we find her, I want to have some fun first. Before the third man could finish speaking, he was pierced by an arrow that appeared out of nowhere, striking his shoulder. The remaining men were startled and immediately fled, but soon after, a second man was shot through the throat. The other 2 abandoned him, focusing solely on their escape. Yet, it was evident that the person was faster than an arrow. As the second man fell, the third crouched down, clutching his head and crying, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Jian Xian emerged, crossbow in hand. Let him go. From their earlier conversation, it was clear these men were not new to such deeds. Are you from that settlement? Jian Xian demanded, pointing her arrow at them. No, we live in the cave to the south of them. The man answered softly. Oh, they know you came to rob them? Yes, with you so close. Why didn't you go rob them? There are too many of them. Jian Xian chuckled in anger, realizing they were picking soft targets. How many of you are there? 5, with 2 watching the house. The man answered without hesitation. Jian Xian ceased her inquiries and shot an arrow through the man's heart. After he drew his last breath, she retrieved the arrow and stored the 3 corpses in her space. Following the man's directions, Jian Xian successfully found the cave, hanging the chicks on a distant tree. She cautiously approached the cave's entrance, where 2 men were playing cards. Jian Xian swiftly entered with her gun, resolving the 2 before they could utter a word. After collecting their bodies in her space, She began to meticulously search the cave. The cave was small. Aside from a few blankets, the remaining items were haphazardly piled together. Jian Xin examined the contents: a bag of jewelry, several axes, a tang knife, a few watermelon knives, some jerky, several boxes of compressed biscuit cans, a few bags of rice, various seasonings, and a heap of ragged clothing. Jian Xin felt a twinge of disappointment. These items were rather lackluster. After gathering the items, Jian Xin returned to the tree to retrieve the chicks, finding a cliff where she disposed of the bodies, ensuring these scoundrels met their deserved fate. On her way back, Jian Xin furrowed her brows, observing carefully. When she spotted a tree standing half her height, she halted. She remembered that this tree had only reached her thigh when she arrived, yet now it was at her waist. This meant that the tree had grown nearly 10 centimeters in just one day. Was such growth normal? Clearly not. Could it truly be a revival of spiritual energy? Contemplating this, Jian Xin decided to sit down. Closing her eyes to focus point 10 minutes later, she cursed as she rose, realizing she was covered in ants and had no other extraordinary sensations. Grabbing the chicks, she continued on her way back, choosing not to look at the trees anymore. Whether it was a revival of spiritual energy or not mattered little, as she could not feel it, and thus dismissed it from her mind. Upon returning home, Jian Xin found Du Man Man and the others weeding the crops. The rapid growth of vegetation brought the downside of daily weeding. Otherwise, the fields would become overgrown. Jian Xin, you're back. Are these the chicks? Sun Zihan greeted her joyfully, with the others gathering around. Jian Xin set down the basket, responding, yes, but they only gave me 10. There were no more. Then we'll take 3. The extra one can go to Sister Jian Xin. How about that? Wei Jiayong suggested. Of course, Jian Xin ran quite a distance. She should be compensated for her efforts, Sun Zihan said, while carefully grabbing 3 chicks. After settling the chicks at home, Jian Xin took a hoe and stepped outside. In her field, Du Man Man and Hao Jia were helping with the weeding. These weeds are relentless. If we don't pull them out for a day, they grow like crazy. Hao Jia grumbled while weeding. They're growing so fast that they're nearly stealing all the nutrients from the crops. Du Man Man remarked, fiddling with an ear of corn. By the way, weren't you all just down the mountain? How's the situation down there? Jian Xin asked, bending down to pick a wild vegetable. Hao Jia paused her work, sighing, the area down the mountain has been overrun by weeds. You can't even tell it used to be a city. Oh, what's the deal with these plants? Why have they suddenly started growing so wildly? Du Man Man said, scanning the surroundings. Jian Xin followed her gaze, noticing that the area looked entirely different from when they first arrived. The surrounding trees had grown significantly taller, resembling a primeval forest at first glance. Could it truly be a revival of spiritual energy? Sun Zihan, after settling the chicks, joined in. Why don't you try cultivating and see if you can learn to fly with a sword? Du Man Man teased. Sun Zihan chuckled. Don't say that. If there were a method to cultivate, we might really be able to do it. No-one took her seriously. If cultivation were possible, it was certainly beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. However, the rapid growth of vegetation had its advantages, as resources became more abundant. Not only were wild vegetables and fruits readily available, but there were also numerous medicinal herbs. Jian Xin had discovered a book on medicinal herbs among Su Qingqing's collection, which sparked her interest in foraging. It was undeniable that Su Qingqing's books were true treasures, encompassing knowledge across various fields, and Jian Xin even stumbled upon a vernacular version of the exploitation of the works of nature. According to online sources, there is no complete version of the exploitation of the works of nature in the country. The complete version is currently stored in a small diary. Based on this book, Jian Xin identified a plant called rami, which is the raw material for linen. The phrase sowing in the day and harvesting rami at night refers to this very fiber. However, weaving fabric from rami requires numerous tools and a significant amount of time, both of which they currently lacked, but that did not prevent them from harvesting the rami for later exploration when they had more time. Chapter 32. Turning hostile as Jian Xin had anticipated. It took only a month and a half for the corn to grow from planting to maturity. However, she did not expect the corn to grow poorly, with the ears being sparse and lacking fullness. None of them had an agricultural background and were unsure of the cause, ultimately attributing it to the lack of fertilizer. Jian Xin snapped off an ear of corn, pondering that this basket might barely suffice for a single meal, and wondered what the potatoes would be like. Hopefully not similarly disappointing. After gathering a basket of corn and a handful of sweet potato leaves, Jian Xian planned to prepare an authentic farmhouse meal. "Hello, comrade." As Jian Xian emerged from the cornfield, she noticed two young soldiers standing outside the path. Jian Xian shook her head with her eyes closed, then opened them to confirm that they were indeed in camouflage uniforms. Since leaving the shelter, she hadn't seen military personnel in quite some time, making today a surprising encounter. "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" Jian Xian approached the door, taking a few steps closer. At that moment, the others heard the commotion and came out, equally astonished to see the two young soldiers. "We are from the Chaoyang base, which has just been established not far from this mountain, approximately 70 to 80 kilometers away. Upon hearing that there are people residing in the mountains, our superiors dispatched us to inquire if anyone might be willing to relocate to the base." One of the young soldiers spoke up. Jinshin glanced back at her companions, observing their slight head shakes, and then turned to express her gratitude to the leaders for their concern, stating that they had no immediate plans to go to the base. The two young soldiers nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. Should the need arise, you may come at any time. Here is a map. Please keep it safe, comrades." Jinshin accepted the map, noticing its rough printing, and furrowed her brow as she remarked, "The situation at the base seems quite challenging. This map is rather abstract." The two soldiers did not respond, instead saluting before departing. Jinshin sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint what it was. "I've lived in the mountains for so long that I've nearly forgotten the outside world," Sun Zihan remarked, taking the map. Jinshin turned and asked, "Are you truly not considering going to the base?" Wei Jia, the elder brother, was the first to shake his head, saying, "Sister, don't ask us. We certainly want to go." Sun Zihan echoed his sentiment. "I have no intention of going. I find our current life quite satisfactory." Hao Jia moved his lips to speak, but was interrupted by Du Man Man, who took over the conversation. "We aren't planning to go either." Jinshin glanced at Hao Jia, but remained silent as she prepared to return and organize the supplies in Su Qingqing's space. Knowing they would soon be needed, the matter of the base did not affect Jinshin directly, but it undoubtedly had implications for their small group, as that very evening, a quarrel erupted between Du Man Man and Hao Jia. Jinshin, being nearby, overheard snippets. It was merely that the space had ignited ambition within Hao Jia, who no longer wished to languish in the mountains as a farmer, while Du Man Man was resistant to accompanying him to the base. Hao Jia attempted to persuade her using Du Tao as leverage, stating that Du Tao was still young and required social interaction and education, which caused Du Man Man to hesitate. Jinshin raised an eyebrow, internally sighing, realizing that the days of parting ways were drawing near. The next morning, Du Man Man appeared with swollen eyes, yet everyone pretended not to notice. However, certain things had changed ever since Hao Jia developed the desire to go to the base. He frequently descended the mountain. Although Du Man Man was angry, she could not prevent him, and the words he spoke had indeed taken root in her mind, despite her reluctance to go to the base. She had to consider Du Tao, who was still young and in need of an education. Since the Chaoyang base had just been established, going now would not only guarantee job placements, but also housing and other benefits. Hao Jia spoke with evident excitement. Yet, Jinshin and the others remained unresponsive, each engrossed in their own tasks. Seeing they were ignoring him, Hao Jia again sought to persuade Du Man Man. Jinshin turned to glance at them, then took her basket to the bamboo forest, where she had yet to finish harvesting the bamboo shoots from her last visit. There were quite a few shoots, and even after a day of labor, she had not finished. However, she did manage to catch several bamboo rats. Upon returning home, she found the Wei brothers and Sun Zihan standing to one side, while Hao Jia, Du Man Man, and Du Tao stood together. The two factions facing off, with visible injuries on both Hao Jia and the Wei brothers, indicating a recent altercation. "What happened?" Jinshin furrowed her brow and inquired. Sun Zihan glared at Hao Jia, as if ready to devour him. "You ask him." Hao Jia touched the wound at the corner of his mouth and said, "Sun Zihan, you are still young, and the road ahead is long. If we go to the base together, we can secure a better future. Why waste time here in the mountains? Get lost. I said I'm not going out. If you want to go, then go on your own. And Hao Jia, if you dare to come before me again, I won't spare you." Sun Zihan spat defiantly. Man, are you really going to be with such a scoundrel?" Du Man lowered her head, and after a considerable pause, raised it with a bitter smile, saying, "I don't want to, but little Tao is still young." Upon hearing this, Sun Zihan laughed. Du Man. We've known each other since middle school, and all these years of feelings are nothing but a joke. Fine. Go ahead. I wish you both a lifetime of being locked together. With that, she turned and stormed back to her house, slamming the door. Don't bother Sister Zihan again, or I'll knock you out. Wei Jiaping stepped forward, raising his fist at Hao Jia. Du Man turned to look at Jinshin, attempting to smile, but failing. Jinshin approached and patted her shoulder, sighing, to each their own. I can understand. With that, she too departed. Ever since the rift formed among them, Hao Jia had been running to the base daily, often staying away for several days. Sun Zihan continued with her own affairs, but ceased all communication with Du Man. Meanwhile, Jinshin began to venture into the woods daily, gathering wild vegetables, fruits, and game, collecting everything she laid eyes on. Upon returning home, she did not idle, but secretly began cooking, storing the prepared meals in her space. Sun Zihan noticed Jinshin's transformation, but said nothing, instead assisting her. Eventually, the Wei brothers joined in to help gather supplies. The four of them remained silent, all preparing for departure. Du Man seemed to sense something amiss and sought out Jinshin several times. But Jinshin made excuses to leave. Separation appeared inevitable, yet a significant issue loomed before them. What would become of the space? This question arose one evening when Hao Jia returned from the base, informing Du Man that everything had been arranged, and they were merely waiting for their arrival. Jinshin took out the black stone space, emptied its contents onto the open ground of the courtyard, and then fell silent. Chapter 33. Departure. The supplies from earlier had diminished significantly, yet they had replenished quite a bit afterward. Jinshin divided the remaining supplies into 7 equal portions, but the space became a point of contention. Hao Jia evidently regarded the space as his greatest asset, while Sun Zihan and the others were not inclined to relinquish it. To be honest, this space doesn't concern you all that much. It was entrusted to the 3 of us by Su Qingqing, Hao Jia stated. So you know it was given to the 3 of you. I almost thought it was meant for you alone. Sun Zihan retorted sarcastically. Jinshin, how do you propose we arrange the space? Hao Jia tossed the question to Jinshin. Jinshin shot him a half-smile. Then, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, took a knife and split the black stone in half. Tossing one half to Du Man. Stop your incessant prattling. 1 half for each. The others were still reeling from shock when Jinshin tossed the other half to Sun Zihan, urging, hurry, and recognize kinship with blood. Sun Zihan, but she obediently smeared her blood on the black stone, and soon felt the connection to the space. Jinshin gestured toward the supplies on the ground, and Sun Zihan understood, gathering them up. While they finished collecting their supplies, Hao Jia finally reacted, exclaiming, Jinshin, why did you split the black stone space? Jinshin, growing impatient, drew out her wooden gun and pointed it at Hao Jia's head, stating, Hao Jia, one should know when to be content that you've admitted that this space belongs to the 3 of us. Now, with 1 half each, what is the problem? If you wish to monopolize it, you'd better consult my wooden gun to see if it agrees. Seeing Jinshin's anger, Du Man quickly interjected, Jinshin, please don't be upset. We didn't mean it that way. Hao Jia, he just didn't process it quickly enough. Yes, Jinshin, please don't be angry. I was just speaking off the cuff. Hao Jia began to backtrack. Jinshin holstered her wooden gun and coldly stated, you'd better mean that. With the issue of the space resolved, that very afternoon, Hao Jia took Du Man to harvest the crops before descending the mountain to the base. Once they left, Jinshin and the others began to collect their own crops in preparation for departure. Jinshin, do we really have to leave? Sun Zihan expressed her reluctance, as this place was something they had built bit by bit. We must depart. Perhaps Du Man is indifferent, but I don't trust Hao Jia. Since we hold half the space, who knows what other intentions he may harbor in the future, Jinshin stated, placing the harvested potatoes into her basket. If he dares to come, we'll dispose of him, Wei Jiaping declared fiercely. Jinshin shot him a glance. What if the higher-ups come asking for it? Can you resist so many people? Will he report the space? Sun Zihan asked in disbelief. Who knows? But it's better to be prepared, Jinshin replied as she resumed digging for wild vegetables. The group spent an entire week harvesting the crops, then packed everything up for storage in the space. How large is your space? Before departing, Jinshin inquired about the wooden houses. About 20 square meters. Why? Sun Zihan asked. Puzzled, I was thinking if it's large enough, we could store these wooden houses, as they hold significant sentimental value since they were our first constructions. Jianxin responded, That's definitely not possible. The space is already filled up. By the way, you didn't give those weapons and explosives to Hao Jia, did you? Sun Zihan suddenly recalled the explosives hidden among the rice. Jianxin rolled her eyes. Why would I give them to him? They've already taken advantage of us. We have to find a way to make up for it elsewhere. That's true, Sun Zihan agreed after some thought. The group shouldered their packs and set off once more on the uncertain road. After walking a short distance, Jianxin suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, You all wait for me here. I forgot something. With that, she quickly ran back and stored the wooden houses in the space. Even if we don't reside here, taking the wood for fuel would be a worthwhile endeavor. Leaving it here would be such a waste. After collecting from the wooden cabin, Jianxin quickly caught up with Sun Zihan and the others. The group chatted about their future plans as they walked. Where shall we go now? Wei Jiayong inquired. I have no idea. That we'll just take it step by step. But we must move farther away from here, Jianxin replied. That if Hao Jia truly reports our location, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to find us. Given the satellite systems, once the network is established, locating someone will be quite easy, Wei Jiaping expressed with concern. However, Sun Zihan shook her head. It's not that simple. When Hao Jia last disturbed me, he mentioned something that I forgot to share with you all. What was it? They asked in unison. Hao Jia said that the internet would no longer be usable in the future, Sun Zihan revealed dramatically. What do you mean? Jianxin stopped and inquired. Since the last earthquake, a new substance has appeared on Blue Star. This substance is the reason for the rampant growth of plants, but it has also disrupted all high technologies. In other words, all high-tech devices will be rendered useless, Sun Zihan explained. Oh my, such a significant matter, and you forgot to mention it, Jianxin exclaimed, her eyes widening. What about our wooden guns? She said, reaching for one to test it out. Sun Zihan quickly stopped her. Don't waste it. Firearms are not affected. Jianxin sighed in relief, grateful that the wooden guns were still functional. With no clear destination, the group decided to gather supplies as they walked. Occasionally, they would encounter an abundance of wild fruits and vegetables, prompting them to rest for a few days until they had harvested everything before moving on, perhaps due to the chaotic seasons. The wild fruits in the mountains began to grow indiscriminately. For instance, they had picked wild strawberries a couple of days ago, and today they stumbled upon ripe chestnuts. There were quite a few chestnut trees, indicating that someone must have planted them intentionally before the earthquake. The group found a relatively flat area, set up tents, and planned to stay for a few days to finish gathering chestnuts before departing. Fresh chestnuts tasted delightful, whether eaten raw or cooked, especially in dishes like chicken with chestnuts. Although Jianxin wasn't fond of chicken, she adored the chestnuts within. Unfortunately, they had to slaughter their few chickens before leaving. But luckily, the hens had laid eggs previously, and once they found a suitable place to reside, they could seek fertilized eggs to incubate. They spent an entire week in the chestnut grove, and the time-consuming task of shelling took longer than expected. However, their harvest was bountiful, yielding several hundred pounds of chestnuts, enough to last for quite a while. Though the bad news was that Sun Zihan's storage space was now full. Chapter 34. Encountering Du Qiao again. The campfire crackled vigorously. With a pot perched above, bubbling away, Jianxin sat by the fire, playing with flower ropes alongside Wei Jiaping, while Wei Jiayong struggled with a plate of roasted chestnuts. Meanwhile, Sun Zihan, frowning, was organizing her space. Finally, I've managed to free up a few square meters. Sun Zihan sighed with relief. Jianxin paused her game, picked up a peeled chestnut from Wei Jiayong, and draped her arm over Sun Zihan's shoulder. You've worked hard, Xiaoan. These are for you. Wei Jiayong rolled his eyes. Sister. I peeled those. Jianxin shot him a sideways glance. What? Can our Xiaoan eat them? Of course she can. If it's not enough, I can roast more. Wei Jiayong replied eagerly. Sun Zihan chuckled, ruffling his hair. Thank you. Our Jiayong. Wei Jiayong scratched his head, feeling bashful. Sister, you're too polite. Sun Zihan popped a chestnut into Jianxin's mouth. Let's set off tomorrow. We need to find a suitable place to live soon. Or I'm afraid winter will catch us off guard. Jianxin nodded. Then let's hurry tomorrow. Unless we come across something truly valuable, we won't stop. The others nodded in agreement, but on the afternoon of the third day, they descended the mountain, but the scene below was somewhat unexpected. The remnants of walls now lay cloaked beneath overgrown weeds and trees, as if they had stepped into a primeval forest. Sister, this is too exaggerated. Isn't it? Wei Jiaping exclaimed, staring in disbelief. It seems like Blue Star is undergoing a vengeful self-repair. Sun Zihan murmured. that's not necessarily a bad thing. At least we won't starve, Jianxin remarked. Cautiously, the group advanced. They hadn't walked far when they encountered a family group. Given their previous experience with Hao Jia, they felt uneasy around such familial teams. Fortunately, the family seemed equally wary, and they passed each other with caution. After a week of travel, Sun Zihan's space was filled to the brim with supplies. And Jianxin's was also quite full. The ample resources brought them peace of mind, at least alleviating their concerns about food for the winter. Now, their primary focus was to find a suitable residence. However, the places they encountered along the way were not ideal for settling down. Jianxin, why don't we find a temporary place to settle? I'm worried that winter might come, and we won't have time to build shelter. Sun Zihan suggested. Jianxin shared her concern. After all, no one could predict when this unpredictable winter would arrive, and the climate following natural disasters was utterly erratic. Let us search for a few more days. If we still can't find anything suitable, we can settle here, Jianxin decided. Just then, Wei Jiaping suddenly tapped Jianxin on the shoulder, pointing ahead. Sister, look over there. Jianxin looked up and saw a dilapidated building overrun with vegetation. Let us go take a closer look. The group approached the structure and, upon inspecting the faint inscriptions nearby, could make out the word high school, indicating that this place had once been an educational institution. Sister, shall we make our home here? Wei Jiaping inquired cautiously. Jianxin glanced around and replied, let's mark this as a backup option and continue searching for a few more days if we absolutely can't find anything. We can return. Deep down, Jianxin was reluctant to settle here as the school reminded her of unpleasant memories. They marked the location and continued on their journey. Along the way, they encountered shattered signs and other remnants, clearly indicating that this area had once been a bustling urban center. Observing these remnants, Sun Zihan felt a sense of nostalgia. It feels like so much time has passed, yet it's only been 2 or 3 years. Jianxin also felt a pang of discomfort. The once thriving civilization was now gradually fading away. On the third day of their journey, they stumbled upon a small gathering place, where Jianxin encountered a familiar face, Du Qiao. Though only 2 years had passed, Du Qiao appeared significantly aged. Jianxin, is it really you? I can't believe we would meet here. Du Qiao exclaimed with surprise, that aren't you supposed to be heading to Zong province? How did you end up here? Jianxin asked curiously. Du Qiao's expression shifted slightly before she finally said, let's not discuss that for now. Come to my home. I caught a rabbit today, and you can join me for a meal. Jianxin accepted the invitation, subtly signaling Sun Zihan to take out a bag of 5 pounds of flour. The gathering place where Du Qiao lived had over 30 households, and her residence was located at the end, a structure with a brick base and wooden upper. Approximately 30 to 40 square meters. The living room was small, and upon entering, it felt a bit cramped. The interior was simply furnished with a table, a few stools, and a makeshift stove near the door. After they settled in, Jianxin introduced everyone briefly. Du Qiao poured them water and then headed to prepare the meal. Jianxin handed her the bag of flour. Du Qiao quickly declined. No, please take it back. This is far too precious. Please accept it. Otherwise, we won't be able to enjoy this meal. Jianxin insisted as she placed the flour down. Du Qiao remained silent, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. The lunch was simple, consisting of rabbit stew with radishes, a mixed vegetable dish, and flatbreads made from the flour Jianxin provided, accompanied by a jug of water infused with wild fruits as a beverage. Du Qiao apologized with slight embarrassment. It's a humble meal. I hope you won't mind. The youngest, Wei Jiaping, quickly responded. This is already wonderful. You're too considerate. Sister. Du Qiao poured water for Jianxin and the others, and they clinked their cups before asking, how have you been these past 2 years? Jianxin chuckled wryly. I've been wandering, almost like a nomad. Du Qiao returned the smile, saying, Chu Xiang and the others are no longer with us. Jianxin froze momentarily, wanting to comfort Du Qiao but unsure of what to say. It seemed Du Qiao merely needed a listener. When we initially set out for Meng province, we encountered a base migrating in that direction. After discussing, we decided to join them. At first, things went well in Meng province. But then the disadvantages became apparent. There was not enough land for the population, and the food we grew was insufficient. Resources became scarce, especially as more bases migrated in, leading to a massive uprising. And Chu Xiang and the others perished during that chaos. After their sacrifice, the base offered compensation, which I received since they had no relatives. Du Qiao paused, reflecting on her words. I could have managed in the base. But then came the torrential rain. Although Zhong province wasn't flooded, it resulted in significant soil erosion, and after the disaster, Zhong province turned into a true desert. Chapter 35. Temporary shelter, as Du Qiao spoke. She drained her cup in one gulp. After that, the base migrated again, and I endured many trials before finally reaching this place. Noticing she was reluctant to elaborate further, Jinshin refrained from asking more questions and simply shared her experiences over the past 2 years. I think you all should stay here. Our village chief is quite amiable, Du Qiao suggested. Jinshin smiled gently, not directly agreeing. Let's wait and see that Du Qiao did not press the matter, but instead invited everyone to dinner. Jinshin, are you really not staying? After the meal, Jinshin still bid farewell to Du Qiao, as they had discussed and ultimately decided against living together, for they had a certain space that was simply unsuitable for sharing with others. No, we plan to head east and see if we can make it to the seaside, Jinshin said, gripping Du Qiao's hand. If you find a place to settle down, you must come back to see me. Du Qiao seemed reluctant to part with Jinshin. Of course, you should head back now. I will come to visit you. The group bid farewell to Du Qiao and resumed their journey. Sis, are we really looking for the sea? Wei Jiaoping asked in confusion. Not at all. It's merely an excuse, Jinshin replied. After nearly half a month of travel, they halted upon passing a fruit orchard. Wei Jiaoping joyfully danced around a peach tree, exclaiming, Sis, let's settle down here. There are so many fruit trees. Jinshin raised her eyes and indeed beheld a grove of fruit trees, with not only peach trees, but also plum and apricot trees. This must have once been someone's orchard. Most importantly, there was a well, resolving their water issue. Having decided to settle here, they set to work. Fortunately, they had experience in building wooden houses, making the task much easier. They felled trees, sawed them into planks, and constructed houses. Although fewer in number, their pace quickened, and within half a month, 3 wooden houses were completed. The site for the wooden houses was chosen around the well, with the well in the center and the houses nearby. Jinshin and Sun Zihan's house remained relatively small, around 40 square meters, while the Wei brothers was larger, exceeding 50 square meters. Not far from their location lay the ruins of buildings from the earthquake, and they spent a few days salvaging intact bricks. Though the bricks were insufficient for building houses, they could be utilized for other purposes, such as constructing a kong or stove. The idea for the kong came from Jinshin's reflections, inspired by short videos from before the earthquake. Once the small wooden houses were completed, they moved in and cleared the surrounding weeds and trees, enclosing a small courtyard. After the courtyard was established, they proceeded to cultivate the land, which proved challenging due to numerous concrete bricks left from the former road. They needed to remove these concrete blocks, and beneath them lay many steel bars. This endeavor consumed over half a month. Once the land was prepared, concerned about the impending cold winter, they planted potatoes. After finishing the land work, Jinshin finally found some time to rest in a few days. I'll take care of the fruit trees behind, hoping they bear more fruit next year, she mused while standing at the doorway, gazing at the peach trees outside the courtyard. After a day of rest, Jinshin took her saw and ventured out again, seeking small trees to enclose her courtyard. Noticing the absence of bamboo, she decided to opt for small trees of wrist-thick caliber. Yes, she walked through the woods with her saw. Jinshin carefully selected suitable trees while collecting mushrooms and wild vegetables. One of the benefits of the rampant vegetation was that people no longer feared starvation, with wild vegetables and mushrooms springing up everywhere. However, it was evident that life would not be easy, as all advanced technology was rendered unusable, necessitating a fresh start. Yet, Jinshin held faith in humanity's creative abilities, believing new technologies would soon be restored. While Jinshin was examining a small tree, she suddenly heard a familiar sound from the nearby bushes. She quietly approached and parted the foliage, discovering indeed a hen leading a flock of chicks in leisurely foraging. Quickly, Jinshin retrieved a basket from her space and stealthily approached, capturing the hen and then gently placing each chick into the basket. With 1 hen and 12 chicks, Jinshin gleefully abandoned her tree-cutting plans and hurried back with her feathery prize. Upon returning to the small courtyard, she found the Wei brothers carrying a string of fish. Wei Jiaying exclaimed joyfully, Sis, we discovered a fish pond over there. Look at what we caught. Jinshin beamed, lifting the hen and chicks. What a coincidence. I also found a hen with a brood of chicks. The brothers rushed over, eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the chicks. These are indeed chicks. We can raise them for eggs. Jinshin nodded with a smile. Let's go find Zihan and distribute the chicks. Sun Zihan was not particularly surprised by the fish, but was quite taken with the chicks, saying, I was planning to find an opportunity to hatch eggs from the space. But this is even better. We have ready-made chicks now. From the dozen chicks, Sun Zihan took 3, the Wei brothers took 3, and the remainder were raised by Jianxin herself, with the chicks in hand. Jianxin constructed a chicken coop beside her house and returned to fell trees to enclose a small courtyard of about 50 square meters, planting bell peppers, tomatoes, radishes, and cabbages, along with pumpkins and melons. Observing Jianxin's courtyard, the other 2 families followed suit, enclosing their own spaces and planting vegetables. Once their homes were organized, the group turned their attention to the expansive orchard. This orchard is too vast. If newcomers arrive, we might not be able to manage it. I propose we start here and build a wall to enclose it. If no one comes in the future, it shall all belong to us. If someone does, they cannot complain about our wall, Jianxin suggested, pointing at half the orchard. That sounds feasible. The bricks we brought back are just right for building the wall. Wei Jiaying agreed. All right then, let's start today. Sun Zihan nodded. The wall was lengthy, and the group ventured elsewhere to gather enough bricks to complete it. Once their homestead was secured, they began stockpiling supplies, as they anticipated a lengthy summer and potentially a long winter. Fearing they might go hungry when heavy snow sealed the mountains, To maximized their supplies. Sun Zihan retrieved items from their space that did not require refrigeration, distributing them among the 3 families. Reserving the remainder for perishables like fish and meat, the 3 families did not act as one unit. Previously, they had pooled resources for their journey, but now that they had settled, they each focused on their own stockpiles. The fish pond discovered by the Wei brothers lay over 10 miles from their camp, spanning 4 to 5 acres, likely once a private fishing spot, filled with large fish and crayfish. Over several days, they caught hundreds of pounds of fish. Half were stored in their space for fresh consumption, while the other half was smoked. Among them, the best smoked fish was prepared not by Jianxin or Sun Zihan, but by Wei Jiaying, who shyly admitted, when I was a child, I loved the smoked fish my mother made, so I learned how to do it myself. After catching fish, they also stumbled upon wild sweet potatoes and rice. Remnants of what was likely a suburban farm, now gone wild due to neglect. Although the wild sweet potatoes were small and the rice sparse, they were undeterred, collecting them bit by bit. We should cultivate this land and plant some wheat. We might reap a harvest, Sun Zihan proposed. I think so too. Wei Jiaying nodded. Is this the right time to plant wheat? Jianxin inquired. Is there really a difference? The seasons are all mixed up. I can't even remember what month it is. Sun Zihan remarked. Jianxin herself had lost track of time. Since the earthquake, she had been living day by day, oblivious to festivals or New Year celebrations. How about we start counting the days anew from today? Declaring it the first day of the first month? Wei Jiaying suggested, I think we should count it as the 12th month. Let us celebrate the New Year next month. Wei Jiaping countered. Jianxin raised her hand. I support Jiaping. We've been busy since settling here and Haven Tea celebrated yet. This month, let us focus on stockpiling supplies, and next month we can celebrate the New Year. All right, it's settled then. They all agreed. With the new year marking a new beginning, the group worked more diligently. They harvested the wild crops around them and found an abundance of fruits. The orchard now boasted 4 jujube trees, 6 pear trees, 5 pomegranate trees, and 4 loquat trees. Jianxin also tallied her harvest over this period. Over 500 pounds of rice, more than 1,000 pounds of sweet potatoes, and over 200 pounds of various vegetables. Though she had consumed all the watermelons, they had cleared a section of land for planting wheat, and the yield would depend on fate. Regrettably, aside from the chicks Jianxin had initially captured, only the 2 sheep caught later by the Wei brothers were left. All other animals seemed to have vanished. Fortunately, their space still contained the game they had stockpiled in the mountains, along with the fish, ensuring they would not go without meat. A month of industrious labor passed swiftly. And on the day of the new year, Jianxin and Sun Zihan set out early for the Wei household, the largest of the 3, as they had decided to gather for the New Year's feast there. Chestnut chicken, braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, spicy crayfish, cold cucumber salad, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables, culminating in the indispensable dumplings of the new year, complemented by 2 bottles of the beloved Happy Fat Water. This grand New Year feast was undoubtedly the finest meal for the 3. Aside from Jianxin. Goodness, I never dreamed I could enjoy such a splendid meal. Wei Jiayong exclaimed that I too never imagined it. It feels like a dream, Sun Zihan remarked. Wei Jiaping then raised his glass, addressing Jianxin and Sun Zihan. This toast is for both of you sisters. Were it not for you, my brother and I might not even be here today. Especially you, Sister Jinshin. You saved our lives and have been willing to guide us along the way. From now on, you two sisters will be like my own siblings, and should you ever need assistance, I will do everything in my power to help. Wei Jiaping, being in his youthful exuberance, easily swept up in emotion, elicited a smile from Jinshin and Sun Zihan. Sun Zihan responded, "All right, we know you are a good child. There's no need for such fervor. From now on, the four of us will support each other through these trying times." Wei Jiayong added, "Sisters, I shall refrain from further comments. Just watch and see. Now, it's the new year. Let us be joyful." Jinshin lifted her glass. Cheers. The four glasses clinked together, marking a genuine bond among the quartet in this apocalyptic world. As if to echo the sentiment, after the new year, the weather began to turn colder. The group, aside from stockpiling supplies, now needed to gather firewood. Uncertain of the length of winter, they endeavored to gather as much as possible. Fortunately, given the current growth rate of plants, there was no need to worry about depleting their resources. The crops in the fields required weeding every couple of days, lest they become overgrown. However, the plants thrived rapidly. With the wheat sown earlier now reaching calf height, Jinshin estimated that they would likely harvest before the snow arrived. The potatoes were also growing well, although the underground yield was sparse and small. As the wheat began to flower, they donned their coats when a group of newcomers arrived at the camp. 2 families, totaling 7 individuals, came into view. 1 family consisted of a father accompanied by a son in his 20s and a daughter in her teens, while the other was an elderly man with a pair of parents and a boy roughly the same age as Wei Jiaping. Upon surveying Jinshin's yard, both families chose to settle on the opposite side of the orchard. Jinshin and Sun Zihan exchanged whispers, relieved that they had enclosed half of the orchard. Thankfully, the 2 families were quite amiable. The day after their arrival, the elderly man brought both families to pay a visit to Jinshin and her companions. Since this land was not owned by Jinshin and her group, they could not refuse the courteous visit. Observing the demeanor of the 2 families, it seemed they would be easy to get along with. And so the group reciprocated the politeness. Before long, the larger family had constructed their wooden cabin and set off to gather supplies. However, the nearby resources had largely been depleted by Jinshin's group, and the remaining wild vegetables were readily harvested. The fish in the pond became a primary target for them, but the elderly man kept a watchful eye, preventing them from overfishing. This land had been claimed by others first, and it was evident that the pond had been tended to. While they could catch fish without objection, they understood the importance of moderation, ensuring a sustainable yield for the future. Jinshin recognized the wisdom of the elderly man. It was no surprise he had lived so long. Chapter 37. Wintering Cats. When the first rain fell, Jinshin and her companions had already harvested their wheat, a speed they had never dared to imagine. However, while the speed was commendable, the yield was disappointing. They had cultivated 7 acres of wasteland, yielding just over 600 pounds of wheat, less than 100 pounds per acre. The potatoes fared even worse. Previously, 1 acre would yield at least 3,000 to 4,000 pounds, but now it was only 800 to 900. Whether the issue lay with the soil or the lack of fertilizer was uncertain. Jinshin stored the 200 pounds of wheat and over 1,000 pounds of potatoes in her space. Though the harvest was lackluster, it was still produce they had grown themselves and combined with their previous stock. It would suffice for quite some time. After completing the wheat harvest, they returned to chop down more trees, enclosing their cultivated land. Previously, they had free rein when no one else was around, but with new neighbors, caution was necessary. The enclosure served to inform the 2 families that this land was theirs. If they wished to cultivate, they must do so elsewhere. Indeed, the 2 families respected the boundaries, settling several hundred meters away from Jinshin's group. Perhaps seeing the abundance of vegetables in Jinshin's plot, the families offered to trade mushrooms for some vegetable seeds. Both groups continued their lives in harmony, exchanging greetings whenever they crossed paths. One day, while Jinshin and her companions were pruning the fruit trees in their orchard, the 2 families were busy in their own section. "Wow, it's snowing," the little girl suddenly exclaimed. Jinshin looked up to see snowflakes softly falling from the sky. Winter had finally arrived. Seizing the opportunity before the snow intensified, the families busily gathered firewood. By Jinshin's wooden cabin, a substantial pile of firewood had already accumulated, and with the stock in her space, she felt assured of warmth even if winter stretched for a year. The heavy snowfall lasted 4 to 5 days, and by the time it ceased, The snow had piled up to waist height. Jianxin cleared the snow from her yard and added a charcoal brazier to the henhouse. The chickens had grown, and the 4 hens had begun laying eggs, though the cold weather had caused them to pause. "Good morning, sister." Wei Jiaping and Wei Jiayong were diligently clearing snow from the yard. "Good morning." Jianxin greeted them before fetching a shovel to join the snow-clearing team, soon joined by Sun Zihan. The 4 of them worked together, laughing and chatting as they cleared the snow. "Sister, let's gather ice blocks to store for summer. It would be great to have ice when the heat comes," Wei Jiayong suggested. Wei Jiaping eagerly chimed in. Yes, and let's make some popsicles too. Nothing beats a popsicle in the summer." Sun Zihan added. "Sure, let's make plenty. Red bean, green bean, mint-flavored, and don't forget the wild strawberries we picked earlier. We can make some fruity ones too." "All right, we'll do that tomorrow," Jianxin agreed. Although she had plenty of popsicles in her space, she enjoyed the camaraderie of working together. She had previously considered herself a recluse, preferring the solitude of home, avoiding social interactions. However, after the earthquakes over the past 2 years, she realized that being a homebody was only sustainable when there were distractions. Before, with phones, computers, and televisions, or even books to pass the time. After the disaster. However, with all those comforts stripped away, silence could truly drive one mad. After clearing the snow, Jianxin returned home to prepare a bowl of beef noodles. The steaming bowl of noodles, garnished with cilantro and scallions, was a comforting delight in the winter chill. After breakfast, Jianxin checked the outdoor thermometer, which read just below -20 degrees, tolerable enough. Once prepared, she headed to Sun Zihan's home, where they had agreed to make popsicles. They made hundreds of popsicles in various flavors: red bean, green bean, mint, and classic ice pops of all sizes. The Wei brothers, undeterred by the cold, enjoyed eating while working, while Jianxin and Sun Zihan could only watch, knowing indulging would ruin their provisions for the upcoming month. By the way, I've made some menstrual pads. Take a couple home with you later, Sun Zihan said while tending the fire. Menstrual pads? Are we out of sanitary napkins? Jianxin asked in surprise, recalling the ample supplies in Su Qingqing's space. When she and Du Man had parted ways, she and Sun Zihan had taken a significant portion, and lately, she had mostly used her own stock, which should have lasted a long time. Sun Zihan shook her head. There's still plenty, but these may not be produced for a long time, so I made a couple of months' worth of pads to rotate. Jianxin remained silent. Her space had enough sanitary napkins and toilet paper to last a lifetime, but she couldn't voice this, ultimately accepting Sun Zihan's kindness. Why not stay for dinner tonight? I'd be bored eating alone, Sun Zihan suggested, tossing a sweet potato into the fire. All right, I'll grab some rations, Jianxin replied, attempting to rise, but Sun Zihan pressed her back down. Are you kidding? You need to bring rations just to have a meal. Jianxin chuckled. It's different now. You worked hard for this grain too. Sun Zihan threw her arm around Jianxin's shoulder, saying, Actually, I owe you a thank you. Without you, I might have survived, but I certainly wouldn't be living this comfortably. Oh, why say such things? Jianxin waved her hand. She wasn't one for sentimentalities. In this world, life is tough. It's fate that we can be together. Indeed, I used to think I would support Man, but who knew? Sun Zihan trailed off. Jianxin said nothing, simply giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. For dinner, Sun Zihan prepared a dumpling soup, warm and comforting for the chilly evening. This winter proved to be exceptionally long. But fortunately, they had made ample preparations from the start, allowing them to endure. The group found joy in gathering together to chat, and life continued on quite pleasantly. The 2 families that followed behind had not fared as well. By the time they arrived, the weather had already turned cold, the crops had not grown properly, and the surrounding supplies had been nearly depleted by Jianxin and her group. Husband, our food is running low. If this snow doesn't melt soon, we will face starvation, spoke the woman of the 4-person household. I'll go catch some fish. We'll make do for now, replied the man, grabbing his tools as he prepared to head out. The woman quickly followed, saying, I'll come along, and let's call Huagu to join us. All right, let's go. Meanwhile, Jianxin was knitting a sweater. She had previously knitted a scarf during the extreme cold, but this time she intended to create a proper sweater. Chapter 38. Unexpected events. Jianxin did not manage to complete her sweater, as an unexpected situation arose. This winter had been excessively long. Those who were diligent and prepared fared better, while others who were unready were willing to endure. But some were not willing to suffer. That evening, Jianxin and her group encountered a band of individuals who were unwilling to endure any longer and came to rob them. To be honest, Jianxin had not encountered anyone else since arriving here, and this group seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. There were a total of 13 people in this gang. Initially, they targeted the two families at the back but found little food. So they stealthily approached the front. Before Wei Jiayong was captured, he whistled, prompting Jianxin to escape through the window. Behind the snowdrift, she encountered Sun Zihan, who had also managed to hide. The two drew their wooden clubs and cautiously observed the intruders. They don't have wooden clubs, Sun Zihan whispered. Indeed, but they possess axes, knives, and crossbows. Jianxin replied, "Do you think we can make it in time?" Sun Zihan's hands trembled slightly as she held her club. Jianxin glanced at her and said, "I'll go first. You follow my lead." With that, she aimed her wooden club at the man preparing to attack Wei Jiayong and struck him directly between the eyes. The others immediately shouted, "Watch out, they have clubs." Before the warning could finish, one of them was struck in the chest. At that moment, others who had been searching for food in the house emerged. Jianxin decided not to hide any longer and began striking each of them down with her club. Sun Zihan, with her less accurate aim, followed closely behind to pick up the pieces. Eventually, when only one man remained, Jianxin commanded them to stop. "Where do you live?" she asked, kicking the man. Terrified, he stammered, 20 miles away from here. Lead the way." Engaging in this kind of black market deal was not new to Jianxin, so she was quite adept. However, halfway there, she regretted her decision. In such cold weather, the long journey was truly grueling. "Sister, why don't you head back? We can manage on our own," Wei Jiayong suggested, noticing Jianxin's frown. "Fine, take this. Be careful," Jianxin said, handing him her club. "I understand. Sister. Don't worry. Hanjia, you should also return. We'll be fine," Wei Jiayong reassured. "Just be cautious," Sun Zihan added, clearly reluctant to make the trip. On their way back, Jianxin and Sun Zihan muttered, "When spring comes, we must get a dog. Otherwise, we won't even know when someone comes knocking." Indeed, if it weren't for Jiayong's whistle, we would have been completely overwhelmed, Sun Zihan said. Still shaken, upon returning home, Jianxin was further incensed to find everything in disarray. She tidied up, stowed away the soiled bedding, and replaced it with fresh ones. Checking on the chickens, she was relieved to find them all safe. The intruders likely had not anticipated that she kept chickens, which allowed them to survive. Wei Jiayong and the others returned around noon, bringing back a considerable haul. Though the food was scarce, they had 4 watermelon knives, 7 fire axes, 2 tang knives, and 3 crossbow bolts, along with a few tattered blankets, some clothing, a few potatoes and sweet potatoes, and some rice that appeared to have already turned yellow. Jianxin was not interested in the rest, but she took a liking to the tang knives, finding them more practical than the watermelon knives. She selected 2 tang knives, 2 crossbow bolts, 5 axes, and 2 watermelon knives, while the Wei brothers chose a few pieces of clothing, leaving the rest for the 2 families. "Miss Jian, Miss Sun, we are truly grateful to you." Otherwise, the elderly Zhang, from the 2 households, expressed, "Yes, you have saved our lives. Please don't hesitate to let us know if you need anything in the future," added Zhao Daqiang, the father from the 4-person family. Jianxin waved her hand dismissively. "It was merely a small effort. They would have come after us eventually. Regardless, you saved us," Lu Guixiang, the matriarch of the 4-person household, insisted. "Please, don't be so polite. Hurry back. It's too cold, and you didn't sleep well last night. Rest well," Sun Zihan chimed in. The 2 families expressed their gratitude once more before departing. Once they left, Wei Jiayong returned Jianxin's club, but she pushed it back, saying, "You keep it. I have another." Wei Jiayong's eyes lit up. "Really? You'll give it to me?" Jianxin nodded with a smile and turned to Wei Jiaping, who was watching eagerly. "When you're older, I'll gift you one as well." Wei Jiaping exclaimed happily. "Really? Sister, you're the best." Wei Jiayong, feeling fortunate to have received the club, then pulled out a red cloth bag and poured its contents onto the table: 2 gold rings, a pair of gold earrings, 2 large gold bracelets, and several gold chains. "Sister, see if there's anything you like," Wei Jiayong offered. Sun Zihan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the jewelry. "So much?" Jianxin nudged her. "If you like it, go ahead and choose first. Then I want to hold back," Sun Zihan replied with a grin. Ultimately, Sun Zihan selected several gold rings, a gold bracelet, and a gold necklace. Jianxin did not choose anything, and Wei Jiayong insisted on giving her the majority, saying, "If it weren't for Jianxin today, we would have been doomed." Jianxin accepted graciously, placing the jewelry aside, and told the 2, "You should head back and rest early." Sun Zihan chimed in, nudging them both. "All right, Hurry back and rest. Running around all night is tiring. The brothers finally left with laughter. This little episode passed quickly, but winter seemed to have no intention of ending. After a month of knitting, Jianxin finally completed her sweater as for its appearance. That was of little importance. What mattered was its sentimental value, as it was her very first creation. Lu Guixiang visited several times during this period, bringing them small gifts, including a reclining chair. Uncle Zhang can actually work as a carpenter? Jianxin exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the chair. Lu Guixiang, pleased by her reaction, replied, "My father used to make a living from this, but he was injured in the earthquake and took a long time to recover." Jianxin circled the chair twice before pulling out some drawings she had sketched during her free time, giving them to Lu Guixiang. "Please show these to your uncle. Let him see if he can make them. There's no rush. Let him try. If he can make it, that would be wonderful. If not, it's no problem." These drawings depicted a loom based on designs from Tiangong Kaiwu. She recalled the rami she had in her space. If they could make the loom, they could plant more rami in the spring for weaving. Lu Guixiang tucked the drawings away, saying, "All right, I'll pass them to my father for consideration." The temperature began to rise around the 6th month, and by the 7th month, the snow started to melt. As the snow melted and they could finally shed their down jackets and cotton coats, Jianxin and her group also began their preparations. First, they needed to tidy up the land. They still intended to plant wheat on the 7 acres in the distance. As for the land surrounding the house, Jianxin planned to grow corn and sweet potatoes. Remembering the sugar cane they had harvested in the space before, Jianxin secretly planted a patch, intending to claim it as something that had been there before, hoping it would yield well when they harvested corn. Chapter 39. The Big Fat Pig. Once the crops were planted, the peach and apricot blossoms in the orchard bloomed in succession. Jianxin gathered a basket of blossoms to make peach blossom jam. This was quite simple to prepare. After all, before the earthquake, she had watched plenty of videos by Li Qiqi. Spring was a season of revival, and various wild vegetables began to sprout. Jianxin's favorite was wild garlic. She returned home and stir-fried it with wood ear mushrooms and cured meat, a dish she could eat 3 times a day without growing tired of it. "Jianxin, have you noticed how wildly these plants have grown this year?" Sun Zihan remarked. She had originally planned to join Jianxin and Lu Guixiang to dig for shepherd's purse, but she became distracted by the patch of wild garlic along the way, rendering Jianxin unable to move forward. "You're right. The wild grass grows so rapidly that it's out of control if we don't remove it for even a day," Lu Guixiang added, sharing the same sentiment. Jianxin looked up at the towering trees and the chaotic wild grass surrounding them, feeling as if they had returned to a primitive forest. "But this is good. At least there are wild vegetables everywhere, so we need not worry about starving," Lu Guixiang remarked. During the heavy snowfall that had sealed the mountains, they had nearly faced starvation, but fortunately, the food from the bandits and the fish from the lake had allowed them to survive. By the way, Guixiang, why haven't we seen Zhang Gu and Uncle Zhao for several days?" Sun Zihan suddenly inquired. Lu Guixiang, while tying up the wild garlic they had dug, replied, "They went to search for salt." "Salt? Is there salt here?" Jianxin asked, intrigued. "I heard from Chu Fei that there used to be a famous salt lake nearby, so there should be salt mines around," Lu Guixiang explained. "Oh, how could I have forgotten that?" Sun Zihan exclaimed, slapping her forehead. "So there really is a possibility of finding salt?" Jianxin questioned. Sun Zihan nodded. "Logically, there's a great chance." As Jianxin was about to speak, she suddenly heard rustling in the nearby grass. Immediately, she raised her hand to signal the others to be quiet, then stealthily approached the thicket. Parting the foliage, she discovered a large black pig busily foraging on the ground. "Goodness, a hefty pig!" the 3 exclaimed in unison. The pig, undeterred by their presence, glanced at them briefly before returning to its meal. It was evident that this was a domesticated pig that had survived both extreme cold and heat. Jianxin drew out her knife, preparing to strike, but Lu Guixiang stopped her. "Hold on, sister, look at its belly." Jianxin examined the pig closely and noticed that while it was lean in other areas, its abdomen was notably distended. "Could it be pregnant?" Jianxin inquired. Lu Guixiang nodded, and Sun Zihan added, "Then let us take it back to raise. Once it gives birth, we'll have a continuous supply of meat." The other 2 agreed, and the trio promptly drove the pig home. Upon reaching the front yard, Wei Jiayong had just returned from the fields and was astonished to see them herding a pig. "Where did this pig come from?" he exclaimed. "We caught it while foraging for wild vegetables, and it's pregnant. Let's take good care of it until it gives birth," Sun Zihan explained. "Great, I'll build a pig pen right away." Wei Jiayong responded enthusiastically. Erecting the pig pen was a straightforward task, completed in just 1 day. Situated in the back of the yard near the orchard, the pig would be cared for by Jianxin and her companions, with both sides contributing to its feeding until it farrowed. After settling the sow, Jianxin returned home, where her hens had recently gone broody. She divided her collection of over 100 eggs among 5 hens, not distinguishing between fertilized and unfertilized eggs, hoping to hatch a good number of chicks. Although the quality might not be guaranteed, quantity was assured. After tending to the hens, Jianxin watched as 2 large roosters strutted about. With pigs and chickens now in her possession, and with Wei's family having lambs, she felt quite accomplished. If only she could add a few ducks and geese to the mix, it would be perfect. The sow quickly became a beloved pet for both families, especially for the little girl and boy, who visited daily to feed the pig, caring for it more than they did their own father. Zhao Daqiang and the others returned a week later, bringing along a large bag of salt. Jianxin and the others eagerly surrounded the precious bag, marveling at its contents. "Did you really find salt?" Jianxin exclaimed. "Yes, there's a salt well, Jianxin. If you want, I can take you there." Zhao Chufei offered. "No need for you to make the trip. Just draw us a map," Sun Zihan interjected. Zhao Daqiang approached, saying, "That place is hard to find, so it would be better for Chufei to guide you." Jianxin waved her hand dismissively. "We have enough salt for now. There's no rush that we should at least wait until this crop is harvested." In truth, the yield from this crop was disheartening. From 7 acres of wheat, they harvested barely over 500 pounds, nearly 100 pounds less than the previous yield. Old Zhang remarked that the absence of fertilizer and the overabundance of wild grass had depleted the soil's nutrients, resulting in the diminished wheat yield. The corn fared similarly, lacking in size, and the sweet potatoes were no better, each only as thick as a thumb. Fortunately, these crops grew quickly, and with multiple plantings, they could offset the disappointing yields. By the time the crops were gathered, the fruits would also be nearing ripeness. Peaches ripened first, the golden yellow variety appearing quite tempting, though, like the crops, their yield was disappointing. In the orchard they had enclosed, there were at least 30 or 40 fruit trees, yielding just over 1,000 pounds of peaches. Once the peaches were harvested, it was time for the apricots. Compared to the peaches, the apricot trees were fewer in number but produced significantly more fruit. The plum trees were the least abundant, and while their taste was somewhat tart, Jianxin adored them, claiming them all for herself. The other fruit trees, perhaps due to being recently transplanted, bore little fruit, just enough for a taste. Once the fruit was collected, Jianxin's chicks hatched, albeit the results were dismal. From over 100 eggs, only about 30 chicks emerged. The Zhang and Zhao families each took 4 chicks in exchange, and Sun Zihan and her companions did not need to worry, as they had also hatched some chicks, albeit with an even lower yield. Following the hatching of the chicks, Wei's family welcomed 2 lambs, with Wei Jiayong generously giving 1 each to Jianxin and Sun Zihan. Jianxin watched with delight as the lambs nursed from their mother, eagerly anticipating the pigs' farrowing. However, there was still the pressing issue of the rampant grass growth. Not only did they need to clear the fields daily, but the yard also required constant attention. If they neglected it for even a day, it would become overgrown. The silver lining was that they no longer needed to forage for wild vegetables, as they could easily gather a substantial amount while weeding. Chapter 40. The feast. The rampant growth of wild grass consumed most of their energy each day, yet failure to weed would jeopardize the crops, leading to another winter of hunger. As Jianxin pulled weeds, she carefully selected the edible wild vegetables. In her yard, aside from tomatoes, peppers, and beans, she had ceased planting leafy greens, as the wild vegetables sufficed. Other areas were sown with cucumbers, pumpkins, and watermelons. After harvesting the wheat, they did not plant more, but instead switched to soybeans, a decision aptly summarized by the saying, "The grass thrives while the soybean seedlings languish." After weeding, Jianxin sorted the wild vegetables, setting aside the shepherd's purse, and prepared to return home to make dumplings. On her way back, she encountered the little girl and boy. "Big sister Jianxin," the children called out eagerly. Jianxin patted the girl's head, offering her a few wild strawberries. "Lulu, Tianhao, still gathering pig fodder?" "Yes. Brother says if we feed the pig well, it will have many piglets, and then we'll have plenty of meat," Lulu replied cheerfully. Jianxin smiled and advised, "Be careful, you two." The children nodded and resumed their activities. Upon returning to her yard, Jianxin found Sun Zihan and Wei Jiayong weeding in her fields. After harvesting corn and sweet potatoes, she had converted the 2 acres into sugarcane. The few sugarcane stalks planted in the cornfield had thrived unexpectedly, growing to their height. After the harvest, she had added a few more from her supplies and planted them all. Everyone was quite invested in the sugarcane, as it could be processed into sugar after harvest. Jianxin set down her basket and joined the weeding effort. Sun Zihan wiped her brow and remarked, Jianxin, despite the poor yield from the crops, this sugarcane is growing splendidly. Jianxin glanced at the towering sugarcane and nodded. Perhaps this land is suited for this type of crop. Sister, once we harvest the sugarcane, we can make sugar, Wei Jiayong chimed in. Jianxin smacked her forehead, saying, making sugar requires some tools. No worries, we'll figure it out when we get back. Sun Zihan replied. On the way home, Jianxin recalled the loom she had asked old Zhang to make. It had been a while since she had heard anything, and she wondered if it was completed or still in progress. Just as she arrived home, old Zhang appeared with the loom, waiting at the gate. Seeing Jianxin, he looked slightly embarrassed. Girl, sorry to keep you waiting. I've never made one of these before, and after wasting several attempts, this is what I managed. I hope it's not too late for your needs. Jianxin looked at the loom with delight, shaking her head. Not at all. Uncle, you really made it. Old Zhang smiled, relieved. As long as it's not too late. Wait a moment, Jianxin said, rushing inside. She returned with a small cloth bag and handed it to old Zhang, who looked puzzled. What is this? He asked. Rami seeds, plant them, and you can harvest them to weave cloth, Jianxin replied. Really? Old Zhang exclaimed with joy, knowing that on their journey, they had lost and worn out most of their clothes. Jianxin handed him several blueprints, saying, Uncle, please ponder over these tools. Once you've crafted them, we can try weaving together. Old Zhang eagerly accepted the blueprints. All right, I'll get to work right away. After seeing old Zhang off, Jianxin happily moved the loom into her house. Once everything was stored away, she checked on the chicks, which were growing well. As she fed them, she muttered, grow quickly. I'll need chicken soup soon. The chicks happily devoured their evening meal, oblivious to the plans being made for them. After months of careful nurturing, the pig finally farrowed, producing 10 piglets, 2 for each of the 5 families. With pigs, sheep, and chickens, Jianxin felt increasingly like a small landowner. Though she wished the grass wouldn't grow so wildly, as weeding consumed most of their time, the pigs' farrowing was cause for celebration, prompting the 5 families to gather for a feast at old Zhang's home. Jianxin and the others brought along a pound of flour, some mushrooms, and a piece of cured meat, as vegetables were abundant and easily foraged. Lu Guishang's culinary skills shone as she prepared 3 dishes from the cured meat, along with a braised fish, spicy crayfish, and several wild vegetable dishes, totaling 10 dishes. The staple food consisted of steamed buns made from the flour and cornmeal they had brought, having lived together for such a long time. It was the first time the families gathered. Old Zhang raised his glass, filled with Lu Guishang's homemade peach juice, and said, meeting is a matter of fate. Let us toast to our journey together. The others raised their glasses in unison. Cheers. Setting down his cup, Zhao Daqiang sighed. This life, if it weren't for the absence of phones and electricity, I would feel it's so much better than before. Zhang Chuanfa patted him on the shoulder and remarked, in the past, we toiled endlessly for mere trifles, only to be scolded daily. Now, we work hard just to secure our daily sustenance, while also worrying about natural disasters. Truth be told, it's not that different. Lu Guishang shot him a disapproving glance. Not different. Back then, at least we didn't have to run around, nor were we constantly anxious about losing our lives. And now, Sun Zihan chuckled to ease the tension. All of that is behind us. Aren't our lives moving in a better direction? The old man Zhang also chimed in. Indeed, without all that high-tech. We are starting from scratch, and surely, we can make our lives better. Jianxin took a sip of juice and said, Chufei, hand me the map of the salt well. I plan to gather some salt in a few days. Wei Jiayong quickly added, Sister, I'll go with you. Jianxin waved her hand dismissively. I can manage alone. You all stay to tend to the house. How can that be? Zhao Daqiang interjected. You're just a girl. It's 2. He trailed off, recalling her earlier escapade with a wooden gun, then awkwardly suggested, let Chufei accompany you for safety. Sun Zihan offered, no need to trouble Chufei. I'll accompany Jianxin. Jianxin firmly stated, I can go alone without any issues. You all stay home to look after the crops and livestock. Seeing that the others still wished to protest, Jianxin further asserted, before I met Zihan and the rest, I always acted alone. Upon witnessing her resolute determination, the group refrained from further arguments. In truth, Jianxin's desire for solitude was somewhat self-serving. She wished to stockpile goods along the way, as the rampant growth of weeds instilled in her a sense of unease, prompting her to worry about potential calamities lurking ahead. Chapter 41. The base. As Jianxin prepared to depart for a while, Sun Zihan and the others busied themselves. They gathered compressed biscuits, canned goods, instant noodles, and ensured an ample supply of water. While stuffing her bag, Sun Zihan muttered, feeling as though she was forgetting something. After stuffing half of her supplies, she threw the items onto the bed and scolded Jianxin. Just think about it. If you let me come along, it would be so much easier. Why must you be so stubborn and insist on going alone? Jianxin smiled and began repacking the items she had thrown out, saying, there are so many things at home. We can't do without you. With you here, I can leave with peace of mind. Sun Zihan sighed, resigned to help her pack. According to Zhao Chufei's estimation, Jianxin would need about half a month for this journey. But she allocated herself a month, knowing she would need to gather supplies along the way. Standing at the gate of the courtyard, Jianxin patted Sun Zihan on the shoulder, saying, I'm entrusting you with the chickens, sheep, and pigs at home, as well as the crops in the field. You two rascals need to pay extra attention. Wei Jiaping, with tears in his eyes, said, Sister, don't worry, I will take good care of our home. Jianxin gave his head a gentle pat. Why are you crying? I'm not leaving for good. Sun Zihan, looking worried, cautioned, you must be careful on your journey. Avoid strangers as much as possible. Jianxin hoisted her bag and waved her hand. I know, don't worry. I'll return safely. Amidst the concerned gazes of her companions, Jianxin's figure vanished into the underbrush. After walking for about 2 to 3 miles, she carefully surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one was in sight. She then stored her bag in her space and took out a more inconspicuous bag she had previously carried to maintain appearances. The path was overgrown with weeds, making it particularly difficult to traverse. Occasionally, she encountered wild fruits that required her to stop and gather, thus slowing her pace considerably. On this day, Jianxin stumbled upon a patch of grapes. Although sparse, there were a great many, likely remnants of someone's former vineyard. Such a treasure could not be overlooked, and Jianxin swiftly retrieved her scissors and basket to begin harvesting. This endeavor lasted 3 days. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Sometimes she gathered fruits, other times crops or vegetables. As she collected, she calculated that she likely wouldn't return home for a month. After trekking for half a month, Jianxin realized she had strayed from her intended path, having wandered far from the route depicted in the map Chufei had drawn for her. Faced with the choice of retracing her steps or continuing forward, she opted for the latter. As the saying goes, since I've come this far, I might as well press on. Perhaps I will come across something worthwhile. However, after 3 days of walking, she encountered a small base. This base encompassed over 10 acres and was rather well equipped. Intrigued, Jianxin decided to venture inside. At the entrance stood 2 men in their 30s, whose demeanor clearly indicated they were not military personnel. Upon reaching the entrance, she was stopped. Please present your identification, one of the men requested. Identification? Jianxin's identification had been lost in the earthquake, so she could only respond honestly. I don't have an ID. The 2 men exchanged glances, and one asked, Are you not from our base? Jianxin shook her head. No, I reside in a small settlement to the north. I came out to find salt, but ended up lost. Their settlement was to the south, and she was indeed out for salt. Please follow me for registration, one of the men said, turning to open the door. Upon entering, Jianxin was greeted with a layout reminiscent of a small town before the earthquake. A central concrete road flanked by numerous buildings, some as tall as 6 or 7 stories. The ground floor housed storefronts, but she could not discern what types of shops they were. This way, the man instructed, leading her to an office. The office was quite humble, with 2 women seated behind a desk. The man gestured toward Jianxin, saying, This young lady is new. Please register her. One of the women, with long hair, flipped open a notebook and inquired, Name, Chao Lan. Jianxin replied casually, knowing there was no computer to verify it. How old are you? 25. Are you planning to stay long or short? Short. The other woman, with short hair, handed her a small wooden tag, stating, This is your temporary identification. With this, you can stay and purchase items. Jianxin accepted the tag, thanked them, and exited. Rather than rushing to find accommodation, she began to explore the base. She found it curious. Although small, the base was well structured, with everything operating in a systematic manner. Patrol teams were visible throughout, alongside numerous factories, weaving mills, food production facilities, and greenhouses. Outside lay expansive fields, all meticulously organized, with both men and women employed. And even schools where children could attend for free. In conversation with a cleaning lady, Jianxin learned that this base had been established post-earthquake, and its leaders seemed to possess a foresight, always preparing for impending disasters, ensuring warmth before extreme cold, stockpiling water ahead of heat waves, and guiding them to higher ground during floods. Hearing this, Jianxin felt a peculiar sensation, reminiscent of a character reborn in a novel. Could it be that someone truly had been reborn? That sounds like your leaders are quite commendable, she remarked to the cleaning lady. In a polite and casual manner, Jianxin remarked, that Annie seems quite proud, to which the aunt replied, indeed, if it weren't for Mr. Chung these past few years, we might not have made it this far. Jianxin feigned envy as she said, I wonder if I will have the chance to meet this Mr. Chung during my visit. The aunt responded, Mr. Chung is not at the base. He has been quite busy lately. Jianxin subtly inquired, isn't he the person in charge of the base? Shouldn't he be busy? The aunt waved her hand dismissively. It's different. You see, even though I'm here cleaning, I used to see him quite often, but it's been over half a month since I last saw him. I heard he went to the fields outside. Jianxin pretended to be surprised. He is farming too? Well, my dear, in this day and age, if one doesn't farm, what will they eat? However, ever since the heavy snowfall, Mr. Chung has indeed been particularly attentive to the crops. The aunt explained. Jianxin lowered her gaze and then lifted her head, saying, well then, Auntie, I won't disturb you any further. I'll go for a stroll. After bidding farewell to the aunt, Jianxin arrived at the entrance of the base and informed the guard that she needed to exchange for salt. A guard came over and directed her. The salt lake was quite far from the base, over 20 miles away. By the time Jianxin arrived, it was already afternoon. The salt lake, expansive in sight, had a few people scattered about. Harvesting salt. Spotting a booth, Jianxin approached to express her intention to exchange for salt. To her surprise, the young man waved his hand and said, dig it yourself. There is no charge. Take as much as you need. Just don't waste it. Jianxin was taken aback. Why is there no charge? The young man, a bit irritated, replied, isn't it good that we aren't charging you? If you ask me, who should I ask? All I know is that this is the notice I received. Jianxin pressed her lips together, offered a soft thank you, and then walked toward the salt lake. Finding a relatively secluded spot, she concealed herself with her bag, took out a fire axe and a small shovel, and began to dig for salt. As she carefully stored the salt in her space, she pondered the various behaviors of the base. What puzzled her the most was the sudden decision to stop charging for salt. Logically, salt is a necessity. Even if the previous fees were low, it still constituted a source of income. What could have prompted the base to relinquish this revenue? Unless this so-called Mr. Chang anticipated an impending natural disaster that could devastate the salt lake, and he would be unable to protect it, hence allowing people to freely harvest it. After all, it would be better for people to take it than for it to be destroyed. The more Jianxin thought about it, the more she felt this possibility was substantial. Realizing this, she decided not to linger any longer. She needed to return quickly to inform Sun Zihan and the others about this matter. After wandering around a bit, Jianxin gathered enough salt in her space, then took out a burlap sack and filled it with salt before heading back. As she passed by others, they looked up at the small shovel in her hand, instantly imagining her laboriously digging for salt, and their expressions reflected understanding. Realizing why it took her so long to gather such a small amount, Jianxin returned home and rested for a night before promptly leaving the base again. On the road, she dared not delay, focusing solely on her journey. Unless it was something worthwhile, she wouldn't stop at all. A week later, Jianxin returned home, and upon seeing her, Sun Zihan approached and slapped her back, scolding, you little rascal. You said you'd be gone for a month at most. How long has it been? Jianxin immediately reassured her, and then said seriously, first, gather Wei Jiayang and the others. Also, bring the people from over there. I have something to discuss. Seeing the serious expression on her face, Sun Zihan wasted no time and hurried out to find them. Upon returning home, Jianxin first checked on the chickens and noticed 2 new wooden houses next to the chicken coop, evidently built by Sun Zihan and the others for the pigs and sheep. Upon closer inspection, she found that both the pigs and sheep had grown quite well. After setting her things down, she heard a knock at the door. Stepping outside, she saw that everyone had arrived, and they exchanged pleasantries. Jianxin then recounted the events at the base. Sister, do you think you might be overthinking this? Wei Jiaping inquired. We can't afford to dismiss it. In this world, it's better to be overly cautious, Zhang Ladu remarked. Could it be acid rain? Only a disaster with such polluting properties would affect the salt lake. Xu Fei suddenly suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at him. Xu Fei's face turned beet red. Did I say something wrong? Jianxin shook her head. No, what you said is quite possible. I think it's very likely as well, but regardless, we should prepare ourselves, Sun Zihan stated. But how do we avoid acid rain? Our wooden houses probably can't withstand it. Lu Guixiang expressed her concerns. We'll have to dig a basement, Zhao Daqiang declared. The group pondered for a moment, concluding that this was the best course of action. After agreeing, they all got busy. During the day, they worked in the fields and gathered anything edible, while at night, they took time to dig the cellar. Not only did they need to gather food, but they also needed to store water. However, this posed a problem with containers, fortunately. Zhang Lao came up with a solution by finding trees thick enough for two people to wrap their arms around. They would cut the trunks, hollow them out, and thus create water barrels, complete with lids made by Zhang Lao. The fish from the pond were also caught and divided among the group. At this point, Sun Zihan's space was full. Her area was already small, at just over 20 square meters, filled with fruits and some previous supplies. This time, with the haul of several hundred pounds of fish, there was simply no room left. Jianxin remained silent, still withholding the fact that she possessed a space. Human nature was unpredictable, and she couldn't afford to take that risk. If her space couldn't accommodate everything, she would have to dry and process the excess. After all, others could survive without a space. Jianxin's basement was the first to be completed, measuring twice the area of her wooden house, as it needed to store supplies, so she had dug it larger. Following hers, Sun Zihan's was completed, and finally, the Wei brothers' cellar was finished. Chapter 43. Acid rain. The basements of several families were gradually completed, and the remaining time was devoted to stockpiling supplies, due to the uncertainty of whether acid rain would indeed come. And not knowing what the world would be like after the disaster, they all worked tirelessly to gather provisions. Wild vegetables and fruits, anything edible, were collected and then dried for preservation. Fortunately, these wild vegetables grew quickly. Typically, after harvesting on the first day, they could be gathered again the next day. The crops in the fields were left to grow freely. They would harvest whatever they could when the time came. As wasting time every day in the fields would not be cost-effective. "Sister, do you think this acid rain will actually come?" Wei Jiaping asked while gathering wild vegetables. Jianxin, without lifting her head, replied, "I don't know. It is possible that what comes isn't acid rain, but rather phenomena like perpetual daylight or night. I hope it's not acid rain, because if it is, this land will turn into wasteland. And we'll have to flee again," Sun Zihan said. "Such matters are beyond our control. We'll have to see if the heavens grant us a chance to survive," Wei Jiayang remarked. "Why speak such pessimistic words? It is better to cling to life than to perish. As long as there is a chance, we will survive," Sun Zihan asserted. By the way, we should also make some masks tonight, if it turns out to be acid rain. The air will certainly be toxic, and wearing masks will help a lot, Jianxin suggested. Sun Zihan nodded. "All right, I'll make some time to prepare them tonight." The crops in the fields were harvested and replanted repeatedly. Yet the anticipated disaster had yet to arrive. While others began to doubt if Jianxin was overreacting, Zhang Lao remained convinced that Jianxin was right to be concerned. These trees and grasses have been behaving strangely for 2 years, growing wildly as if they were experiencing a last burst of life before death. "Perhaps this is a sign of impending doom," Zhang Lao stated. "But Grandpa, it's been 3 months, and there has still been no sign of disaster." Zhang Tianhao questioned. Zhang Lao rapped his knuckles against Tianhao's forehead, saying, "Does a disaster ever announce its arrival in advance? Just because you say it won't come, doesn't mean it." Jianxin found herself sequestered in the basement, with little to occupy her time, and so she retrieved a book to while away the hours. On the 4th day, she emerged from the basement, and as soon as she opened the door, a pungent odor assailed her senses. She took a mint leaf and placed it in her mouth, which offered a modicum of relief. Raising her gaze, she surveyed her small abode, now infiltrated by water due to the corrosive acid rain. Although the trees outside appeared unscathed at first glance, the grass lay flattened. After observing for a moment, Jianxin was struck by a wave of nausea and a throbbing headache. She adjusted her mask and hurried back into the basement. Once inside, Jianxin began to scrutinize the walls, fearing that if the acid rain persisted, the basement would eventually succumb to the damage, leaving her with no means of escape. After a thorough inspection, she felt some relief, as the basement remained intact for the time being. Yet, she knew this was not a sustainable solution. She gathered all her belongings in the basement and prepared her off-road vehicle, covering it with a waterproof tarp, hoping it would provide some protection should the basement be breached. Fortunately, the heavens did not conspire against her entirely, as the acid rain ceased on the 8th day, and the basement remained unharmed. Jianxin chose not to venture out immediately. Instead, she lingered for another 3 days before finally emerging. The air outside was slightly less acrid, but still unbearable. She chewed on a mint leaf, wrapped her legs in waterproof material, donned a raincoat, and made her way to Sun Zihan's home. Upon crawling out of her basement, Sun Zihan appeared pale and drawn. Jianxin recognized that the noxious fumes had taken their toll on her friend, but felt helpless, only able to advise her to drink plenty of warm water to expedite her recovery. After checking on Sun Zihan, Jianxin proceeded to the Wei family. The Wei brothers seemed to be faring slightly better, likely due to their robust constitution. After confirming that they were all right, she returned to the basement. Outside, the toxic gas lingered, rendering it unsafe to be above ground. Jianxin remained in the basement for an entire week, during which Sun Zihan and the others visited several times. Once the toxic air dissipated to the point where she could no longer detect its stench after removing her mask, she finally left the basement. However, the world outside was a sight to behold in its devastation. The exterior of her wooden cabin was charred black from corrosion, appearing as if it had been carbonized, while the trees did not yet show visible signs of damage. Jianxin understood that, in due time, the grass and foliage would wither away. The land itself had become barren, with both soil and water sources rendered uninhabitable. Jianxin led Sun Zihan and the others to 2 additional households, and upon assessing their conditions, felt a sense of relief as they appeared to be relatively well. She then sought out old Zhang to discuss the construction of several carts, for they needed to flee once more. This land had been tainted, and they were compelled to seek a new sanctuary. As for their destination, she was uncertain. They could only take it one step at a time, for in this vast expanse of blue star, she refused to believe that there was no place for them to call home. In Chapter 44, they encountered old Zhang's convoy, which benefited from Jianxin's support and progressed smoothly, even as the vegetation outside continued to wither day by day. Thankfully, the temperature remained relatively mild. They only hoped for temperate weather during their journey. The families, aside from Jianxin, began to conserve food and water as the land and its resources had been tainted. They remained unaware of the state of the world beyond their immediate vicinity and sought to ration their supplies until they could establish a new gathering point. Old Zhang constructed 4 carts in total, 2 for Jianxin and her group, and 1 for each of the other families. As everyone prepared to leave, Jianxin and her companions set about transforming their provisions into dried rations. They fashioned small rice balls, corn buns, sweet potato buns, flatbreads, and steamed buns. Sun Zihan even filled a bamboo container with fizzy drinks, storing it with ice in their space, hoping to indulge during the journey should the heat become unbearable. Additionally, they prepared ginger tea, mung bean soup, and mint water. On the day they set off, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them, for they had only just begun to find stability, and now, with the acid rain's devastation, their hopes were dashed. Jianxin gently patted Sun Zihan, whose eyes were red from unshed tears, and softly uttered, "Let us go." The 4 of them pushed their carts, leaving behind the place they had called home for nearly 2 years. The roadside was choked with wilted weeds, making their progress laborious, and they covered little distance in a day. The Wei brothers volunteered to push the carts, allowing Jianxin and Sun Zihan to rest. To make better time, they typically consumed dry rations for lunch and cooked a meal in the evening. At night, Jianxin erected her small tent and took the opportunity to wipe herself down. As bathing outdoors was impractical, yet a quick cleanup felt significantly more refreshing. However, she was cautious not to waste water, should they find themselves in a situation where water was scarce in the future. Her reserves would not last a lifetime, so she had to be frugal. "Jianxin, it's time for dinner," Sun Zihan called from outside. "I'm coming." Jianxin hurriedly dressed and stepped outside. Dinner consisted of noodles accompanied by wild vegetables and jerky, with each person receiving a generous bowl. Sitting by the fire with her bowl of noodles, Jianxin was joined by Sun Zihan. "I wonder if we will find land that is untainted," Sun Zihan pondered aloud. Jianxin took a mouthful of noodles and replied, "With Blue Star being so vast, we are bound to find something. I just hope our supplies will last until that day comes," Sun Zihan said, sipping the broth. "Whatever will be. We will take it one step at a time," Jianxin concluded, falling silent thereafter. After finishing their meal, Sun Zihan poured each person a cup of juice that had been freshly squeezed before their departure, ensuring they received their daily dose of vitamins. Once dinner was concluded and the night watch was arranged, Jianxin crawled into her tent to sleep. She anticipated a restless night, yet to her surprise, she fell asleep within mere minutes. She slept soundly until the following morning, waking to find that Sun Zihan had prepared breakfast. "You're up. I was just about to come and get you," Sun Zihan said, handing Jianxin a bowl. Breakfast consisted of porridge and buns. "Eat well. You will need your strength for the journey," Sun Zihan advised. Thus, they traveled for 3 consecutive days before encountering a convoy. To be precise, it was a large contingent, stretching endlessly before them. The lead was a bullock cart, followed by carts similar to Jianxin's. Beyond that, the line of carts faded from view. Jianxin and Sun Zihan exchanged glances, realizing that this must be a group from a base. Jianxin recalled the base where she had previously harvested salt. However, she quickly discerned that these were not the same individuals, as she spotted a familiar face, Hao Jia. Hao Jia was accompanied by Du Tao and a group of men and women, but peculiarly, there was no sign of Du Man. Jianxin whispered a few words to Sun Zihan, who grew anxious and wanted to approach Hao Jia for answers. But Jianqin restrained her, signaling for patience. Jianqin, my father sent me to inquire if we should join this convoy, Lu Guixiong interjected. Jianqin glanced at Sun Zihan before responding for the time being. Let us accompany them and assess the situation as it unfolds. Very well, I will inform them. Lu Guixiong nodded in agreement. As she departed, Jianqin quietly advised Sun Zihan, do not rush. Wait until he is alone to ask. We must not draw unwanted attention. Sun Zihan suppressed her impatience and nodded in agreement. All right, I will wait. Hao Jia continued on his path, seemingly oblivious to Jianqin and her companions, possibly due to their masks concealing their identities. For 3 consecutive days, Sun Zihan found no opportunity to approach Hao Jia. On the 4th evening, while resting, Jianqin observed Hao Jia conversing with his comrades before he wandered off alone. Quickly, Jianqin signaled Sun Zihan, and the two stealthily followed him. After a short distance, Hao Jia paused before a large tree and began to unfasten his trousers. Jianqin and Sun Zihan exchanged incredulous glances. Once Hao Jia had finished, Jianqin swiftly approached, pressing her gun against his lower back and whispering, "Silence, move." Hao Jia stiffened, about to speak, when he noticed Sun Zihan brandishing her weapon beside him. Please, let us not act rashly. We can discuss this. We are acquaintances. After all, he stammered, forcing a smile. Jianqin, growing impatient, kicked him and retorted, enough talk, move. They compelled Hao Jia to walk ahead until they had covered several hundred meters from the camp before halting. Where is Man? What have you done with her? Sun Zihan demanded coldly. A flicker of panic crossed Hao Jia's face, followed by a pained expression as he replied, Man, she didn't make it back in time during the acid rain. She was injured and received no treatment. Sun Zihan slapped him across the face, exclaiming, Injured? No treatment? Hao Jia, do you take me for a fool? With that, she delivered a kick to his abdomen, pressing her gun against his head. You had better speak the truth, or I will end you. Hao Jia curled on the ground, clutching his stomach and pleading, Zihan, I am not lying. Everything I said is true. I was just as devastated by Man's loss as you are. Tears streamed down Sun Zihan's cheeks as she glared at him, while Jianqin comforted her silently by holding her shoulders. Just then, Hao Jia suddenly produced a wooden club, aiming to strike Sun Zihan. Jianqin reacted instinctively, lunging forward and kicking the weapon away before it could make contact. Sun Zihan, now alert, unsheathed a knife and charged at Hao Jia, but he rolled away, narrowly avoiding her strike. Jianqin retrieved her crossbow and shot an arrow through Hao Jia's neck. As they watched Hao Jia collapse in agony, both Jianqin and Sun Zihan felt a profound sense of regret. Despite their shared history, they had arrived at such a grim juncture, after Hao Jia breathed his last. Jianqin stored her crossbow and approached him with a fire axe, ensuring he was indeed deceased before searching his body. Ultimately, she discovered a necklace hanging from his neck, adorned with a black stone that led to a hidden space. In Chapter 45, the focus shifted to Du Tao. The two of them tidied the scene, and Jianqin regarded Hao Jia's lifeless body with a frown before placing it into the black stone space. They had been out for quite some time. Let us return first. We can discuss the other matters later, Jianqin suggested, holding onto Sun Zihan's hand. Wiping the tears from her face, Sun Zihan composed herself and followed Jianqin back. Upon returning to the camp, Sun Zihan hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Jianqin gently patted her shoulder and inquired, Are you considering adopting Xiao Tao? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Sun Zihan replied, with Man gone. I truly worry for Xiao Tao's safety alone. However, rest assured, when he comes over, I will share my rations with him. Jianqin shot her a look of disbelief, suddenly recalling Hao Jia's space. She signaled to Sun Zihan with her eyes before turning to inspect the area. Hao Jia's space was also roughly 20 square meters. Jianqin suspected that during the stone-cutting incident, some fragments might have been flung out, which would explain why both spaces were limited to about 20 square meters. After not seeing Hao Jia for the past 2 years, the supplies he had initially taken were now nearly depleted. Presently, the space contained mostly water, alongside some dried wild vegetables, cornmeal, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, with a few miscellaneous items scattered about. There were also some weapons and dried provisions. It seemed that Hao Jia had not fared well in the last 2 years. She had seen him commanding a group recently, but in truth, he was merely a figurehead. Casting a disdainful glance at Hao Jia's corpse, Jianqin resolved to travel a little further before disposing of him. What do you plan to do with him? Sun Zihan asked. Jianqin understood she was referring to Hao Jia. After we walk a bit more, we will find a place to bury him. After all, we have shared some time together. Sun Zihan remained silent. Gazing in the direction of Du Tao, Jianqin recognized her concern for Du Tao and spoke soothingly. Do not worry. In a couple of days, we will bring him back. It is not the right time now. Sun Zihan was aware that with Hao Jia just deceased, bringing Du Tao back would certainly raise suspicions. They would have to wait for the right opportunity. Having followed the main group, they resorted to consuming dry rations for several dinners. Jianxin chewed on the dry flatbread, feeling her throat ache. She decided that after bringing Du Tao back in a couple of days, she would leave this group to act independently. After nibbling on a few pieces of bread, Jianxin rose and returned to the tent. The flatbread was too parched for her to continue eating. Back in the tent, she stowed the bread in her space and carefully took out a boxed meal to eat. It was just the right time for dinner. Even if the aroma wafted out, it wouldn't seem out of place. For the past few days, she had been sneaking extra meals at night in the tent. The next day, indeed, Hao Jia's disappearance caused a minor uproar, with his teammates clamoring for assistance from above to search for him. However, since they had to keep moving, they could only send a few to look for him while the others continued on their journey. Sun Zihan watched Du Tao being jostled by the crowd, her heart aching, but Jianxin shook her head at her, urging her to hold back her emotions. During the evening rest, Hao Jia's teammates returned. Naturally empty-handed. One man, upon seeing Du Tao sitting aside, kicked him to the ground, cursing, "You're just like your worthless sister, a burden." Sun Zihan immediately prepared to stand, but Jianxin firmly restrained her. Do not act impulsively. Xiao Tao is not in immediate danger. Just wait a moment, she whispered. Du Tao seemed to have grown accustomed to the situation, rising to rub the spot where he had been kicked, then resumed his dazed stare by the fire. During mealtime, the group ignored him, and Du Tao merely held his stomach, swallowing hard. "Sister, how about we bring Xiao Tao over?" Wei Jiaping suddenly suggested. Jianxin glanced at him and replied, "If he comes over, you will need your rations." "Do you mind?" Wei Jiaping hesitated but eventually nodded. "I can share a bit with him." Jianxin smiled and ruffled his hair, saying, "Let us wait a bit longer. It is not yet time. You must pretend not to know him." Though Wei Jiaping did not fully understand, he nodded in agreement. The opportunity to bring Du Tao back arose the next afternoon. Du Tao, clearly starved, collapsed while walking. The people in the group passed him by. As if he were invisible, the higher-ups merely helped him up, gave him a little water, and then left him on the ground. Jianxin nodded at the anxious Sun Zihan, who immediately rushed over. Wei Jiaping and a few others parked their vehicle nearby and ran over as well. Jianxin stayed behind to watch the vehicle when Zhang Laotu and his group approached, asking, "What are you up to, Jianxin?" Jianxin smiled and explained, "Zihan feels compassion and wishes to save someone." Then she addressed Zhang Laotu and his companions, "Uncle, we may need to stay here for a few days. You can go ahead with the group." Zhang Laotu and his friends exchanged glances and asked, "Girl, are you really going to save this child?" Jianxin nodded. After all, a life is at stake, especially one so young. Zhang Laotu sighed. "Then we shall take our leave first. If you manage to sort things out, hurry and catch up with us." Jianxin nodded. Watching the group depart, silently murmuring, "I'm sorry. It seems we must say goodbye." Du Tao was suffering from low blood sugar and dehydration. Sun Zihan fed him a piece of candy, and when he woke up and saw her, tears streamed down his face. Sun Zihan hushed him, signaling for him to hold his words for now. She helped Du Tao back to the vehicle, then, using it as cover, offered him a cup of salt water. Softly saying, "Xiao Tao, wait a moment. When the people are far enough away, I will prepare something delicious for you." Du Tao buried himself in Sun Zihan's embrace, tears flowing freely as he sobbed, "Sister, my sister. She was killed by Hao Jia." Sun Zihan's expression changed, and she exchanged a glance with Jianxin, then gently comforted, "Xiao Tao, be good. We will talk about this later." Du Tao obediently nodded but clung to Sun Zihan tightly. Once the main group was completely out of sight, Sun Zihan retrieved a bowl of porridge from her space, sweetening it with sugar before handing it to Du Tao, who eagerly devoured it. Sun Zihan patted his back, saying, "Take your time. No one is going to steal it from you." After he finished the porridge, Sun Zihan collected the bowl and advised, "You should not eat too much right now. For the next few days, just drink porridge to regain your strength. In a couple of days, I will prepare something tasty for you." Hearing this, Du Tao's tears began to flow again. Wei Jiaping, being of a similar age, sat beside him, draping an arm over his shoulder and saying, "Why cry? Real men don't shed tears over spilled blood." Du Tao wiped his tears and glanced at everyone. Jianxin found a place to sit and inquired, "What exactly happened to your sister?" Chapter 46. The death of Du Man. Upon hearing this question, Du Tao burst into tears. The others did not attempt to console him, allowing him to cry until he was spent. Once he calmed down, he recounted the circumstances of Du Man's death. It turned out that after Du Man and Du Tao followed Hao Jia to the base, they quickly settled in due to the ample supplies they brought. With the advantage of space, Hao Jia soon gathered a group of followers and began to covet the other half of Sun Zihan's space. Upon learning this, Du Mianman attempted several times to intervene, leading to escalating conflicts between the two. Eventually, Hao Jia, along with his group, planned to ambush Jianqin and her companions to reclaim the space. However, by then, Jianqin and her group had vanished without a trace. After returning, Hao Jia began to suspect that Du Mianman had tipped them off, resulting in a fierce argument between them. During the altercation, Hao Jia inadvertently strangled Du Mianman, despite his efforts to conceal the incident. He remained oblivious to the fact that Du Tao had already sensed something was amiss regarding his sister's death. Thus, he kept silent, secretly observing. One day, he inadvertently overheard Hao Jia speaking in his sleep, finally uncovering the truth. However, being so young, he felt powerless to seek vengeance for his sister and could only endure and bide his time, waiting for a chance to strike. Hearing this, the group felt a profound sense of sorrow, especially Sun Zihan, who had already been reduced to tears. Jianqin stepped aside, revealing Hao Jia's corpse, and addressed Du Tao. "You can now avenge your sister." Du Tao halted his tears, staring blankly at Hao Jia's body. Suddenly, he let out a fierce cry and rushed forward, pummeling Hao Jia's corpse with fists and feet. Jianqin stepped back, allowing him to vent his pent-up frustration. When he could no longer continue, Du Tao finally stopped, kneeling on the ground and weeping bitterly. Once he had cried enough, Sun Zihan approached to help him up, gently patting his shoulder. "Xiao Tao, although your sister is gone, Zihan is still here. From now on, you will stay with us." Du Tao met her gaze and nodded obediently. After resting for a while, the group gathered their belongings, preparing to set off once more. But before departing, Wei Jiaying asked Jianqin, "Sister, should we pursue the front group?" Jianqin shook her head. With Hao Jia and Du Tao's matters resolved, she did not intend to follow the group any longer. Being in a crowd was neither conducive to good rest nor nourishment. "We will not follow them. We shall take a different path," Jianqin stated. The others had no objections, so they shouldered their bags, just as Wei Jiaying and his brother were about to push the cart. Jianqin stopped them, storing the cart in her space. Seeing their astonished expressions, Jianqin glanced at Hao Jia, and the two brothers understood the implication. However, Wei Jiaying spoke up, "Sister, you should at least leave one cart out. We need to maintain appearances." Jianqin considered this and agreed. Thus, she released one cart, filled with some lightweight items for camouflage, and let Du Tao ride on it as they set off. "Where are we headed?" Sun Zihan queried, walking alongside Jianqin. Jianqin looked ahead and replied, "We shall head towards Ming Province. If we find a suitable location along the way, we may even settle down." Sun Zihan remarked, "I sincerely hope that there are still untainted areas on this land." Jianqin exhaled softly and replied, "There must be some. If not, we can always venture abroad. Surely, the entirety of Blue Planet cannot be polluted." Sun Zihan smiled but refrained from further comment. Traveling alone was indeed much more relaxed. At least, if one wished to indulge in some delicacies, there was no need for stealth. However, the ever-increasing temperatures weighed heavily on their spirits, with no one knowing if another wave of extreme heat would descend upon them. After such a long journey, the sights that met their eyes remained those of land marred by acid rain, with withered wild grasses and trees growing increasingly desiccated. When the temperature exceeded 35 degrees, they decided to travel only at night. Jianqin produced several solar-powered flashlights. Now, with Hao Jia's space to conceal their supplies, she could finally retrieve many items. The journey by night proved more treacherous, prompting Jianqin to stow away their vehicle while the group set off with their backpacks. After more than half a month of travel, their initial banter and laughter gradually gave way to silence. Having walked for so long without escaping the acid rain's contamination, their mood grew increasingly somber. One day during their rest, Sun Zihan gathered everyone for a meeting. "You have all seen it. Despite our lengthy journey, we have yet to encounter any unpolluted land. So, what shall we do next? Let's deliberate today," she stated. "How many supplies do you have left?" Jianqin inquired. Sun Zihan checked her notes and replied, "The inventory of supplies you stored with me is outlined here. If we are frugal, it should last approximately a year." Jianqin then revealed Hao Jia's space stone, saying, "I believe I have enough supplies here to last us about 3 months. Here is the plan. We will refrain from using anything from Zihan's supplies for now and focus on consuming what I have. We must strive to find a sustainable location within these 3 months." Everyone nodded in agreement. Sun Zihan began jotting down notes while retrieving half a box of salted fish and cured meat from her space. After a moment's pause, she added a basket of dried vegetables and another of apricots, saying, "These will be kept with you. For the time being, I will not touch anything from my space, relying solely on your supplies. If we do find a place to settle, it will still be quite some time before the next harvest." Jianqin collected the items and replied, All right. I consider this an unexpected bounty. Wei Jiaping licked his lips and suggested. Sister, perhaps I should eat less from now on. Sun Zihan chuckled. You are consuming your own rations. Why should you concern us? Wei Jiayang patted his head, adding, you are still growing. If you do not eat well, you won't reach your full height, Du Tao. Hearing this, lowered his head dejectedly. Noticing his gloom, Sun Zihan gently ruffled his hair, reassuring him, do not worry. Sister's provisions can sustain you as well. The Du Tao remained silent, merely leaning his head against Sun Zihan. In the days that followed, the group quickened their pace in hopes of finding a suitable dwelling. Concurrently, the daytime temperatures soared higher each day. Jianxin resorted to placing a block of ice in the tent while sleeping, or else slumber would be impossible. She found herself grateful for the ice she had hoarded during the extreme cold and the subsequent winter, allowing her to use it without hesitation now. After a deep sleep, she awoke to find it was already 5 in the evening. The ice had melted into water but still retained a coolness. Jianxin stored the water in her space and lay back for a while until the tent had warmed up sufficiently before stepping outside. On the 42nd day of their journey, they had yet to discover a habitable location. Wherever they encountered water, they would investigate, but invariably, the water was tainted by acid rain and unfit for consumption. Supplies dwindled daily, and the others, unlike Jianxin, grew increasingly anxious. Although Jianxin had enough provisions for a lifetime, the inability to find a clean, unpolluted place to settle weighed heavily on her conscience. Their dinner consisted of dried vegetables paired with cured meat, served with a porridge made of cornmeal, each receiving a generous bowl to ensure they were well fed for the night as travel. They would rest for an hour during the night, nibbling on corn buns and sipping water before continuing on their way. This had become their routine. One night, as they paused to drink water and rest, Wei Jiaping suddenly exclaimed, Sister, brother, look at the ground. Hastily, they gathered around him to see that the roots of the grass and trees in his vicinity exhibited a faint green hue. This indicated that the vegetation here had been less affected by pollution and still possessed vitality. The realization filled them with excitement. Perhaps if they ventured further, they would find a suitable place to settle. Fueled by this hope, they decided to forego rest, biting into their corn buns and shouldering their packs to press onward. In the following days, the greenery around them became increasingly lush, lifting their spirits. When the vegetation flourished once more, they understood they had finally escaped the polluted zone. Now, they only needed to find a source of water to establish their home. However, locating water proved challenging. Fortunately, they encountered wild vegetables and mushrooms to supplement their dwindling supplies and occasionally stumbled upon fruit trees left by previous cultivators. For instance, they discovered a sizable apple orchard, albeit with rather small and sparse apples. Nevertheless, they managed to gather apples for several days. This area should have been ideal for habitation, but sadly, the wells no longer yielded water. Wei Jiayang descended into one, only to find it dry, likely a consequence of an earthquake. After several days of foraging for apples, Jianxin grew anxious. The presence of apples indicated they had entered northern territory. Although she was unsure why they had traveled from the direction of Inner Mongolia to the north, she knew that winters in the north were harsh, and they needed to find a place to settle quickly. After more than a week, they came across a jujube grove and spent another 3 days harvesting jujubes before finally discovering a suitable dwelling place. This area appeared to have once been a village. With remnants of walls scattered amidst the overgrown vegetation, they cleared a well, successfully retrieving water, and spent several days cleaning up the ruins. Next, they would construct their homes, a task they had become quite adept at. Jianxin recalled the building materials she had stored in her space, originally intended for when they found a place to settle. However, given the current circumstances, she hesitated to use them, fearing that unforeseen calamities might arise, necessitating another hasty retreat. Having built wooden houses many times before, they completed several within just half a month. With Du Tao joining them, they decided to construct a larger wooden house for Sun Zihan. Ultimately, they agreed to make all the houses roughly the same size, each around 50 square meters. Once the wooden houses were complete, they immediately set about clearing land for cultivation, as this was vital for their future sustenance. The 5 of them collectively tilled 10 acres, with each person responsible for 2 acres. By the time they finished planting, a month had passed. Jianxin kept it simple, planting wheat on 1 acre and potatoes on another. Following the planting, they set about enclosing their yard. As before, they used the bricks they had cleared to surround the wooden houses, then constructed smaller enclosures with wood. Once their yards were enclosed, Jianxin began to arrange her small yard. Dividing her 40 square meter space into 2 sections. On the left, she planted the jujube, apple, and blueberry trees they had collected along the way. On the right, she cultivated vegetables such as cabbage, radishes, bell peppers, and tomatoes. However, they soon noticed a concerning issue. The plants seemed to have returned to a normal growth rate, no longer exhibiting the rampant growth they had once witnessed. When all tasks were completed, and they had settled down, Wei Jiaping mumbled, "Are we still celebrating the new year this year?" Jianqing suddenly realized that they had seemingly forgotten about the holiday. "Yes, we will celebrate next week," Sun Zihan replied. "But next week doesn't seem to be New Year," Wei Jiaping questioned. Jianqing smiled and said, "Let us just consider next week as New Year. After all, these festivals are human conventions. And any day will do." Not far from their new home lay a mountain, and the next day, Jianqing took the Wei brothers up the hill. Although she carried a wooden gun, they were in the north, where the mountains might harbor tigers or wolves. While tigers tended to act alone, wolves were more dangerous, often attacking in packs and harboring grudges. Therefore, she repeatedly cautioned the two to be vigilant. Shortly after they entered the mountain, they encountered a rather naive roe deer. Jianqing felt a pang of empathy and hesitated to kill it. Ultimately, it was Wei Jiayong who took action. Although this creature was once protected, they could now savor its flavor. The trio spent the day in the mountains, capturing a few wild chickens and gathering over 20 wild chicken eggs, in addition to discovering a chestnut grove. However, as dusk approached, they decided to return the following day to harvest the chestnuts. The bounty from the chestnut grove significantly boosted their supplies, and Jianqing estimated they had nearly 1,000 pounds, enough to last them for quite some time. It must be said that the northern mountains were indeed rich in resources. Jianqing sincerely hoped that no further disasters would befall them, allowing them to settle here in peace. Over the next week, the group continued to explore the mountains. The most significant gain was the encounter with a herd of wild goats. The three of them managed to hunt down 13, while Jianqing held back the rest, mindful of sustainable development. Aside from the game, there were various mushrooms, and Jianqing also collected numerous pine cones, intending to crack them open for pine nuts during the winter. On New Year's Day, everyone rose early. Jianqing searched her space for a long time but could not find any red paper, so she resorted to using an old red autumn top. After much effort, they crafted a few small lanterns, hanging two at the entrance. As for the couplets, there was simply no way to manage, but fortunately, that was not of utmost importance. What truly mattered was enjoying a hearty meal. After a long journey and continuous busyness upon arrival, this was the perfect opportunity to indulge. In Chapter 48, Blueberries, Sun Zihan brought Wei Jiaping and Du Tao to grill skewers, including lamb, pork, chicken wings, legs, and a large fish weighing over 5 pounds, complemented by potatoes, greens, and steamed buns, filling the table to the brim. Wei Jiayong added charcoal and wrapped a fresh chicken in large leaves, coating it with a layer of yellow clay before placing it in the fire to roast. Known as beggar's chicken, Jianqing prepared fruits and beverages, washing and arranging apples, jujubes, yellow peaches, apricots, and wild fruits picked a few days prior into 2 bowls. The joyful fizzy drink was also ready, accompanied by a bowl of ice cubes to enhance the experience. This barbecue feast lasted from evening until late at night, marking one of the most sumptuous meals they had enjoyed in months. After the new year, the temperature dropped unexpectedly, just the day before. Wearing short sleeves had felt warm, but upon rising in the morning, Jianqing was taken aback by the chill, sneezing from the cold. She rummaged through her space for a coat, and upon opening the door, a cold breeze rushed in. Jianqing smacked her lips and grabbed her backpack to head up the mountain for firewood. It is said that winters in the north are particularly harsh, without sufficient firewood. Life can become quite challenging. Jianqing's trip up the mountain was not solely for gathering firewood. She also hoped to find some valuable items, such as stumbling upon a nest of chicks or a pregnant sow. However, reality proved that Jianqing could not always rely on good fortune. This time, instead of finding chicks, she encountered a pack of wolves, exactly what she had hoped to avoid. The wolves approached silently, and by the time Jianqing noticed, she found herself surrounded. Instantly, she sought refuge in the nearest tree, preparing to fire her wooden gun when she heard another gunshot nearby, followed by a wolf collapsing in response. The remaining wolves quickly reacted, scattering, yet many fell victim to successive shots. Following the sound of the gunfire, Jianqing spotted several soldiers in camouflage uniforms. Initially surprised, Jianqing soon deemed it natural, as most areas had been sullied by acid rain, making this untainted locale a rarity. By the time she regained her composure, all the wolves had been felled. One of the soldiers approached the tree and called out, "Comrade, the wolves are dead. Are you all right?" Jianqing shook her head and cautiously climbed down, saying, "If it weren't for you comrades, I would have been in danger today." The soldiers gestured for her not to be concerned, and one spoke. "We are from the base over the mountain. If you face difficulties living here, you can follow this path to the base." Jianqing nodded in understanding. As the soldiers appeared to have other matters to attend to, they faced the challenge of dealing with the pile of wolf carcasses. After some hushed discussion, two of them each lifted a wolf body and said to Jianqing, "Comrade, we have tasks to complete. We'll leave the rest of the wolf carcasses to you." Jianqing's eyes sparkled, and she promptly assured them, "Rest assured, I will take care of it." The soldiers saluted her and departed. After half an hour, ensuring they were far gone and no one remained, she collected the 14 wolf carcasses. Unsure of the taste of wolf meat, she knew wolf pelts were valuable. With the wild goats from her previous hunt still in her space and the pelts she had stored, Jianqing believed that making 2 warm winter coats for herself and her companions would pose no challenge. With this thought in mind, she abandoned her firewood gathering and began to pack her belongings to descend the mountain. Upon returning, she convened with her companions to discuss processing the wild goats and wolves in the coming days. The wolf pelts would be her personal property, and while she decided to keep them, she distributed the wolf meat, as she had lingering reservations about consuming it, often associating it with dogs, besides the 13 wild goats previously hunted. They also had some leftover pelts. Each person took 3 goat skins, and with additional rabbit pelts and others, they had enough materials to craft 2 warm winter garments. However, none of them had the skills to sew winter clothing. So they would have to learn gradually, with winter being long enough not to worry about time. After dividing the game, they began preparing for the winter. The crops in the fields were not thriving. They exchanged glances, all frowning at the slow growth rate. It was evident that it lagged behind even the pace before the disaster. Had the vegetation, after a period of rapid growth, hit a plateau and begun to grow slowly? If so, future food supplies would become a concern. Yet, this was not something they could resolve. Their best option was to stockpile supplies on the mountain before the snow fell. Indeed, autumn in the north offered abundant wild edibles. In addition to chestnuts, there were many wild fruits and mushrooms. The moment they spotted any, they wasted no time in gathering them. Jianqing's favorite wild fruit was hawthorn. When taken home, it could be cooked with sugar to create candied hawthorn skewers, and dried slices could be reserved for tea. Each of them worked tirelessly, focused on their own livelihoods. Sister, hurry. My brother found a huge patch of blueberries. He sent me to call you." On a day when Jianqing was about to head out, Wei Jiaping rushed over to inform her. "Blueberries?" Jianqing's eyes lit up. This was a delightful find. She quickly gathered Sun Zihan, and together they headed toward the blueberry patch. The patch was located about 10 miles from their dwelling. Sprawling across the grassy area. To pick the blueberries, they had to part the grass. Jianqing immediately squatted down and began to pick, eating as she went. Fresh blueberries were delectably sweet and tangy. By the time they finished picking, night had fallen. They had spent the entire day gathering blueberries, having not even eaten a meal, yet felt full from the fruit alone. Wei Jiayong dug up over 10 blueberry bushes to take back and plant alongside the apple and jujube trees, as well as the chestnut tree from before. Jianqing also dug up a few to plant in her own little yard. Loaded with their bountiful harvest, they laughed and chatted as they made their way home. However, their cheerful mood was shattered upon reaching their doorstep. A group of people stood at the entrance, and the door lay in ruins. Had they returned any later, they might have found their home occupied. Jianqing's expression turned cold as she stepped forward and asked icily, "Who destroyed the door?" In Chapter 49, The Best Refuge, the group turned to face her. One young man was about to speak when a woman interrupted. "Is this your home? We were just passing through. It wasn't intentional. But since you've returned, could you please shelter us? Look at us, with the elderly and children. We've been traveling for so long. You wouldn't deny us, would you? We are all compatriots and should help one another." Not wishing to engage with foolishness, Jianqing repeated her question. "Who destroyed the door?" At that moment, a burly man over 6 feet tall stepped forward, declaring loudly, "I did." "What of it?" Jianqing approached him in a few strides and kicked him out of the way. Then, before anyone could react, swiftly severed his right hand with an axe. The man immediately howled in agony. As the onlookers stared in disbelief, Jianqing approached the earlier woman, her face stained with blood, and coolly remarked, "Did your mother not teach you to speak less and act more when out in the world?" It was only then that the group realized what had transpired. Some began to scream in fright. The young man tried to interject, "Miss, we were in the wrong. I should have stopped him." But, before he could finish, Sun Zihan fired a shot from her wooden gun, successfully silencing their screams. Sun Zihan advanced, sternly commanding, "Scram! Don't dirty my family's ground." The man glanced between Jianqing and Sun Zihan, then at the Wei brothers behind them, armed with wooden guns and crossbows. Finally, choosing not to argue, he pulled the woman from the ground and signaled to a few others to carry the unconscious, burly man away. This commotion thoroughly dampened their spirits. Wei Jiayong and Wei Jiaping gathered materials to repair the destroyed door. Jianqing, with a sullen expression, returned home, filled a bucket with hot water, and took a bath. Afterward, she changed into her pajamas and sat on the Kong, meticulously cleaning her weapons from her space. Today's incident made her acutely aware that as external living conditions grow increasingly dire, such occurrences would only multiply. The question remained whether they could withstand the challenges to come. Forget about seeking refuge in remote mountains. If you can find a place, why would others not? When one reaches the end of their rope, even a mouse hole can become a sanctuary. However, if she were to go to the base, she was unwilling, for she harbored a significant secret, and she could not be certain that in such a densely populated area, she would remain undiscovered. Contemplating this, she rose, changed her clothes, and stepped out. When one thinks alone, their perspective is limited. It is far wiser to discuss matters collectively to find a solution. Upon arriving at Sun Zihan's residence, she found her and Du Tao enjoying dinner. Upon learning that Jian Xin had not yet eaten, they set an extra pair of chopsticks for her. Jian Xin expressed her concerns, and after a brief silence, Sun Zihan instructed Du Tao to summon the Wei family brothers. Jian Xin interjected, "Let us wait until they finish eating. There is no rush." When Du Tao returned with the Wei brothers, Jian Xin and Sun Zihan were sipping hawthorn water. Once everyone was seated, Jian Xin shared her worries. Initially, she did not expect any fruitful solutions. But Wei Jiaping remarked, "Sister, if you are not averse to some trouble, I know of a rather safe place." This statement immediately piqued the curiosity of the other four. Wei Jiayang was the first to ask, "Where is this place, and how do you know about it?" Wei Jiaping shifted in his seat and explained, "Last week, I went mushroom picking in the mountains and ventured into a nearby area. There, I discovered a secluded hilltop that, though small, could provide us a safe refuge if we find a way to reach it." "All right, then let us check it out tomorrow. If it is indeed as you say, we could settle there," Sun Zihan declared. Jian Xin nodded in agreement. "We should go take a look, but we need to leave someone behind to guard the house to prevent today's events from recurring." Wei Jiayong raised his hand. "I will stay behind to watch over things while Jiaping takes you." After finalizing their plans, they returned home. The next day, Wei Jiaping led Jian Xin and Sun Zihan to the hilltop. Sun Zihan, panting, remarked, "You trekked this far just for mushrooms?" Wei Jiaping sheepishly scratched his head. "I was paying attention." Standing at the edge of the cliff, Jian Xin gazed at the opposite hilltop, recognizing it as a promising location. Yet the challenge remained how to traverse the distance. The narrowest point of the cliff stretched over 20 meters, and the hill was flanked by steep peaks with cliffs on three sides. Without professional climbers and specialized gear, ascending would be impossible. If they could construct a simple wooden bridge, it might be feasible, but they lacked the necessary skills. Nevertheless, the hilltop could serve as a potential refuge. They would return home to ponder their options. After all, it was not yet a matter of desperation, and they had time, at least until winter passed out. On their way back, they encountered several wild fruit bushes, including Jian Xion's favorite hawthorn. She had made quite a few candied hawthorns in her space and intended to prepare more upon her return. As they continued, they encountered several groups of individuals venturing into the mountains. Sun Zihan furrowed her brow and asked, "Are these people from the base on the other side?" Jian Xion nodded. "That seems likely." Sun Zihan's frown deepened. "It appears we must urgently devise a plan to settle on that hilltop. Otherwise, if these individuals find themselves in dire straits, they may venture here." Jian Xion tugged at her hair in frustration. Weary of the years spent in flight, never finding stability for more than 2 years, whether due to natural disasters or human calamity, upon returning home, the group reconvened for discussion, yet no viable solutions emerged, leaving them with little choice but to pause their efforts. Meanwhile, the group that Jian Xion and her companions had driven away finally reached the base, but the burly man succumbed to excessive blood loss. The morally indignant girl reported to the base personnel that Jian Xion and her group were responsible and demanded action against them. However, the base officials stated that neither Jian Xion nor her companions were affiliated with the base, and thus, the matter did not fall under their jurisdiction. Infuriated, the girl gnawed her teeth in frustration, yet the young man beside her comforted her. "Let it go, sister. We were at fault from the beginning. Moreover, this is not the society of old. We must act with caution in the future." He wished to convey that they should cease their concern for the group they had been aiding, as for a long time, they had been responsible for their sustenance, only to encounter ongoing troubles. Yet, his sister insisted that his space made him a chosen one, destined for greatness, and that leading these people was to lay the groundwork for his future. He longed to express that he was merely an ordinary homebody without such lofty ambitions, and he did not wish to bear such heavy expectations. Chapter 50. Fortuity. Meanwhile, Jian Xion and her companions were engaged in a discussion about crafting cotton-padded jackets from sheepskin. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, completing these garments soon would allow them to wear them in the coming cold months. Sun Zihan cautiously cut the sheepskin while remarking to Jian Xian, I visited the fields yesterday, and I now suspect that the crops might require 2 or 3 years to mature. Jian Xian set down her needle and sighed. Could it be that Blue Star has exhausted all its vitality recently, causing the plants on this earth to grow sluggishly? Wei Jiaping chimed in. Does this mean we will go hungry in the future? Hearing this, Du Tao quickly clung to Sun Zihan's arm. Sister, I'll manage with just 1 meal a day. Sun Zihan chuckled, ruffling his hair. Do not worry. Sister will ensure you're fed. Jian Xian placed the half-finished sheepskin jacket aside and propped her chin on her hand. I think I will visit the base over there tomorrow. Sun Zihan frowned. The base? Are you looking for ways to increase food production? Jian Xian nodded. Regardless, they have a larger population, so they must have better ideas than just the few of us. Should I accompany you? Sun Zihan inquired. Jian Xian shook her head. No, it would be too conspicuous with more people. I'll assess the situation and report back. The next morning, Jian Xian set off early, carrying a basket filled with a few worn garments to avoid drawing attention. Uncertain of the base's precise location, she decided to venture over the mountain, following the direction indicated by the young soldiers she had encountered before. She had originally intended to search for wild goods while entering the mountain, but to her dismay, she found several wild fruit trees completely barren, instantly recalling the hunters she had seen previously. With a sigh, she pressed onward. Throughout her trek, Jian Xian encountered not even a single feather from a wild chicken. Had the base's inhabitants truly eradicated all wildlife? After 2 hours of walking, she finally stumbled upon an unpicked treasure, a wild persimmon tree laden with bright red fruits. This discovery lifted her spirits considerably, dissipating much of her fatigue from the climb. After harvesting the persimmons, she spread a piece of worn clothing on the ground, preparing to enjoy a simple lunch before continuing her journey. Just as she took out her homemade wrap, a few individuals emerged from the nearby brush. Upon seeing the 4 men, Jian Xian felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, her basket had obscured the use of her space, or she would have had no choice but to resort to violence today. The men exchanged glances, and a younger man approached her, saying, Beautiful lady, what brings you up the mountain alone? Jian Xian shot him a disdainful look, retorting, I fear a solitary ascent might frighten you. The man's expression stiffened, and the young man persisted, This mountain can be quite dangerous. Would you like to join us? Jian Xian, uninterested in their chatter, stood up, shouldered her basket, and bit into her wrap as she walked away. The young man attempted to follow, but an older companion stopped him, saying, Let it go, Chang. In this day and age, how many women would dare to venture out alone? However, Chang seemed poised to argue further but ultimately fell silent. Shortly after Jian Xian departed, fortune smiled upon her as she stumbled upon a patch of wild fruit she recognized, Yaojin Yang, resembling blueberries but lacking their exquisite taste. Nonetheless, Jian Xian delighted in the harvest. As she collected the fruits, dusk began to descend, and she scolded herself for her carelessness. The mountains in this region were not to be underestimated, for they indeed harbored wild beasts. Regret was futile now. She had no choice but to continue searching for a safe place to spend the night. Unfortunately, none of the areas appeared suitable for resting until the moon hung high in the sky, at which point she discovered a cave. However, Jian Xian was cautious about the cave, uncertain if it housed wild boars or other ferocious creatures. She fashioned a simple torch and tossed it into the cave. After a moment of silence, she fashioned another torch, illuminating her path with a flashlight as she cautiously entered. The cave was not large, appearing rather narrow. Jian Xian ventured deeper but found no end. After a while, she turned back. In the darkness, she could not ascertain what awaited her within. If a bear were to enter while she slept, it could spell disaster. Therefore, she resolved to spend the night in a tree instead and return to explore the cave in the morning. Nevertheless, resting in a tree proved uncomfortable. Jian Xian struggled to find restful sleep, fearing she might fall if she dozed off. Instead, she merely dozed intermittently, waking repeatedly. When dawn finally broke, Jian Xian climbed down from the tree, her back sore and her body aching. After a quick wash, she retrieved 2 buns and a cup of soybean milk, munching as she made her way back to the cave. After walking for a while, Jianxin finished the bun in her hand, then took out a wooden stick hidden in her palm and continued deeper into the cave. The further she walked, the narrower the passage became, prompting her to recall a saying. At first, it is extremely narrow, only then does it accommodate a person. Indeed, after traversing a bit further, her surroundings suddenly opened up. However, this was not a paradise, but rather the mountain peak that Wei Jiaping had shown them before. As the saying goes, after much searching, the answer comes effortlessly. They were pondering how to arrive here. and yet, by sheer coincidence, she had stumbled in. Eventually, they could find a large rock to block the cave entrance, ensuring that no one could enter. At this thought, Jianxin placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily, only proceeding further after her amusement subsided. After taking a brief tour of the mountain peak, Jianxin felt her heart bloom with joy. This was no mere mountaintop, but rather a hidden paradise. The area spanned approximately 20 to 30 acres, and near the cave entrance was a small pond with crystal-clear water, revealing fish swimming within. Most astonishingly, a group of wild goats, chickens, and rabbits were nearby. Jianxin widened her eyes at the sight of the goats, pondering that if they settled here, would these wild creatures not become their private livestock? They could feast on the old ones and breed new ones, ensuring an endless supply of meat. Not far from the pond, there was a relatively flat patch of land that, with some tidying up, could serve as an excellent dwelling. The adjacent land could be cultivated into a fruit orchard. Indeed, was this not a true paradise? Jianxin meandered around the mountain peak for an entire afternoon, and when she felt satisfied, she emerged from the cave. Observing the area outside the cave, she found herself even more pleased. The mountain surrounding the cave was composed of steep, straight rocks, resembling a zongzi with a hole punched through it, making it inaccessible to ordinary people. After thoroughly assessing the situation, Jianxin began her search for stones. After running several miles, she selected 2 large stones that suited her purpose and brought them back with her. One would block the entrance inside, while the other would serve as an external barrier. Even if someone inadvertently moved the outer stone, they would never suspect the hidden marvel behind the inner stone. Chapter 51. A delightful surprise. Upon leaving the cave, Jianxin made her way back to the base in high spirits. As she approached the descent, she took some salt and jerky from her space and placed them in her basket. After a moment's thought, she added some wild vegetables and the wild persimmons she had previously gathered. The persimmons could be used to gather information, while the others might be exchanged for useful items. The base at the foot of the mountain was easy to locate, given its imposing presence. Jianxin approached the base, registering at the entrance. The guard on duty, judging by his demeanor, appeared to be a soldier, indicating that this base was official, unlike the last one. After she completed her registration, the staff member informed her, "Comrade, according to regulations, you may stay inside for 3 days. If you intend to remain beyond that, you must go to the government hall to process the necessary paperwork. Should you choose to leave, you must do so promptly. Otherwise, patrolling personnel will forcibly escort you away." Jianxin nodded and inquired, "Are there any requirements to stay?" The staff member shook his head, replying, "No specific conditions are required, but within the base, you must comply with the arrangements set by the government. Violations of the base's regulations will result in severe penalties." Jianxin expressed her gratitude politely, and the staff member directed her to a nearby small room where her belongings would be searched to prevent the entry of lethal weapons. Once the search was completed, Jianxin stepped into the base. Upon entering, she immediately sensed a stark contrast between this base and the previous private one. Firstly, the area was vast, and secondly, patrolling squads were visible everywhere. The personnel within the base were diligently attending to their duties. Aside from the rudimentary environment, it bore little difference to life before the apocalypse. Following the central path deeper into the base, Jianxin noticed several shops lining the streets, including a restaurant, a tailor, and a general store, with the largest being the official marketplace. Jianxin lifted her leg to enter, but was halted by a young soldier at the entrance, who said, "Comrade, you cannot take your basket inside." Frowning slightly, Jianxin asked, "Where can I put it?" The young soldier pointed her in the direction of a storage area, saying, "You can leave it at the storage station." Jianxin looked up and saw that it resembled a pre-apocalyptic supermarket, albeit with small locks on the cabinets. She approached and, taking advantage of the distraction, stored everything in her space except for the empty basket, which she left at the counter. Inside the shop, the atmosphere was reminiscent of a supermarket from before the apocalypse, albeit with a more limited selection of goods. Aside from grains and vegetables, most items were mere odds and ends. After browsing for a while, she spotted a section selling hardware. Remembering that they were running low on nails for their wooden house, she inquired about the prices. A box of nails costs $50, the clerk cheerfully replied. Jianxin widened her eyes, reaching into her pocket to retrieve some paper currency she had salvaged from the ruins, and asked, "Is this the currency here?" The clerk laughed and said, "This is your first time at our base, isn't it?" Jianxin nodded, and the clerk explained, "No wonder. Our base has its own currency, and yours is not accepted here." "Then how can I obtain your currency?" Jianxin inquired. The clerk patiently informed her, "You can exit here, then turn left to find a bank. They have an exchange station where you can trade anything: mountain goods, grains, gold, silver, jade, or even valuable scrap metals found in the ruins. All right, thank you. I'll go take a look, Jianxin replied gratefully as she exited the shop. As she walked, she rummaged through her space, knowing that food would be too conspicuous to trade. And she was reluctant to part with gold. After searching for a while, she discovered a few silver bracelets and chose two that were less appealing before heading to the bank. This bank was also quite rudimentary, starkly contrasting with the clean and bright banks of the pre-earthquake era. Arriving at the exchange window, Jianxin handed over the two silver bracelets. After the staff inspected them, they provided her with an exchange receipt, which she signed before receiving the paper currency in return. This currency was strikingly different from what she was accustomed to, resembling traditional New Year paintings, with the highest denomination being $10 and the smallest just 1 cent. After counting, she found she had a total of $172.34. Once she secured the money, Jianxin returned to the shop and purchased the box of nails. After acquiring the nails, she continued to browse, picking up a few small items before heading outside. As she reached the entrance, she asked the young soldier where she could find seeds. The soldier pointed the way, saying, "Just follow this road ahead. The grain station is right there. You can ask them." Jianxin thanked him and made her way to the grain station. Unfortunately, the station did not have any fast-growing seeds, indicating that the issue of food supply would indeed pose a significant challenge. Nevertheless, Jianxin still purchased some vegetable seeds, reasoning that even if they grew slowly, they still needed to be planted, didn't they? By the time she finished buying seeds, night had already fallen. This base had a lodging facility that charged $60 for a night's stay. But Jianxin only had a little over $30 left. After negotiating with the owner, she offered jerky in exchange for the remaining balance, as she found the wolf jerky unpalatable, while others might hesitate to part with it. For Jianxin, it was of little concern. Although the lodging conditions were modest, it was relatively clean. Jianxin changed the bed linens and tidied herself up before collapsing onto the bed, quickly falling asleep. The next morning, she awoke feeling refreshed, packed her belongings, and did not linger before heading home. She was eager to share news of the cave with her companions, hoping to develop the mountain peak before winter arrived, so that once the cold passed, they could move in. The journey home was swift, and by early afternoon, Jianxin arrived home, just in time to encounter Wei Jiayong leaving the house. Upon seeing Jianxin, he joyfully approached her, exclaiming, "Sister, you're back." Jianxin nodded and said, "Call everyone together. I have some good news to announce." Wei Jiayong, curious, glanced at her and dashed out. After placing her belongings at home and tidying up, she soon saw Sun Zihan and the others arriving. Once they were seated, Wei Jiayong eagerly asked, "Sister, what is this good news?" Jianxin replied with a mysterious smile, "Do you remember the mountain peak that Zhaping showed us?" The others nodded, and Jianxin proudly declared, "I discovered the way in yesterday." Sun Zihan quickly inquired, "What way?" Jianxin recounted her discovery of the cave. Much to their delight, Sun Zihan exclaimed, "This is wonderful. Once we tidy up that mountain peak, we can move there. And hopefully, we won't have to run around anymore. Should we go take a look tomorrow?" Someone suggested. All of us. Wei Jiayong recalled the previous incident of the door being dismantled. Jianxin waved her hand dismissively. "No need to worry. Just store everything in the space. Even if someone comes, we won't lose anything." Chapter 52. The winner of the wild goats. Upon arriving at the cave the next day, Jianxin found the entrance just as she had left it. She moved the stones aside, and everyone entered. Arriving at the mountain peak, they were all delighted, for this place was truly a tailor-made paradise. With solid defenses and a water source, especially with the presence of wild goats, chickens, and rabbits, they were filled with joy, knowing that if well cared for, they would have a continuous supply of meat. After exploring the mountain peak, the group discussed their plans and decided to clear the land first. There was no hurry to move in. They could temporarily stay where they were, but the land had to be cultivated. However, upon starting the clearing process, they encountered a problem. The soil was merely a thin layer on top of solid rock, making it unsuitable for planting crops. However, this is not a significant issue. One can simply venture into the deep mountains to excavate some humus and return to spread it over the land. Although it may be somewhat troublesome, the ability to cultivate the earth is what truly matters. Apart from Du Tao, the remaining 4 individuals divided into 2 teams, taking turns to clear the mountaintop every day. Jian Xian accompanied Wei Jiaping, while Sun Zihan teamed up with Wei Jiayong, with Du Tao trailing behind. Everyone regarded this mountaintop as their future home. Thus they dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to the task. Jian Xian felled half of the trees on the mountain, leaving those near the cliff to prevent anyone from the opposite mountain from spotting them. Close to the water source, they cleared over 10 acres of land, spreading the humus, so that by the time spring arrives next year, they would be ready to plant. With the land prepared, the group began constructing wooden cabins. They had become quite adept at this task, and this time the cabins were more spacious. GNXIN's was just over 60 square meters, while the other two families had cabins exceeding 80 square meters. The plan for the cabin's exterior was to enclose a large courtyard, similar to before, with each family having their own smaller yard within. The group also scoured the mountain for various fruit trees, intending to plant them in the courtyard come spring. Just as they completed the cabins, but before they could enclose the yards, snow began to fall. The group was forced to halt their work and prepare for winter. They had already chopped ample firewood and had sufficient food, with enough blankets and clothing to last. This year, they even had sheepskin coats and boots, ensuring that as long as the winter wasn't excessively harsh, they should manage just fine. GNXIN spread her handmade wolf fur mattress on the Kong, placed a small tea table atop it with an assortment of fruits and chestnuts, and leaned against the wall to read. Commencing a cozy winter retreat. The snow in the north was indeed particularly heavy. Overnight, it had accumulated to half a person's height. The group resumed their annual winter tradition of freezing ice blocks and making popsicles. This year, they had a plethora of flavors: blueberry, apple, jujube, and hawthorn. Sun Zihan even brought out the previously planted sugarcane, beginning the manual extraction of juice to make sugar. This sugarcane had been stored for quite some time, and with no time to process it earlier, now seemed the perfect opportunity to do so, preventing it from taking up space. Remarkably, thanks to the previous rampant vegetation, this batch of sugarcane had grown exceptionally well. Sun Zihan reserved a small portion for planting and snacking, while the rest was used to make sugar. It must be said, this sugarcane yielded a substantial amount of sugar. Nearly 2,000 pounds of sugarcane produced close to 300 pounds of sugar. After finishing the cane sugar, GNXIN took the opportunity to make sweet potato candy and candied hawthorn, as there was little else to do during the winter. Outside, the heavy snowfall was blocking the mountains. Yet they found warmth and joy within their own haven, even as the outside world faced grim realities. Meanwhile, a meeting was convened at the base on the other side of the mountain. "What is the situation?" inquired a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. The first man on the right responded, "The situation is dire. According to Dr. Liu's experimental results, the vitality of the soil is gradually declining. If this continues, within 5 years, we will no longer be able to cultivate food on this blue planet. Has Dr. N's data been located yet?" The middle-aged man asked again. The woman on the left shook her head. "No, our team has searched extensively, but to no avail. Could it be that Dr.An was mistaken and the documents are stored elsewhere?" someone queried. The woman replied coldly, "We have searched every location where Dr. N resided, but found nothing. If only the computer were still functional," another lamented. The middle-aged man rubbed his temples and said, "Continue searching for Dr. N's data, and do not halt Dr. Liu's project. As for the grain station, starting next month, the per capita grain ration will be halved. Having the rations might extend their time by a little, but it was merely a temporary fix." Meanwhile, GNXIN was at home preparing dried apricots and plums, while Wei Jiaping and Du Tao were nearby cracking open pine nuts. Sun Zihan and Wei Jiayong were working on splitting the pine nuts, making them easier to eat once roasted. This mountain boasted a vast pine forest, and during autumn, they had collected numerous pine cones. Now that they had time, it was perfect to extract them. Intending to stir-fry them with chestnuts, the group busied themselves, sometimes foregoing meals entirely, thereby saving considerable amounts of grain. The icy winter persisted for several months. Since the earthquake, it seemed that the blue planet had been reduced to just 2 seasons, winter and summer. Compared to summer, the prolonged winter was particularly harsh for humanity, which had lost its high-tech lifestyle. In the 4th month of winter, GNXIN began to knit a sweater, as she was at a loss for what else to do. She had processed all the food supplies in her space, and with the cooking completed, their days were filled with the repetition of freezing ice blocks and exercising. They also engaged in light conversation and card games. But over time, it grew tiresome. After a few days of knitting, GNXIN grew impatient and decided to venture outside, at the very least to check on how the sheep were faring on the mountaintop. Bundling herself warmly and applying heat packs, GNXIN bid farewell to Sun Zihan and set off for the mountain. The icy terrain made the ascent difficult, and after slipping and sliding, she finally reached the cave by afternoon. The massive stones outside the cave were frozen, and it took considerable effort to store them within her space. Upon arriving at the mountaintop, GNXIN initially took a stroll, but did not spot the flock of sheep. She feared that the prolonged winter might have led to their demise. However, just as that thought crossed her mind, she spotted the flock in Wei Jia's wooden cabin. A smile spread across Jian Xin's face. The sheep appeared quite clever, yet they looked somewhat unwell, lethargic, and seemingly hungry. Remembering the feed she had discovered amidst the ruins, she retrieved a large iron basin, poured a package of feed into it, and placed it among the sheep. At first, the sheep did not react, but then one approached, sniffed, and began to eat. Once one sheep started, the others quickly followed suit. Jian Xin then fetched another iron basin filled with warm water. Observing the sheep devouring the feed, she resolved to visit every 2 days. Otherwise, this flock would surely starve, and it was remarkable that they had managed to survive thus far. After feeding the sheep, the sky was already dimming. Jian Xin estimated that if she did not descend soon, it would likely be dark before she made it down. Thus, she decided to spend the night on the mountain. Her little cabin was still empty, so she laid down a mattress on the floor, ignited a fire in the large iron basin, and enjoyed a bowl of spicy beef noodles, finally warming her body. She roasted 2 sweet potatoes over the fire and lit some charcoal in an iron basin, extinguishing the bonfire before snuggling into her bedding to sleep. Upon waking the next day, Jian Xin checked on the sheep and felt relieved to see their spirits had returned. She added more feed to the basin before exiting the cave. After restoring the cave to its original state, Jian Xin hesitated to return home immediately. She planned to explore the deeper mountains to see if she could find anything valuable. Wandering through the mountains for half a day, she encountered nothing except for a foolish roe deer. Truth be told, Jian Xin felt a pang of guilt when considering hunting such a simple-minded creature. Instead, she decided to tie it up, bringing it back to the cave to join the sheep, contemplating that perhaps in the future, she could find another deer and raise them for offspring. After having lunch, Jian Xin prepared to return, as the mountains were nothing but snow, and it would be better to head home sooner rather than later. However, upon her return, she stumbled upon something remarkable, a maple tree. Maple trees are a specialty of Canada. It seems we don't have them here, but it is necessary for the narrative, so please bear with me. Jian Xin recognized the tree from having read about it in a novel, and later, she specifically searched for information online. Maple syrup is often referred to as liquid gold, a food that never spoils. Without delay, Jian Xin hurried into the grove of maple trees and counted. There were a total of 46 trees. Recalling the method for collecting maple sap, Jian Xin retrieved a large bucket and rummaged through her space for all usable items, beginning the extraction of maple sap. By the time she finished, night had completely fallen. Stumbling back to the mountaintop, she entered the wooden cabin and lit a fire. Taking some time before her body warmed up, she took out her dinner for the evening. Contemplating that she had initially intended to return today, but now with the need to extract maple sap, she would have to stay on the mountain for a few days longer. Extracting maple sap usually takes 3 to 5 days, and each tree can only yield sap once a year. Once this extraction was complete, she was uncertain whether she would be able to collect it again next year. She had heard that maple syrup was quite expensive, and this time she was determined to savor it. Jian Xin spent 5 days on the mountaintop until the maple sap was fully extracted. However, that was not the end of it. She still needed to return home to boil it down, as approximately 40 liters of maple sap would yield 1 liter of syrup. On the final day, after feeding the sheep, Jian Xin gathered her belongings and prepared to descend the mountain. To be honest, during her few days on the mountaintop, she had grown quite accustomed to the sheep. However, her supply of feed in the space was running low, and over the past few days, she had managed to find some fresh leaves that had not withered. But she was unsure whether they would suffice to sustain the sheep through the winter. By the time she returned home, it was already afternoon. The Kong was warm, indicating that during her absence, Sun Zihan and the others had been kind enough to stoke the fire. Jian Xin set down her belongings, soaked her feet, and then collapsed onto the Kong, enjoying the comfort after the hardships of the past few days on the mountaintop. Wrapped in her blanket, Jian Xin gradually drifted off to sleep. When she awoke, she heard a knock at the door. Opening it, she found Sun Zihan. "You finally returned. We were all discussing going up the mountain to look for you," Sun Zihan said while removing her scarf. Snuggling back under the covers, Jian Xin replied, "I was taking care of the sheep on the mountaintop. In this freezing weather with no food, they nearly starved." Sun Zihan gasped, asking, "What is their condition now?" "They are quite clever. Having sought refuge in the wooden cabin. I found plenty of tinder leaves to feed them. They should be able to survive this winter." Jianxin, while speaking, took out 2 cups of fruit tea and handed one to her grandson, Sun Zihan, who waved his hand to indicate he did not wish to drink, citing the cold weather and the frequent need to urinate. "Then I shall feed them tomorrow," Jianxin suggested. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Visiting them every 2 days is sufficient. There is no need to go every day. After bidding farewell to Sun Zihan, Jianxin lingered on the Kong for a while before finally rising. Having slept too much in the afternoon, she was not tired now and planned to boil sugar after dinner. The process of boiling sugar required patience, as one needed to stir continuously to prevent it from burning at the bottom. Jianxin busied herself until midnight, finally producing a pot of syrup, approximately 1 liter of maple syrup. After tasting it, she found it pleasantly sweet, though she could not fathom why it was sold at such exorbitant prices. Life resumed its unhurried pace, and by the time Jianxin had finished boiling all the maple sap, the snow began to show signs of melting. From over 40 trees, she managed to extract nearly 50 liters of maple syrup, which she carefully bottled and stored in her space, intending to use it later as a sweetener for beverages. Meanwhile, the flock of sheep had weathered the winter under their care. As the snow gradually melted away, everyone began to notice that the earth seemed to have lost its ability to nurture life. In previous years, the melting snow would soon reveal a flurry of wild vegetables sprouting forth. But this year, none could be seen. Particularly concerning was the wheat. Jianxin and the others stood in the fields, observing the wheat that had grown not at all over the winter. Wei Jiaoping quietly inquired. "Sister, does the wheat not grow in winter?" Jianxin sighed. "Jiaoping, if you ask me, who should I turn to? Given the current circumstances, it would be a miracle if we harvest any wheat this year." Nonetheless, the fact that the wheat had survived the winter was a small comfort. Once the snow completely melted and temperatures began to rise, the grass and trees finally began to sprout, albeit slowly. Although delayed, their arrival was a welcome sign. Jianxin and her companions began to busy themselves with preparations. Fields needed sowing. Houses required tidying, and fences had to be erected. The sheep, having spent the winter in the Wei brothers' wooden house, had left it in disarray. They conferred and decided to construct a pen for the sheep and the silly roe deer by the water pool. After planting the crops, they began to enclose their courtyard, making it larger as they intended to plant fruit trees within. Once the large courtyard was completed, only the smaller yard remained. But there was no rush for that since the wild vegetables on the mountain had finally begun to emerge. The group not only rose early to forage for wild vegetables but also collected fresh wild grasses to provide fodder for the sheep during the winter. However, the wild vegetables and grasses of this year were clearly not as robust as those of the previous year. Appearing thin and frail, many people from the base on the other side of the mountain came daily to forage for wild vegetables, and Jianxin and her companions encountered them almost every day, leading them to venture less into the mountains, as there were still foraging opportunities down below. Jianxin felt a twinge of regret, realizing that they might not get a chance to harvest chestnuts from the chestnut grove today. Chapter 54. Settling in Taiyuan. The construction on the mountain was progressing rapidly. The fruit trees in the large courtyard had been planted, and the small personal yard had been enclosed. After finishing her vegetable planting, Jianxin took out fertilized eggs to start hatching chicks. Lacking experience, she divided the eggs into 3 groups and decided to hatch them collectively with 2 other families to increase the success rate. The sheep pen by the water pool had been completed, and perhaps due to their familiarity with Jianxin and her group, the sheep willingly settled into their new home as soon as the pen was built. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. If one overlooked the state of the fields, one might assume that the worst was behind them. Yet, gazing at the nearly unchanged wheat seedlings in the fields, Jianxin understood that perhaps a greater calamity was looming. Historically, natural disasters have often been accompanied by man-made calamities, and human folly can be even more terrifying than nature's wrath. The sluggish growth of the crops signified a looming decrease in grain production, and famine was drawing near. Since the earthquake, humanity had not truly experienced significant hunger. In the past, whether during extreme cold or heat, it seemed that Providence had left some room for survival. However, this disaster offered no such reprieve. Previously, if the land could not yield crops, there were always high-tech alternatives to rely on. At least there was a fallback. Now, however, there was no escape route, and many strategies were rendered ineffective. Jianxin squatted by the field, lamenting her plight when Wei Jiaoping approached, carrying a basket of wild vegetables. Gathering wild vegetables had also become increasingly challenging. This basket was the result of a long trek. "Sister, what are you looking at?" Wei Jiaoping inquired as he crouched beside her. Jianxin gestured toward the wheat seedlings before her, saying, "I'm observing the crops. They seem to be growing slower and slower. At this rate, they might not even sprout in time." Wei Jiaoping scratched his head and asked, "Sister, will we run out of food?" Jianxin shook her head. "I cannot say for certain. However, if we ration our supplies, we might be able to last a year or 2. Perhaps during that time, we will find a solution." Unsure of what else to say, Wei Jiaoping merely nodded. They lingered for a while longer before returning home together. since the crops had not yet been harvested. The group had not completely relocated. They were merely shuttling between the two places. They were all quite busy, as the vitality of the land continued to decline, prompting everyone to frantically stockpile supplies. Jianqin often witnessed people on the mountain fighting over a mere handful of wild vegetables. After returning home and setting down their things, Jianqin retrieved half a watermelon and began to read her book. Compendium of Chinese Herbal Medicine. In recent years, she had intentionally stored various herbs, keeping seeds for those that could be cultivated and roots for those that could not. She had not only preserved herbs but also numerous plants. Fearful that one day these resources might become extinct for some reason, leaving her space as a final refuge. If not for the fact that her space could not accommodate living creatures. She would have liked to preserve some animals as well. Just as Jianqin finished her watermelon and prepared to step outside, she encountered Sun Zihan, who had come to find her. Haven't you gone out? Jianqin inquired. I just returned, Sun Zihan replied as he entered and sat down. People have come from over there. Jianqin, puzzled, asked, what do you mean by people have come from over there? Adjusting his position, Sun Zihan clarified. I mean, we have neighbors now. Another neighbor? That's unusual. Why wouldn't they go to the base? Do they not know there's a base there? Jianqin wondered aloud. Sun Zihan rolled his eyes and replied. What is so strange about that? Didn't we also avoid going to the base? Jianqin conceded that not everyone enjoyed being monitored. As long as they do not cause trouble, we need not concern ourselves with them. Of course, should they dare to provoke us, we will show no mercy, she stated. In actuality, Jianqin and her group misinterpreted the situation. These newcomers were individuals from another base that was severely lacking in food and had sought assistance from Jianqin's base, which was also experiencing shortages and could not afford to help. Consequently, the chaos at that base led these individuals to escape amidst the turmoil. A few of them had discussed amongst themselves that rather than being controlled at the base while going hungry, it would be better to venture out and seek a living on their own. Hence, they settled nearby Jianqin's group, driven by the instinctual behavior of social animals, believing that if others had established homes there, it must be a suitable place to settle. After observing the newcomers for a few days, Jianqin and her companions found them to be relatively discreet. They did not encroach too closely nor disturb them, which eased their initial concerns. However, this also served as a reminder that it was time for them to relocate, though they remained apprehensive about the unripe wheat in the fields. Meanwhile, at the base across the mountain, a young man reported to the older man behind the desk. Boss, quite a few people have left the base again today. The elderly man, with a head of gray hair, looked up from the documents he was reviewing and, after a long pause, sighed. Let them go. The young man fell silent, lowering his head slowly. The scarcity of food at the base was an unavoidable reality, with such limited supplies. They could only release rations gradually to extend their provisions for a while longer. The diminishing vitality of the land and reliance on soilless cultivation provided little relief. The base had resorted to harvesting leaves and grasses from outside, mixing them with a bit of grain to create meal replacement cakes, hoping to sustain themselves for a while longer. Unfortunately, some individuals were dissatisfied, believing that the upper echelons of the base were hoarding food, unaware that even the boss was now only eating 2 meals a day. The young man wiped away his tears and quietly exited the office. Famine. How long had it been? Jianqin was unaware of the circumstances at the base, but noticed that more and more people were settling near them. Moreover, during her recent trips up the mountain, she discovered many foraging for tree leaves and digging up grass roots. Jianqin mused, is it truly this dire outside? She returned to inform Sun Zihan and the Wei brothers, who were now taking turns keeping watch over their few acres of land. Jianqin felt they should relocate to the mountain, but others were somewhat reluctant to part with their plots. However, observing the crops in those fields, they had no idea how long it would take for them to mature. Torn between abandoning their crops and waiting for them to ripen, it felt like a dilemma with no satisfactory resolution. Ultimately, they decided to wait 1 more month. Regardless of whether the crops matured, they would harvest and move on. A few more families settled around Jianqin, and it was upon seeing them that she realized the severe food shortages outside. The newcomers appeared emaciated, and both on the mountain and in the valley, every edible resource was being stripped bare. Narrowing her eyes, Jianqin summoned Sun Zihan and the others, and they conferred, deciding to begin harvesting the crops that very afternoon. Although the wheat had not yet matured, they would cut it to feed the sheep. The potatoes had grown, albeit only to the size of a finger. However, they could not afford to be picky. They needed to move swiftly, lest trouble soon befall them. Chapter 55. Tonghulu. One cannot help but feel fortunate that Jianqin and her group had acted swiftly. On the evening following their relocation to the mountain, a group of individuals stealthily descended from the heights. This group, having carefully observed the situation over time, deduced that Jianqin and her companions possessed provisions. Compared to others, they appeared in robust health. Their cheeks flushed and their demeanor betraying no signs of hunger. Moreover, their extended time spent living outdoors implied they had stored supplies. Thus, they conspired to ambush the fat sheep that evening. However, they were taken aback to discover upon their arrival that the people had vanished, leaving only a few deserted houses behind. After moving to their new abode, Jianqin and her companions set about organizing their living quarters. In truth, there was little to arrange, as everything had already been tidied up. They merely needed to decorate their respective rooms. The entrance of the cave had been securely blocked with 3 massive stones, rendering it impenetrable to anyone lacking expertise, given the current circumstances outside. They resolved to remain indoors unless absolutely necessary. The mountaintop was adorned with numerous edible trees, such as linden, which Jianqin recalled was used for making wraps in the northeast. Here, for such trees stood. Additionally, there were 3 elm trees and 6 locust trees, all of which were treasures. The elms were currently ripe for harvest, and after arranging their rooms, the group took tools to gather the elm seeds. These seeds could be consumed raw or cooked, representing a well-known delicacy, and their leaves and bark had served as sustenance during times of famine. Once the elm seeds had been collected, they turned their attention to the locust flowers, which could be eaten fresh or dried for storage, boasting a delightful flavor. Regrettably, they were uncertain when the next harvest would occur. As for the linden leaves, there was no need to harvest them all. They could simply pick them fresh as needed. The pool had been cleaned thoroughly, and a separate area was enclosed for the sheep, to prevent them from trampling around the water and polluting it. The foolish roe deer had also been isolated to prevent the sheep from bullying it. Du Tao took a particular liking to the naive roe deer, often running off to play with it during his free time. As the group settled into their mountain life, the outside world descended into chaos. Some individuals had fled from the base, believing life outside would be more favorable, affording them better nourishment. Yet, they failed to grasp that without the base as protection, the onset of famine would transform the outside world into a hellish landscape. Unlike Jianqin and her companions, who enjoyed the advantages of a protagonist's aura, carrying stored provisions and finding refuge in their secluded hilltop, the harsh reality of survival of the fittest would soon become apparent. At this moment, Chengyu was filled with regret, realizing the extent of his miscalculation regarding his capabilities and the complexity of human nature. He had been reborn 5 minutes before the earthquake, accompanied by a space as vast as a football field. He had narrowly escaped the disaster and seized the opportunity to hoard supplies amidst the ruins while others were still reeling from shock. With a space brimming with resources and foreknowledge of the unfolding events, he had naively assumed himself to be the protagonist. He leveraged his advantages to recruit others, form teams, and establish a base. Initially thriving in this new reality, unfortunately, he was merely an ordinary university student who had perished in acid rain in his previous life, utterly unaware of what lay ahead. Thus, when famine struck, he found himself powerless. Although he had amassed considerable supplies, the needs of the base's tens of thousands of inhabitants quickly consumed his resources. What astonished him more was that those who once idolized him as a hero revealed their true colors during the famine, demanding he surrender his food. In the chaos, one of his closest friends stayed behind to fend off the mob, allowing Chengyu to escape. Now on the run after fleeing the base, he often regretted his choices, wishing he had opted to remain hidden rather than pursuing unrealistic dreams. Meanwhile, Jianqin remained oblivious to the troubles befalling her counterparts. Had she known, she would have remarked, "Serves you right. Just because you experienced a minor stroke of luck, you start to think of yourselves as extraordinary protagonists. Being such protagonists requires a corresponding level of ability." Jianqin had always been self-aware, never having even held a minor leadership role and lacking formal education, making her well-suited for survival in the shadows. Content to remain hidden, Jianqin was currently preparing candied hawthorns, having nearly consumed her previous batch. Seizing the moment of tranquility, she decided to make another round. Du Tao squatted behind her, observing the pot like a shadow. Jianqin handed him the sugar-coated fruits, which he carefully placed in a nearby basket to cool before they could be enjoyed. "I can't wait to eat these," he exclaimed eagerly. Once she finished preparing the last blueberry candied hawthorn and cleaned the pot, she noted that the remaining sugar could be saved for future use. Subsequently, the two of them sat before the basket, gazing at the candied treats. When Sun Zihan arrived, she was greeted by this delightful scene, her mouth watering. Amused, she remarked, "What a sight." Jianqin finally looked up at her and asked, "What brings you here?" Sun Zihan took the chair that Du Tao had brought over and replied, "I wanted to discuss something with you. We need to venture out tomorrow." Jianqin frowned, given the current situation outside, what do you plan to do? We need to gather some bamboo to make paper, Sun Zihan stated. Jianxin raised an eyebrow. Make paper? Do you know how? Sun Zihan nodded, though hesitantly. I understand the steps, but I've never done it myself. What prompted this sudden desire to make paper? Jianxin inquired. Sun Zihan shot her a curious glance. We're running low on toilet paper. Are you planning to use leaves and stones instead? Jianxin paused, realizing she had overlooked that detail. While her own space contained ample toilet paper, Sun Zihan and the others were indeed running out. Fine, let's go together tomorrow, Jianxin agreed, eager to escape the monotony of mountain life. All right, I'll come find you after breakfast, Sun Zihan replied, rising to leave. That Du Tao stood as well, but Jianxin noticed his gaze was glued to the candied hawthorns. With a smile, she handed him a few skewers, saying, Take these for now. You can have them after dinner. Du Tao's eyes lit up, and he gratefully accepted, passing one to Sun Zihan. The next day, Jianxin and Sun Zihan, accompanied by Wei Jiaping, ventured outside the cave, leaving Wei Jiayong and Du Tao to guard the homestead. Having spent over half a month on the mountain, they were momentarily disoriented by the sight that greeted them. Many trees had been stripped bare of their leaves, and some even bore the scars of bark being removed. The ground was marked with patches of bald earth. What has happened to the trees on this mountain? Sun Zihan asked, fixating on a tree that had been stripped bare. Jianxin pursed her lips, observing the devastation. It seems the grain shortage is quite severe, she remarked, discreetly retrieving a small wooden crossbow from her space. Sun Zihan quickly produced her own crossbow, handing Wei dropping an axe. Then let us move quickly and finish our task before returning. Nodding in agreement, the trio cautiously made their way deeper into the mountain. The further they ventured, the more desolate it became. Jianxin felt a sense of discomfort as the once vibrant forest took on a sense of decay. They wandered for quite some time, searching in vain for bamboo, with not a single edible item in sight. Even the moss clinging to the stones had been scraped away, leaving no trace of wild vegetables or fruits. In the afternoon, they finally stumbled upon a bamboo grove. But it had been ravaged by others. The tender shoots were gone, and even the larger, more aesthetically pleasing bamboo was absent. Thankfully, as they aimed to make paper, what remained was still usable. After harvesting the bamboo, they realized it was getting late and chose to return that night rather than risk spending the night outdoors. Navigating the mountain paths in the dark proved treacherous. They dared not use bright flashlights, relying instead on a small toy flashlight to guide their way. After a long and arduous trek, they finally reached their cave around midnight. Cautiously, they assessed their surroundings to ensure no one was present before moving the stones to enter. Once back inside, Jianxin was utterly exhausted. While their outing had been relatively safe, she resolved never to venture out again. After swiftly tidying up, she collapsed onto her bed, falling into a deep sleep. When she finally opened her eyes, it was already the afternoon of the following day. She groaned, her stomach grumbling with hunger, and got up to prepare something to eat before seeking out Sun Zihan. Jianxin had no experience in papermaking. Although she had seen videos, she had never paid close attention. Thus, she could only assist Sun Zihan. However, the process proved to be laborious and time-consuming, and Jianxin soon found herself unable to contribute as the chicks began to hatch. Unfortunately, the hatching rate was disappointingly low. Among the 120 eggs they had collectively incubated, only 21 chicks emerged. Nevertheless, despite the small number, their success was still a reason for celebration. After distributing the chicks, Jianxin returned home with her 7 little chicks and the remaining eggs. With the addition of the chicks and several pregnant sheep, their prospects seemed to brighten considerably. Sun Zihan's papermaking venture was progressing smoothly, albeit the paper produced was rather coarse. Still, it was better than having none at all. However, the crops in the fields weighed heavily on the minds of a few. The corn and other plants, which had been sown months ago, remained painfully slender. Jianxin sighed as she prodded a frail corn seedling, while Du Tao furrowed his brow beside her, asking, Sister Jianxin, will we run out of food? Jianxin affectionately ruffled his hair, responding, I don't know, but it's unlikely. Perhaps one day, this land will begin to thrive again. Just as it once did. Du Tao fell silent, cautiously watering the corn, nurturing it with care in the hope that it might one day flourish. Jianxin observed his actions with a sigh before returning home. Passing by the sheep, she replenished their water, and the silly roe deer still trotted over to nuzzle her. Jianxin patted its head, feeling a pang of regret. She had intended to find it a mate. But now it seemed that such creatures were likely extinct outside. Upon returning home, the chicks were already chirping insistently in hunger. Jianxin provided them with food and water, and watching them eat joyfully lightened her spirits considerably. After feeding the chicks, she took a basket, preparing to gather some linden leaves to make rice wraps. The leaves of the few linden trees had been nearly stripped bare. Only the one clinging to the edge of the cliff had a few left, though not many. After collecting the leaves, Jianxin felt an unsettling sensation on her way back. She furrowed her brows, halting her steps, as this feeling left her perplexed. After standing still for a moment, she suppressed her discomfort and returned home. The rice wraps were quite delicious, and Jianxin decided to make a large batch to store for later. That night, she was jolted awake by a nightmare, but upon waking, she couldn't recall the contents of the dream. All she remembered was the overwhelming sense of despair that made her want to scream. After calming herself and wiping the cold sweat from her brow, Jianxin got up to turn on the lamp, then sat on the bed lost in thought. She pondered whether this dream was a warning of some impending disaster. What calamity could evoke such a feeling in her? She vividly remembered the sense of hopelessness from the dream. It was truly terrifying that as she continued to ruminate, dawn broke. Jianxin rose to stretch her stiff limbs, dressed, and washed up before heading out. Upon arriving at Sun Zihan's home, she found her just waking up and preparing breakfast. A scene that radiated tranquility. Yet, Jianxin felt increasingly uneasy, fearing that the unknown disaster from her dream would shatter this peaceful existence. Jianxin, what brings you here so early? Sun Zihan cheerfully inquired upon seeing her. Jianxin pulled up a stool and replied, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Sun Zihan asked, placing a small dish of pickled radish on the table. You go ahead and eat. We can talk after, Jianxin suggested. Sun Zihan didn't press further, calling Du Tao over and serving Jianxin a bowl of porridge, and the three began their breakfast. What is so urgent that you came running over at this hour? After they finished eating, Du Tao volunteered to wash the dishes, leaving only Jianxin and Sun Zihan at the table. Jianxin frowned and said, Zihan, I had a terrible, despairing dream last night, but I can't remember the details. Did the dream frighten you? Sun Zihan asked softly. Jianxin sighed, Not exactly. I had a similar dream once before, back when we were on the mountain, during the torrential rain and floods. Sun Zihan's eyes widened. Are you saying you dreamt of the next disaster? Jianxin shook her head. I don't know, that I just felt very uncomfortable, but I can't recall what happened in the dream at all. Sun Zihan fell silent, unsure of how to respond to Jianxin's inexplicably troubling dream. Xiao Tao, go fetch your brother's Wei. Sun Zihan suddenly called out. The Wei brothers arrived shortly after, and upon hearing Jianxin's words, Wei Jiayong said, Regardless, I think we should prepare ourselves. Prepare for what? Wei Jiaping asked. Preparation for evacuation, Wei Jiayong replied. Jianxin, it's all right, we'll pack up and aim to leave by tomorrow. Sun Zihan comforted Jianxin, who seemed lost in thought. Forget it, there's no need to leave, Jianxin suddenly declared. The others looked at her in surprise, and Jianxin forced a smile. This time, we might not be able to escape. Have you remembered the dream's content? Sun Zihan asked. Jianxin shook her head, feeling exhausted as she replied, No, but I recall that in the dream, there was no way to escape. Jianxin felt an overwhelming sense of despair after enduring so many disasters since the earthquake. She had never felt such a desire to simply lie down and succumb to fate. After a long silence, Sun Zihan spoke, Then let us not run. Life and death are uncertain, so why bother fleeing? This sentiment echoed a sense of resignation, understandable given that they all had survived the earthquake and faced multiple life and death situations in the years since. The constant fleeing had worn them thin. Then we won't run. In this wretched world, we'll take life one day at a time, Wei Jiayong added. Should we still prepare? Wei Jiaping asked hesitantly. Of course, we must prepare to face the unpredictable future with the best of our abilities. Jianxin suddenly smiled. All right, I agree. I think we should first deal with that herd of sheep, then see what disasters may arise, and prepare accordingly, Wei Jiaping suggested. This seemed sensible, and everyone concurred. The wild sheep numbered over 20. And after several days, they managed to process most of them, leaving only 3 pregnant ewes and 1 ram. As for the silly roe deer, they left it be, feeling a twinge of guilt for its foolishness. After dealing with the sheep, they made plenty of jerky and packed several large bags, each containing essential medicines, long-lasting food, water, a change of clothes, a dagger, and a wooden stock. This preparation was primarily for the Wei brothers and Du Tao, as Jianxin and Sun Zihan felt they did not need it. Simultaneously, they arranged for night watches to guard against any unexpected events. Jianxin had considered fleeing early, but where would they go? They were still uncertain about the nature of the impending disaster. Aside from Jianxin's nebulous dream, they had no information. What if staying on the mountain turned out to be the safest option, and leaving brought unforeseen trouble? Thus, remaining in place seemed the wisest choice. Yet, as days passed, the disaster they had anticipated never materialized. Jianxin ceased having nightmares, and it felt as if her worries had been unfounded when the chicks grew into pullets and began laying eggs. Jianxin frowned, questioning whether she had indeed overreacted. But before she could voice her thoughts, that night, she dreamed again, and this time, the dream was even clearer. Upon waking, however, she still could not recall the specifics, only the sensation of hopelessness from being trapped. Without delay, she rushed out to awaken everyone. That dream has returned, but I still don't remember the details. I just know this time. It's close, Jianxin said, her complexion pale. Sun Zihan remained silent, her head bowed in contemplation. And an atmosphere of tension enveloped them. After a long pause, Jianxin stood up, forcing a smile. Well, whatever fate has in store for us, we've survived this long through various disasters, so let's accept whatever comes next. This time, we'll just let it be. Living is a gain, dying is just the end. Sun Zihan stood as well, agreeing. What Jianxin says is true. Since we can't escape, let us prepare thoroughly, and then leave the rest to fate. Indeed, after all, our lives are a second chance. Having come this far without suffering too much, we've already gained. Wei Jiayong remarked. Du Tao said nothing, merely blinking before grasping Jianxin and Sun Zihan's hands. Once they reached a mutual understanding, the group felt less tense than before. They simply continued with their daily lives while completing necessary tasks. After a month of the chickens laying eggs, Jianxin decided to cull them. As she slaughtered the chickens, she sighed, lamenting how she could never seem to keep them for long. After finishing with the chickens, she began chopping firewood, gathering more in case it would come in handy later. Finally, on the 5th night after dealing with the chickens, they learned what had happened: a tsunami, a cataclysmic wave that engulfed everything. Alongside the deafening roar, the ground trembled violently. Jianxin's face turned pale. She remembered that the tsunami had already passed. So why was it returning? The tsunami approached swiftly, leaving them no time to escape. Jianxin, disregarding everything else, retrieved the foldable swimming pool she had collected earlier, quickly inflated it, and distributed one to each person. Hoping it might prove useful, in the blink of an eye, the tsunami loomed before them, and amidst the thunderous noise, Jianxin seemed to hear cries for help, but she could only clutch the inflatable pool as a massive wave struck her. The impact felt as though her very insides were crushed, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, clinging tightly to the pool as she struggled to maintain her balance against the raging tide. Yet, this seemed of little use. She was forced to swallow mouthfuls of salty, bitter seawater, her injured body racked with pain, each breath feeling like needles stabbing into her lungs. The waves carried her relentlessly forward, and she could think of nothing else but to keep herself from being submerged beneath the surface. Her strength waned gradually, and she felt as though she could no longer endure, uncertain of how long she had drifted. She sensed the waves slowing in their relentless rhythm. Gradually, she arranged her inflatable pool and reclined upon it. Unable to withstand the fatigue any longer, she succumbed to unconsciousness. When she regained her senses, she found herself lying on the inflatable pool, enveloped in darkness. The slight movement sent a sharp pain piercing through her chest. Jianxin realized she must have sustained internal injuries. The bitter smile escaped her lips at the thought that she was still alive. Immediately, she began to call out into the void. Sun Zihan, Wei Jiaping, Wei Jiayong, Xiao Tao. No response followed her desperate cries. After several attempts, the agony in her chest felt as though it might explode, forcing her to cease her efforts. Gasping for breath, she lay on the inflatable pool. After a while, she mustered the strength to sit up, retrieved some medicine from her supplies, and swallowed it down, enduring the pain. She consumed a bit of food, then took out the previously exchanged speedboat, arranged it on the water's surface, and painstakingly climbed aboard. Finally, she stowed away the inflatable pool and once again succumbed to unconsciousness on the speedboat. This time, she lost track of how long she had been unconscious. When she awoke again, the dawn was bright, and she sat up, feeling a slight improvement in her chest. However, upon surveying her surroundings, she was greeted by an expanse of ocean. With no land in sight, Jianxin peered down at the water's surface. This was entirely different from the previous flood. This time, it was a true tsunami. She wondered if Sun Zihan and the others were still alive. But in this vast area, she had not spotted a single soul. Supporting her body, she took her medicine, ate a bit more, and then lay down once more. She was gravely injured and could do nothing but wait for her wounds to heal. Fortunately, she had exchanged for this speedboat when she had left the shelter. Chapter 58. Drifting at sea, Jianxin continued to float upon the ocean, her actions limited to eating, taking medicine, and addressing her physiological needs. After drifting aimlessly for half a month, she sensed her body had improved significantly and was capable of simple movements. She finally rose, determined to seek out land. Throughout this period, she had seen no land and encountered no living creatures, leading her to doubt whether she was the sole survivor in this vast expanse. Was there any land left in the world? With the speedboat in tow, she traveled forward without a destination. For over a week, she encountered no land, only the occasional debris left by humans. She began to feel numb to her circumstances. If she could not find land soon, she feared she might lose her sanity. She thought. Yet, it seemed the heavens were not yet ready to claim her life. After another week, she finally spotted the silhouette of an island on the horizon. This discovery ignited a surge of excitement within her, prompting her to call out in joy as she hastened towards the island. The closer she drew, the more exhilarated she became. This island appeared substantial, and it might even be a mountain submerged beneath the waves. After accelerating for half an hour, Jianxin finally reached the island's edge. She gazed at the sandy beach. She was convinced it was indeed an island. Upon securing the speedboat, the moment her feet touched the land, tears of joy streamed down her face. At long last, she no longer had to float on the ocean in constant fear. Over a month had passed, and she could scarcely fathom how she had endured it. After lying on the beach for 10 minutes, Jianxin rose, surveying her surroundings. The island appeared sizable, but she was uncertain if anyone inhabited it or if there were any large creatures lurking about. She glanced around, donned a pair of rain boots, and slipped on a raincoat before retrieving her machete and wooden rifle. Setting off towards the island's forest, she needed to find a place to settle, as her injuries had not yet healed, and she could not engage in strenuous activity. Therefore, she had to ascertain whether the island offered any suitable shelter. The forest was dense, seemingly untouched by human presence, compelling Jianxin to tread cautiously. The underbrush was thick, and the towering trees obscured the sun. After a while, she felt disinclined to continue. Her injuries still ached, and encountering any danger would make evasion exceedingly difficult. However, failing to seek shelter would hinder her recovery. Determined, Jianxin gritted her teeth and pressed on. Thankfully, she encountered no large creatures along the way, not even wild chickens or rabbits. After more than an hour of walking, she found it hard to catch her breath and decided to rest. Sipping some water and nibbling on a bit of food, she paused for a moment before resuming her search, hoping to find a temporary dwelling before nightfall. However, fortune did not favor her, as she found no suitable place even as darkness enveloped the island. She halted beneath a large tree, and after a brief moment of hesitation between setting up a tent or sleeping in the tree, she chose the latter, enduring the discomfort as she climbed up. Given the uncertainty of the situation, it was wiser to spend the night aloft. Finding a sturdy branch, she retrieved a wooden door from her supplies and placed it securely. Surrounding the area, she hung cloth bags soaked in realgar wine, a precaution against snakes. Though they were not deterred by realgar, they particularly abhorred its scent, often circumventing areas where it lingered after spraying insect repellent. She laid a blanket atop the wooden door and settled down to sleep. Her slumber was restless, and upon awakening the next morning, Jianxin felt groggy. After a quick wash, she retrieved steamed buns, milk, and eggs from her supplies for breakfast. Once she finished eating, she packed her belongings and climbed down from the tree, setting out once more. Today, luck seemed to be on her side. Within an hour of departure, she discovered a cave, more accurately, a small mound that formed a modest cave underneath. Jianxin took out gasoline and firewood, igniting them and tossing them inside. Shortly after, a few insects scurried out, but the cave remained silent. Cautiously, she entered to inspect. The cave was not large, approximately 20 square meters, but it was relatively clean, lacking signs of wildlife habitation. With a sense of relief, she decided to adopt this cave as her temporary residence. Without delay, she retrieved tools from her supplies, intending to make some simple modifications to the cave. First, she spread dry grass across the floor, setting it alight to eliminate any lurking insects. Once the fire had burned out, she tidied up the space, then set up a folding bed and laid down blankets and sheets. The island's climate was mild, requiring minimal efforts for warmth or cooling, making it quite comfortable. She then set about constructing a door for the cave entrance. Without it, she would hardly sleep soundly at night. This endeavor occupied her until the afternoon. When she finished organizing, dusk was approaching, but at least she now had a secure place to sleep without having to camp outdoors. After tidying up the cave, Jianxin filled a large bucket with water for a bath, thoroughly cleansing herself before eating a light meal and retiring to bed. After so many days, she could finally enjoy a peaceful night's rest. She slept soundly until noon the next day, rising to wash and eat a bit before heading out. Craving seafood, she intended to visit the beach to see if she could gather some. However, her dwelling was a considerable distance from the shore, and by the time she arrived at the beach, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Yet, Jianxin felt no fatigue. She noticed that the beach appeared to have just experienced low tide. Low tide meant an abundance of delicious seafood, and without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed her bucket and tongs and dashed towards the beach. It seemed as though no one had ever visited this spot. For she quickly discovered a plethora of seafood. The most plentiful were crabs and various shellfish. Although she was not well acquainted with the specific species, it mattered little that in some areas, she stumbled upon numerous mantis shrimp, all hiding in their burrows. Had she not unwittingly uncovered one while digging for a cat's eye shell, she might have missed them entirely. Time always flies when one is gathering bounties, and by the time Jianxin collected her last crab and looked up, the sky was nearly dark. She hurriedly packed her finds and made her way back. By the time she returned to the cave, night had completely fallen, yet Jianxin's spirits soared. After washing herself with a bucket of water, she took out her cooking utensils and began preparing the seafood. Lacking expertise in seafood preparation, she decided to simply boil everything in one pot. The taste of fresh seafood was simply exquisite. Even without any additional seasoning, it was delightful. However, Jianxin was mindful of moderation, aware that she should not overindulge in seafood. After savoring a modest portion, she stored the remainder away and enjoyed a large cup of ginger tea. Feeling satisfied and nourished, Jianxin retired to bed, planning to rise early the next day to gather more seafood. Chapter 59. A Script for Survival on a Deserted Island. Seafood was a daily bounty, albeit varying in quantity. Overall, she had made considerable gains. For instance, today, Jianxin discovered a multitude of oysters nestled among the rocks. These oysters were plump and sizable, and she reveled in prying them open. She spent the afternoon on the beach, roasting oysters over an open fire, dipping the grilled oysters in garlic sauce. The flavor was simply divine. She inadvertently overindulged, leaving her wary of seafood for several days afterward. Having spent over half a month on the beach, Jianxin decided to explore other areas of the island, hoping to find fresh water or other resources. After resting for a day in the cave, she packed her belongings and set off. Her body had recovered significantly over the past month, and she could walk without feeling chest pain after a short distance. The situation seemed to be gradually improving, though she still pondered the whereabouts of Sun Zihan and the others. Were they alive? This island was indeed vast, yet it appeared to lack abundant resources. Despite her extended stay, Jianxin had not encountered much wildlife. Not even wild chickens or rabbits had crossed her path. She had only come across a few small, venomous snakes. The jungle offered limited edible options, consisting mainly of wild greens, with wild fruits being a rare sight. As she trekked northward, Jianxin discovered a freshwater spring by the afternoon of the second day. It was a small pool, shallow and not particularly large, but the water was crystal clear, allowing her to see the fish and tiny shrimp swimming beneath the surface. Jianxin filled her space with water and rested by the pond for a night, catching small fish and shrimp, complementing them with lamb skewers for a delightful barbecue. The next day, she set off again, intending to explore the other side of the island, hoping that fortune might favor her with a chance encounter with others. After 2 days of journeying, she finally reached the opposite side of the island, estimating that it took approximately 4.5 days to traverse from where she had been staying. Upon arrival, Jianxin discovered a treasure along the beach. Coconuts. Numerous coconut trees lined the shore, laden with ripe fruit. Eyeing the coconuts, she licked her lips, donned a helmet from her space, and embraced a tree, shaking it vigorously. While an ordinary girl might struggle to budge the coconut tree, Jianxin was naturally strong, and soon, coconuts began to tumble down. One fell directly onto her head, causing her vision to momentarily darken and her head to buzz. Fortunately, she was wearing a helmet, or the impact would have been severe. After collecting the coconuts, Jianxin did not leave immediately. Instead, she cracked one open and sat on the beach, sipping the refreshing water. The distant sunset bathed the sea in hues of red, and the tension that had gripped her for so long began to dissipate. How long had it been since she had reveled in such beauty? In recent years, she had been either fleeing disasters or journeying to escape them. Now, on this deserted island, She was fortunate enough to witness such a splendid sight, making the trip worthwhile. After enjoying the scenery, Jinshin stood up, realizing that night was falling and she needed to find a place to sleep. While the beach could serve as a decent campsite, the island experienced high tides at 9 o'clock. She climbed onto a large rock that formed a natural platform and suddenly recalled the wooden cabin she had stored away. Perhaps she could set up a temporary dwelling here for future excursions. Regrettably, the rock had no substantial crevices to accommodate the cabin, so she clicked her tongue, stowed it away, and retrieved her van. Compared to a tent, the van promised a more comfortable night's rest. After a quick shower, she lit a campfire and buried 2 sweet potatoes within, beginning to prepare her dinner. However, before she could finish, voices reached her ears. "There's a fire over there. It must be people." Jinshin sighed. "As expected, my luck is poor. I encountered no one during the day, but now they've arrived," with a wave of her hand. She stored the van back in her space, grabbed a tattered backpack, concealed a small wooden crossbow in her sleeve, and stealthily retreated from the fire, hiding in the underbrush. In that moment, she remembered her sweet potatoes and felt a pang of regret at the waste. Soon, she spotted 3 men and 2 women approaching the fire. Climbing up the rock point, one of the men kicked his foot, stating, "The fire is bright. It seems the person has hidden away. They must be around here somewhere." Another man called out, "Hey, friend, we mean no harm. Could you please come out and meet us?" Jinshin thought, "If you mean no harm, why call me out? Even in peaceful times, one cannot guarantee the absence of malice. Let alone now." After several unanswered calls, the man began to curse, but was halted by a long-haired woman beside him. "Dawei, stop cursing, but it's only natural for someone to be cautious in this era. If I stumbled upon a group of strangers, I would hide as well." Another woman in red chimed in. "Xia, you're right. We were the ones who intruded. Let us go and find another campsite." Dawei still seemed reluctant, but remained silent as the group jumped down from the rock and left. Jinshin stayed put, waiting another half hour to ensure they wouldn't return before standing up. However, she decided against staying there. One could never tell if someone might come back in the dead of night. Considering the dangers of traveling through the jungle at night, she climbed a nearby tree, convinced that sleeping aloft was the safest option. Unfortunately, the tree was not suitable for setting up a platform, so she settled for a branch, leaning against it to catch some rest. That night proved to be exceedingly restless, and before dawn, she climbed down, feeling as though her back and legs no longer belonged to her. After stretching and rubbing her eyes, she took out 2 buns and began walking towards a cave. It must be said that Jinshin had truly been unfortunate. She hadn't traveled far before encountering the same group from the previous night. "Hey, beauty, you're the one who hid last night, right? Ha ha ha, hiding 1T help. We've run into you again," Dawei exclaimed upon seeing her. Jinshin had no intention of engaging with them and attempted to change direction to leave. However, Dawei, noticing her move, quickly approached to grab her. Jinshin twisted her body to evade him and retaliated with a swift kick that sent him flying. "Dawei." The others reacted quickly, rushing towards him. One man, with a dark expression, remarked, "You're quite ruthless." "Woman," Dawei meant no harm. Was that really necessary? Before he could finish, Jinshin loosed an arrow that whizzed past his ear, silencing him and alerting the others. Jinshin calmly reloaded her crossbow, a smirk playing on her lips as she said, "I am quite curious how you've managed to survive in this era for so long." This statement darkened their expressions, and the woman named Xia cautiously stepped forward, saying, "Well, beauty, we were in the wrong today. But since you've already taught them a lesson, why not let this matter rest? After all, in these times, life is hard for everyone." Jinshin glanced at her and turned to leave. "If you know it's hard, then be cautious. After all, we only have one life." They had already apologized, and Jinshin did not feel the need to hold a grudge. After all, as the girl said, surviving in this era was no easy feat. As long as they didn't confront her again, she had no desire to annihilate them entirely. On her way back, Jinshin caught her first wild chicken during her time on the island, a male. Unfortunately, unable to lay eggs, though slightly disheartened, she decided against killing it, opting to keep it as a pet to stave off loneliness. She retrieved a cage she had found at the breeding farm and placed the wild chicken inside, naming it Kai Kai. Upon returning to the cave, Jinshin first sprayed insect repellent and scattered realgar, knowing that while the island lacked large beasts, venomous snakes were a concern. She placed Kai Kai in a corner with some food and water. But the proud creature refused to eat the offered fare. Jinshin was unconcerned, reasoning that it would eventually eat once it grew hungry. After tidying the cave, she recalled the group of people and paused to search her space. She needed to gather some materials to set traps around the cave entrance. If anyone with ill intentions returned, her makeshift door would be of little use. Setting the traps proved simple. She discovered several mouse traps in her space, though she had no recollection of when she had acquired them. Nevertheless, they would serve their purpose. Once the traps were set, Jinshin consumed a light meal before going to sleep, as she had not rested well recently and needed to catch up on her sleep. After a rejuvenating slumber, Jinshin felt revitalized. However, her mood soured upon seeing Tsaitsai's lifeless form in the caged dough. Kai, why did you have to go? She lamented, cradling the bird as tears streamed down her face. She had heard that wild chickens were difficult to keep alive, but had not believed it until now. Determined to give Kai a proper farewell, she gathered some firewood and prepared to cremate it. As she sorrowfully watched the flames consume Kai, she suddenly sensed something odd. The aroma wafting from the fire was unexpectedly delightful, and she found herself craving roast chicken. 2 hours later, Jinshin sat beside Kai's grave, gnawing on a fragrant baked chicken, not from Kai, of course, but from one of the chickens in her space. She wouldn't dare eat a dead chicken. With no hospital nearby, who would she turn to if something went wrong? After finishing half the chicken, she buried the bones beside Kai, hoping they would keep each other company in the afterlife, for she had been Kai's owner for 4 days, with her attempt at raising a wild chicken having failed. Jinshin took out a fertilized egg, contemplating hatching chicks. Yet, recalling her previous misfortunes with raising chickens, she decided to store the egg away. She had no desire to endure another disaster akin to a tsunami. Surviving this time felt like a stroke of luck, and who could guarantee that her fortune would hold? Her 3 companions remained unaccounted for, and she wondered how they fared. With a sigh, Jinshin closed her eyes, gathered her belongings, and prepared to head toward the beach. This island lacked many resources, but the one notable aspect was the seafood along the shore. Although it consisted mainly of clams, shells, shrimp, and crabs, Jinshin delighted in these free offerings. Who wouldn't? Arriving at the beach with a bucket in hand, Jinshin soon realized that her streak of bad luck continued, as she spotted 2 men brandishing wooden crossbows at each other. Watching the standoff unfold felt like witnessing a play. And just as she intended to turn away, the man on the left took advantage of the distraction caused by the other glancing at Jinshin and fired his crossbow. The man on the right, seemingly prepared, rolled away to evade the shot and retaliated in kind, as did the man on the left. Jinshin couldn't help but smirk. Even Sun Zihan would likely struggle against their crossbow skills. As the 2 men reached another stalemate, Jinshin sought to extricate herself from the conflict, but the man on the left called out, "Hey, beauty, wait a moment." Jinshin turned her head in confusion to look at him. The man nodded his chin towards the man across from him and said, "That person is named Chungyud. He possesses a space filled with a large stockpile of supplies." Chungyu immediately exploded in anger. "Chinan, you bastard." However, Chinan paid him no heed and continued, "If you can help me obtain it, I will share half of the supplies with you. Space? Another space owner. Is it the Blackstone space?" Jinshin's heart stirred, and she asked, "How can I help you?" Meanwhile, Chungyu grew anxious and quickly drew another wooden gun from his space, pointing it at Jinshin, saying, "Beautiful lady, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Jinshin had no intention of getting involved, but being threatened with a wooden gun displeased her, so she pulled out her own wooden gun and pointed it at Chungyu, retorting, "Who do you think you're pointing at?" Upon seeing Jinshin brandish her wooden gun, Chinan grew excited. "Do you have a wooden gun? Beautiful. That's fantastic. Let's team up to eliminate him and then split the supplies." Changyu's face turned red with rage. "Chinan, you're an absolute beast. After the earthquake, I have been supporting you and your family, and this is how you repay me." Jinshin nodded. "Indeed, quite ungrateful." Chinan sneered. "Chungyu, don't forget that when you were besieged, it was I who saved you, yet you stood by and watched as my wife was killed." Jinshin agreed. "That's truly repaying kindness with malice." Chungyu, feeling helpless, said, "Chinan, why can't you understand that woman is no good? She's with you for ulterior motives. I am trying to save you." Jinshin nodded, quite ungrateful indeed. Chinan spat. "Chungyu, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, that you've always had filthy thoughts about Feifei. And if you can't have her, you want to ruin her, right?" Jinshin added, That's truly beastly. Cheng Yu retorted, fuck you. I can find any woman I want. Why would I covet a woman who's everyone's property? Only you, this green-headed ghost, would regard her as a treasure. Jinshin exclaimed, you are truly you are a fool. She is a woman you cannot have. Cheng Yu, feeling a bit of a headache, said, beautiful lady, if you have nothing to do, could you please go play somewhere else? If you want supplies, I can give you a portion later. It's better than teaming up with this untrustworthy scoundrel. Jinshin replied, you make a valid point. Chapter 61. Reunion. At that moment, Qinen was displeased and said, beautiful lady, he can only give you a few bags of rice to brush you off. It's not as much as we would get by splitting. Jinshin nodded. You are right. Cheng Yu directly tossed a pile of supplies, saying, beautiful lady, is this enough? If it is, you can leave. Jinshin's eyes sparkled. Enough, very sufficient. This person is reasonable. Jinshin thought happily. On the other side, Qinen seemed to be provoked and fired his wooden gun again. And unexpectedly, at the same moment, Cheng Yu did as well. Neither of them dodged, and when Jinshin came to her senses, she saw a blood hole appear on Qinen's head as his eyes widened in shock before he collapsed. Cheng Yu fared no better, as blood stained his chest as well. Jinshin blinked, surprised that he was dead so easily. With a slight sigh of regret, she walked over to Qinen, picked up his wooden gun, and searched his body but found nothing. Turning to Cheng Yu, she began to search him too, as he had a space, and she needed to uncover it. To her surprise, after a few touches, Cheng Yu coughed several times, startling Jinshin. Was he resurrecting or experiencing a moment of clarity? Beautiful lady, be careful, I'm not dead yet, Cheng Yu managed to say with difficulty. Jinshin looked at the bloody hole in his chest and said, in your condition, you probably won't survive. Why not just hand over your space? It wouldn't be a waste. Cheng Yu coughed up some blood and said, I believe I can still be saved. My heart is on the left side. The human heart is generally on the left side. Jinshin interrupted him, but your injury is on the left side. Cheng Yu paused for a moment and said, my heart is on the right side. So, I should still have a chance. After catching his breath, Cheng Yu added, my space has no external medium. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I couldn't. Moreover, if I die, the space will disappear with me. So, rescue me, and I will share half of the supplies with you. After saying this, Cheng Yu could no longer hold on and fainted. External medium. Is it similar to the space I obtained? Jinshin looked at him, feeling conflicted. She did not want to save him, but the supplies nearby made her reluctant to leave. Moreover, he had just threatened her with a wooden gun. What if she saved him and he turned on her? After pondering for a long time, she decided against saving him. She didn't lack supplies and had no need to invite trouble. Having made up her mind, Jinshin stood up to collect the supplies and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, she glanced back at Cheng Yu and muttered, for the sake of the supplies you offered, I will come to collect your corpse tomorrow. Her planned trip to the sea was disrupted by these two. But having acquired a batch of supplies wasn't a total loss. On her way back, Jinshin couldn't stop thinking about Cheng Yu's space. Including Cheng Yu, she was aware of 3 people who possessed spaces. However, Su Qingqing's was the Blackstone space, and according to Cheng Yu, his space was similar to hers, likely originating from that ball of light before the earthquake. So, is this space a common commodity? Why are so many people possessing it? And as for the Blackstone space, if she and Su Qingqing could find it, then others must also be able to. Where did these Blackstones come from? What was that light all about? Jinshin pondered these thoughts for a while before turning back towards the beach, planning to wake Cheng Yu and see if she could glean information about space from him. At worst, she would just have to be cautious. If he showed any signs of abnormality, she could eliminate him then. However, when she returned to the beach, Cheng Yu and Qinen were already gone. Jinshin ran over and took a look around. There were still traces of blood where they had lain, and there were also dragging marks on the ground. Following the direction of the drag marks, she felt puzzled, unsure whether it was a person or a beast being dragged away. However, she had no intention of following the trail. It was a pity she couldn't inquire about the space. With a sigh, she turned around and headed home. Due to the events with Cheng Yu and Qinen, Jinshin did not return to the beach the next day, but instead decided to explore the forest. Before setting out, she deliberately chose a direction that would avoid the group she had encountered last time. However, there was truly little food in the woods on the island. She had plenty of wild vegetables in her space and didn't want them. There were hardly any wild fruits, but she did discover a few arrow poison trees. She had learned about these while watching videos and had specifically searched for them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have recognized them. After donning her gear, she carefully extracted a large amount of venom and stored it in her space, planning to use the poisoned arrows against any bad people she might encounter. Suddenly, a crack of a twig nearby startled her. "Who?" Jinshin asked coldly. "That I'm sorry. I was just passing by," a female voice replied, and a woman stepped out. "Shuqing?" Jinshin exclaimed. "Jinshin?" Both of them expressed surprise and joy simultaneously, rushing forward to embrace one another. Jinshin truly did not expect to see Shuqing here. They hadn't met for several years since parting ways. "Are you alone? What about Wang Jun and the others?" Jinshin inquired. Shuqing's expression turned somber, but she forced a smile, saying, "Some are gone, and others we've lost contact with. But I still have a companion. She's over there. Come, I'll take you to her." Jinshin bit her lip, feeling a pang of sorrow, but replied with a smile, "Sure, let's go see." Little did she know that Shuqing's companion would be Sun Zihan. "Jinshin, I finally found you," Sun Zihan cried, hugging Jinshin and sobbing uncontrollably. "Jiaping is gone, and Jiayong and Xiaodao are missing." Jinshin patted her back, her throat tightening. Her little companions, who had been together for several years, were gone just like that? After they had cried enough, Shuqing approached, saying, "I didn't expect you two to know each other." Jinshin wiped her tears and replied, "I didn't expect you two to know each other either." Sun Zihan also wiped her tears and added, "I really didn't expect you two to know each other." The three girls exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "All right, a reunion in a foreign land. Today is a good day. Let's go back and celebrate with a nice meal," Sun Zihan suggested. "Sounds good. Let's go to my place," Jinshin said as she started to leave, only to be stopped by Shuqing. "Jinshin, let's go to our place instead. We have another person there." Jinshin assumed it was one of their companions and thought nothing of it as she followed them. However, when they arrived, she discovered that the person there was none other than Chengyu. What a small world. It was Shuqing and Sun Zihan who had rescued Cheng Yu. Is he still not awake? Jinshin asked, feeling a bit of a headache. "From your tone, you know him?" Sun Zihan asked. Jinshin nodded and recounted the events at the beach. Chapter 62. Cheng Yu's suffering history. A space? Is it the same as Zihan's? Shuqing inquired. Jinshin glanced at Sun Zihan, who nodded slightly, indicating that she had informed Shuqing about the space. Not the same. According to him, his space has no external medium. Jinshin shook her head. "Let's not worry about him. When he wakes up, we can just ask him," Sun Zihan said, leading them towards the grass hut. Sun Zihan's campsite consisted of a makeshift grass hut with a fire pit beside it, where a frame had been built to cook food. After the three of them sat cross-legged, Jinshin asked, "How did you two meet?" "After I was swept away by the tsunami, it was Shuqing who saved me. Jiaping was right beside me, but he..." Shuqing began, her tears flowing again. Jinshin remained silent, her heart heavy. Jiaping was gone, and it seemed that Du Tao and Wei Jiayong were likely to meet a similar fate. After all, they had no refuge, even if they were fortunate enough to survive the tsunami. Drifting aimlessly in the vast ocean without sight of land was a perilous dead end. After a long silence, Jinshin gently patted her shoulder and said, "Do not weep. Perhaps Xiao Tao and the others are safe." Sun Zihan wiped her tears and nodded, and the three of them fell silent once more, burdened by the calamities of nature and the tragedies of life, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Eventually, it was Shuqing who shattered the silence. "Let us not dwell on these matters. Instead, let us decide on our lunch. Anything is fine. What do you feel like eating?" Jinshin replied with a smile. Sun Zihan waved her hand dismissively. "Anything is good. As long as it isn't seafood, I've had my fill of it these past few days." Jinshin laughed heartily. "Then let us have hot pot." Shuqing's eyes lit up. "Excellent. It has been ages since I last indulged in that. I've been craving it." The three immediately busied themselves. Sun Zihan retrieved ingredients from their supplies. Jinshin began to prepare them, and Shuqing went to collect firewood. Once the hot pot was ready, they announced, "Let us dig in," and began to eat. Chengyu was roused from his slumber by the enticing aroma. He had been dreaming of enjoying hot pot with a group of friends when suddenly a woman kicked him out of the dream. Upon waking, he saw the same woman happily enjoying the steaming hot pot before her that he attempted to call out, but no sound emerged. His chest ached painfully. Resigned, he managed to raise his hand weakly to attract attention, yet the three women were so engrossed in their meal and conversation that they paid him no mind. Chengyu had no choice but to close his eyes and listen to their chatter. After a while, he felt an urge to curse. The topics of their conversation, if discussed during peaceful times, would certainly invite judgment. So were women's private chats always this intense? Meanwhile, after finishing their meal and tidying up, Shu Qing approached to check on Chengyu, only to realize he had already awakened. "Oh, you're awake," Shu Qing exclaimed in surprise. Noticing his attempt to lift his head, she quickly pressed him back down, saying, "Do not move. Your injuries are severe. I am merely a novice nurse, and it is a miracle that I managed to save you. That if you disrupt your wounds, I cannot guarantee your safety." Chengyu opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came forth. Shu Qing pressed him down again, insisting, "I told you not to move. Just lie still." Chengyu thought to himself, "I desperately need to use the restroom. I'm about to wet myself." Unfortunately, no one could heed his urgent need. When Jianxin approached, she observed that Chengyu was blinking. Crouching down, she curiously asked, "Can a gunshot wound lead to facial paralysis?" "Shu Qing, did you injure his nervous system when you treated him?" Shu Qing shot her a look and then glanced at Chengyu, who appeared teary-eyed, and gently reassured him, "Are you trying to thank us? No need to be polite. It is our duty. Just remember that Jianxin said you would pay for the treatment." Chengyu thought, "I'm exhausted. Let it all end." How he ultimately resolved his personal issues remained a mystery to Jianxin and the others, who were currently discussing the matter of moving with Shu Qing and Sun Zihan. "The cave isn't overly large, but it can accommodate the three of us," Jianxin stated. "Why not build a wooden house?" Shu Qing suggested. "Absolutely not. Under no circumstances," Sun Zihan and Jianxin chorused in unison. Shu Qing was perplexed, prompting Jianxin to recount their previous escapes. "I suspect our constant fleeing is due to building wooden houses and raising chickens. This time, let us avoid constructing a wooden house and see if we can stay put." Shu Qing was left speechless. "But this is a natural disaster. What does that have to do with building a wooden house?" Jianxin shook her head. "Regardless, it just feels ominous that in the end, Shu Qing had to relent." "Very well, we shall stay in the cave for now." As the four of them enthusiastically prepared to relocate, Chengyu finally managed to speak. "Ladies, have you forgotten something?" Shu Qing slapped her forehead. "Oh no. I almost forgot. What shall we do with him? He can't be moved in his condition." Jianxin walked over to take a look. She initially thought to disregard him, but reconsidered, realizing that Shu Qing had put in great effort to save him. Moreover, they had yet to secure their supplies, so abandoning him at this juncture would be unwise. Thus, she said, "Let us leave him here for now. We can take turns checking on him each day." Chengyu opened his eyes and, with great effort, waved his hand that a brand new RV materialized before them, and he struggled to speak. "Could I trouble you three to lift me onto the RV?" The three girls momentarily ignored him, captivated by the RV, which promised far more comfort than the cave. After satisfying their curiosity, Jianxin turned to Chengyu and said, "There are others on this island besides us. Leaving this RV here would make it a glaring target." Signaling to others that you are in trouble, Chengyu was momentarily stunned, realizing his oversight. Just as he intended to retract the RV, he saw Jianxin instructing Sun Zihan to store the RV away. "I'll keep this RV safe for you." When she noticed Chengyu staring at her in disbelief, Jianxin shrugged. "What? Just because you have space doesn't mean we can't have it too." "Can we?" Chengyu inwardly roared. What kind of object is space that everyone seems to possess it? "All right, Jianxin, stop teasing him." Sun Zihan interjected that I'll stay behind to care for him for the next few days. Upon hearing this, Shu Qing set down what she was holding, then let us postpone the move until he's feeling better. Jianxin blinked, but refrained from further comment. Instead, she playfully kicked Chengyu's hand. "Buddy, my two best friends are staying to take care of you. Don't you have anything to say?" Chengyu closed his eyes and took a careful deep breath, then raised his hand again, producing a pile of supplies, and whispered, "I shall trouble these two lovely ladies then." Jianxin smiled brightly and instructed Sun Zihan to gather the items. Upon witnessing this, Chengyu felt a wave of darkness wash over him as he fainted once more. Chapter 63. The Torments of Chengyu, Part 2. When Chengyu awoke again, 2 days had passed, his clothes had been changed, and as he contemplated this, he realized he was alone with the 3 girls. Chengyu, who had never had a romantic partner in his 28 years, felt a flush of embarrassment and a flutter in his heart, wondering which of the 3 had helped him change. Just then, a loud voice startled him. "Oh, the young man is finally awake." As Chengyu turned his head, he saw an elderly woman with a face full of wrinkles staring at him with a grin. He widened his eyes, attempting to speak, but his throat was parched from lack of water, leaving him momentarily speechless. The woman leaned closer and said, "You're quite fortunate. You've been burning with fever for a whole day and night. Thankfully, I helped you clean up, or you might have been lost." Chung Yu stared at her, momentarily stunned. The woman touched his forehead, murmuring, "Why is there no reaction? He isn't delirious, is he?" After confirming there was no fever, she stood up and shouted towards the grass hut, "Xiao Shu, the young man is awake." "Awake?" Shu Qing exclaimed as she emerged from the hut. She examined Chung Yu's wound, changed the bandages, and then turned to the elderly woman. "Aunt Zhang, thank you. He is stable for now. You can head back." Aunt Zhang smiled warmly. "All right, if you need anything, just call. I may not be able to do much, but I can surely help with the basics." "Thank you, Aunt Zhang," Shu Qing replied. After Aunt Zhang left, Shu Qing brought a cup of warm water with a straw and held it to Chung Yu's lips. Seeing his confusion, she explained, "Aunt Zhang came over with a group of people a few days ago by boat. Since your clothes were dirty, we didn't want to handle it ourselves, so we asked her to help change your clothes and clean you up." Upon hearing this, Chung Yu's romantic fantasies burst like a bubble. Resigned, he slightly lifted his head and took a few sips of water. Shu Qing then took the cup away. "Don't drink too much. You can have more later. Since you're awake, I'll go prepare some porridge for you." Chung Yu closed his eyes, contemplating how fortunate he was to survive in the hands of these three women, realizing he was indeed the protagonist in this tale. Otherwise, anyone else subjected to such trials would have surely perished. Meanwhile, as Shu Qing was cooking porridge, Sun Zihan and Jinxin returned, carrying half a bucket of small seafood. Jinxin grumbled, "As more people arrive, it's getting harder to find seafood." This situation dated back to 2 days prior, the day Chung Yu fainted. After he collapsed, Shu Qing stayed behind to care for him, while Jinxin and Sun Zihan went to the beach in search of small seafood. Not long after arriving at the beach, they spotted a small boat approaching. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was packed with more than a dozen people of various ages. As soon as the boat docked, the passengers tumbled onto the sand. Sobbing, "We finally found land. No more fear of dying of thirst or hunger." One of the women spotted Jinxin and Sun Zihan and rushed over, smiling as she asked, "Hello, good ladies. You've been on this island for some time. Could you please tell me where I can find water?" This woman was quite friendly, and despite being strangers, her demeanor was pleasant. The two girls didn't withhold information. Shu Qing pointed in a direction, saying, "If you walk 2 or 3 miles that way, you'll find a small creek." The woman quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, kind ladies, you are truly good people." Having finished, they hurried back and informed the others. Among the crowd emerged a man in his 40s, who approached Jinxin and her companion. Upon reaching them, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you both for your assistance. My surname is Huang, and I am their employer. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to come to me." Jinxin raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback, and glanced at their modest fishing boat. It was an ordinary vessel, yet it was capable of ferrying these people to safety. Evidently, this Mr. Huang was not an ordinary man. Sun Zihan smiled politely, replying, "You are too kind, Mr. Huang. It was merely a small effort on our part." Mr. Huang did not linger, exchanging a few more pleasantries before departing. A couple of sturdier men remained behind to guard the boat, while the others proceeded toward the creek. It seemed that more and more people would be arriving on this island in the future. Sun Zihan remarked as she watched the group leave. Jinxin nodded in agreement, saying, "I hope the days ahead will be a bit more stable." The two sighed, losing interest in foraging for seafood, and made their way back to the campsite. Upon their return, they found Shu Qing standing beside Chung Yu, her brow furrowed. "What is the matter? Is he dying?" Jinxin inquired. Shu Qing shook her head. "No, it's just that he wet his pants." Jinxin and Sun Zihan exchanged glances, their expressions stiffening at the realization of the predicament. "I recall there were men in that group earlier. We could ask them for assistance. At worst, we could offer some supplies," Sun Zihan suggested. Jinxin nodded. "I believe I have some wild fruits in my space. We can use those as compensation. Anything else would be inconvenient." Once Jinxin and Sun Zihan approached the group and explained the situation, a woman, presumably an aunt, immediately stepped forward, saying, "Let me handle it. I used to work as a caregiver, so I'm quite familiar with this task." "Very well. Auntie, what is your name?" Sun Zihan inquired with a smile. "My surname is Zhang. You can call me Aunt Zhang," the woman replied. Thus, Aunt Zhang stayed to care for Chung Yu for 2 days. Jianxin brought out a basket of wild strawberries she had previously gathered as payment. And Aunt Zhang's eyes lit up upon seeing the fruit. Oh, such a delightful find on this island. It has been years since I last tasted these. However, she was discreet and did not inquire about where Jianxin had picked them. Jianxin thought to herself that there must be a reason Aunt Zhang had survived for so long. After all, those who possess discretion are seldom bothersome. Cheng Yu's wounds gradually improved, largely due to the various medicines and nutritional supplements he had been taking. Finally, after a week, he was able to move around, prompting the group to officially relocate to Jianxin's cave. Jianxin had initially intended to carry Cheng Yu, but since his wounds had only just scabbed over, they had to move cautiously. Ultimately, Cheng Yu contributed some supplies and enlisted 2 men to carry him over. Mr. Huang's group also settled by the creek and established a good rapport with Jianxin and her companions. Largely due to their discretion and the absence of any ill-intentioned individuals thus far, Jianxin and her friends were more than willing to befriend such people. Having more allies was certainly preferable to having adversaries. The only downside was that the resources available along the shoreline had significantly diminished, and even the wild vegetables near the woods had been depleted by them. However, with the resources from Cheng Yu's space, they managed to avoid exhausting their own supplies. Still, the notion of relying solely on others was a source of concern. Did I have some seeds? Would you like to plant them? Cheng Yu asked. What kind of seeds? Shu Qing inquired. Cassava? Chapter 64. Mushrooms. Jianxin and Sun Zihan exchanged glances before declining that were not suited for farming. The last time we planted something, it was washed away by a tsunami before we could harvest it, Jianxin stated. Moreover, given the current state of the soil, any crops planted would take years to mature. However, they decided to tidy up the area in front of the cave for planting sweet potatoes, vegetables, and the like. Regardless of the outcome, it would at least help pass the time and serve as a semblance of normalcy. The 3 of them, each possessing a fair amount of strength, quickly cleared the entrance and even constructed a small shelter for Cheng Yu on the left side. Observing the makeshift shelter, Cheng Yu couldn't help but smirk, relieved that these 3 women finally regarded him as a person. Yet, Jianxin's subsequent remark plunged him back into contemplation. Isn't this shelter a bit small? It seems even smaller than the previous chicken coop, she muttered. Cheng Yu. Never mind, at least it was a shelter, and he decided not to dwell on it. They had cleared the entrance and enclosed it with a small courtyard, planting pumpkins, winter melons, and several common vegetables, giving the appearance of a semblance of normal life. However, Jianxin felt a sense of unease creeping in, as she harbored a nagging feeling that they would not be staying on this island for long. Cheng Yu's injuries were healing day by day. At least he could now get up and move about. He delivered the promised supplies to Jianxin and her companions, though Jianxin was unsure if it amounted to half of what he owed. Nevertheless, since it was not her who had saved him, and both Sun Zihan and Shu Qing had no objections, she chose not to press the matter. Meanwhile, Mr. Huang and his group were also busy at work, having constructed a small wooden house and cleared some land. However, they had only planted the common wild vegetables native to the island. While these would not suffice for their needs, they were fortunate to have a boat for fishing. Seeing that boat, Jianxin felt a pang of envy. More importantly, having a vessel to venture into the sea meant the possibility of catching larger fish, such as salmon. Jianxin's space did not contain such delicacies, which made her particularly covetous. She traded 3 pounds of mushrooms for a pound of salmon, and it was truly delicious. Upon learning of this, Cheng Yu scoffed and promptly produced a sizable piece of salmon that evening, significantly improving Jianxin's attitude toward him. This caught Cheng Yu somewhat off guard. After all, their configuration of 1 man and 3 women was a classic setup for romantic developments in male-centric stories. Yet every time he recalled how he had been treated while injured, he shuddered at the thought that no, absolutely not. He had no intention of pursuing such a fortunate fate. No one paid attention to Cheng Yu's thoughts as Jianxin and her companions were busy gathering seashells on the beach. Today, they ventured to a slightly farther shore, where the seafood was abundant, and many small octopuses could be found. These little octopuses, when stir-fried with some green and red peppers, were exceptionally tasty, and Jianxin could devour an entire bowl in one sitting. I feel like more and more people are arriving on this island, Shu Qing remarked while picking up seashells. That is only natural. In this world, where water dominates, anyone who finds a piece of land will surely flock to it, Sun Zihan replied nonchalantly. Shu Qing set down her bucket and gazed out at the vast ocean, saying, This island may seem large, but if the population continues to swell, trouble is bound to arise. Should we prepare in advance? Prepare for what? How do we prepare? Jinshin inquired. We could set some traps or something. Shu Qing suggested. Jinshin shook her head. There's no need for that if someone comes to cause trouble. We can simply deal with them directly, Sun Zihan agreed. But Shu Qing remained silent. Having spent her time as a nurse at the base, she had not encountered anything too disturbing, so she found it difficult to adjust to Jinshin's readiness to resort to violence. However, she understood that the current environment necessitated such measures for self-preservation, so she refrained from further comment. There were things she could not do, but she also had no right to criticize others. The trio had a fruitful day and returned to the cave in high spirits, chatting and laughing. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Chengyu resting there. Jinshin approached and nudged him, saying, "Hey, wake up." Chengyu had not been asleep. He had merely been resting with his eyes closed. He immediately looked up at Jinshin and asked, "What's up?" Jinshin crouched down and asked, "Your injuries are nearly healed, right? When are you leaving?" Chengyu was both amused and exasperated by her question. "Jinshin, do you have any sense of loyalty? You spent quite some time together, and I've provided you with so many supplies. Are you so eager to burn bridges?" This remark irritated Jinshin, and she set down her bucket, standing up to retort, "You need to understand that those supplies were a debt of gratitude for saving your life. Without Shu Qing and Sun Zihan, you would have lost your life. So don't talk about burning bridges." Chengyu, reclining on the lounge chair, feigned stubbornness, saying, "I don't care. You can't force me to leave. You all know my biggest secret. If I leave, who knows if you'll spill it? I need to keep an eye on you." Jinshin rolled her eyes, about to speak, but Sun Zihan interjected. "All right, Jinshin, if he doesn't want to leave, then let him stay. After all, he knows our secret, and if we let him go, we wouldn't feel at ease either. It's better to keep him around. At least he can provide us with some supplies." Jinshin fell silent, casting a glare at Chengyu. In truth, she did not genuinely wish to drive him away. It was simply that his presence made her uneasy, prompting the confrontation. However, after spending so much time together, she had come to realize that Chengyu was not such a bad person. Furthermore, Sun Zihan's point was valid. They were all holding each other's secrets, so they needed to keep an eye on one another. Most importantly, Chengyu was indeed generous with his resources. He was willing to share, unlike Jinshin, who was naturally stingy and hoarded any good items for herself. After their spat, both sides seemed to come to an understanding, tacitly acknowledging that Chengyu had officially become one of them. However, what would happen in a crisis remained uncertain. The island continued to see an influx of newcomers, some of whom intended to cause trouble, but Jinshin and her companions managed to scare them off with their wooden firearms. Generally, those who had survived to this point were shrewd and calculated. They sought to live rather than jeopardize their lives by causing trouble. Overall, the lives of the small group were relatively stable. Meanwhile, Mr. Huang and his group were gradually finding their footing. Although they still struggled to make ends meet, each of them was filled with enthusiasm for life, a remarkable sight years after the apocalypse. Jinshin indeed holds a fondness for them. She often enjoys visiting their homes, as her visits became more frequent. Boss Huang presented them with a delightful gift, a mushroom cultivation kit. The island's climate is exceptionally conducive to mushroom growth. And Boss Huang mentioned that with a little care, these oyster mushrooms would flourish splendidly. While the crops in the fields grow slowly, mushrooms are unaffected by such constraints. Jinshin murmured to herself while holding the kit. Upon hearing this, Boss Huang chuckled heartily, remarking, "That's because these mushroom kits aren't planted in the ground. Otherwise, just look at how scarce the mushrooms are on this island." Chapter 65. The deadly rumors. The island's climate is perfectly suited for mushroom cultivation, thus requiring little effort. Jinshin returned to the cave with the mushroom kit and began discussing with Sun Zihan and the others about constructing a small wooden house dedicated to mushroom farming. However, before embarking on this endeavor, she felt the need to repay Boss Huang for his kindness in gifting the mushroom kit. Other items seemed unsuitable as reciprocation, so Jinshin ultimately decided to present some herbs, which she believed would serve as an appropriate gift. Although she could barely be considered a novice in traditional medicine, having any form of medicine was valuable in these times. Indeed, when Jinshin delivered the herbs, she was met with an enthusiastic reception from Boss Huang and his companions. Upon her return, the group energetically set about constructing the small wooden house. Chengyu, upon witnessing their fervor, immediately protested. insisting that his little shelter be replaced with a wooden house as well. Eventually, enticed by the prospect of resources, the three agreed to build him a wooden abode too. However, as the wooden house was completed, Jianxin blinked in contemplation, observing it with a peculiar feeling, uncertain how long they would be able to stay this time. When she turned to look at Sun Zihan and saw her frowning as well, she realized they shared the same thoughts. Over the years, how many wooden houses had they built? Each time, they were forced to relocate before long. Of course, living in a cave wasn't much better. In this era of calamities and chaos, nowhere seemed to provide a sanctuary. With a sigh, Jianxin gathered her thoughts and proceeded to prepare the mushroom room. Once the mushroom room was arranged, an overwhelming craving for chicken stew with mushrooms struck her as the saying goes. Once thought, immediately done, she dashed back to the cave, retrieving the necessary ingredients to start cooking. Observing the three women busy in their culinary endeavors, Chengyu turned and presented a pile of items before them, suggesting, "How about we have a gathering tonight for a nice meal?" Jianxin raised an eyebrow, exchanging glances with Sun Zihan and the others, and they all nodded in agreement. With someone treating them, it would be remiss not to indulge. Chengyu, delighted, was more than willing to offer some of his supplies. Especially since he couldn't cook and had mostly relied on instant meals and rations, by the time Jianxin finally sat down to enjoy the chicken stew with mushrooms she had longed for. 2 hours had passed. However, her enjoyment soon turned sour as she observed Chengyu devouring the food with the ferocity of a starving dog, snatching away both chicken legs and now vying for her chicken wings. With narrowed eyes, Jianxin watched him, prompting Chengyu to wisely relinquish his claim on the chicken wings. This woman possessed an extraordinary strength. He knew he couldn't match her. Jianxin found it peculiar, while she didn't know the extent of Chengyu's resources. The generosity with which he shared them suggested he had plenty. So, the question arose, why did he behave as if he were perpetually starving during meals? She voiced her thoughts, prompting Chengyu to glance at her without responding. Although he hadn't starved in his previous life, he had come close, having gone 3 days without food due to acid rain before his demise. Just as they finished their meal and began to tidy up, Boss Huang arrived, timing his entrance impeccably, as if he had planned it. Jianxin was unsure of his purpose for visiting, considering he had been doing quite well lately, having returned from previous fishing trips with bountiful catches, including mushrooms, and surely he was well fed by now. That it's fortunate that you are all here. Boss Huang smiled. Yes, there's something you need, Boss Huang. Sun Zihan inquired. Boss Huang appeared somewhat bashful, admitting, I heard you have weapons. And I was hoping you could join us for a hunting expedition tomorrow. You wouldn't need to exert yourselves much. Just be prepared to lend assistance in case of danger. As for compensation, you may choose between the game we capture or seafood. This. Jianxin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly asked, Can we have salmon? It's my favorite. Boss Huang laughed heartily. Of course, but you may have to wait a bit. Jianxin was unbothered. No problem. I'll go with you tomorrow. Sun Zihan chimed in. I'll join too. Jianxin glanced at Chengyu and Shu Qing, shaking her head. No, you should stay and accompany Shu Qing. Otherwise, I worry for her safety. Chengyu, already sensing something amiss from Jianxin's gaze, was immediately irked by her words, exclaiming, Jianxin, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by not safe? Chengyu was genuinely angry. While he had previously harbored some flirtatious inclinations, after being cared for by these 3 women for 3 months due to his injury, he had lost all such thoughts. He would rather spend his life with a man or Aunt Zhang than with these 3 women. Wait, that's not right. Men are out of the question. Aunt Zhang? Aunt Zhang. Upon thinking of Aunt Zhang, he suddenly felt his heart race. When he returned to reality, he saw Boss Huang and the 3 women regarding him with strange expressions. Jianxin, horrified, stammered, Chengyu, do you have feelings for Aunt Zhang? Before she could finish her sentence, Boss Huang interrupted with hearty laughter. Matters of the heart know no age. Aunt Zhang is quite a good person. Young man, you have good taste and enough courage. Chengyu, wait, what is going on? Did I just reveal my innermost thoughts? But before he could fully comprehend, Shu Qing, with admiration, patted him on the shoulder, saying, Chengyu, well done. If you like her, pursue her boldly. I support you. Sun Zihan also praised him. Great job. Chengyu, don't fear societal judgment. Aunt Zhang truly is wonderful. Go for it. We all support you. Jianxin smiled mysteriously. Look at you, Chengyu. You're really something. Chengyu was at his wit's end, shouting, It's not what you think. Unfortunately, no one was listening to him. and even Boss Huang left with a gossiping grin. Leaving Cheng Yu in a state of despair, Jianxin had no knowledge of how the relationship between Aunt Zhang and Cheng Yu would unfold. She set off with Boss Huang's group the following day. Their party consisted of 7 members, and perhaps to alleviate any awkwardness of having a lone female, Boss Huang had assigned another girl to accompany Jianxin. The girl, Huang Xinqin, was 25, with a lively personality and a straightforward manner. Immediately addressing Jianxin as sister, among the men, the eldest was 37 and named Qian Su, while the youngest, the same age as Huang Xinqin, was Zhou Weijia. The group was already quite familiar with Jianxin, and their interactions were harmonious, especially since they had witnessed her remarkable strength firsthand, making them welcoming of her presence. In truth, game was scarce on the island. During her time there, Jianxin had only caught a single wild chicken, having seen no other large animals. Thus, when Boss Huang mentioned hunting, Jianxin had little hope. She assumed they would at most catch a few wild chickens. To her surprise, on the very first day of their expedition, they encountered 3 wild boars. Jianxin, why hadn't she encountered any during her time here? Did wild animals discriminate against humans? Chapter 66. The 3 essentials of escaping disaster. This hunting trip proved unexpectedly fruitful. Although wild boars were challenging to handle, with Jianxin's extraordinary strength and the assistance of crossbows, no one was injured as they carried the boars back. They were met with warm welcomes from the others, and Boss Huang was grinning from ear to ear. While seafood was delectable, it was not meant to be consumed daily. Overindulgence could be fatal. When dividing the boar, Jianxin only requested a small portion. They had ample space for storage, and while preserved meat would be fine, fresh boar meat was unpalatable, likely due to their lack of cooking skills. Noticing Jianxin's modest request, Boss Huang proactively offered to convert the remaining boar into seafood for them. Given the success of the hunt, Boss Huang decided to allow the group to rest for 2 days before embarking on another trip. When Jianxin returned, she found Cheng Yu busy at work. Approaching closer, she realized he was crafting a small stool. Is this for Aunt Zhang? She suddenly asked, startling Cheng Yu, who jumped and, clutching his chest, frowned. Don't say such nonsense. Jianxin smiled teasingly. I understand. Keep it up. We all have faith in you. Cheng Yu, what do you understand? Finally, he grasped the feeling of those women who had been the subjects of baseless rumors, rendering him speechless. After setting down the wild boar in the cave, Jianxin noticed Sun Zihan and Shu Qing were absent, so she stepped outside to inquire, where are Zihan and the others? Cheng Yu shot her a glance and replied after a pause, they went to the beach. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 girls came running back, and Jianxin, wide-eyed, asked, what were you 2 doing? Were you being chased by a dog? Breathless, Shu Qing exclaimed, at the beach, a huge ship has arrived. A ship? A huge one? Jianxin's interest was piqued instantly. Let us go take a look. Cheng Yu quickly set down his things and followed after them. Wait, I'm coming too. Don't forget to close the door. Upon reaching the beach, Jianxin stared at the ship, questioning, is this what you call a ship? Shu Qing nodded. Yes, it can sail on the sea. What else would you call it? Cheng Yu, with an odd expression, remarked, if I'm not mistaken, this is called an aircraft carrier, right? Indeed, what had arrived was an aircraft carrier, anchored near the island. Jianxin was not very familiar with such vessels, but she knew they could not dock, which was why the people aboard were using small boats to transport themselves and their goods to the island gradually. Is this ours? Sun Zihan inquired. Cheng Yu rolled his eyes. Can't you see the large lettering on it? Jianxin felt utterly astonished. This phenomenon had previously only existed in the realm of the internet, yet witnessing it in person was nothing short of breathtaking. The sheer magnitude of it was overwhelming, seemingly dwarfing the island itself. That a few people gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. Before they departed, judging by the presence of such a crowd, it was evident that officials had arrived, and their ranks were likely filled with individuals of considerable stature. With their numbers, and presumably an arsenal of weaponry, the 3 of them, each harboring secrets, decided it prudent not to join the fray, lest they attract unwanted attention. Upon returning to the cave, Jianxin squatted beside Cheng Yu and abruptly inquired, Cheng Yu, there are officials here. Cheng Yu looked at her, bewildered. I see that I meant to ask if you wish to align yourself with them? Jianxin queried candidly, concerned about the other Hao Jia. To her surprise, Cheng Yu shivered and replied, absolutely not. I wouldn't go even if it meant death. Jianxin observed Cheng Yu's anxious demeanor, perplexed by his reaction. Noticing he had nothing further to say, she chose to ignore him and returned to the cave. With officials now on the island, they needed to tidy up, Anything conspicuous had to be concealed. The officials acted swiftly. The island was not expansive, and Jianxin and her companions were soon registered, forced into becoming part of the official base. There had been no consultation regarding this matter, and dissent was not an option. Fortunately, these were their own people, not foreign intruders. Although becoming part of the official base had its drawbacks, it also brought advantages. Firstly, the officials did not disturb the small area they had cultivated. Secondly, the officials introduced new strains of crops, which were said to flourish in the current soil conditions and, reportedly, tasted exquisite. Ever since the island was occupied by the officials, Jianxin's small group ceased venturing out, remaining safely in their cave, and their prior hunting arrangement with Boss Huang inevitably fell through. It was not until a week later that the officials distributed the new crop seeds. Jianxin examined the seeds that Cheng Yu brought back, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Others mentioned that once harvested, there would be surprises. Cheng Yu remarked. The term surprise did not seem promising, yet they did not dwell on it. Diligently clearing and cultivating the acre of land allocated by the officials, Jianxin initially worried that there wouldn't be enough water for irrigation, but the officials had devised a solution. They created a desalination device. Jianxin was taken aback. Hadn't they declared high technology unusable? What was this, then? However, their questions were soon addressed by Boss Huang, who explained that their land had been requisitioned by the officials, and the newly allocated area was adjacent to Jianxin's group, effectively making them neighbors. It was rumored that the officials had discovered special energy in the air, energy capable of replacing numerous resources, which allowed these high-tech products to regain their functionality, Boss Huang stated. This was certainly good news. The usability of high technology signified hope for humanity's survival. While following the officials was indeed inconvenient and restrictive, there were numerous benefits, such as the ability to use electricity without reservation. After a month of the officials' presence on the island, Jianxin's cave was electrified, and the island underwent transformative changes. First, a wooden bridge was constructed connecting the island to the aircraft carrier, and Jianxin understood that those aboard the carrier were no ordinary individuals. The island was divided into several zones: agricultural fields, residential areas, and industrial districts. The officials also announced numerous job openings, and several individuals from Boss Huang's group secured positions as fishermen, tasked with venturing out to sea. Among Jianxin's group, only Xu Qing took up a nursing position at the hospital, as jobs related to healthcare were in high demand during these times. Jianxin, despite her interest in trying her hand at it, was aware of her limitations and could only entertain the thought. Thus, the remaining three diligently toiled on their allocated plot of land, becoming perceived by others as parasitic leeches feeding off Xu Qing's efforts. It must be noted that the seeds provided by the officials were indeed effective. Within just a month, the crops had grown to half their height, outpacing the original seeds significantly. Yet, Jianxin remained curious about the elusive surprise. One day, as the group sheltered in the cave for a meal, they had to be discreet about indulging in good food since the arrival of the officials. While they were eating, Xu Qing returned, cradling two chicks in her hands. Jianxin and Sun Zihan exchanged glances, their faces reflecting sheer terror. A wooden house, land, and now chicks. Had they inadvertently gathered all the essentials for fleeing? Chapter 67. Quail eggs or corn? Surely you jest. Do you truly believe in such superstitious nonsense? Cheng Yu scoffed upon hearing their explanation, but soon he found himself at a loss for words. If this was superstition, what could be said about his own rebirth? Had Jianxin's wild conjecture actually borne fruit? I assure you, there is no need for concern. With the officials present, they must have matters at hand. They won't neglect us. Xu Qing reassured. It was reasonable to expect the officials would provide guidance. After all, without these livestock, who would generate value? Ultimately, the two chicks were retained, as they represented Xu Qing's salary for the month, something others yearned for but could not obtain. Besides rabbits, the officials released a batch of small rabbits and field mice. Both known for their rapid reproduction and ease of care, Sun Zihan managed to procure 2 rabbits. Jianxin gazed at the chicks and rabbits in her home, along with the nearby farmland, and sighed deeply. Hoping this time the curse would be broken, she truly wished to refrain from fleeing again. Though whether the curse had been lifted or not soon became secondary, for their corn had begun to bear ears, growing larger by the day until they reached the length of her arm. Jianxin stared at the corn, bewildered as to how the stalks had not been crushed under the weight. Each ear produced a single cob, with a few yielding 2. Upon breaking one open, the kernels were impressively large, nearly the size of quail eggs. Staring at this corn, Jianqin was utterly befuddled. Surely they had not left Blue Star. How could corn grow in such an abstract manner? After their moment of confusion, they ultimately decided to harvest a couple to sample later that evening. However, once cooked, the corn was inedible. Taking a bite felt akin to gnawing on a plastic ball. Cheng Yu stared incredulously at the cob in his hand, questioning, how on earth does one eat this? Shu Qing, however, knew. You must wait until it matures, then grind it into flour before consumption. Is that how it becomes edible? Jianqin inquired. Shu Qing shook her head. I have no idea. I've never tasted it. With the corn proving unpalatable, Cheng Yu dutifully retrieved other ingredients. Just as they finished their meal and began to tidy up, Aunt Zhang arrived. As Cheng Yu started to greet her, he noticed 3 women gazing at him with mischievous expressions, causing his face to darken as he swiftly sought an excuse to escape. Aunt Zhang was oblivious to their amusement. It was one thing for them to jest privately about Cheng Yu, but no one would dare bring it before Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, is there something you need? Sun Zihan inquired. Aunt Zhang sighed. Not particularly. I just came to chat. To be honest, with so many newcomers on the island, I feel rather unsettled. Jianqin, Sun Zihan, and Shu Qing exchanged glances, silently lamenting. Could it truly be that ominous? Auntie, you're just not used to it. We used to live in crowded places before. What's there to be anxious about? Sun Zihan comforted. Aunt Zhang nodded. You make a valid point. As I grow older, I tend to overthink. Suddenly, Aunt Zhang seemed to recall something, stating, by the way, I heard from someone next door that a factory over there will be ready in a few days and will be hiring. Would you like to check it out? Jianqin and Sun Zihan exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. No, thank you. There will surely be a crowd. We'd rather not join the commotion. Oh, you 2 girls are hopeless. What's the harm in taking a look? It might not cost you anything, and if you're selected, you could earn some extra income. Aunt Zhang chided. Jianqin and Sun Zihan sighed simultaneously. Auntie, we appreciate your concern, but we have chores to attend to at home. Aunt Zhang, somewhat exasperated, remarked, such trivial matters, let Xiaoyu handle it. He's a grown man. You've been taking care of him for so long. What's wrong with him helping you out? Jianqin stifled a laugh, responding, Auntie, you're absolutely right. Then Zihan and I will give it a try. Aunt Zhang's expression softened. Now that's more like it. In these times, one must be thrifty. Just look at all the newcomers. Many are gaunt and malnourished. Jianqin nodded. Indeed, when they first arrived, those people were quite unfortunate, but the first batch of grain will be arriving shortly. Things should improve significantly. Aunt Zhang did not wish to linger on the topic. And as she departed, she added, when Xiaoyu returns, be sure to tell him that a young man can't rely solely on a few girls for support. Once Aunt Zhang left, the 3 could no longer contain their laughter. Do you think Cheng Yu knows he holds such an image in Aunt Zhang's eyes? Shu Qing chuckled as she asked. We can always ask him when he returns, Jianqin suggested, after laughing for a while. Shu Qing headed off to work, leaving Jianqin and Sun Zihan with nothing to do. They decided to take a bucket to the seaside. The shoreline was now vastly different from their initial arrival. It was teeming with people, and sometimes one could spend an entire day without finding even 2 sea conchs. Nevertheless, Jianqin and Sun Zihan were merely there for leisure, wanting to avoid the impression that they were idly consuming resources. Upon reaching the beach, they found it crowded, and it took considerable effort to locate a less populated area. After a busy afternoon, they managed to collect only a few cat's eye shells. Frustrated, Jianqin resolved to prepare a grand seafood feast that evening. Do you ever wonder if there are other people in the world? Surely, not everyone is here, right? Shu Qing suddenly queried. Jianqin paused while gathering crabs, confidently asserting, impossible. There must be other places where people live. In a moment of despondency, Sun Zihan found her appetite waning as thoughts of the missing Xiaotao and Wei Jiayong occupied her mind. Observing the sudden loss of interest from Jianqin and Sun Zihan, Shu Qing realized her words had inadvertently struck a wrong chord. Just as she contemplated an apology, Cheng Yu interjected, if there can be islands here, other lands must surely exist elsewhere. Take Everest. For instance, would it really be submerged? Indeed, Jianqin replied with a smile. The world is replete with towering mountains. There must be places where people can thrive. Sun Zihan perked up, asserting, yes, as long as we are alive. There shall come a day for reunion. Cheng Yu produced several bottles of soda, suggesting, let us raise a glass. While we may abstain from alcohol, beverages are still permissible. Very well, let us toast. Jianqin declared, taking a hearty gulp. It was only afterward that she pondered aloud. Is it permissible to drink cola after seafood? Chung Yu rolled his eyes, retorting, what could possibly be wrong with that? Jinshin, why are you so timid? Jinshin shot him an equally scornful glance, replying, this is not about timidity. Given the current situation, with scarce medical supplies, one must exercise caution that if something goes awry, it would be too late for regrets. Shu Qing, possessing authority on the matter, chimed in, Jinshin's caution is warranted. I encounter patients daily at the hospital who suffer due to a lack of medication. However, consuming seafood with cola poses no issue. Once we finish our meal, we can sip some ginger tea, as crabs are known to be cooling. Chapter 68. See Ding Dang. On the day of the factory recruitment, Aunt Zhang indeed took Jinshin and Sun Zihan along to as anticipated. Both secured positions, with Aunt Zhang's silver tongue playing a pivotal role in their selection. On the return journey, Aunt Zhang was jubilant, albeit lamenting for the girls. Jinshin and Sun Zihan, however, felt little emotion, merely nodding along to Aunt Zhang's ramblings. Upon reaching the cave, Jinshin grabbed a bucket, preparing to head to the seaside. Though seafood was scarce, she relished the thought of being by the ocean, as it invariably lifted her spirits. The shore remained crowded, predominantly with the elderly and children who, lacking income, sought sustenance to supplement their households. Jinshin navigated around the throng, advancing further along the beach. After running several miles, she finally stumbled upon a secluded stretch of sand. After searching for a while, she soon understood the lack of visitors. There were no small seashells to be found. Dejected, she prepared to return when she noticed an elderly man behind a cluster of rocks, his upper body pressed against the stone as he reached into a crevice. His rear end elevated comically high. The peculiar sight elicited a chuckle from Jinshin, prompting the old man to call out, young lady, could you lend an old man a hand? I seem to be stuck. Jinshin widened her eyes in surprise, then approached him, inquiring, sir, have you gotten caught while foraging for seafood? The old man, facing inward, was hard to read. I suppose so. If you could assist me, or perhaps fetch someone else to help, that would suffice. Jinshin waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. But are your hands all right? I hope I don't end up rescuing you just to be accused afterward. The old man, agitated by her words, protested. Do you take me for such a person? Would I stoop to extorting a young girl? Jinshin quirked an eyebrow. Such bravado was pointless in these times. Drawing closer, she examined the rocks and felt some give. With a firm pull, she pried them apart, freeing the old man's hand. Finally. Thankfully, my little treasure is safe, he exclaimed, cautiously cradling his find. Jinshin leaned in for a closer look, only to discover a dark, indistinct mass. Utterly unrecognizable. Is this what you were stuck for? She asked, bemused, wondering why he clung to it so dearly. Just as the old man was about to respond, several figures clad in black approached, the leading man exclaiming, Dr. Lu, what are you doing here alone? What if you encountered danger? Jinshin's eyes widened in disbelief. Dr. Lu, the seemingly unremarkable old man was, in fact, a person of significance. Dr. Lu raised his hand with a smile, saying, I bring good news. Quickly, we must return. I need to get back to the laboratory. After taking a few steps, the old man turned back to Jinshin, saying, thank you, young lady. What is your name? Jinshin blinked, responding, Niu Xiaohua. Dr. Lu's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, thank you, Comrade Xiaohua. Once the old man departed, Jinshin felt no inclination to linger. The fact that he was a doctor made her ponder whether he might want to dissect her if he discovered her spatial abilities. For the next several days, she remained quietly ensconced in the cave, avoiding any excursions. A week later, a group of people arrived at their dwelling. What brings you here? Cheng Yu inquired at the entrance. The leader replied, we are here on behalf of Dr. Lu to deliver something to Ms. Jinshin. Jinshin stepped out, furrowing her brow. You're looking for me. The leader nodded, motioning for those behind him to bring forth a box, which they placed on the ground before promptly leaving after a nod in Jinshin's direction. The visitors came and went in a flash, leaving Jinshin and her companions exchanging puzzled glances. Let us take a look inside, she suggested, noticing the box being scrutinized. Upon entering the cave, Jinshin opened the box to reveal its commonplace contents: rice, flour, and oil, evidently a gesture of gratitude from the old man. However, in one corner, a dark mass, submerged in water within a plastic bag, piqued her curiosity. Jinshin lifted it, inspecting it closely, but could not discern what it was. She passed it to Sun Zihan, who also failed to identify it. Cheng Yu leaned in, equally baffled. Fortunately, Dr. Lu had included an instruction manual. After reading it, Jianqing discovered it was called sea ding dang, a newly identified edible algae by Dr. Lu. The remarkable aspect was that while it might grow slowly in the ocean, a mere drop of Dr. Lu's specially formulated nutrient liquid could spur it to thrive, akin to chives, yielding multiple harvests. Dr. Lu claimed it was delicious, nutritionally comprehensive, and would not induce gout like seafood, making it an ideal food replacement for humanity. Listening to Dr. Lu's grand claims, Jianqing and her friends, albeit skeptical, filled a basin with seawater and placed the mass inside, adding a bit of the so-called nutrient solution without further ado. The name Sea Ding Dang, sounding rather casual, seemed to be a spontaneous creation. However, if it could resolve their food shortages, it would indeed be a blessing. Upon returning to the cave, Jianqing recounted her encounter with Dr. Lu to Cheng Yu and Sun Zihan. Cheng Yu frowned, cautioning, "It's wise to limit your interactions with official personnel." Jianqing shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "As if I need your advice." Sun Zihan chuckled, shaking her head as she went to prepare lunch. Recently, Shu Qing had been quite busy, often unable to return for meals, so after finishing her own, Jianqing resolved to bring her some food. Remarkably, the sea ding dang grew at an impressive rate. It had only been a palm size at noon, and by evening it had expanded to the size of a plate. Curious about its taste, Jianqing squatted before the basin, and judging by this growth rate, she anticipated being able to savor it by the following day. The next day, Jianqing indeed tasted the sea ding dang, which had flourished overnight, filling an entire basin. Sun Zihan sliced off a piece, stir-frying it with chili, and it bore a resemblance in flavor to sea mushrooms, quite palatable, albeit slightly salty. Considering its growth speed, the island's inhabitants need not worry about food shortages. This sea ding dang could be consumed fresh or dried for preservation, requiring only a simple soaking before eating. Much like wood ear mushrooms, the only drawback was the necessity of the official nutrient solution to be periodically added, akin to fertilizer. Without it, the growth would be slower than that of snails. Cheng Yu remarked, with the nutrient solution in hand, the food supply remains firmly in the control of the authorities, ensuring no one harbors ulterior motives. Jianqing understood, likening it to the pre-apocalyptic era when seeds became increasingly scarce. What reached the common people were merely hybrid strains, suitable only for the first year's planting, with no seeds left for subsequent cultivation. Chapter 69. The decline of sea levels. The authorities acted swiftly, launching the promotion of sea ding dang cultivation just 3 days later. Coupled with the imminent harvest of previously sown corn, the island thrived, radiating a vibrant atmosphere. When Jianqing ventured out, she was even greeted by passers-by. "This young lady is truly charming. How old are you?" As Jianqing faced the inquisitive aunt, the questions grew increasingly intrusive, chilling her demeanor. "Andy, I must be on my way," she replied, seeking an escape. The aunt grasped her arm, insisting, "Oh, there's no rush. Tell me, do you have a boyfriend?" Here it came, Jianqing thought to herself, but after a brief moment, she smiled brightly, saying, "Yes, the one living with us is my boyfriend." The aunt's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Isn't that lad your friend's partner?" "My friend? Which one?" Jianqing asked, eyes widening. "The one working at the hospital," the aunt clarified. Jianqing lowered her gaze, realization dawning. The aunt had likely encountered Shu Qing and, upon being rebuffed, had used Cheng Yu as a shield. Just as Jianqing had. With this thought, a mischievous smile spread across her face. "Indeed, we are all his girlfriends." The aunt's face darkened. "That lad is so fortunate. You all don't mind sharing?" Jianqing beamed radiantly, replying, "Whether I mind or not, it's beyond my control. I'm utterly smitten." With that, she merrily departed. Upon arriving at the hospital, Shu Qing had just finished her work and was taking a break when Jian Xian handed her a lunchbox. Shu Qing accepted it and, accompanied by Jian Xian, found a secluded spot to sit down and opened the lunchbox. Devouring the contents hungrily. "Wasn't someone trying to set you up with a matchmaker a few days ago?" Jian Xian inquired. With her cheeks stuffed, Shu Qing looked up and replied, "How did you know?" "An aunt insisted on introducing me to her nephew. I had no choice but to use Cheng Yu as a shield." Jian Xian's eyes glinted with mischief as she said, "I encountered the same situation today, and I also employed Cheng Yu as my cover." Shu Qing choked on her food, exclaiming, "What? Does that mean we've become something else?" Jian Xian shrugged nonchalantly. "So what? I'm not planning to get married anyway. But what about you?" Shu Qing shook her head vigorously. I can barely support myself, let alone think about marriage. No way. Jian Xn breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Since neither of us intends to marry, we can let them say whatever they want to know. You can't just do that without considering my feelings. You've tarnished my reputation, Cheng Yu thundered, slamming his hand on the table. Jian Xian and Shu Qing exchanged guilty glances, fully aware that their actions were rather unscrupulous. However, the deed was done, and there was no turning back. Jian Xian exhaled and said, "What are you worried about? Even if people find out, it won't harm you. Women will only scold us, while men will merely envy you." Cheng Yu fell silent, contemplating that it seemed true. Thus, it wasn't as grave as they perceived, except that it was. Yuri standing there without feeling the pain. How am I supposed to find a wife? Cheng Yu glared at them. Shu Qing sighed. Yesterday, a young woman at the hospital was looking for a husband. All she wanted was 10 pounds of rice to take him home. Cheng Yu was taken aback, almost forgetting that they were in an apocalyptic world, not a peaceful era. Jian Xian, too, found herself at a loss for words. Recalling a young man who married a woman older than his mother. Noticing Cheng Yu's silence, Jian Xian patted him on the back. "Buddy, you lack self-awareness. With your current financial situation, it's perfectly normal to attract beautiful women." Cheng Yu shot her a look, about to retort, when Sun Zihan walked in, looking apologetic as he addressed Cheng Yu. "Sorry, Cheng Yu. Someone just introduced me to a potential partner, and I used you as a cover." Cheng Yu. "Did you conspire to set this up?" Huh. Due to the three women's mischief, Cheng Yu's life took a turn for the better in the following days, with meals being served to him. Simultaneously, his reputation spread across the island, with many learning of a certain Cheng Yu who had 3 girlfriends living together. As he walked down the street, he frequently encountered random men greeting him. "You read quite something, buddy, a role model for our generation. Can you teach me a thing or two?" Cheng Yu, feeling frustrated, chose to stay indoors, leading people to believe not only did he have 3 girlfriends, but they also supported him, living off their generosity. Eventually, even Boss Huang and Aunt Zhang approached Jian Xian about it. Fortunately, no one continued to introduce potential partners to them, and likewise, no one sought to pair Cheng Yu with a girlfriend. However, Cheng Yu's discontent remained unnoticed as new troubles arose. The sea levels were receding. Although the decline was gradual, it was still evident. A piece of news brought back by Shu Qing. "Isn't the drop in sea levels a good thing?" Jian Xian asked. Sun Zihan shook her head. "Not necessarily. The land that has been submerged is primarily saline alkaline, making it unsuitable for crops. But the current land can't yield crops even without seawater, can it?" Jian Xian queried. "Not necessarily. Saline alkaline land can cultivate seawater rice," Cheng Yu countered. "But does seawater rice grow normally?" Jian Xian retorted. Cheng Yu stood his ground. Having land is certainly better than being submerged in water. Besides, if the country can develop large grain corn, they can likely create other crops suited for the current soil. All right, let us not argue. Good or bad is beyond our control. However, I think we should stock up on seafood. Otherwise, I fear we'll run out of food later, Sun Zihan suggested. Sure, why not rent a boat from Boss Huang and go fishing? Shu Qing proposed. "Oh, you all know how to fish?" Cheng Yu inquired. "That was a good question. They didn't let us just rent one tomorrow, and we can ask Boss Huang to teach us," Jian Xian insisted. "That's feasible, but don't they need the boat themselves?" Sun Zihan hesitated. "I'll ask tomorrow," Jian Xian said. Boss Huang readily agreed. Having just harvested corn and not lacking food, he was preparing for a few days' rest, and Jian Xian's boat rental would provide him with a profit. Once the boat was secured, the 4 of them excitedly packed their belongings for the sea. But regretfully, Shu Qing was unable to take leave. "Why not just skip it? We can manage without you," Jian Xian remarked. Shu Qing shook her head. "It's not just about the pay. It's important to be aware of any situation that arises." Ultimately, only Jian Xian, Sun Zihan, and Cheng Yu went. Boss Huang even kindly sent someone to instruct them on operating the boat and fishing. Once they learned, the trio set off with renewed confidence. Chapter 70, The Blue Star Crisis. When the trio set sail, their spirits were high, but after just one day at sea, they were disheartened. Having spent the entire day catching only a few small fish and shrimp. It's all right. It's just the beginning. Tomorrow will be better, Sun Zihan consoled. "I want salmon," Jian Xian sighed. Visibly downcast, Cheng Yu pinched the bridge of his nose. "Stop sulking. I'll catch you salmon tomorrow. For tonight, let us eat what we have. I don't want to suffer from gout." "You can eat it all," Jian Xian replied. "Eat it or don't." "It's your choice," Cheng Yu retorted, uninterested. "In the end, Jian Xian ate anyway. Refusing would be foolish. The following afternoon, Cheng Yu indeed caught the salmon Jian Xian had been longing for, lifting her spirits. This salmon seemed to unlock a streak of good fortune for the trio, as they reaped bountiful catches over the next 2 days. However, on the 5th day as they returned home, they noticed something amiss. Jian Xian, didn't the sea level seem different when we left? Sun Zihan observed the beach intently. Jian Xian furrowed her brow. The sea is receding quite rapidly. Isn't it? Cheng Yu looked up to see people of all ages scouring the beach for seafood. After securing the boat, they returned to Boss Huang to return it. Upon reaching their cave, they found Shu Qing at home. Aren't you working today? Jian Xian asked that I took a day off. How was your haul? Shu Qing inquired. Sun Zihan nodded. Not bad. We'll prepare a delicious meal for you tonight. Shu Qing, the sea level seems to be dropping quickly. Have you heard any rumors? Cheng Yu asked. Shu Qing shook her head. Not yet. It should just be a normal occurrence that it's also possible. The CS retreat is quite mysterious, and returning to normal is expected, Sun Zihan added. Cheng Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. We should remain vigilant. Since the earthquake, the entire blue star seems to be going haywire. I'm beginning to suspect it wants to eradicate humanity. Jian Xian shot him a glare. Pooh. Stop with the ominous talk. Cheng Yu rolled his eyes at her and retreated into the house. Jian Xian pursed her lips and returned to the cave, feeling somewhat fatigued from the lack of sleep on the boat, after a refreshing shower and exchanging greetings with Shu Qing and Sun Zihan. Jian Xian climbed into bed and quickly fell asleep. Jian Xian, wake up, it's time for dinner. A voice beckoned her from beside the bed, blurry-eyed. Jian Xian opened her eyes to see Shu Qing standing there. After yawning and stretching, she got up. For dinner, Sun Zihan truly prepared a seafood feast, but Jian Xian, having eaten quite a bit in the past few days, dared not indulge further, opting for just a bowl of rice with pickled wild garlic shoots. I am going out for a stroll, Jian Xian announced to her companions before stepping outside. After sleeping too much during the day, she found it hard to sleep at night. The island at night was a new experience for her. Ever since the officials arrived, streetlights had been installed, providing enough illumination to see the road, though it was still far from the brightness before the earthquake. The streets were quiet, and Jian Xian walked toward the seaside. The night sea was particularly captivating. Aside from the distant aircraft carrier emitting lights, everything else was enveloped in darkness. As she gazed at the aircraft carrier, Jian Xian felt a surge of curiosity. She had never seen one and longed to explore it. Is what you said true? Suddenly, a conversation reached Jian Xian's ears. Initially, she paid no mind, assuming it was just another wanderer like herself. However, she soon heard another voice. Indeed. I heard it from our squad leader. The higher-ups detected that our blue star is on the verge of collapse. Alarmed, Jian Xian moved closer to the speakers, finding a stone to hide behind. Fortunately, the sound of the waves masked her movements. Can you elaborate? The first person asked. After a brief pause, the second person replied. About several months ago, a relative of our squad leader leaked some news, stating that the higher-ups detected that our blue star is nearing its end. Within 3 to 5 years, it will be impossible for humans and various animals to survive here. Haven't you noticed? Do you ever feel short of breath? The first person inquired. Jian Xian gasped. While she couldn't speak for others, she had indeed experienced moments of breathlessness. Yes, I do. What's going on? The first speaker pressed. It's due to the decrease in oxygen. The second person explained it. Oh, what do we do about that? The first one nearly cried out. Jinshin was on the verge of tears, bewildered by the notion that all her accumulated supplies were rendered futile by the dire warning. No matter how much you stockpile, it won't matter because we'll be out of oxygen. She had heard rumors that research was underway on a spacecraft, and once successful, they would venture to another planet for habitation. Another voice chimed in. All right, enough talk. I must return. Upon hearing that someone was leaving, Jinshin hurriedly concealed herself, only emerging once the individual had distanced themselves. Yet, at that moment, she found no inclination to wander any longer. Heaven knows she had thought life couldn't possibly deteriorate further, only to be struck by the thunderous revelation that they might soon lose even this wretched existence. Previously, she had often complained about the need to flee. But now they faced the prospect of escaping Earth itself. But escaping Earth would require qualifications. No one knew how many individuals the spacecraft could accommodate. If it turned out to be only a select few, then she and her fellow ordinary people would be left behind, awaiting their demise. Jinshin returned to the cave in a daze, where Sun Zihan was preparing for bed. Noticing her distress, Sun Zihan asked with concern. Jianxin, what's wrong? What happened? Jianxin pouted and suddenly embraced Sun Zihan, saying, Zihan, I've heard some very bad news. At that moment, Shu Qing emerged from the inner chamber and inquired, What news? Jianxin sat up and glanced at her, saying, I'll go fetch Chengyu. Let us discuss this together. Forget it, I'll go, Shu Qing said, pressing down on Jianxin before turning to exit the cave. Before long, Chengyu arrived, and the group settled in a circle. Jianxin recounted the troubling news she had overheard that evening. The others held their breath, and after a lengthy silence, Chengyu spoke. Recently, I have indeed felt a persistent difficulty in breathing that I thought it was due to my injury not healing properly. Now I realize the reason. Me too. I find it hard to catch my breath, Shu Qing contributed. Sun Zihan nodded in agreement. So, Blue Star is indeed becoming uninhabitable? Jianxin was uncertain. The scant information she possessed made it challenging to ascertain the situation. While the four of them wore grim expressions, a conversation unfolded aboard the aircraft carrier. Dr. Liu, how is the progress? Inquired an elderly man with graying hair. Dr. Liu shook his head and sighed. We lack crucial data. The endurance and capacity are both unsatisfactory. How I wish we could find Dr. N's data, the elder lamented. Dr. Liu echoed the sentiment. Now, everywhere is water. That data is likely destroyed. The elder did not linger, offering Dr. Liu a parting remark. You've worked hard. If nothing can be done, we may have to make painful sacrifices. Back in the cave, the four of them felt despondent, understanding that if the claims made by the two individuals were true, they would likely be abandoned to await their deaths. The rescue efforts would only extend to those with elite status or power. No, Jianxin thought of her space. If she revealed its existence, could she accompany them? But what would be her fate then? Would she become a mere specimen, constantly monitored like a human warehouse? Such a life would be worse than death itself. Glancing at Chengyu, she noted his pallor. He likely shared her concerns. Well, there's no point in us mulling over this here. Tomorrow, when I return to work, I'll inquire further to see if I can gather any information, Shu Qing suggested. It seems that's all we can do, Chengyu agreed. I still have quite a bit of oxygen equipment. If it comes to the worst, it can buy us some time. The group retired for the night. But none found rest. The following morning, Jianxin leaned over the chicken coop, observing two half-grown chicks, lamenting, Chicks, oh chicks, I told you there was no good in raising you. Look, now we can't even stay on Blue Star. Shu Qing, nearby, found the comment amusing and shook her head. After venting her frustrations to the chicks, Jianxin returned to the cave. Recalling Chengyu's mention of the oxygen equipment, she decided to rummage through her space to see if she could find something similar. However, she had not collected such an item before, and after searching thoroughly, she found nothing. Just as Jianxin began to feel disheartened, she inadvertently caught sight of a few sheets of paper in the corner of her space. Curiosity piqued, she retrieved them and casually flipped through, only to be captivated by a line of small text. Although she couldn't comprehend the rest, she recognized this line. Core power of the spaceship. Beneath which were intricate diagrams, Jianxin frantically flipped through the papers. Aside from the mention of the spaceship, the rest was beyond her comprehension. Noticing the absence of anyone around, she tucked the materials back into her space. She began to recall how these papers had come to her possession. As far as she remembered, she hadn't collected any papers, aside from the box of books from Su Qingqing. Could these be collected by Su Qingqing? That didn't seem plausible. She had stored Su Qingqing's books properly in the box. Jianxin surveyed her space once more, her gaze landing on a pile of wooden crates. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. She remembered finding these papers within a safe, alongside the wooden crates she had taken. She had almost burned the papers at that time, uncertain whether the contents of these papers were genuine or significant. She pondered the implications. If they were authentic, could this mean salvation for them? Jianxin stifled her inner excitement, realizing she needed to confirm this before jumping to conclusions. The person she thought of for validation was the old man, Dr. Liu. But given their fleeting acquaintance, she was unsure of his reliability. Only a trial would reveal the truth. With that thought, Jianxin resumed her search in her space, but found nothing suitable. Frustrated, she ran a hand through her hair and made her way to Chengyu's wooden cabin. Oh dear, Jianxin, could you at least knock before entering? Chengyu exclaimed, startled by her sudden intrusion as he prepared to change clothes. Jianxin bowed her head. I apologize, I was a bit anxious. Chengyu paused, sensing something was off with Jianxin, and gently asked, what's on your mind? Jianxin lowered her gaze. Last time, Dr. Liu sent me something, and I would like to return the favor. Do you have anything suitable? Chen Yu contemplated briefly, suspecting Jianxin was trying to curry favor with Dr. Lu to secure a spot for herself. That he replied, I'll check, but I suspect it might be futile. Still, it's worth a try. Jianxin said before turning to leave, deciding she would keep this matter to herself until she had more clarity. Chen Yu returned swiftly with green bean cakes, presenting them with a smile. These are quite good. A 5-star chef made them. Jianxin accepted the cakes, expressing her gratitude before heading to the seaside. At the wooden bridge leading to the aircraft carrier, which was guarded, Jianxin stood at the entrance and cheerfully said, I still haven't thanked Dr. Lu for the previous gifts. Here are some green bean cakes. Please help me convey my appreciation, and I hope he won't mind. Handing over the cakes, she did not linger for even a moment and turned to leave. 3 days passed without a response from Dr. Lu after sending the pastries, and Jianxin felt a twinge of disappointment, suspecting that the old man was indifferent to her gesture. It seemed she would need to seek someone else. Unexpectedly, a week later, the old man returned her kindness with a few apples. Given their rarity, this was a prized gift, though not particularly significant to Jianxin and her companions. Seeing the apples, Jianxin sighed in relief, realizing that the old man was indeed approachable. With this knowledge, she felt pressed for time. She decided to take a risk. Before the messenger departed, she slipped a document into a bamboo tube, instructing them to deliver it to Dr. Lu. After sending the package, Jianxin was filled with trepidation, fearing a sudden raid that could land them in confinement, thereby endangering her friends. Yet, without taking this risk, how could they carve out a path to survival? Therefore, they would share both fortune and adversity. The old man was swifter than she anticipated. That very evening, a group arrived at their cave, escorting them to the aircraft carrier, faced with the bewildered expressions of her friends. Jianxin reassured them, this will determine our fate. Chen Yu furrowed his brow at her. You're being too reckless. Jianxin lowered her head. I know, but there's no choice. Time is running out. Isn't it? Recently, her breathing difficulties had intensified. If indeed oxygen was dwindling, Blue Star wouldn't sustain them for much longer. Jianxin was uncertain what the aircraft carrier had been like in the past, but at present, it was nothing short of magnificent. However, she had no time to admire it. Under the escort of the group, they were led into a room. Jianxin looked around and, as expected, spotted Dr. Lu, along with several elderly individuals. The head of the table sat an imposing elder with a full head of gray hair. Jianxin knew he was the one in charge. Children, do not fear. We do not eat people, the elder declared. Jianxin took a deep breath and spoke. Are you here to inquire about the document? You can ask me. My friends know nothing. Sun Zihan immediately tugged at Jianxin's sleeve, but Jianxin shook her head in response. Hey, girl, where's the rest of the document? Hurry up and bring it out. Dr. Lu seemed impatient and asked directly. Jianxin remained silent, and the elder smiled knowingly, asking, What is it that you wish for? The inquiry was indeed posed in a most amiable manner, yet Jianxin did not perceive him as the benevolent grandfather he appeared to be. Consequently, she did not hesitate and replied directly, Could you grant us a few tickets for the spaceship? The elderly man chuckled even more heartily. Before he could respond, Dr. Lu leaned towards Jianxin and whispered, Silly girl, is that all you desire? Apart from the tickets, Jianxin was somewhat perplexed, but Chen Yu understood. Jianxin, the tickets are not the issue. Consider what else you might want. At this moment, Jianxin comprehended the immense value of the materials they possessed, far surpassing that of mere tickets. However, did she desire anything else? After pondering, she shook her head and replied, There is nothing else I wish for. The old man erupted into even louder laughter. Well, splendid. Since you have no other desires, we certainly shall not shortchange you. Old Lu, take this young lady to see something special in a moment. Dr. Lu also laughed. Indeed, we all know you are not a miser. Confused, Jianxin and her companions exchanged glances. But Dr. Lu refrained from providing an explanation. Instead, he turned to Jianxin and asked, What about the remaining materials? Jianxin retrieved the remaining pages from her clothing, prompting the elderly men to gather around, exclaiming in excitement, Indeed, this is it. Excellent, we have finally found it. We are saved. As the elderly men and women departed, Jianxin and her companions remained in a state of bewilderment, staring at the old man above. He cleared his throat and informed them, Old Lu and the others will likely be busy for several days. During this time, you should enjoy yourselves here, and when Old Lu is free, you may return. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. What else could they do? Disagreement was futile, and refusal would lead to no resolution. Days turned into weeks. and when Dr. Lu finally emerged, Jianxin was on the verge of madness. "Ha, my dear girl, thank you, thank you." Dr. Lu appeared haggard, yet his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Upon seeing Jianxin, he grasped her arm and pulled her forward. "Dr. Lu, where are you taking me?" Jianxin inquired as they walked. "You will find out soon." "It is something extraordinary." Dr. Lu led Jianxin into a room. Upon entering, Jianxin was left speechless, for she beheld a piece of black stone as large as a basin, with several fist-sized fragments scattered nearby. Compared to these black stones, the few fragments she had picked up felt like mere scraps. Dr. Lu picked up the smallest piece and placed it on the table, grabbing a small hammer from nearby. He struck off a piece and handed it to Jianxin. Noticing her astonishment, he explained, "This is a primary material for constructing spaceships. Just this small fragment contains an enormous space within. Take it. This is a reward for you from above." Jianxin swallowed hard and produced a small piece of black stone from around her neck, saying, "Doctor, I have one too." Dr. Lu clicked his tongue. "Is that all it amounts to?" Jianxin blinked and asked, "Doctor, where do these black stones originate?" With a sigh, Dr. Lu replied, "I cannot disclose the specifics, only that they are extraterrestrial in origin." He glanced at Jianxin's stone and cautioned, "Keep this well hidden. Do not reveal it unless necessary. If you discover anyone surveilling you, do not be afraid. This matter is of great significance and must not be compromised." Jianxin nodded, accepting the black stone from Dr. Lu. "Doctor, when are we likely to depart?" Dr. Lu hesitated before responding, "Very soon." "Where are we going?" Dr. Lu suddenly fell silent, causing Jianxin to grip the black stone tightly, fear creeping in. His reaction suggested they were to wander through the cosmos. After a prolonged silence, Dr. Lu finally stated, "We will have another homeland." Jianxin remained silent. Humanity had resided on Blue Star for so long, and now they were to leave. She felt a profound discomfort, the emotions swirling within her. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Lu arranged for their return, and Jianxin shared a brief account of events with her companions. She entrusted the black stone to Shu Qing, ensuring that they all possessed some means of survival, should they become separated. This thought led her to wonder about Wei Jiayong and Xiao Tao. Pondering their fates, after returning from the aircraft carrier, they indeed noticed unfamiliar faces around them. With Dr. Lu's words in mind, they chose to ignore these newcomers and continued their lives as usual. Concurrently, more warships and aircraft carriers appeared upon the sea, which Jianxin surmised were from other regions, preparing for departure. The environment on Blue Star was deteriorating rapidly. The chicks and rabbits they had been raising began to perish, and people increasingly struggled to breathe. At this time, many began to realize something was amiss, as cries and wails echoed from the wooden bridge by the sea. Official announcements were non-existent, yet Jianxin observed numerous individuals foraging on the island, digging up various saplings and flowers. As the days passed, Changyu retrieved their oxygen tanks, and they each took one, no longer venturing outside as many collapsed from breathing difficulties. One day, half a month later, several figures in black approached Jianxin and her companions. "Hello, Dr. Lu has sent us to escort you. We are preparing to depart. You have 10 minutes to gather your belongings." Jianxin's spirits soared. Was it finally time to leave? The group exchanged silent glances before Jianxin addressed the figures in black. "Please wait a moment. We will be ready shortly." Returning to the cave, they stowed their belongings in the space, then joined hands and followed the figures. They were once again taken to the aircraft carrier, where the figures left them, only for a man in white to arrive and guide them deeper into the vessel. Following him, they descended multiple levels until they arrived at a silver door. The man aligned his eye with a monitor above the door, which promptly opened. He stood at the entrance, not entering, but instead instructing Jianxin and her friends, "Please go inside. Someone will be waiting for you." Chapter 73. Above the firmament. As they stepped through the door, it closed swiftly behind them. Jianxin exhaled deeply, removing her oxygen mask, relieved to find no discomfort in breathing within this space. After a brief moment, a woman approached and, upon seeing them, inquired, "Which of you is Jianxin?" Jianxin stepped forward, saying, "That would be me. Hello, my surname is Tao. You can call me Tao Shan. Dr. Lu sent me to escort you to your room." She introduced herself. Jianxin bowed her head. "Thank you for your assistance." "Not at all," Tao Shan replied as she led them deeper into the facility. Sun Zihan whispered, "This place truly resembles a grand hotel." "It feels like a scene from a movie," Shu Qing observed. The rooms indeed resembled hotel suites, spanning over 30 square meters. While it might be a bit inconvenient for 3 girls and 1 boy, it was a special circumstance, and having private rooms was already a luxury. Upon entering, Tao Shan stated, We are in the midst of preparations. If you have no pressing matters, it would be best to remain indoors. Emergency supplies have been arranged in your rooms, so please bear with us for a few days. Jianxin smiled and nodded. Thank you. We will do our utmost not to inconvenience you. Tao Shan smiled back, handed Jianxin the room key, and departed. Once she left, the group began to explore their accommodations. The suite contained a large bed, sufficient for 3 girls, though Cheng Yu would likely have to sleep outside. Cheng Yu took the initiative to set up a tent in the corner of the west wall. The room featured a bathroom but lacked a kitchen, although hot water was available, albeit limited. In one corner of the outer area, several boxes of compressed biscuits, canned goods, and instant noodles were stacked. After inspecting, they gathered around the coffee table. Are we truly leaving Blue Star? Shu Qin was the first to voice her thoughts. Thinking about it suddenly makes me feel quite reluctant, Sun Zihan added, clutching her chest. Reluctant now? It's too late. Humanity has caused countless transgressions on Blue Star over the years. This outcome is hardly surprising. Cheng Yu retorted dismissively. Jianxin shot him a glare. The rich may have committed these transgressions, yet it is the poor who bear the consequences. However, it was too late to lament. Blue Star could no longer be salvaged, and they were destined to wander. She wondered if they would ever find a planet suitable for human habitation. What if we can never find one? Will we perish in the cosmos? Sun Zihan suddenly asked. No one could answer that question. The uncertainty of the future instilled fear, yet remaining behind was equally perilous. Why dwell on such thoughts? Those are matters for those above us to consider. We merely need to follow along. Cheng Yu stated. Indeed, since we are here, we may as well make the best of it. We have done our part. The rest is beyond our control. Shu Qin concurred. Over the following days, the group obediently remained in their rooms. Fortunately, with 4 of them together, they could pass the time playing cards and mahjong. Otherwise, they might have gone mad. The absence of day and night made it difficult to gauge the passing of time until Tao Shan returned to inform them it was time to venture out. Eagerly, they stepped outside, only to find the surroundings had completely transformed. They returned to the grand hall they had first entered, where a display showed various zones labeled for planting, accommodation, and dining. Following the signs, Jianxin first headed towards the accommodation area, and although the map indicated it was not far, they found themselves walking for nearly half an hour before arriving. My goodness, how vast is this spaceship? Shu Qing exclaimed. Jianxin considered the black stone she had seen. If the remaining materials were of such size, one could only imagine the enormity of the spaceship itself. After another 10 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at the accommodation area, which was divided into several sections. They were assigned to Zone A, but this accommodation was different from their previous lodging. It employed a hive-like system, with each individual having a designated bed space. Though there were also more humane family-style arrangements. After returning from the accommodation area, a few of them headed to the dining area, which had no set seating, only numerous counters where meals were dispensed, necessitating patrons to return to their quarters to eat, presumably to save space. The remaining cultivation area was too distant, and they were too weary to venture there. Upon returning to their rooms, they encountered their neighbors moving out. Jianxin glanced at their belongings and was certain they were wealthy. So, the place they were residing in was actually a wealthy district. It seemed evident that class distinctions existed even in these circumstances. Once back in their room, they collapsed onto the floor, drained from their prolonged inactivity followed by such an unexpected exertion. After lounging around for a few days, one day they heard a voice emanating from the corner of the room. Fellow compatriots, please remain calm. Today is insert date, and our home, Blue Star, is no longer suitable for human habitation. Starting today, we will seek a new home. As survivors, it is time for us to unite in solidarity. I hope everyone can work together to overcome this adversity. A set of rules and agreements will be distributed shortly for your signatures. Lastly, I hope we can successfully find a new home. As soon as the announcement concluded, there was a knock at the door. When Jianxin opened it, she was indeed handed 4 copies of the agreement, indicating that someone would return to collect them later. Jianxin passed the other 3 copies to her companions and began to read through hers intently. The document could be summarized in 2 sentences. First, to eat, one must work. Otherwise, hunger awaits, with no exceptions. Second, compliance is mandatory. Severe transgressions may result in being thrown out of the spaceship. The mere thought of being ejected from the vessel sent shivers down Jianxin's spine. Such a punishment was far more terrifying than mere execution. Jianxin would rather face death than be cast out. After reading, she signed her name. Though it hardly mattered whether she did or not, the agreement sparked a thought. Zihan, do you think Jiaping and Xiaodao might also be on the spaceship? Jianxin suddenly inquired. Sun Zihan paused, then exclaimed, "You're right. How could I have forgotten? I'll go ask right now." Jianxin sprang up and followed suit. "I'm coming too." The two inquired around and eventually reached the personnel registration office, only to be told to return in a couple of days, as everything was just getting underway and was too chaotic for them to locate anyone. They felt anxious but had no choice but to return. The following day, the assigned tasks came down. Shuqing was still at the hospital, while Jianxin and Sun Zihan were assigned to the cultivation area, and Chengyu went to the breeding area, in the cultivation area. Half utilized soilless farming while the other half employed traditional soil methods. Soilless cultivation was relatively straightforward, and Jianxin quickly grasped the process after observing it a few times. She was responsible for a patch of small greens, while Sun Zihan tended to the soil-cultivated potatoes. They were unaware of the spaceship's current location. As Jianxin tended to her greens, she mused, "I wonder if we'll have the chance to explore this vast universe." Chapter 74. Old friends. Jianxin was uncertain of the spaceship's size, but upon a brief survey, it felt akin to a small city. Her curiosity piqued at Dr. Lu's mention of the spaceship being primarily constructed from black stone. She pondered the principle behind it. Her own experiments in the black stone space, as well as Su Qingqing's, had shown that living organisms could not be introduced. Unable to fathom the reasoning, she set aside her thoughts and focused on the hope of finding a suitable planet for habitation soon. Otherwise, drifting through the cosmos left her feeling unmoored. On the third day after work, Sun Zihan insisted on returning to the personnel registration office, and this time they were attended to. Jianxin reported the names and ages of Wei Jiayong and Du Tao, resulting in 6 individuals named Wei Jiayong emerging. Aside from those whose ages did not match, 2 remained. Several candidates for Du Tao also appeared, but only one matched the age criteria. Jianxin, exasperated, asked, "Didn't you take photographs during registration?" The staff member glanced at her and replied, "These individuals are from different locations. Due to time constraints during the handover, only basic information was provided." Jianxin grasped the implication. The lack of photographs was an oversight on the other party's part, and it was not her concern. Fine, no photographs. They would simply seek them out on their own. Du Tao's residence was relatively far, so Jianxin and Sun Zihan, learning from past experiences, rented a bicycle to make the journey. When they found Du Tao, he was having dinner, just a corn cake and a bowl of vegetable soup. Jianxin hesitated to recognize him. He had lost considerable weight and bore a long scar stretching from his eye to his mouth. Sun Zihan, her voice trembling, called out, "Shout out." Du Tao paused for a moment, then slowly turned around, seemingly in disbelief. After rubbing his eyes to confirm, he stuffed the corn cake into his clothing and rushed towards Sun Zihan. Throwing himself into her embrace, Sun Zihan wept openly, and Jianxin could not hold back her tears either. She opened her mouth to speak but found her throat constricted, rendering her mute. Instead, she gently stroked Du Tao's tangled hair. Du Tao remained in Sun Zihan's arms for a long while before he trembled and asked, "Sister Han, am I dreaming?" Sun Zihan cradled his small head, softly replying, "No, sister is here to take you home." As Du Tao is still a minor, he qualified for certain privileges. Sun Zihan needed to complete some paperwork to take him with her, but it was straightforward and took less than half an hour. Upon returning to their quarters, Sun Zihan introduced Du Tao to Shuqing and Chengyu before helping him settle in. Jianxin also selected some nutritious food for Du Tao from their supplies. Knowing he needed to regain his strength, after bathing and changing clothes, Du Tao sat between Jianxin and Sun Zihan, holding a bowl and once again succumbing to tears. Jianxin wiped his tears and said, "Don't cry. The hard days are behind us. From now on, only good days lie ahead." Du Tao wiped his eyes and nodded vigorously. With Du Tao found, they only needed to locate Wei Jiayong, and then their group would be complete. Sun Zihan glanced at Wei Jiayong's ashes in their quarters, feeling sorrowful and uncertain about how Jiayong would react upon learning of his brother's demise. The next evening, after work, Jianxin and Sun Zihan left without eating, eager to find Wei Jiayong, who was not one of their original companions. Upon reaching the second Wei Jiayong's residence, they were met by a girl. Jianxin and Sun Zihan exchanged puzzled glances. They had clearly seen a male listed. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" the girl inquired, confused. "We're looking for Wei Jiayong," Jianxin replied. The girl appeared even more perplexed. "Is there something you need him for? He went to get food and should be back soon." As she spoke, she pointed behind Jianxin. "Look, he is coming back now." Jianxin and Sun Zihan turned to see Wei Jiayong approaching with a food container. Upon spotting them, he halted, disbelief etched across his features. His eyes wide, he rushed toward them, his mouth agape, but words failed him as he handed the food container to the girl beside him that he reached out to embrace them. But then hesitated. Sun Zihan was already in tears, gripping Wei Jiayong's hand, Jiayong, dropping. Unable to contain himself, Wei Jiayong crouched down and burst into tears. The girl quickly knelt beside him, placing the food container on the ground while patting his back. Jiayong, don't cry. Jianxin turned her head away, wiping her own tears. After Wei Jiayong had cried enough to stand, he looked at Jianxin and Sun Zihan and said, Sister, Jianxin patted his shoulder, let us head back for now. Wei Jiayong nodded and took the girl's hand as they followed Jianxin and Sun Zihan. Upon returning to their room and after introductions, they learned that the girl accompanying Wei Jiayong was named Tu Anan. She had saved him, and they had remained together ever since. The group sat in silence for a moment before Sun Zihan rose and returned with a box. Jiaping, here. Sun Zihan's voice quivered. Wei Jiayong took the box. Tears dripping onto it, his brother was gone. Time passed, and after sufficient weeping, Wei Jiayong lifted his head and said, Sister, it's getting late. Anan, and I should head back. When I have a break in a couple of days, I'll come visit you again. Where are you going? Aren't you staying here? Sun Zihan asked, grabbing his arm. Wei Jiayong shook his head. Anan and I are doing well where we are, so we don't want to impose on you. Besides, we're not far apart. We can visit any time if needed. Sun Zihan wanted to say more, but Jianxin stopped her, shaking her head. Jianxin then stood and went to her room, returning with a bag. She handed it to Wei Jiayong, saying, This is from Jiaping. Take it with you. Inside were some canned goods and compressed biscuits, as other items were not appropriate to share, especially with Tu Anan, whom they did not know well. Wei Jiayong accepted the bag, forcing a smile as he said, Sister, thank you. I'll be all right. Please don't worry about us. Jianxin nodded, understanding that he was assuring her he would keep their conversation confidential. After Wei Jiayong left, the group lost their appetite for conversation, quickly finishing their meals before washing up and turning in for the night. As Jianxin climbed into bed and closed her eyes, she found herself unable to drift into slumber for an extended period, a sense of unease stirring within her. Although she had felt a persistent anxiety since boarding the spacecraft, this sensation had intensified, leaving her to wonder if yet another mishap was looming. Chapter 75. Emergency Landing. This disquietude caused Jianxin to feel somewhat flustered. She could not fathom what calamity might befall them aboard the spacecraft. Could the vessel itself be in jeopardy? For 2 days, this unsettling feeling lingered, prompting Jianxin to seek out Dr. Liu. However, she was uncertain whether he would heed her concerns. After much contemplation, she resolved to give it a try. Yet, since their embarkation, Dr. Liu had vanished without a trace, leaving Jianxin at a loss as to where to search for him. She could only inquire around, but her efforts yielded no results, almost leading to her being mistaken for someone with ulterior motives. Fortunately, after several twists and turns, she finally encountered Dr. Liu. She expressed her anxiety and attempted to substantiate her sixth sense by referencing the disasters on Blue Star. Dr. Liu chuckled softly, assuring her to remain at ease, as everything was under control. Once Jianxin departed, Dr. Liu traversed several corridors to reach an office, where he found an elderly man with graying hair seated inside. Old Liu, has the issue been resolved? The old man inquired. It's somewhat tricky, Dr. Liu replied. What did that girl want from you? The old man asked. Dr. Liu smiled and said, The child is timid and somewhat frightened. It's nothing of consequence. The old man wrapped his fingers on the table and asked, Have we not observed any planets suitable for temporary habitation? Dr. Liu paused in silence before responding. There is one planet we have detected that appears to possess an atmosphere. However, whether it is suitable for habitation remains uncertain, and it is rather distant. If we attempt to reach it, the spacecraft's condition may become precarious. The old man continued tapping the table for some time before stating, You must persist in addressing the spacecraft's vulnerabilities and then proceed with all haste toward that planet. Dr. Liu furrowed his brow and retorted, The atmosphere of that planet may not be conducive to human life. Lao Hu, are you certain? Lao Hu scrutinized him and asked, Do you have a better plan? Dr. Liu fell silent, for he had no better alternatives. Upon returning to the cultivation area, Jianxin gazed vacantly at the tender little vegetables. If calamity truly befell the spacecraft, they would have nowhere to escape and could only passively await their demise. With this thought, Jianxin chose to sit on the ground, resolving not to dwell on such matters any longer. After all, if the time came, there would be nothing she could do. Worry excessively. Having come to this realization, Jianxin began to lead a tranquil life. Although the others aboard the spacecraft faced considerable hardships, they were at least managing to survive. The nation's decision to include them rather than abandon them was commendable. especially when compared to foreign conditions where only the wealthiest elites could secure such opportunities. Unbeknownst to most, the spacecraft was hurtling toward an unknown planet. Observing the dials ahead, Dr. Liu's frown deepened. Considering the current situation, safely reaching the planet seemed fraught with challenges. If absolutely necessary, he would have to resort to the last remaining option. Having found clarity, Jianxin began to treat each day as if it were her last. The others were puzzled by Jianxin's transformation, yet she chose not to divulge anything to them, recognizing that sharing her concerns would only serve to instill worry without altering their circumstances. Thus, she remained silent. Soon, over a week had elapsed. One morning, Jianxin awoke to a peculiar sensation of weightlessness. Not merely figurative, but genuinely floating, as if she were an ethereal being, disconnected from the ground. She realized that the spacecraft had indeed encountered problems. Since their boarding, everything had been designed to replicate the environment of Blue Star, including its gravitational force. However, they were now experiencing a loss of gravity, indicating a significant issue with the spacecraft. The situation quickly became apparent to those outside, and panic ensued. Personnel were dispatched to reassure everyone that the spacecraft had encountered minor complications, but there was no need for alarm, as they had identified a planet that might be suitable for human habitation and were currently en route. This news provided considerable comfort to the crowd. After all, everyone was eager to locate a suitable planet to inhabit. Jianxin felt a slight sense of relief as well. Finding a planet was paramount. And even if it were not suitable for human life, at least they could temporarily halt the spacecraft, which was far preferable to floating aimlessly through the cosmos. As the gravity loss escalated, Jianxin finally comprehended the experience of astronauts aboard a space station. Eating became quite a challenge, and at night, one had to be properly clothed, for there was no distinction between standing, lying down, or floating. Initially, people found it amusing, but as time wore on, anxiety began to set in. Though announcements were made daily regarding their distance from the planet, many began to express their concerns. Jianxin too started to feel apprehensive. She did not fear death itself, but the thought of drifting alone in the vastness of space, meeting her end in a graceful arc, was a terrifying prospect. When Jianxin began to sense the spacecraft shaking, she gathered her companions together and tied them together with a rope, ensuring that they would at least remain united in the face of adversity. In the final 2 days, none ventured outside. They sat in their quarters in silence. Jianxin began to reflect on her past, yet as she pondered, she realized there was little worth recalling. Only a series of unfortunate events that were perhaps better forgotten. Du Tao's pale face was tight with fear as he clutched Sun Xian's hand with one hand and gripped Jianxin's garment with the other. Outside, silence reigned, as if everyone awaited their ultimate fate. Time dragged on interminably, and Jianxin felt as though each passing moment stretched into eternity. After an indeterminate interval, a violent tremor jolted through the spacecraft, causing Jianxin to topple sideways. A bottle struck her hand, eliciting a sharp gasp. Once she regained her balance, she immediately lifted her hand to inspect the damage. Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss. Throughout these days of weightlessness, they had all been floating, yet now, she found herself sitting on the ground. And her hand could indeed feel pain from the bottle. This could only signify one thing. Sure enough, the announcement blared to life. They had safely landed. The group erupted into tears of joy. Celebrating their survival, the authorities then instructed everyone to remain aboard the spacecraft and refrain from wandering, as they would first send personnel to assess whether the planet was suitable for habitation. Jianxin untied the rope from her body, grateful to have escaped calamity. The group decided to indulge in a hearty feast. Cheng Yu began retrieving supplies, and Jianxin set aside her previous frugality, while Du Tao was tasked with summoning Wei Jiayang. The group bustled about energetically, as if celebrating a festival. Outside, others shared in their relief, grateful to have weathered yet another trial. As for whether this planet could support human life, they chose not to dwell on that for the moment. Chapter 76. Life on an Unfamiliar Planet. A week later, the authorities announced that they could disembark from the spacecraft. Jianxin felt a rush of excitement. Stepping outside indicated that humanity could potentially thrive here. Akin to a new world, packing their belongings was straightforward, as they could simply store them in their spatial compartments, thus making them the first to reach the exit. "Are you ready?" a staff member at the door inquired. Taking a deep breath, Jianxin replied, "I'm ready." The staff member pressed a button, and the door slowly opened. Cautiously, Jianxin extended a foot beyond the threshold, only to be met with a face full of sand. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Coming to her senses, Jianxin quickly spat out the sand from her mouth and looked up to find herself surrounded by a swirling cloud of yellow dust, punctuated by the occasional solitary plant. Wiping the sand from her face, she glanced up at the enormous sun overhead. This sun appeared several times larger than the one on Blue Star, yet its warmth was not overwhelming. One by one. Others exited the spacecraft, marveling at the sun above. Jianxin, do you think there are inhabitants on this planet? Sun Zihan whispered. Inhabitants? Extraterrestrials? Shu Qing interjected. Cheng Yu scoffed. Right now, we are the extraterrestrials. Shu Qing shot him a disapproving look, but remained silent. As more and more individuals streamed out of the spacecraft, a contingent of soldiers soon arrived to organize them into lines, 300 individuals per formation. Once the ranks were established, a man at the front began to address the crowd through a loudspeaker. The message was straightforward. The spacecraft had encountered issues, and they were required to temporarily settle on this planet. However, due to their limited understanding of it, no one was permitted to act independently. Following this announcement, the leading personnel guided everyone to the designated settlement area. Jianxin trudged along with the main group, stepping cautiously. As they passed areas with vegetation, Jianxin glanced down to inspect the unfamiliar plants. Some reminiscent of the reeds on Blue Star. The designated settlement site was a forest, though upon inspection, it appeared less substantial than the ant forest that once thrived on Blue Star, with only a few indistinct trees scattered about. Once they received their allocated tents, Jianxin and her companions arrived at their designated area and began to set up. The authorities reiterated that no one was permitted to fell trees or hunt. And while there was a pond nearby, all water consumption would be distributed by the authorities. Not allowed to chop wood or hunt, I can understand, but no access to water. What is the reasoning behind that? Jianxin questioned, baffled. This planet is not Blue Star. We are considered an invasive species here, and we have no way of knowing what viruses or bacteria might be present in the water, without antibodies. Any issues that arise could be fatal, Cheng Yu explained. You could just say we are not acclimated, Jianxin retorted. Cheng Yu felt a sudden pang of frustration, wishing to retort yet finding himself at a loss for words. As Jian Xian's assertions appeared to hold a semblance of truth, was it not merely a case of being unaccustomed to the environment? After erecting the tent, Jian Xian scampered over to a nearby grove. Where the trees differed markedly from those on Blue Star, their leaves predominantly purple and brown, an oddity that captivated her. Some of the trees bore fruits resembling cherries. Jian Xian observed someone stealthily plucking one to taste, only to be apprehended by the patrol team. After watching for a while, Jian Xian returned to the camp, which had been tidied up. With nothing pressing to do, several individuals gathered to engage in conversation. Jian Xian glanced up at the sun in the sky, suddenly gripped by an inexplicable fear. Shaking her head to dispel the unsettling feelings, she settled cross-legged beside Shu Qing. The group chatted casually about this unfamiliar planet. Will we all be living here in the future? Du Tao inquired suddenly. Sun Zihan shook her head. I don't know, but finding a planet suitable for human habitation is quite rare. This planet appears to be quite suitable at present. So it is likely that we will all reside here in the future. I wonder if there are any humans here. Shu Qing pondered aloud. Cheng Yu chuckled. You truly are fixated on that question. I suspect there is a significant chance that humans exist here. Even if not, there should be beings that dominate this planet. Just as dinosaurs once ruled Blue Star. Do we have any chance of encountering the rulers here? Shu Qing asked. Jian Xian draped her arm around her shoulder and said, meeting them would hardly be a pleasant experience. Just imagine your feelings if you were to encounter extraterrestrials on Blue Star. Shu Qing pressed her lips together, falling silent. But speaking of which, have you all noticed that after such a long journey and so much activity here, the sun seems hardly to have moved? Sun Zihan pointed at the sun above. The rotation and revolution are different. Perhaps a day here lasts 240 hours, Cheng Yu replied. The group chatted for a while longer until they received a notification that supplies were to be distributed. Jian Xian fixated on her watch, and only after the third 24-hour cycle did the sun finally dip below the horizon. Thus, a day here equated to 3 days on Blue Star. During these 3 days, their camp had begun to take shape, and the team dispatched from above brought back news, both good and bad. The bad news was that the soil here was unsuitable for Blue Star's plants, while the good news was that they had discovered native food, a fruit resembling an egg fruit, which, when peeled and dried, tasted similar to flour and was easy to cultivate, with a shorter harvest period than wheat. Upon hearing this news, many were elated. With food, water, and air, it indicated that this planet was indeed quite suitable for human habitation. They would no longer have to wander through the cosmos, nor live in fear. That evening, Jian Xian and her companions were allocated several flower fruits. Sun Zihan added some dried vegetables to create vegetable pancakes, which turned out to be quite delectable, with a unique aroma. Days later, those in charge began to organize efforts to cultivate the land. Otherwise, with so many people idly consuming resources, the upper echelons could not sustain it. The exploration teams returned daily with new updates. Some favorable, some not. The good news was the introduction of new food sources, while the bad news was the absence of any discovered animals, not even a single ant or insect. This was highly unusual. Even GNXIN, who had not read much, understood that with such a pleasant climate and abundant vegetation, there should logically be animals. How could there be no trace of any fauna? Yet, these matters were beyond their capability to resolve. They could only comply with the directives from above and focus on their designated tasks. Life seemed to be gradually settling into a routine, yet the people in the camp began to exhibit signs of increasing irritability. GNXIN felt similarly. She sensed a fire burning within her heart, and since their gathering, while they occasionally bickered, their interactions had remained relatively harmonious. However, in recent times, they had erupted into several arguments, often over trivial matters. Even the most oblivious person could tell that something was amiss on this planet. Chapter 77. The Black Hole. When GNXIN once again pinned Xingyu down to strike him, the patrol team intervened and separated them. As she was pulled away, GNXIN regained a degree of clarity, yet the fire within her still burned fiercely, yearning for release. The patrol team bound GNXIN along with the other instigators and escorted them back to the spacecraft. They were ushered into a laboratory where blood samples were taken from them. After an indeterminate amount of time, a vial of medication was delivered. GNXIN resisted drinking it, but was forcibly administered the concoction. Almost immediately, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, GNXIN found herself back in her quarters on the spacecraft, the fire within her seemingly extinguished. Rubbing her temples, she exhaled a long sigh of relief, grateful that only she knew the true extent of her fury when she had subdued Xingyu. She began to grasp the reason for the absence of animals on this planet. There must exist some substance that incited madness in animals, prompting them to turn upon one another. After a whirlwind of thoughts, she recalled Sun Zihan and the others, wondering how they fared. With that thought, she rose and made her way to the door, intending to disembark the spacecraft to find them. However, just as she reached the threshold, she was stopped by a young soldier who informed her that they would be returning shortly, thus there was no need for her to leave the spacecraft. GNXIN returned to her room, her concern for her companions lingering in her mind. The reunion with her friends occurred 3 days later, and GNXIN was taken aback to see each of them bearing injuries. Sun Zihan touched her lip where a wound was present. Speaking in a somber tone, "We fared better. After you left, people died at the camp." GNXIN's eyes widened in shock, and through Sun Zihan's recounting, she learned the events that transpired following her departure. Another altercation had erupted, and when the patrol team intervened, a conflict ensued, resulting in one member of the patrol team drawing a weapon and killing an opponent without hesitation. Following this incident, the higher-ups decided to bring everyone back to the spacecraft to prevent further escalation. GNXIN and her companions resumed their previous way of life, with one notable difference: the spacecraft was now stationary. Although the authorities forbade them from leaving the vessel, exploration of the planet continued unabated. Each expedition team returned with various items, sometimes food, other times energy sources. Their diet had diversified significantly. In addition to flower fruits, they discovered rice-like fruits that resembled pumpkins, yielding seeds that tasted remarkably similar to rice. The spacecraft had remained on this planet for nearly a year, and GNXIN suspected it had already been repaired. The higher-ups simply wished to extract more resources before departing. GNXIN joined in on 2 exploratory missions, donning full protective gear, including suits and gas masks. Notably, if this planet were not afflicted by the maddening substance, it could indeed serve as an ideal settlement, boasting mountains, water, and an array of peculiar foods, along with ample energy resources. Alas, habitation was impossible, as it had been determined that the air contained a unique substance that, while harmless to plants, damaged the nervous systems of animals, thereby inciting them to madness and self-destruction. GNXIN perceived this as the planet's form of self-preservation. Otherwise, akin to Blue Star, the emergence of a creature like humanity would lead to a tragic fate. When the spacecraft finally prepared for departure, 2 years had elapsed. During this time, their lives had improved considerably. They had managed to extract a wealth of resources from this unknown planet. For reasons unknown, the authorities had constructed a small window in a corner of the spacecraft, allowing a glimpse into the vastness of space beyond. Upon the spacecraft's ascent, throngs of individuals gathered around the window, eager to behold the cosmic expanse. GNXIN, too, peered through once, feeling a mix of awe and trepidation. The boundless universe made her feel insignificantly small, lesser than a mere speck of dust. Time passed aboard the spacecraft, and while they discovered several planets, none proved suitable for human habitation. Consequently, they continued their aimless wanderings. Fortunately, each planet offered some resources, allowing them to sustain themselves adequately. GNXIN sensed that everyone had adapted to life aboard the spacecraft, with even a few infants born during this time. Wei Jiayang and Tu Anan joined in the merriment of marriage. Everything seemed to be improving. Were it not for their confinement within the spacecraft, GNXIN might have believed they were still on Blue Star. Yet, the harsh reality was that calamity was far from over. At this moment, Dr. Liu appeared haggard, having gone several days without proper rest. Behind him stood some of the most powerful individuals aboard the spacecraft, with Old Hu at the forefront. Old Liu, is there truly no way out? Old Hu inquired. Dr. Liu rubbed his head and replied, it cannot be altered. No matter what we do, the spacecraft is rapidly approaching the black hole. At this speed, how long until we enter the black hole? Old Hu pressed. After a moment of silence, Dr. Liu stated, at most, we have 72 hours left. A heavy silence fell over the room. 3 days remained. If a solution was not found within that time frame, all aboard would be drawn into the black hole, with no one knowing the outcome. Meanwhile, GNXIN and her companions remained oblivious to the impending doom, engrossed in their preparations. Today, Wei Jiayang was bringing Tu Anan over for a meal, and they sought to prepare something special. Over the years, they had grown to feel like family. Although Wei Jiayang and Tu Anan did not reside with them, they often gathered together. This occasion marked a return visit, warranting a more lavish spread. Just as they finished arranging the dishes, a knock echoed at the door. GNXIN assumed it was Wei Jiayang and the others, but upon opening the door, she was met by Dr. Liu. Jianxin widened her eyes in astonishment. Taking a considerable amount of time to process the situation, it was no wonder Jianxin's reaction was delayed. She had not seen the old gentleman for over 2 years, and encountering him unexpectedly today left her momentarily bewildered. Dr. Liu, what brings you here? Jianxin finally managed to inquire. Dr. Liu chuckled softly. I came out for a breath of fresh air and suddenly remembered that you live here, so I thought I would drop by for a visit. Jianxin warmly invited him inside. Well, it's fortuitous that you came today. We have a newcomer returning, and it would be delightful for you to join us in sharing the joy. Dr. Liu smiled in response. That sounds wonderful. I shall not be polite. Then at that moment, Wei Jiayong and Tu Anan arrived as well. Jianxin briefly introduced everyone and ushered them inside. The atmosphere was filled with a hearty welcome for Dr. Liu. He was thoroughly embraced by the lively ambience. He had ventured out today to clear his mind and hoped to discover a solution to save the spaceship. If that proved impossible, he would at least have the chance to take a final look. Doctor, what are you pondering? Come, eat, Jianxin said, serving the elderly man a generous portion of food. Dr. Liu snapped back to reality and replied with a smile, yes, let us eat. Do indulge. Chapter 78, The Final Revelry. After Dr. Liu departed, Jianxin sat at the table, lost in thought. What's wrong? Why the days? Chengyu nudged her gently. Jianxin cast him a sidelong glance. Don't you think Dr. Liu seemed a bit peculiar today? In what way? Chengyu plopped down beside her, curious. Jianxin furrowed her brow and raked her fingers through her hair. I can't quite articulate it, but he just seemed overly cheerful. Chengyu looked at her, somewhat speechless. Is it wrong for him to be happy? Jianxin ignored him and retreated to her room. Of course, happiness was not the issue. Rather, Dr. Liu's exuberance felt oddly unsettling. Others who had not interacted much with him might not sense anything amiss, but she felt a disquieting unease, despite her limited dealings with him. After mulling over her thoughts without resolution, Jianxin washed up and drifted into slumber. The following day, Dr. Liu sent an abundance of food, and Jianxin intended to invite him again. However, the messenger informed her that Dr. Liu was in the laboratory and would not be emerging anytime soon. Jianxin shrugged and took the food back. In the afternoon, an announcement was made. Everyone would have a 2-day holiday, and the cafeteria would offer unlimited meals for free. The news sparked a celebratory atmosphere akin to a festival. Shu Qing also grabbed a lunchbox, eager to join the festivities. Yet, Jianxin felt little enthusiasm. Sun Zihan noticed her unusual demeanor and approached. What's wrong? You seem a bit down. Jianxin forced a smile. It just feels like we haven't celebrated the new year in ages. She refrained from sharing her concerns with her friends, as the official announcement, coupled with Dr. Liu's odd behavior, felt like a prelude to an impending crisis. Sun Zihan smiled and patted her shoulder. What's the big deal? We can prepare to celebrate on our own any day. Jianxin perked up. All right, let us join the fun then. The next 2 days aboard the spaceship were particularly lively, with plentiful food in the cafeteria and a rare respite from work. Many gathered to play cards or engage in lighthearted banter. Reminiscent of New Year celebrations, with the atmosphere so buoyant, Jianxin and a few others began earnestly planning their own festivities. Chengyu generously contributed supplies, and Jianxin ceased being frugal. Wei Jiayong and Tu Anan joined in, and soon everyone was busily preparing. When the New Year's Eve dinner was finally served, the spread was lavish, so much so that Chengyu had to fetch a large table to accommodate it all. Wait, before we dig in, let us each share a wish for the future, Shu Qing suggested, holding up her cup. I'll go first. Sun Zihan chimed in. I hope we can find a suitable planet to settle down on soon. Chengyu followed. I hope to find love soon. His comment elicited hearty laughter from the group. Jianxi nudged Du Tao. What about you, Xiao Tao? Du Tao scratched his head. I wish we could celebrate the new year every day and feast on delicious food. Wei Jiayong and Tu Anan wished for a baby, while Shu Qing expressed a desire to settle down soon, mirroring Sun Zihan's wish. When it was Jianxin's turn, she suppressed her unease and smiled. I hope that every year to come, we can spend it together. Agreed. Let us toast to that. Cheers. They all clinked their glasses together. Meanwhile, Dr. Lu and Old Hu stood silently in a corner, observing the lively crowd. Is there truly no way out? Old Hu finally broke the silence. Dr. Lu shook his head, and Old Hu looked up, tears shimmering in his eyes, realizing that despite their numerous efforts, humanity was still facing its doom. Let us ask the cafeteria to prepare more dishes, so everyone can eat their fill, Old Hu said, turning away with that parting remark. If their fate was sealed, it would be better to let these ordinary people embrace the unknown with joy. When Jianxin awoke, the others were sprawled across the floor in slumber. She tapped her head and surveyed her surroundings, gradually regaining her senses. They had all partied too hard the previous night, and Chengyu had brought out an abundance of alcohol, resulting in several, including Du Tao, becoming inebriated. After a quick wash-up, Jianxin began tidying up, carefully lifting each person onto the bed. By the time everyone woke, Jianxin had prepared hangover soup, serving each a bowl. After consuming it, they all felt a bit sheepish. Jianxin paid them no mind and stepped outside, heading toward a small window. Gazing into the vast cosmos, her unease deepened. She sensed something was gravely wrong. She wanted to seek out Dr. Lu for answers, but what could she do if she questioned him? As she looked outside, Jianxin departed from the window and wandered aimlessly through the spaceship, observing that most people wore smiles and some greeted her warmly. She found humanity to be quite peculiar. On one hand, they seemed easily content with basic sustenance and warmth, yet on the other, their desires could be insatiable. After wandering for what felt like an eternity, she finally returned to her room. The others had tidied up and were now playing mahjong. Upon seeing Jianxin return, they invited her to join, but she shook her head and returned to her bed. At that moment, Dr. Lu was placing some documents into a black stone space. Beside him lay a silver box filled with various sizes of black stones. Doctor, a young woman entered at the doorway. Dr. Lu did not look up as he asked, have you finished packing? The girl slightly lowered her head. Yes, everything is packed. Old Hu said that once you are ready, you should come over. Dr. Lu nodded and glanced at the girl. You may go rest now. The girl nodded, tears welling in her eyes. Dr. Lu gently patted her shoulder before stepping outside. Jianxin was restless on her bed when Shu Qing approached, patting her shoulder and asking curiously, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? At that moment, Jianxin had no desire to engage in banter. Her heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. She had experienced this sensation before whenever disaster loomed, but never had it felt so intense. What was happening? Were they all doomed? Dr. Lu's peculiar behavior and the official's strange actions hinted at something ominous. Jianxin felt as though she could hardly breathe. She lay down with difficulty, her ears filled with Shu Qing's panicked voice and the sound of things tumbling to the ground. Jianxin felt herself rolling off the bed and began to tumble uncontrollably. Gradually, the world around her faded to darkness and void. This time, there was no escaping. This was Jianxin's final thought. In the vast expanse of the universe, a spaceship sped toward a colossal black hole, its form gradually fading from sight until it vanished entirely. Chapter 79, Transcendence. When Jianxin regained consciousness, the sound of birds chirping reached her ears, and her eyes stung painfully. Birds. How long had it been since she had heard birds? Raising her hand to shield her eyes, she took a few moments to adjust before opening them, only to find herself staring in bewilderment at a primeval forest, lying on a branch of a large tree. Had she crossed over? Just as she attempted to rise, a wave of dizziness and nausea washed over her, and she promptly retched. After regaining her composure, Jianxin carefully climbed down from the tree, battling nausea and dizziness as she cautiously moved forward. However, after only a few steps, her limbs grew weak, and she collapsed to the ground. What was happening? Was she poisoned? In this unfamiliar place, with no knowledge of her surroundings, encountering danger would undoubtedly spell her doom. She resolved to find a place to hide first. With that thought in mind, Jianxin retrieved a wooden gun from her space and found a sturdy stick to lean on as she continued her journey. Jianxin felt lightheaded and her chest was constricted with discomfort. She was unable to contemplate why she was here or where everyone else had gone. Time passed, and suddenly she spotted what appeared to be figures ahead. Her immediate instinct was that it was her friends, but as she approached, she realized it was Dr. Lu and Old Hu. Jianxin's sluggish mind took a moment to process the scene before she knelt down to assist the two elderly men, who appeared pale and unwell. Checking their pulses, she was relieved to find they were still alive. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved some herbal medicine and cautiously administered it to them. In her hazy memory, she recalled reading online that this medicine could serve as a first-aid remedy. Whether it was effective or not, she had no way of knowing, but it was better to try than do nothing at all. As the herbal concoction was unlikely to be fatal, please note, this is for the purpose of storytelling. Readers should not take it literally. After a few minutes, Mr. Hu awoke first. He glanced around and, upon noticing something amiss, became increasingly vigilant. Jianxin furrowed her brow and asked, "Uncle, you're awake?" Only then did Mr. turn his gaze toward her. As he recognized her face, his expression softened. "Child, was it you who saved me?" Jianxin nodded, but could not contain herself, rushing to the side to vomit again. Upon returning, Dr. Lu had also regained consciousness, only to stagger away to retch as well, before unsteadily making his way back, rubbing her temples. Jianxin inquired, "Is there something toxic here? I feel utterly dreadful." At this point, Dr. Lu had grasped the situation and remarked, "There is no poison. We are experiencing oxygen intoxication." Oxygen intoxication. Jianxin echoed. Dr. Lu nodded, explaining, "The oxygen levels in the air are excessively high, causing our bodies to react adversely." Jianxin looked at Mr. in confusion, who smiled and said, "I have undergone training, so my body is better adapted, hence my symptoms are milder. Is there any way to alleviate this oxygen intoxication?" Jianxin asked. "Not at the moment. We can only wait for it to pass," Dr. Lu replied, before beginning to retch again. Jianxin felt increasingly unwell, yet she knew they could not remain here, as the unknown dangers of the wilderness loomed. They needed to find shelter promptly. Battling her nausea, she helped Dr. Lu to his feet, while Mr. Hu, in a much better state, managed on his own. The three of them leaned on each other, cautiously advancing forward. Dr. Lu still had the energy to observe the surrounding flora, while Jianxin could think of nothing but the urgent need to find a cave or similar refuge for rest. However, the towering trees made it difficult to locate any cave. As dusk fell, Jianxin grew anxious. This place resembled Blue Star yet darkened far too quickly. Without having found shelter, spending the night in the wild was perilous. Unfortunately, they trudged on until darkness enveloped them without discovering a suitable refuge. Jianxin settled for a relatively open area, releasing her previously collected off-road vehicle. Knowing that both Dr. Lu and Mr. were aware of her spatial abilities, she had no reason to hide it. What was there to conceal? Their space was far more expansive than hers. Indeed, upon seeing the vehicle, neither of the two men even flinched. Among the trio, Dr. Lu was in the worst condition, so Jianxin urged him to rest in the vehicle while she began to prepare dinner. "Child, if you have foods rich in vitamins, please prepare plenty. Consuming vitamins can alleviate oxygen intoxication," Dr. Lu suddenly suggested. "Vitamins? I have plenty," Jianxin replied, quickly retrieving strawberries, oranges, and various fruits. Dinner consisted mostly of vegetables, and despite her good intentions, she could barely eat a few bites before feeling sick again. As night fell, someone needed to keep watch. Given Dr. Lu's condition, he was excused, leaving Jianxin and Mr. to take turns. Jianxin kept watch until the early hours, while Mr. took over for the rest of the night. After a long night, Jianxin awoke feeling even more dizzy, forcing herself to drink a bowl of porridge before the three resumed their journey. Jianxin's dizziness and tightness in her chest persisted as she prayed they would quickly find shelter. Otherwise, she felt she might not endure much longer. Dr. Lu appeared to be in even worse shape, his face paling noticeably. Remarkably, the healthiest among them was the eldest, Mr. Hu. As if in response to Jianxin's prayers, the heavens seemed to grant their wish, and by afternoon, they discovered a cave. Jianxin ventured inside, noticing some animal droppings. She realized the cave had an owner, yet their condition was too dire to consider leaving. After tidying the cave, she stepped outside to gather a few large stones, which she stored in her space. Upon returning, she placed the stones at the entrance to block it, ensuring no animals could intrude. With security concerns addressed, Jianxin summoned 2 vehicles to serve as their shelter. Once arrangements were made, exhaustion overtook her, and she collapsed in the vehicle, losing consciousness. She had no idea how long she slept. But when she awoke, her mind felt clearer than before, her previously sluggish thoughts now aligned. Stepping out of the vehicle, she found the two elderly men already awake, sitting in front of the vehicle engaged in conversation. Jianxin turned on her flashlight and approached. "Child, you're awake. How do you feel?" "Better," Mr. Hu asked with a smile. Jianxin nodded. Though still somewhat nauseous, she felt much improved. After putting away the flashlight, she took out a generator and began a simple installation. Half an hour later, the dim cave was as bright as day. With no appetite to cook, she took out some pre-prepared food and shared it with the two elders. "Doctor, what exactly happened? Can you explain now?" After the meal, Jianxin finally voiced the question that had been weighing on her chest. Dr. Lu sighed and slowly recounted the incident of the spaceship being drawn into a black hole. "So, have we crossed over?" Jianxin inquired. "But what happened to the spaceship and the others?" Dr. Lu replied, glancing at the plants he had collected. "I have a theory, but it requires verification. I'll inform you once I confirm it." Jianxin refrained from pressing further. She produced a bottle of vitamins, handing one to each of them. Given Dr. Lu's claim that vitamins could alleviate oxygen intoxication, and since they were unable to eat solid food, the vitamin tablets would have to suffice. After resting for a while, Jianxin cautiously moved the stones aside. The moment she did, her head began to spin again. It seemed the air here was indeed rich in oxygen. After regaining her composure, Jianxin stepped out of the cave. The dense canopy of trees obscured the sky, allowing only occasional beams of sunlight to filter through the leaves. Sunlight? Finally, her dazed mind began to register this revelation. There was sunlight here. She began to observe her surroundings carefully. Although she could not name the flora, they felt inexplicably familiar. However, her head soon began to throb painfully, forcing her to retreat into the cave. Just as she entered, Dr. Lu staggered towards the exit. Jianxin quickly stopped him, saying, "Doctor, where are you going?" "I wish to explore the surroundings and verify my hypothesis," Dr. Lu replied. Grabbing his arm, Jianxin pulled him back inside, saying, "Could you please take it easy for a couple of days? I'm feeling weak and unsteady, and we've occupied someone else's space, should the cave's owner return. I wouldn't know how to save you." Once she had pulled the old man back into the cave, she promptly blocked the entrance. Hu chuckled. "Old Lu, you should heed this child's advice. There is no need to rush. We are unaware of our circumstances here, so caution is wise." Dr. Lu acquiesced and refrained from insisting on leaving. The trio spent over a week in the cave, during which no animals approached, much to Jianxin's relief. When they finally emerged again, Jianxin no longer experienced dizziness. According to Dr. Lu, she had adapted to the air. After gathering their belongings, they set out once more. Jianxin was determined to locate her companions, while Dr. Lu and Hu sought the spaceship and their missing comrades. Dr. Lu busied himself collecting nearby plants, while Jianxin and Hu remained vigilant. The forest paths proved treacherous, with unfamiliar insects crawling on them intermittently. By noon, they had made little progress. "I think I know where we are," Dr. Lu said during their midday rest, holding up a leaf from a plant. "Where is that?" Jianxin asked. "Blue star, to be precise, over 10,000 years ago," Dr. Lu explained. "Indeed," Jianxin mused, from the moment she saw sunlight and the surrounding vegetation. She had harbored this suspicion. Dr. Lu pointed to several towering plants nearby, stating, "If I'm not mistaken, this species is called the giant arum, which went extinct over 10,000 years ago. Goodness, does that mean we might still encounter our ancestors who hadn't yet evolved?" Jianxin exclaimed in astonishment. Dr. Lu scoffed. "Ancestors? Surely you've heard of the new fairywood incident?" Jianxin shook her head in confusion. Her education was limited, and she was not well versed in such matters. Hu approached, inquiring, "I haven't heard of it either. Please elaborate." Through Dr. Lu's explanation, Jianxin learned about the so-called new fairywood incident, which, in simple terms, referred to a period of extreme cold on Earth caused by an asteroid impact over 10,000 years ago. The fairywood was a plant that thrived in cold climates, and this extreme cold lasted for a millennium, leading to the extinction of many species. However, the fairywood flourished, prompting scientists to name this period the new fairywood incident. Jianxin was left speechless. "Surely we can't be that unlucky." Dr. Lu shot her a glance. "Who knows?" Jianxin slapped her forehead. "We must hurry. Otherwise, our lives may be at stake." "Doctor, do you have anything that could help locate the spaceship?" she asked. "I used to, but now it's gone," Dr. Lu replied. "Gone? What do you mean?" Jianxin asked. Puzzled. Dr. Lu remained silent, and Hu interjected. "Both Dr. Lu and I originally carried Blackstone spaces, but since we woke up, those spaces have vanished." "The Blackstone space is gone," Jianxin gasped, quickly checking her chest. where half of Su Qingqing's black stone space had once been, but now only the base remained. However, her own black stone space was still intact. After Mr.Hu finished speaking, he showed her his ring, confirming that it too only had a base left. Dr. Lu also raised his hand, similarly to Old Hu, revealing only the remaining base. Do not be anxious. Although I am unaware of how your space came to exist, rest assured that the two of us old fellows have no intention of encroaching upon yours, Dr. Lu remarked, observing the anxious expression on Jianxin's face. In truth, he had misjudged her concern. Jianxin was worried about Sun Zihan and the others. If even Dr. Lu and his companion's space had vanished, what hope was there for Sun Zihan and her group? Perhaps Cheng Yu's space had remained intact like hers, but what if they were unable to reunite? What would become of Shu Qing and Sun Zihan? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she could no longer sit still and promptly stood up, ready to set off. Aware of the new fairy tree incident and the disappearance of the Blackstone space, Jianxin collected everything edible and useful she encountered along the way. Thankfully, Dr. Lu was with her. Otherwise, she would have hesitated to approach these ambiguous plants. Many of the flora appeared familiar, yet she could not name them, especially certain fruits that were inedible at that moment. For instance, the bananas were not only hard but filled with seeds. The trio walked for over a week without encountering any people. They did, however, come across some animals, yet Jianxin did not recognize them as they looked rather abstract. For example, the mammoth bore little resemblance to the illustrations in books, being particularly massive. Fortunately, the creature displayed no interest in these peculiar two-legged beings. Dr. Lu was eager to study it further, but Jianxin and Old Hu pulled him away. If the creature, initially indifferent, suddenly took an interest due to a provocation, it could spell disaster. Throughout their journey, Jianxin was filled with trepidation, needing to guard against both fierce beasts and the unpredictable Dr. Lu, who could say what mischief the old man might stir up. Chapter 81. The Mystery of the Disappearing Black Stone Space. Doctor, let us discuss this. I understand that everything here captivates your interest. But let us consider our current circumstances, shall we? We three are merely a small collective, hardly enough to satisfy a single mouthful, Jianxin implored earnestly before the campfire. So, whatever you wish to study, let us wait until we are settled to pursue it. All right. Dr. Lu seemed somewhat abashed, scratching his head as he replied, I shall be more mindful next time. Jianxin huffed but remained silent, while Old Hu appeared engrossed, his gaze fixed upon the pot of soup. A soft sound suddenly broke the stillness, causing Old Hu to shift his attention immediately, signaling Jianxin and the others to remain silent. Jianxin, is that you? A familiar voice called out, prompting Jianxin to spring to her feet. Indeed, emerging from behind a tree trunk was a familiar face, Cheng Yu, accompanied by Du Tao. Cheng Yu, Xiao Tao. Jianxin rushed over and grabbed Du Tao, inquiring, where are Shu Qing and the others? Haven't you encountered them? Cheng Yu shook his head, and Jianxin opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking, leading them back to the fire. Cheng Yu and Jianxin briefly exchanged their experiences with Du Tao, sister Jianxin. Could something have happened to Zihan and the others? Du Tao asked, his voice tinged with concern. Jianxin smiled reassuringly. No, they'll be just fine. Yet, deep down, she felt uncertain. It was highly possible that Sun Zihan and her group no longer had a space. Danger lurked everywhere, and whether they could survive remained uncertain. With Cheng Yu's presence, Jianxin felt somewhat reassured. Once the two elders and Du Tao had fallen asleep, she quietly asked Cheng Yu, is your space still intact? Yes. Do you need anything? Cheng Yu replied that Dr. Lu and the others have lost their Blackstone space. Jianxin noted. Cheng Yu looked puzzled, and Jianxin produced the necklace from around her neck. This is the Blackstone space. It no longer exists. Cheng Yu frowned. Then Sun Zihan and the others may not have it easy. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he pointed at the vehicle behind him. How did you come by that? Jianxin rolled her eyes. Do you think you are the only one with a space? Cheng Yu, alarmed, exclaimed, are you also reborn? Reborn? Jianxin was taken aback. You were reborn? Cheng Yu nodded, and Jianxin's eyes lit up. Then you know what is to come? Cheng Yu shook his head. No, I perished in acid rain in my previous life. Disappointment washed over Jianxin as she sank back down. Of course, if Cheng Yu knew what lay ahead, he would not have fallen into their predicament. By the way, what else do you have in your space? Jianxin inquired again. Cheng Yu rummaged through his belongings, mainly grains, flour, and cooking oil, along with clothes, bedding, daily necessities, vehicles, weapons, and medicine, all stored together. Why? Are you worried there won't be enough? Rest assured, we could survive a lifetime on these supplies. Jianxin glanced at her own space and estimated that combined with Cheng Yu's provisions, they would have sufficient resources for their group, including Dr. Lu and Old Hu? However, what if they encountered unforeseen challenges? After all, there was also the new fairy tree incident mentioned by Dr. Lu, about which they knew little. Thus, it was prudent to prepare more supplies. Nonetheless, all of this would have to wait until they found Sun Zihan and the others. The following day, after breakfast, the group set out. With Changyu's arrival, Jianxin's worries for her other companions intensified. Previously, she had held out hope that Sun Zihan and the others might be with Changyu, but now, with his return and their absence, her anxiety grew. Doctor, regarding the new fairy tree incident you mentioned, were there any signs before it occurred? Jianxin inquired. Indeed, but I currently have no means to observe them, Dr. Lu replied. What signs? Jianxin persisted. The approach of an asteroid requires a telescope. Do you have one? Dr. Lu asked. Very well, I do not have one, but Chengyu, don't look at me. I don't have one either, Chengyu interjected, hastily waving his hands as Jianxin looked his way. Old Hu sighed. Thus, we must locate the spaceship. Dr. Lu echoed the sentiment, hoping that the spaceship had indeed followed them, though the chances seemed slim, especially since their black stone rings had not accompanied them, let alone a spaceship forged from black stone. Suddenly, a wail broke the silence, startling the group. Jianxin and Chengyu exchanged glances, and Chengyu nodded slightly before cautiously approaching the source of the crying. At that moment, a man's voice rang out. Could you please stop crying? You'll attract the beasts. The group exhaled in relief, confirming that they were indeed not alone. Ancient humans would not speak. No, they should not have transformed yet. They must be monkeys. The group quietly approached, parting the grass, and indeed, they found humans, 3 women, and 1 man. At that moment, one woman crouched on the ground, weeping sorrowfully, while the man beside her appeared impatient, not far away. Another long-haired woman observed them with a bemused smile, while the woman standing furthest away wore a cold expression. At the sight of this ensemble, Jianxin instinctively felt the urge to retreat. These individuals did not seem harmless, and approaching them could lead to trouble. However, it was too late to backtrack. The man had already spotted them and dashed over, leaving the crying woman behind. You don't, how wonderful, he exclaimed, excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent, while the 3 women joined him in running towards the newcomers. Chengyu glanced at the 2 elders, then at Jianxin, who was fixated on the ground, and finally at the bewildered Du Tao. Steeling himself, he stepped forward. Hello, what a coincidence to encounter you here. The others remained silent. But the man, undeterred, continued. Are you searching for the spaceship? Perfect. We can go together. Jianxin took a step back, and Chengyu turned to the others, furrowing his brow, unsure how to respond, as he found the newcomers somewhat troublesome. What caused this girl to cry? What happened? Old Hu suddenly asked. The man, caught off guard by the question, stammered. Oh, it's nothing, just a bit frightened. Suddenly, the long-haired woman could no longer suppress her laughter, noticing everyone staring at her. She shrugged nonchalantly and introduced herself. Hello everyone, my name is Zheng Xiaobei. Zheng Hui, the cold-faced woman added. The man, realizing he had yet to introduce himself, quickly said, I'm Zhao Fei, and this is my girlfriend, Feng Lu. Chengyu then introduced his group, referring to Dr. Lu and Old Hu simply as Grandpa Lu and Grandpa Hu, omitting any further details. One can only imagine what flora and fauna existed on Blue Star a millennium ago. I shall begin to ramble, for otherwise, the research has left me dizzy, and I can only find vague information, which is a complete waste of time. After all, who truly knows what existed on Blue Star a millennium ago? Scientists can only speculate based on fossils and soil. So, for those with meticulous inquiries, please refrain from nitpicking. Chapter 82. The spaceship has been found. Are you all going to search for the spaceship? We can join you, Zhao Fei said enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Jianxin stepped back even further, while Chengyu glanced at the others, frowning. Just as he was about to speak, Old Hu interjected, that sounds good. More people mean better support. Jianxin opened her mouth, wanting to voice her concerns, but Old Hu turned to her and winked, prompting her to close her mouth at once. This old man had his own plans, so she decided to remain silent. Jianxin, you and Chengyu go gather our things. We will wait for you here, Old Hu instructed suddenly. Gather our things. Jianxin paused for a moment, then instantly comprehended that Old Hu was merely concocting an excuse to allow them to discreetly gather some essential items, thereby avoiding the exposure of their space. Jianxin exchanged a glance with Chengyu, nodded in agreement, and they both departed together, after walking a short distance and ensuring that no one was observing them. They commenced gathering their belongings. What does Old Hu mean by this? If we bring them along, we will be considerably inconvenienced, Jianxin inquired while preparing her bundle. Chengyu, without lifting his gaze, responded, if we don't take them, They won't follow, will they? Besides, this place is perilous. Having a few extra hands is advantageous, isn't it? Jianxin rubbed her nose and refrained from further comment. The two managed to pack 2 large bundles, each slinging one over their backs, with Jianxin deliberately smudging her pack with dirt to make it appear rather grimy. Upon their return, Zhao Fei's eyes brightened at the sight of Jianxin's pack. Jianxin clenched her fists, and for reasons unknown, thoughts of how Jia flooded her mind. Damn it, if she dares to stir trouble, I will end her. The group set off again, but it wasn't long before Jianxin felt as though her teeth might shatter. Why? Out of sheer frustration. The reasons were as follows. Feng Lu, I'm having trouble walking. Zhao Fei, just hold on a bit longer, we'll rest soon. Feng Lu, am I not even worthy of a word of comfort from you? Zhao Fei, shall I carry you then? Feng Lu, no, I can manage on my own. Zhao Fei, oh, then be careful. Feng Lu, crying you don't care about me at all, do you? Jianxin observed the two, reminiscent of an elderly person on the subway glued to their phone. How have these two survived through so many natural disasters? It's nothing short of a miracle. Jianxin turned to glance at Zhang Huihui and Zhang Xiaobei, ultimately choosing to approach the seemingly more amiable Zhang Xiaobei. How have you managed to endure each other for so many days? Zhang Xiaobei, engrossed in her activity, replied, with such a captivating performance. What is there to endure? This is far more enjoyable than the dramas of your Jianxin. However, Zhang Xiaobei gestured towards Zhang Huihui, stating, some individuals truly cannot tolerate it. I suspect there have been thoughts of murder more than once in these past days. Jianxin felt a surge of murderous intent herself, and it was quite profound. Finally, when Feng Lu once again crouched on the ground, cradling her head in tears, Jianxin's patience reached its zenith. She approached Feng Lu, who was still being consoled by Zhao Fei. Jianxin forcefully shoved Zhao Fei aside, seized Feng Lu by the hair, and yanked her upright. Before Feng Lu could utter a sound, Jianxin grasped her neck and shoved the mud she had been clenching into her mouth, then kicked away Zhao Fei as he lunged towards her, satisfied to see him pinned down by Cheng Yu. She turned to Feng Lu and enunciated each word with conviction. Let me remind you that we are no longer in a peaceful era. If you wish to die, I can readily send you on your way. With her mouth blocked by the mud, Feng Lu's tears and snot streamed down her face, shaking her head fervently. Jianxin disdainfully released her, wiped her hands, and watched as Feng Lu coughed and spat out the mud. She then seized Feng Lu's hair once more, compelling her to look up and said, from now on, either you and your boyfriend leave on your own, or you remain silent and cease your antics. Having said that, she rose and glanced at Zhao Fei, who was still pinned down and had his mouth blocked. Cheng Yu released Zhao Fei, and upon seeing that he still wished to speak, pointed a wooden gun at him. Zhao Fei's face drained of color, and he dared not utter another word, cautiously moving to Feng Lu's side. Jianxin approached Old Hu, whispering, look at this situation. What is it? Old Hu merely smiled at her. This little girl has quite the temper, but she certainly possesses a resilient spirit. Jianxin scoffed and remained silent. The journey became significantly quieter thereafter, with Zhao Fei and Feng Lu behaving exceptionally well. You see, some individuals can indeed survive without causing chaos. Jianxin's outburst garnered admiration from Zhang Xiaobei and Zhang Huihui, particularly from Zhang Huihui, who began making an effort to engage her in conversation. Jianxin had a favorable impression of the two, and thus the three girls enjoyed a delightful chat. However, during the evening rest, Jianxin's displeasure resurfaced. With 4 outsiders now present, she and Cheng Yu could no longer retrieve items from their space, leaving them to make do with whatever they could find for dinner. Staring at the bowl of compressed biscuits mixed with wild vegetables, Jianxin frowned. To be honest, since the earthquake, she had never deprived herself of food, and this arduous lifestyle was a first for her. Reflecting on this, she cast a resentful glance at Old Hu, then quickly chastised herself for being overly sensitive. Shaking her head, she earnestly consumed the gruel. After dinner, the group began erecting a tent, utilizing a large piece of rain tarp provided by Jianxin, supported by several wooden poles. Fortunately, the weather was mild, allowing for such makeshift arrangements. With that in mind, Jianxin quietly approached Old Hu. What are you thinking? Why choose to endure hardship when good days are available? Old Hu, far from angered, merely tapped her forehead and remarked, you, my dear, are commendable in many respects, but you lack patience. He then glanced at Zhao Fei and the others. Since certain matters cannot be altered, why not explore if they can be utilized to our advantage? Jianxin chose not to respond. She understood the reasoning, yet remained dissatisfied. During the night watch, Cheng Yu took on the role of the villain, forcibly separating Zhao Fei and Feng Lu. Jianxin, Feng Lu, Zheng Huihui, and Zhang Xiaobei kept watch for the first half of the night. Although such a number was unnecessary, Zheng Huihui and Zhang Xiaobei had insisted on joining. As for Feng Lu, Jianqin had requested her presence purely out of annoyance, with conversation to pass the time. The night watch was bearable, and as the hours passed, the girls found themselves reluctant to leave their posts, save for Feng Lu, who was engrossed in affection with her boyfriend. Originally, Zhao Fei was meant to share the latter half of the night watch with Cheng Yu. But he was concerned for his girlfriend's safety and insisted on staying up the entire night. Naturally, Feng Lu chose to accompany her boyfriend as well. Jianqin could only think, respect, lock it down. And damn it, no blessings. Yet the following day, they encountered both joyous and sorrowful news. The good news was that they had located the spacecraft. The bad news was that it had become a hollow metallic shell, devoid of the core components crafted from black stone. Chapter 83, The Lone Traveler. Doctor, what is the meaning of this? Standing before the metal shell of the spacecraft, Jianqin furrowed her brow and inquired. Dr. Lu gazed at the vessel, closing his eyes as he remarked, perhaps we traverse time through a black hole, all thanks to the black stone. Jianqin found herself somewhat perplexed, while Old Hu seemed to grasp the implication. Are you suggesting that the black stone provided the energy necessary for us to safely navigate through time and space? That is merely my conjecture, but I cannot confirm it. Dr. Lu replied before entering the spacecraft. Moments later, he emerged with a safe, which he opened to reveal it entirely empty. Dr. Lu wore a rueful smile for the first time. Had I known, I would not have placed those items within the black stone. Old Hu patted his shoulder, saying, perhaps it is fate. At least we are still alive, are we not? Dr. Lu nodded, falling silent. Doctor, Old Hu is correct. We are still alive. Furthermore, with you here, we can start anew. Jianqin exclaimed, suddenly recalling something. She asked, Doctor, do you think the Sanxingui civilization we excavated before the apocalypse might be something we uncovered ourselves? Dr. Lu chuckled dismissively and ignored her as he walked away. With Old Hu shaking his head in amusement, Cheng Yu leaned in, saying, Jianqin, how did I never realize your imagination was so vivid? Jianqin shot him a glare as she followed the two elders into the spacecraft. With the ship found and the hope of departure dashed, Old Hu and Dr. Lu began discussing where to settle down, as the constant travel had become quite taxing for them. Jianqin, wishing to find Sun Zihan and the others, could not remain, so she planned to leave as soon as the two elderly men were settled. Although the spacecraft lacked the black stone-made interior, its size was still beyond their ability to move. After some deliberation, they decided to establish their home there. Cheng Yu explored the surroundings and deemed the location quiet enough, noting that there was water nearby that could be redirected, while the ship lacked an interior. With some modifications, it could accommodate a fair number of people, offering sturdy protection from wild beasts. They promptly began their labor as Jianqin remodeled the rooms. She made sure to arrange the quarters for Sun Zihan and her friends together, positioning their rooms face-to-face, with the rooms for the doctor and Old Hu situated further in. Additionally, she prepared a laboratory for Dr.Liu.B. by the time they completed their rooms. The materials inside the ship were nearly exhausted. As for Zheng Huihui and her group, they had to make do with available resources, repurposing wooden planks for their rooms. The saw for cutting trees was provided by Cheng Yu, and by the time their rooms were ready, over a month had passed. Zheng Huihui and Zhang Xiaobei surveyed their rooms. Although they paled in comparison to the metallic modifications Jianqin and her group had achieved, the protection of the metal exterior still left them quite satisfied. Having a secure dwelling in such an environment was already a significant blessing. What more could they ask for? As for Feng Lu and Zhao Fei, no one bothered to inquire about their opinions. Once everything was arranged, Jianqin prepared to set off, determined to locate her other friends. Cheng Yu intended to accompany her, but Jianqin refused. He would stay behind with Old Hu and Dr. Lu, while she feared that upon their return, they would be left with nothing but a pile of bones. On the day Jianqin was ready to depart, a group of people arrived at the spacecraft base. Noticing their attire and observing their respectful salutes towards Old Hu and Dr. Lu, Jianqin felt a wave of relief wash over her. At last, the safety of the doctor and the old man was assured. Jianqin set off with a smile, but after taking a few steps, she returned to retrieve a box of books left by Su Qingqing, leaving it for Dr. Lu. Doctor, I wonder if you will find these useful. I hope that by the time I return, this place will have transformed significantly. Dr. Lu gazed at the box brimming with books, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he picked up the works of nature and nodded repeatedly, Excellent, excellent. I didn't realize you had such treasures. Jianqin watched the little old man rush towards a tree, shaking her head with a smile before turning away. She hoped she could find Shu Qing and Sun Zihan. Traveling alone, Jianqing became exceptionally cautious. On this ancient blue star, countless unknown species lurked, and not to mention the ferocious beasts. Even the snakes, insects, and rodents posed a considerable threat to her. Thus, she treaded carefully. However, the advantage of being alone was that she could move at her own pace, stopping whenever she desired to gather edible resources. Over the past few days with Dr. Liu, she had acquired a wealth of knowledge. Many familiar items were taught to her, including what was edible and what was not, although she had yet to recognize everything. She had made significant progress. For instance, the creature she now held, resembling a mouse, was an ancient wild rabbit. Dr. Liu informed her that during this era, mice and rabbits were inseparable, referred to as Momo rabbit. There were also ancient apples, linging, but not all things were consumable. For instance, pumpkins during this period were inedible, as they were not only small but also bitter and toxic. However, one abundant resource at this time was medicinal herbs. Within the forest, Jianqing had harvested numerous valuable herbs such as Ganoderma, ginseng, and Tianma Point. One day, while she was gathering monkey head mushrooms, she suddenly heard a rustling behind her. Whirling around, she was startled to see several humanoid beings standing behind her, staring intently, armed with stone weapons. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she realized these must be early humans. Would they see her as prey? Did they intend to kill her and feast upon her? Cautiously, Jianqing finished picking the last monkey head mushroom and began to retreat slowly. She was unwilling to engage in conflict with what could potentially be her ancestors. As she backed away, the early humans followed closely. Not wishing to become entangled with them, Jianqing swiftly drew her wooden firearm and struck the scalp of one of them, leaving a bloody gash. This terrified the others, who fled in a panic, screaming and scattering. Once they disappeared from sight, Jianqing sighed in relief. Unlike Dr. Liu, she had no interest in these beings. Her only desire was to locate her companions and return to the base for a life of comfort and stability. As for everything else, it could wait. Having dealt with that disturbance, Jianqing resumed her journey. However, it wasn't long before she found herself surrounded by another group of ancient humans. This time, a leader figure among them began to call out and gesture towards her. Although Jianqing could not comprehend their signals, she discerned that the leader was a woman, and the phrase matriarchal society flashed through her mind. When the primitive people noticed Jianqing's confusion, they immediately knelt and bowed before her. Startled, Jianqing leaped back in alarm, quickly stepping aside. Who knew these could be her ancestors? Accepting their worship would surely shorten her lifespan. Yet the primitive people, oblivious to her thoughts, continued their fervent bowing upon seeing her move away. Jianqing pinched her brow and asked, "Is there something you need my assistance with?" Hearing her words, the primitive people remained perplexed, continuing to gesture animatedly. Jianqing resorted to gesturing herself. "Lead the way." After a lengthy exchange of incomprehensible signals lasting several minutes, a consensus was finally reached, and the leader guided Jianqing to their settlement. After nearly an hour of walking, they arrived at a large cave, surrounded by a few rudimentary thatched huts, or perhaps more accurately described as shelters. The leading woman escorted Jianqing into the cave, leading her deeper until they reached a makeshift bed of straw. It became clear to Jianqing that they sought her help because several young ones were ill. The moment she had intimidated them with her wooden firearm, they had perceived her as a divine being. Lowering her gaze, Jianqing examined the ailing young ones and, with her rudimentary knowledge of traditional medicine, determined they merely had a common cold, albeit with a slight fever. After some consideration, she decided to use herbal remedies. While Western medicine might provide a quicker solution, it could lead to resistance. Administering it could prove fatal for them once Jianqing departed. The herbal remedy for a cold was quite simple, one of the few formulas she could recall. The necessary herbs were abundant in the area, so Jianqing gathered a few companions to collect them. With the ingredients in hand, she prepared the remedy and set it to boil. The primitive people had already begun using pots, albeit stone ones. Jianqing noted that while most were naturally formed, a few had been hewn by hand. She realized that even humans from 10,000 years ago possessed considerable intelligence. Once the young ones had consumed the medicine and their fever subsided, the primitive people once again knelt before her, causing Jianqing to instinctively pull the leader away in alarm. Having saved the young ones elevated her status among them, prompting them to present her with the finest food from their tribe, an unknown wild beast, preparing to make meat soup and roast meat for her. Watching them carelessly handle the meat, blood splattering everywhere as they prepared to toss it into the pot, Jianqing quickly intervened. Fortunately, their dwelling was not far from a water source, so she led them to wash the meat thoroughly before producing a kitchen knife from her space. This act of summoning an object from thin air astonished the primitive people yet again. After much gesturing, Jianxin finally made it clear to the leader that she preferred not to be worshipped. It was remarkable how, within a mere day, communication with them had become significantly smoother. She diced the meat with the knife, blanched it, and then placed it into the pot to stew, while the meat simmered. Jianxin and the primitive people searched the surrounding area for seasonings, discovering wild ginger, wild garlic, and several pepper trees. Although her space contained all sorts of seasonings, she refrained from using them, as she would eventually have to leave. And they would need to rely on their own resources. After gathering the seasonings and a few wild vegetables, Jianxin returned to enhance the meat soup with the newfound flavors, adding a bit of salt for seasoning. The primitive people had yet to begin using salt. She recalled from her history books that humans first consumed salt between 3,000 and 5,000 years ago. As Jianxin prepared the soup, the primitive people gathered around, watching eagerly and occasionally salivating. Once the soup was ready, Jianxin accepted the stone bowl from the leader and served the young ones, indicating that they should take it to them. However, the leader insisted that Jianxin drink the first bowl. Reluctantly, Jianxin acquiesced, which delighted the leader, prompting them to serve the soup to the young ones. The meat soup, enhanced with salt and seasonings, opened the eyes of the primitive people. Jianxin had a sip but found it quite unpalatable. Nevertheless, the primitive people savored it, leaving not a drop behind, and some even fought to lick the pot clean. That night, Jianxin slept on the best bedding in the cave, yet found herself restless and uncomfortable due to its roughness. The following morning, she prepared another dose of medicine for the young ones before embarking with several primitive companions in search of salt. This area was landlocked, making it impossible to produce salt through evaporation, but she suspected there might be salt mines nearby. Jianxin was eager to find Sun Zihan and the others, so she planned to teach them as much as possible in the coming days to improve their quality of life. Over the next 2 weeks, Jianxin not only led them to a salt mine and taught them how to produce salt, but she also introduced them to a variety of ingredients and medicinal herbs. As for agriculture, there was no need for instruction. These primitive people had already mastered the art of planting. Jianxin also imparted knowledge of the herbal remedies for colds to a few of the more intelligent individuals. Ultimately, however, Jianxin had to leave. So, on a morning when everyone was fast asleep, she quietly rose and departed from the tribe. Before leaving, she discreetly placed a small pouch of corn seeds at the head of the leader's bed, leaving their cultivation to their own initiative. To be honest, had she not been so anxious to find her companions, she would have gladly stayed with these primitive people a while longer, for their minds were simple, focused solely on how to fill their bellies. Having departed from the primitive tribe, Jianxin resumed her solitary journey, cautiously navigating the perilous primordial forest while pondering the whereabouts of Sun Zihan and the others. Truth be told, her aimless search made it exceedingly difficult to find anyone, but not searching left her feeling unsatisfied. Just days after leaving the primitive tribe, she encountered her greatest danger yet: 2 tigers. Or more accurately, saber-toothed tigers. Jianxin froze for a moment before turning on her heel and fleeing. There was no way she could contend with them. However, she miscalculated. The ferocious beasts inhabiting this jungle were not to be trifled with. Jianxin had barely run a short distance before the 2 saber-toothed tigers closed in on her. The 2 tigers crouched, momentarily unsure of their next move. Seizing this opportunity, Jianxin pulled out her wooden firearm and began to fire indiscriminately, not caring about her aim. This only enraged the saber-toothed tigers, which let out a fierce roar and lunged toward her. As Jianxin deftly dodged and struck, she couldn't help but internally lament the difficulty of slaying such formidable foes. Despite having sustained several wounds, the beasts remained as vigorous as ever. Suddenly, caught off guard, Jianxin narrowly avoided being pounced upon by another saber-toothed tiger. Rising from the ground, she swiftly ascended a nearby tree. Observing the 2 tigers circling below, Jianxin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Even the ancestors of tigers were incapable of climbing trees. Chapter 85. An encounter once assured that the saber-toothed tigers could not pursue her. Jianxin settled onto a sturdy branch, taking aim at the 2 beasts below. At last, they succumbed, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Exhaling a sigh of relief, she wiped the sweat from her brow, descended the tree, and hastily stored the tigers in her spatial pouch before departing the area. Having narrowly escaped the jaws of danger, Jianxin became increasingly cautious. After trekking for over 2 hours, fatigue overcame her, and she sank onto the ground beneath a jujube tree. Rubbing her legs, Jianxin gazed at the jujube tree, which was significantly thicker than those of her time. Plucking a branch, she sampled the fruit. Though it lacked the sweetness of modern varieties, it was still quite palatable. I should gather more after my meal, she muttered to herself. After finishing her lunch, Jianxin climbed the tree to harvest more jujubes. However, midway through her foraging, she overheard voices nearby, straining to listen. She realized they were speaking Mandarin, indicating the presence of modern individuals. Yet, Jianxin refrained from making any rash movements, instead seeking refuge in a denser section of foliage. Moments later, a small group of 4 men and 1 woman emerged. Upon closer inspection, Jianxin's demeanor shifted to one of danger, for the lone woman among them was Xu Qing, and it was evident from the injuries on her face and the state of her clothing that she had endured significant hardship. Without a moment's hesitation, Jianxin drew her weapon and aimed it at the men. Within half a minute, all 4 lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Xu Qing, startled, huddled on the ground, covering her head. Jianxin leapt down from the tree, approached Xu Qing cautiously, and extended her hand, hesitating to touch her. After a prolonged silence, Jianxin hoarsely called out, "Xu Qing." Xu Qing immediately looked up, and upon seeing Jianxin, she sprang. The group surrounding Lei Yuanzhang, apart from Sun Zihan and himself, comprised 13 individuals, including both men and women. Among them, 8 shared the same status as Lei Yuanzhang, while the others were mere commoners. Sun Zihan had joined them, and upon awakening, the entire group set forth together. Initially, they were more than 20 in number, but 2 had succumbed to poisonous mushrooms, unable to be saved, while a few others had fallen prey to wild beasts. In the depths of the primal forest, it was remarkably easy to lose one's way. Thus, Jianxin had left markers along their journey, and now they had to follow these signs to find their way back. With outsiders present, Jianxin could not utilize her spatial abilities and had to endure the hardships of life under the open sky. Yet fortunately, their return journey was swifter than their arrival, and within just a week, they reached the primitive tribe. Jianxin led her companions on a deliberate detour to avoid disturbing their way of life. After enduring more than half a month of living among the wild, Jianxin finally brought them back to the spaceship-based AT. That moment, the base had undergone significant transformation. First and foremost, a substantial wall had been erected around the spaceship, constructed from coarse timber. Additionally, several small wooden cabins had been added nearby. And further afield, land had been cleared for crops. Jianxin's eyes lit up, and she dashed to the entrance, exclaiming, "Open the door, I have returned." The first to emerge was Du Tao, who, upon seeing Jianxin, rushed over to open the door and leapt into her arms, saying, "Sister, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Jianxin gently patted him and remarked, "Look who's behind me." Du Tao glanced up to see Sun Zihan and Xu Qing smiling at him, causing his eyes to well with tears as he embraced both of them and began to see at that moment. Others also began to emerge one by one. Cheng Yu spotted a few familiar faces and smiled with excitement, while Lei Yuanzhang engaged in conversation with another individual whom Jianxin recognized as Luo Junjie, who had sought her out before her departure. Ignoring them, Jianxin inquired of Cheng Yu, "Where are Old Hu and the doctor?" "Old Hu is over there in the fields. The doctor is in the laboratory," Cheng Yu replied. Jianxin nodded and turned back, saying, "Let us go inside. I'll show you to your rooms." With that, the 3 girls linked arms and entered. After more than 3 months of outdoor living, Jianxin felt utterly exhausted. After introducing Sun Zihan and Xu Qing to their rooms, she retreated to her own quarters for a long, soothing bath, followed by an uninterrupted slumber that lasted until Du Tao knocked on her door. Jianxin climbed out of bed, rubbed her eyes, and opened the door to find Du Tao informing her that Old Hu had prepared a feast to welcome her back. Stifling a yawn, Jianxin nodded in acknowledgement. After changing into fresh clothes and washing up, she ventured outside. It had been several months since she last saw Old Hu, who now appeared significantly revitalized, while Dr. Liu remained ensconced in the laboratory. Once everyone was seated, Jianxin asked Old Hu, "What is the doctor researching in the lab?" Old Hu chuckled. "He is investigating how to graft some of the crops here with those from the future to achieve higher yields, hybrid rice." Jianxin exclaimed, "That's one way to put it." Old Hu nodded in agreement. "Does the doctor have expertise in this area?" Jianxin asked, puzzled. "He knows a little," Old Hu replied ambiguously. "All right, Jianxin. You can ask him about that when he comes out. For now, let us focus on enjoying our meal," Cheng Yu interjected. Jianxin smiled. "True enough. Let us eat. Zihan, Xu Qing, come on, eat plenty." The group shared a lively meal, and afterward, Jianxin was retained by Old Hu. Once everyone else had departed, Old Hu poured Jianxin a cup of tea and said, "Try this. It's from Xiao Luo's recent find, and it tastes better than anything from the future." Jianxin took a sip and, apart from the bitterness, found nothing remarkable about it. "Child, as the number of people at this base continues to grow, what are your thoughts?" Old Hu suddenly inquired. Jianxin was momentarily perplexed. What thoughts was she supposed to have? Noticing her bewilderment, Old Hu clarified, have you considered taking on the role of the base S leader? Leader, aren't you the leader? Jianxin countered. Old Hu sighed, I am aging. Ultimately, this place needs the vigor of youth. It dawned on Jianxin that this old man was attempting to pass the buck and find a scapegoat. Chapter 87, Blossoms of Romance. Observing Jianxin's dismissive gestures, Old Hu recalled Cheng Yu's earlier reaction and sighed deeply. Perplexed by why these two youngsters were so resistant to the idea of leadership at the base, Jianxin's reluctance stemmed from her self-awareness. She understood her limitations and knew she was ill-suited for such a leadership role. As for Cheng Yu, he had been burned in the past and was understandably wary. With both of his chosen successors unwilling to take the reins, Old Hu was left to maintain the facade of leadership. After leaving, Jianxin exhaled in relief, grateful to avoid such a thankless task. She inquired about the whereabouts of Shu Qing and the others, learning they had gone to clear more land, with the base having added over 20 new members. Further land clearance was indeed necessary. When Jianxin arrived, she found everyone working diligently, and after rolling up her sleeves, she joined in the efforts. However, after a while, a thought struck her. When does winter arrive here? Cheng Yu glanced up and replied, the doctor mentioned that there is currently no winter here. No winter. What does that mean? Is the weather about to change drastically? Jianxin recalled the recent incident with the new fairywood. Clearing land in the primordial forest was no simple task. Aside from the usual challenges, the myriad roots and grasses required considerable effort. After a day of labor, Jianxin felt utterly worn out, regretting not having stocked up on machinery in her spatial realm. On her way back, she noticed a pond had been built beside the spaceship, with water drawn in via bamboo, making it quite convenient. However, upon observing the people around her, most with only a single set of clothes, some even resorting to wearing animal hides, she remembered that she still had Rami seeds in her space. That evening, Jianxin approached Old Hu and handed him the Rami seeds. Old Hu, why not send someone to the forest tomorrow to see if we can find wild Rami? Jianxin suggested. That is feasible, but we need to wait a few days. A team has already gone out before your return. Old Hu replied. What are they searching for? Jianxin inquired. People, and perhaps some useful items. Old Hu answered. Jianxin refrained from asking further, exchanged pleasantries, and began to leave. Just as she reached the door, she slapped her forehead and turned back, saying, Old Hu, I know where there is a salt mine. Currently, the base relied on Cheng Yu for its salt supply, but it was uncertain how much he had in his spatial realm. It likely wouldn't suffice for such a large number of people over time. Therefore, discovering a salt mine would be ideal. Old Hu's eyes brightened at this news. How far is the salt mine from here? Jianxin estimated. Not too close. Then let us prepare for a trip in the next few days. I'll need you to accompany them, Old Hu directed. Jianxin nodded, knowing she must join the first expedition to prevent conflicts with the indigenous people. Back in her room, Jianxin began organizing her space, intending to hand over a few blackstone spaces to facilitate the team's collection efforts. Originally, she had found 7 black stones, all of which she had filled to capacity. After some tidying up, she cleared out the largest one and 2 of the smallest, ready to distribute them. Yet, she felt a twinge of concern. The black stone spaces they had left outside had all vanished, and she was uncertain whether this disappearance was due to traversing a black hole or if this world simply disallowed the existence of black stone spaces. Therefore, Jianxin decided to conduct an experiment. She placed the smallest black stone by her pillow to see if it would vanish by morning, upon awakening the next day and finding the black stone still there. She smiled with satisfaction. After preparing the black stones, she delivered them to Old Hu, stating, these are for the collection teams. They'll be much more convenient than carrying everything in bags. Old Hu inspected the stones and remarked, Child, you really should consider the role of base leader. Before he could finish, Jianxin hurriedly interjected, Oh, I have something to attend to. I'll be going now. With that, she dashed away without looking back. This old man was certainly persistent. Holding on to the remaining black stones, Jianxin sought out her companions, distributing one each to Sun Zihan, Shu Qing, and Du Tao, planning to save the rest for Wei Jiayang and his wife upon their return. Jianxin, you. Shu Qing began to say something, but Jianxin shushed her, whispering, having space makes things a bit more convenient. Du Tao clutched his black stone, eyes brimming with tears, prompting Jianxin to flick his forehead and say, Keep it safe. If you lose it, it's truly gone. Du Tao nodded vigorously. Haha, since Jianxin is so generous, I can't be stingy either. Cheng Yu chimed in, producing a pile of supplies. You all can share these. In case we ever part ways again, you'll have something for emergencies. Jianxin smiled and patted his shoulder, realizing that their little group had long felt like family. Chengyu, I recall your wish was to find a partner soon. Why haven't we seen any progress on that front? Jianxin queried, puzzled. Among their group, apart from Wei Jiayong and Tu Anan, everyone else seemed like a lone star, showing no signs of romantic entanglement. It was one thing if they couldn't find love within their circle, but there were plenty of eligible singles outside. Why was there no reaction from anyone? Chengyu appeared equally perplexed, saying, I don't know. I feel like my desire to find a partner has been diminishing. Sometimes I think it wouldn't be so bad to grow old together with our little group. This sentiment was met with Shuqing's agreement. Indeed, isn't it wonderful that our little companions have always been together? Sun Zihan also expressed his concurrence, while Jianxin fell into contemplation. How had this team become such isolated stars? With this thought, she turned to gaze at Du Tao. Du Tao quickly waved his hands, saying, Sister, don't look at me. I'm still young. Jianxin affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, You're not that young anymore. You're already 19. Indeed, Du Tao was 19, and time had flown by so swiftly. Matters concerning personal issues were thus set aside. 3 days later, the salt collection team organized by Old who was ready to embark. Before their departure, Jianxin repeatedly cautioned that if they encountered the residents of the ancient tribes, they must avoid any conflict, assuring them she would handle the situation. In truth, Jianxin had contemplated bringing that group of primitive people back to the base. But ultimately she abandoned the idea. While it would be easy to bring them back, the subsequent arrangements would be too cumbersome. The thoughts of the ancient people were quite simple, while the modern world was riddled with complications. And she feared they might be bullied. Therefore, it was best to let them continue living their lives, and she could visit them regularly to offer assistance. Jianxin set off with the team, with Lei Yuanzhang leading the group. Along the way, Lei Yuanzhang engaged her in conversation, subtly inquiring about Shuqing. Jianxin thought to herself, just when I mentioned my companions feeling like isolated stars, here comes the romantic interest. Chapter 88, Boiling Salt. Jianxin had no intention of intervening in Shuqing's romantic affairs, preferring to let her resolve it herself. Thus, whenever Lei Yuanzhang redirected the conversation towards Shuqing, Jianxin deftly changed the subject. After a few attempts, Lei Yuanzhang realized Jianxin was reluctant to discuss Shuqing, and he became more discreet. After a week of travel, they finally arrived at the salt mine Jianxin had mentioned. Jianxin had anticipated encountering the primitive people, but unfortunately they did not appear. However, it was of little consequence. She could visit them on their way back. The purpose of their visit was to collect as much salt as possible, so they planned to stay for a while to refine the salt they had gathered. Old who provided Lei Yuanzhang with the largest space available, and Jianxin observed that both Lei Yuanzhang and his companions seemed quite accustomed to the black stone space, likely due to prior exposure. After setting up their tents, Lei Yuanzhang took out a bottle of liquid and sprinkled it around the tent. Curious, Jianxin inquired, What is this? Lei Yuanzhang raised the bottle, explaining, This is a potion recently developed by the doctor. It repels insects and snakes. Jianxin examined the bottle but couldn't discern anything remarkable about it. She returned it to Lei Yuanzhang and asked, What other skills does Dr. Lu possess? Lei Yuanzhang chuckled. The doctor is exceptionally knowledgeable. There is nothing he cannot do. Jianxin shot him a playful glare, saying, Who says? He can't cook. Lei Yuanzhang responded with a resigned, All right, the doctor indeed cannot cook. Once the camp was organized, they began chopping wood to prepare the stove. As boiling salt required a significant amount of firewood, the wood they collected was damp and needed to be dried for 2 days to reduce moisture. The process of boiling salt was relatively straightforward but time-consuming. On the 3rd day, Jianxin encountered the primitive people who had come to collect salt. The few individuals recognized Jianxin, and although they were cautious of Lei Yuanzhang and his companions, they were nonetheless pleased to see her. Jianxin expressed her delight through gestures, and the primitive people reciprocated, indicating they were doing well and inviting her to return with them. Lei Yuanzhang and the other men observed as Jianxin and the primitive individuals communicated through gestures. Astonishingly engaging in a lively exchange, Lei Yuanzhang leaned closer to Jianxin and asked, How do you understand each other so well? Jianxin shot him a knowing glance, saying, I lived with them for a while. It is only natural to understand. As the primitive people came to collect salt, Jianxin invited them to join in the refining process, promising to share a portion once it was complete, considering that staying too long might cause anxiety among the rest of the tribe. She asked one of them to return and inform the others. To her surprise, the next day, the tribe's leader, accompanied by the young one she had saved earlier, arrived. Upon seeing Jianxin, the group of primitive people bowed deeply. Jianxin hurriedly helped them up, feeling a headache coming on as she reminded them not to bow to her again. Jianxin's status among the primitive people astonished the others, prompting Lei Yuanzhang to give her a thumbs up. With the tribe leader present, Jianxin informed her companions and followed the group of primitive people back to their village. The leader was overjoyed and took Jianxin to see the food they had stored. The corn seeds Jianxin had left behind had been planted, and they were now ready for harvest. Jianxin took out some corn and began teaching them how to eat it, remembering that she still had plenty of sugarcane in her space. She brought some out and guided the primitive people in making sugar. After preparing the sugar, she started instructing them on how to cultivate sugarcane. Watching the primitive people joyfully singing and dancing, Jianxin felt elated and decided she would frequently visit them to help improve their lives bit by bit. Just as she finished this thought, she noticed the leader's exposed chest. All right, the cultivation of Rami could not be delayed any longer. Jianxin spent 5 days in the primitive village before returning to the camp. Upon her return, she found Lei Yuanzhang and the others in a standoff with the primitive people, both sides staring intensely at each other. What was going on? Jianxin approached and asked. As soon as Lei Yuanzhang saw her, he opened his mouth to speak, but the primitive people beat him to it, gesturing animatedly at Jianxin. Jianxin quickly understood that the primitive people believed the salt they had boiled was Jianxin's personal property. And thus, when they saw Lei Yuanzhang collecting the salt, a conflict arose. Jianxin found the situation both amusing and touching, and after explaining things to the primitive people, Lei Yuanzhang remarked, "These primitive individuals truly regard you with the trust and reverence of a deity." Jianxin smiled with pride. Of course, she then mused that humanity in this era was indeed quite innocent. After spending over 2 months boiling salt, they were finally ready to head home. The primitive people, aware of Jianxin's departure, specially brought her a freshly hunted game, which resembled a deer. Jianxin initially declined, but when she saw that the group would not leave without her acceptance, she reluctantly accepted the gift. She then left them potato seeds and taught them how to plant them. Growing sweet potatoes would require seedling propagation, which was too complicated for now. She would teach them next time. Upon returning to the base, Jianxin received a warm welcome from her companions, who eagerly offered her food. Dr. Lu had also emerged. He had just completed the spinning and weaving machines and was waiting for the Rami harvest to commence fabric production. After dinner, Jianxin strolled around the base, noting its expansion and the increase in population. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow, returning to the spaceship to find Sun Zihan. She asked, "Haven't Jiayang and the others returned yet?" Sun Zihan replied somewhat dejectedly, "Not yet. In the past 2 months, many people have come to the base. Some arrived on their own, while others were brought back by those on missions. However, Jiayang and his spouse are still missing." Jianxin sighed, contemplating that since she had just returned, she would wait a while longer. If Jiayang and the others had not returned by then, she would venture out to search for them. Just as their conversation concluded, Dr. Lu approached. It was Jianxin's first time seeing him in several months. "Doctor, long time no see. You look younger than ever." Jianxin complimented. Dr. Lu laughed heartily. "Girl, I have good news for you." Jianxin leaned in with curiosity. "What good news?" Dr. Lu leaned closer and said, "I have developed an elixir of immortality." Jianxin stared at him as if he were a fool. Dr. Lu clicked his tongue and said, "Don't disbelieve me. Look, haven't I grown younger?" Jianxin retorted, "So your elixir of immortality also has the effect of restoring youth." Dr. Lu playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "You silly girl, why can't you take a joke?" Jianxin pouted, "Then you should say something more credible." Dr. Lu took a seat and said, "All right, let me share something credible. It's not actually an elixir of immortality, but it can indeed prolong life. I must tell you. The medicinal herbs in the ancient forest possess effects incomparable to those of later generations." Chapter 89, The Chatterbox. "Doctor, honestly, is there anything you can't do?" Jianxin inquired. Dr. Lu chuckled. "Cooking is not my forte." After a moment, he added, "But girl, do you remember the incident with the new fairy I mentioned?" Jianxin certainly remembered, having kept it in mind. "I suspect we may encounter it, perhaps within the next 2 years, Dr. Lu stated. Jianxin was not particularly surprised and merely asked, "Should we start preparing?" Dr. Lu nodded. "I plan to head out with them tomorrow." "What for?" Jianxin asked in astonishment. To search for coal and oil. "Finding these 2 resources would greatly improve our lives," Dr. Lu explained. Jianxin expressed her concerns. "With your condition, can you handle it?" Dr. Lu laughed. "Don't worry. I can manage a round trip." Jianxin did not press further, instead handing him some items. "Doctor, take these with you. When you're out, make sure to eat well." Dr. Lu took only the bag of rice, insisting that the rest could be found in the forest. "This bag of rice is sufficient. Everything else is available here." Well, that made sense, and the environment was pristine and unpolluted. After Dr. Lu left, Jianxin stepped outside, where Qingyu and the others were constructing a water cart. If the experiment succeeded, It would greatly facilitate irrigation for crops. However, it seemed there were some issues, as they were in the process of disassembling it when Jianxin arrived. What's going on? Jianxin inquired of Shu Qing, who, with a slight pout, responded, it's a bit crooked and requires adjustment. What about Zihan? She has gone to harvest Rami with the others. Shu Qing replied. Jianxin's eyes widened in surprise. Has the Rami grown well? Shu Qing gave her a curious glance. Indeed. How long has it been? Then I shall go take a look, Jianxin declared, turning to leave. But Shu Qing quickly followed, grabbing her arm. I will accompany you. The two of them arrived at the Rami field, where Sun Zihan and a group of people were busily at work. Without hesitation, Jianxin rolled up her sleeves and joined in. The process of weaving Rami cloth primarily involves the bark, which is time-consuming. Although each step is relatively simple, the base has already developed quite a bit, but due to the lack of electricity, many tasks must be done using the most primitive methods. Once the Rami bark is brought back, the subsequent procedures will be entrusted to those with more patience. However, Jianxin was soon called over by Old Hu. What do you need from me? Jianxin asked as she entered and took a seat. I have a task for you, Old Hu replied with a smile. What task? Luo Junjie and his team have discovered an iron mine, and I need you to accompany them and bring it back. An iron mine? That's a valuable find. Where is it? Jianxin exclaimed excitedly. Old Hu chuckled. Just follow along. You don't need to do anything else. Leave it to them. Jianxin nodded, understanding that she would merely serve as a human repository. However, she realized she needed to return and organize her space to make more room. Upon learning that Jianxin was heading out again, Sun Zihan and Shu Qing couldn't help but murmur, why do you have to go out again so soon? Why does it always have to be you? Can't Qing you go? Being a man, wouldn't he be more suited for it? Jianxin, unfazed, replied cheerfully, Cheng Yu has other commitments. He has to oversee the installation of stoves in all the houses at the base and open up more wasteland. Compared to those tasks, I prefer going on missions. All right, we know you can't sit still. Just be careful out there. Sun Zihan admonished, giving her a gentle shove. Shu Qing, meanwhile, remained silent, preparing her with a variety of medicines. During this time, she had learned a great deal about traditional Chinese medicine while following Dr. Lu Dot on the day of Jianxin's departure. Cheng Yu also sent her off with many supplies, including a camper van that Jianxin had long coveted. She gleefully exclaimed, Cheng Yu, from now on, we're like siblings from different fathers and mothers. Cheng Yu shot her a disdainful glance and ignored her. Along with Jianxin, there were 10 others on this expedition, led by Luo Junjie. What Jianxin had not anticipated was that while Luo Junjie might be quiet, once he started talking, he could go on for hours without pause. Initially, Jianxin found their conversation enjoyable, but soon she could hardly keep up. The others in the group, noticing her discomfort, couldn't help but chuckle, and one young man leaned over to Jianxin, saying, Sister, you've got it tough. Our captain is notorious for his endless chatter. Every member of our team has been subjected to his ramblings. With a hint of exasperation, Jianxin asked, how did he become your squad leader with such a flaw? The young man chuckled, after listening to him for a while. Did you hear anything of substance? Upon reflection, Jianxin realized he was right. Most of what Luo Junjie said was trivial, such as Old Hu's plans to capture more docile animals or the quality of compost. He even mentioned that the bananas here were inedible, hoping Dr. Lu would find a solution soon. Casting a glance at the still chattering Luo Junjie, Jianxin subtly shifted closer to the young man. Yet, Luo Junjie seemed oblivious. Continuing to ask, Jianxin, don't you agree? With a weary gaze, Jianxin replied, yes, you make a valid point. Suddenly, Luo Junjie perked up, then it settled. When we return, you'll help me arrange a meeting with Sun Zihan. At this, Jianxin's heart raced. What? Who are you trying to schedule a meeting with? Luo Junjie looked bewildered. With Sun Zihan, of course, you agreed to it. Jianxin smacked her forehead. Are you and Lei Yuanzheng in cahoots? Are you trying to separate my two friends? At this moment, it struck her. Wait, why has no one pursued me? Upon uttering this, not only Luo Junjie but the other young men displayed expressions of melancholy. Eventually, the same young man confessed, Sister, we all witnessed your impressive feat of lifting Cheng Yu with one hand at the base. And so, Jianxin pressed that we discussed it privately and unanimously agreed that you are the most suited to be the leader. The most formidable one at that. Thus, we mere mortals are not worthy of your company. With a bemused smile, Jianxin asked, what is your name? The young man gulped. Lin Chaoza. Very well. I shall remember you. We'll discuss this further upon our return. Jianxin said. Lin Chaoza looked to his teammates for help, but instead, they all laughed at him. Fortunately, this diversion effectively silenced Luo Junjie. And Jianxin felt a tremendous sense of relief. It was truly exhausting to embark on missions with someone like him, especially if he intended to pursue Sun Zihan, who could endure his incessant chatter. Chapter 90. Reunion. I know what you're about to say, but please keep quiet, Jianxin said, retreating as Luo Junjie approached. Embarrassed, Luo Junjie scratched his head. He was aware of his loquaciousness and that it had cost him many opportunities. However, when he spoke, he simply couldn't help himself, although fortunately, his ramblings were harmless enough to avoid expulsion. Disappointed as Jianxin distanced herself, he lowered his head, lamenting having found someone willing to listen, only to scare her away. In the following days, Luo Junjie refrained from bothering her, and Jianxin finally reached the iron mine in peace. However, upon seeing the iron, she smacked her forehead. Are we supposed to dig this? Can it even be moved? Luo Junjie, serious when it came to business, replied, without machinery, we can only do it manually. Jianxin reached into her space and pulled out some explosives. Can we blow it up directly? Luo Junjie hesitated. Well, yes, we can. That would be quite effective. With a resounding boom, the forest wildlife scattered in panic. Jianxin emerged from her cover and, alongside the others, approached the iron mine to gather the scattered ore. Their initial plan was to stay here for several months, but thanks to Jianxin's straightforward and forceful method, they returned to the base in just over a month. Upon their arrival, Jianxin noticed the transformations taking place. The newly constructed brick houses inspired fresh ideas within her. She remembered the primitive people, and according to Dr. Liu, the new fairywood incident was anticipated to occur within the next 2 years. Thus, she resolved to assist those primitive individuals. The head of the brick and tile project was a young man named Zhai Jiqing, who greeted Jianxin enthusiastically as she approached. Sister, what brings you over? Jianxin nodded. When will your brick and tile production be completed? Not for a while yet. Old Hu says he wants to build a row of townhouses at the base, which can provide collective heating in the winter, Zhai Jiqing explained. Jianxin understood this was preparation for the impending new fairywood incident. They would need to construct warm houses for agriculture and livestock, among many other things. Zhai Jiqing continued. We'll need to get started on these projects soon. Jianxin nodded, estimating that the team would likely be too busy in the short term, but given the timeline Dr. Liu had anticipated, there was no immediate rush. On her way back, she detoured to the textile workshop, where Sun Zihan was now in charge of the textile industry. Shuqing worked at the medical facility, and Chengyu was busy in the fields. Even Du Tao had gone to study pottery production. Jianxin felt as though she was the only one left idle. These things are truly stubborn, she remarked. Indeed, they'd rather starve than eat what humans offer, such as the nature of ancient creatures, difficult to tame, she mused. Suddenly, she noticed a crowd gathered ahead, murmuring about something. As she approached, she realized it was the wild chickens they had captured that had died. Well, their ancestors were still wild chickens. Jianxin asked the person next to her, is it impossible to keep them alive? The individual shook their head. It's tough. We've raised them for so long, and only one survived. Jianxin blinked, recalling that she had plenty of fertilized eggs in her space. Now would be the perfect time to hatch some chicks. With that thought, she turned and headed to Old Hu's office. Old Hu was delighted to see her and poured her a cup of tea, asking, why aren't you resting, girl? Holding the cup, Jianxin replied, I came to see you about something. I'll head back for a rest afterward. What is it? Old Hu rummaged through a nearby cabinet and handed her some wild fruit. I just saw those wild chickens that died, and it reminded me that I have a bunch of fertilized eggs. Could you have someone take them to hatch? They'll be much easier to raise than the wild chickens, Jianxin proposed. Haha, sounds good. Once they're raised, we'll have ginseng chicken soup for you every day. Old Hu laughed. Every day? Wouldn't that be too much for me? Jianxin quipped. By the way, are you really not considering taking over the base? Old Hu suddenly asked. Jianxin quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, I truly can't handle that. There are many talented individuals here better suited for the task. Please, don't keep joking about it. Old Hu didn't press further, chuckling as he let her leave. After stepping out, Jianxin produced the fertilized eggs, and soon enough, Old Hu sent someone to collect them. After washing up and having a bite to eat, Jianxin finally climbed into bed and fell asleep. Uncertain of how long she had slept, Jianxin was abruptly roused by a series of knocks at the door. Rubbing her eyes, she descended from her bed and opened the door to reveal Du Tao, whose face was alight with surprise. Sister, Zhaoyang and the others have returned, he exclaimed. Instantly, Jianxin's previously foggy mind cleared, and she hurried back to her room, saying, please wait a moment, I will change my clothes. She quickly donned her attire and dashed outside with Du Tao, only to find a gathering of people at the entrance of the base. Pushing their way through, they discovered a group of ragged individuals, with Shu Qing and Sun Zihan weeping around two figures. Cheng Yu stood nearby, speaking softly as Jianxin squeezed closer. She recognized the two individuals as Wei Jiayong and Tu Ainen, both appearing disheveled, their clothing tattered, with critical areas modestly covered by scraps of animal hide. Upon catching sight of Jianxin, Wei Jiayong, with a choked voice, uttered, "Sister." Jianxin, her eyes glistening with tears, patted him gently and replied, "It's good that you are back." The crowd was soon escorted away, while Jianxin and her companions led Wei Jiayong and Tu Ainen into the spacecraft, where their quarters had been prepared, eagerly awaiting their return. Gazing at the simple yet warm room, the couple could no longer contain their tears. The fears and anxieties they had endured for so long were finally released. They were home now, free from the constant threats of wild beasts and poisonous creatures, and no longer burdened by the fear of starvation. The return of Wei Jiayong and his wife signified the complete reunion of their small group. Thus, they decided to host a dinner that evening, also to welcome the young couple back. This gathering marked their first meal together since arriving. Jianxin even invited Elder Hu, but the old man declined, saying he preferred not to intrude upon a gathering of the youth. Moreover, several of Dr. Lu's students had returned alongside Wei Jiayong, and these talents were urgently needed, necessitating proper arrangements. The dinner was lively, with spirited conversations filling the first half, while the latter half was dedicated to Wei Jiayong and his wife recounting the perils they had faced along their journey. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Jianxin swiftly redirected the topic, bringing up Shu Qing and Sun Zihan's romantic prospects, which lightened the mood. "Oh, please don't mention that incessant chatterbox to me. I have never encountered a man so loquacious. He is more terrifying than a reciting Tang sung," Sun Zihan exclaimed, still shaken. In Chapter 91, titled The Infrastructure of the Primitive Tribe, Jianxin recalled the exploits of Luo Junjie during their mining expedition and felt a pang of sympathy for Sun Zihan. Patting her on the back, knowing that if she were to encounter such a man, she would likely be prematurely bald. Turning her attention to Shu Qing, she inquired, "What is your situation?" Shu Qing shook her head with a smile. "I have made my intentions clear. I do not plan to settle down." Cheng Yu then interjected, "Jianxin, I must ask, why is it that everyone else seems to be making progress while you remain stagnant?" Jianxin shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "As if you have someone interested in you." However, to her surprise, Cheng Yu gleefully proclaimed, "Ha! To your dismay, my romantic prospects have indeed blossomed." This revelation left the entire table astonished. With Du Tao urging, "Cheng Yu, who is she?" She must have quite the discerning eye. Cheng Yu, pleased by Du Tao's inquiry, draped an arm around his shoulder and replied, "You know her. She works in the textile room, Li Jiaojiao." As soon as he finished speaking, Jianxin noticed the peculiar expressions on Shu Qing, Sun Zihan, and Du Tao's faces. "What's wrong? Is there something about this woman?" Sun Zihan hesitantly asked, "Cheng Yu, you haven't gotten involved with her, have you?" Cheng Yu frowned. "No, I haven't agreed to anything yet," but Du Tao sighed in relief. That's good. That's good." Cheng Yu, feeling anxious, pressed, "What is going on? You must tell me." "Li Jiaojiao actually has more than one boyfriend," Shu Qing managed to say, albeit with difficulty. Cheng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean by more than one boyfriend?" Jianxin leaned in closer, a mischievous glint in her eye, and said, "It means she has a pond. And you've become one of the fish in it." Cheng Yu, incredulous, asked, "Really? Are you all serious? You're not deceiving me?" Du Tao, blushing, added, "That sister even approached me before." Cheng Yu nearly choked, while Jianxin erupted into laughter. Adding fuel to the fire, "What expression is that? She merely committed a mistake every woman in the world is prone to." Ignoring her, Cheng Yu fell silent, feeling dejected. After years of yearning, he had finally found a flower, only to discover he was nearly someone else's fish. The group continued to eat and laugh until late into the night. The following day, Jianxin slept until noon, and after a light meal, she tidied up and sought out Elder Hu, intending to learn the art of brick and tile making so she could teach the primitive people. After all, it would be a long time before they could come over. The area was in dire need of development, and every facet required attention. Elder Hu wholeheartedly supported her proposal and arranged for someone to guide her. The process of making bricks required the construction of a kiln and sourcing suitable clay. While the theory was straightforward, practical application proved challenging. Fortunately, Jianxin managed to grasp the basics, but mastering pottery would truly test her. After more than a week of effort, she finally managed to produce several oddly shaped cups and bowls. The pottery master reassured her that it was all right and encouraged her to practice. On her last day, She asked Elder Hu to find someone skilled in making heated beds to draw up a design for her. With newfound confidence, Jianxin set off for the primitive tribe. Upon her arrival, she discovered they were conducting a ritual. Cautiously approaching, she learned it was in honor of someone who had passed away. The leader spotted Jianxin and pulled her into the center of the ceremony, beseeching her to bless the deceased, as she was regarded as a divine figure among them. Jianxin, unsure of how to proceed, followed along and danced clumsily. Once the ritual concluded, she began teaching them how to build kilns and manufacture bricks and tiles. Although the quality of the bricks and tiles was rough, they were serviceable. Once the production was complete, Jianxin turned her attention to teaching the tribe how to construct houses. Upon completing the first house, the primitive people celebrated by dancing around it and Jianxin for an entire night, even bowing to her several times. After more than 2 months of hard work, Jianxin successfully built homes for the tribe and trained a group of skilled individuals. Once they settled into their brick houses, she began instructing them in pottery. During the process, she contemplated whether she could also teach them literacy. However, she realized that this would have to wait, and she could consult with Dr. Lu upon her return. Jianxin didn't linger with the pottery lessons, as she had already been away for quite some time and felt compelled to return. Her urgency to return stemmed from the changing weather. It had grown colder, and she wanted to check if Dr. Lu had returned, as well as seek his counsel on whether this heralded the arrival of the new fairywood event. According to Dr. Lu, the new fairywood phenomenon persisted for millennia, and they needed to be adequately prepared to survive it. On the eve of her departure, Jianxin also taught the primitive people how to make charcoal, a relatively simple task that did not require much effort. Before leaving, she reminded them to construct additional houses, so they could create warm shelters for planting when the extreme cold inevitably arrived. Upon her return after 3 months, Jianxin was nearly unrecognizable to the changes at the base. The outer walls had been replaced with bricks, and rows of brick houses had been erected, complete with roads. Dr. Lu had returned, and after a brief conversation with her friends, Jianxin prepared to seek him out. However, Shu Qing stopped her, saying, "The doctor has gone into the laboratory. You want to find him now?" Jianxin looked around, noticing Du Tao was missing, and asked, "Where's Xiao Tao?" "He went to class," Sun Zihan replied. "A class? The base has started a school?" Jianxin questioned, puzzled. Noting that there were no children present, Shu Qing shook her head. "No, it's a private course arranged by Elder Hu." Jianxin paused, then asked with confusion, "Why does Elder Hu insist on finding a successor from our team?" Sun Zihan explained, "Xiao Tao mentioned that you and Cheng Yu are too unique. If the base fell into someone else's hands, we would either be forced to leave or become mere tools. Therefore, he is willing to learn from Elder Hu, ensuring we can stay here peacefully in the future." This revelation enlightened Jianxin. She realized Elder Hu had been making plans for them all along. No wonder he had repeatedly proposed that she take on the role of base leader. She had thought he was simply shirking responsibility, but now understood he was considering their future. "Let us go. You just returned. Rest for now, and we will talk properly tonight," Shu Qing urged, pulling her inside. By the way, we've already set up the heated beds in our room, since you were away. We didn't prepare one for you, but you can find a construction team tomorrow to set it up." Jianxin nodded, indicating that she could manage it herself. Shu Qing ruffled her hair playfully. "Are you sure your setup will look presentable?" Jianxin scoffed. "Why wouldn't it look good? The primitive people love the heated beds I arranged for them." In Chapter 92, titled Anxiety, Jianxin ultimately decided to hire a construction team to set up her heated bed because her own attempt was truly unsightly and barely passable for the primitive tribe. Although Dr. Lu had entered the laboratory, Jianxin learned that he had discovered coal during his return, though he had not found oil. Cheng Yu had been dispatched to mine coal, which explained his absence during her return. While Dr. Lu had located coal, Elder Hu had not abandoned his efforts to produce charcoal. After enduring a millennium of extreme cold, it was certainly no trivial matter. Jianxin wandered around the base and discovered that the egg she had previously sent out had hatched into chicks. Regrettably, the hatch rate was low. Out of 140 eggs, only a little over 50 chicks had emerged. The warm shelters had also been constructed, totaling 5 buildings, each with 10 rooms across 4 stories. One of these buildings was designated for fish cultivation, while the others were allocated for staple foods, vegetables, and mushrooms. This was merely the first phase. An additional 30 buildings would be erected in the future, ensuring that the needs of everyone at the base would be adequately met. Sun Zihan remarked, "Oh, she is now the head of the planting base." Jianxin mentally calculated that if so many buildings were to be constructed, given the current population of the base, it would barely suffice. However, Once more personnel were brought into work, it could ensure that everyone had employment and sufficient food. After resting in her room for a while, Jianxin took her tools and went out to gather firewood. She couldn't afford to be idle while everyone else was busy. The firewood needed to be dried after being chopped, lest the moisture content be too high, resulting in excessive smoke when burned. Jianxin spent 2 days collecting firewood, and on the third day, Dr. Lu emerged, prompting her to hurry over. "Doctor, why have you lost so much weight?" was Jianxin's immediate observation upon seeing Dr. Lu. The doctor rubbed his waist and replied, "It's all right. Working in the wild is bound to be a bit strenuous." Jianxin handed Dr. Lu a carton of milk and inquired, "Doctor, with the weather starting to turn cold, does that mean the new fairywood event is about to commence?" Dr. Lu took a sip of the milk and responded, "If all goes as expected, that should be the case." Jianxin took a deep breath and said, "Then I will set off tomorrow to help those primitive people prepare." Dr. Lu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, otherwise they will struggle to survive. In fact, not just those primitive people, many species are likely to perish during this event, such as the woolly mammoth. Is there anything we need to do?" Jianxin asked. Dr. Lu shook his head. "What can we do? Survival of the fittest. If future technology is advanced, what can we do? It's already a challenge for us to survive, let alone intervene." Jianxin fell silent. This was nature's selection, and it seemed there was indeed little they could do. After returning from the doctor, Jianxin prepared to leave again. Upon learning this, Sun Zihan scolded her while tapping her forehead. "You just came back a few days ago, and now you want to leave again. I think you might as well not come back. Just settle down with those primitive people." Shu Qing followed behind, advising, "I understand you're worried about her, but she's not going for leisure. Those primitive people could be considered our ancestors. We can't just watch them freeze or starve to death." Jianxin embraced her and said, "All right, don't be upset. I promise that when I return this time, I won't go anywhere else. I'll stay at home and rely on you all." Sun Zihan was both amused and exasperated, shaking her head. "You, what am I to do with you?" Ultimately, Jianxin departed under the watchful gazes of her friends, turning to them and saying, "Wait for my return." Shu Qing patted her shoulder. "All right, be careful on the road and return early." Jianxin glanced back at them, waved, and set off. Suddenly, Sun Zihan rubbed her right eye, prompting Shu Qing's concern. "What's wrong? Is your eye uncomfortable?" Sun Zihan shook her head, gazing at Jianxin's retreating figure. "I have a bad feeling. I want to call her back." Shu Qing encouraged, "You're overthinking it. Besides, once she makes a decision, it's unlikely you could bring her back." Sun Zihan frowned, watching the direction Jianxin had gone, hoping that her apprehensions were unfounded. Meanwhile, Shu Qing also felt an unsettling anxiety within, sensing that something was about to occur. "What the heck?" Cheng Yu exclaimed, bouncing up with his arms crossed, immediately drawing the attention of those nearby, who rushed over, asking, "What happened? Are you hurt?" Cheng Yu was blowing on his hand that had been hit, and said, "It's nothing, just accidentally got bumped." Once the crowd dispersed, he murmured to himself, "What is going on? I feel so restless. I hope nothing has happened to those back home." Unbeknownst to Jianxin, who was merrily making her way to the primitive tribe, her friends were all consumed by their worries. The atmosphere in the primitive tribe was vibrant, and everyone was full of enthusiasm. Food was plentiful, thanks to the grain seeds provided by Jianxin. Although their farming methods were rather rudimentary, they still yielded a harvest, supplemented by hunting and gathering. Upon her return, Jianxin was warmly welcomed by the tribe. The chief led her into the largest dwelling, and through gestures, she understood that it had been specially constructed for her. It featured a kong, a simple table, and a few branches of flowers arranged in a clay pot. Although she could not identify the species, they were quite beautiful. Jianxin smiled and expressed her gratitude to the chief, realizing how much the primitive people valued her, reserving their best for her. After a moment of heartfelt appreciation, Jianxin did not forget her purpose for this visit. She informed the chief about the impending extreme cold and began leading them in constructing warm shelters, gathering firewood, and making charcoal. Jianxin also instructed the hunters to capture live small animals whenever possible. Although the base might not be able to sustain them, perhaps these primitive people could. She even suggested modifying the caves they previously inhabited to raise some animals, ensuring a source of protein for the tribe in the future. Given the current shortage of chickens at the base, once their numbers increased, she could bring a few over for the tribe to rear. On that day, Jianxin was finalizing the last touches on the warm shelter she had constructed. Although it was smaller than those at the base, with soil laid down and grains planted, it would suffice for the primitive people. As the weather grew colder, Jianxin noticed the tribe began wearing animal skins, so she commenced teaching them how to cultivate indoors. The crops were simple, just corn and potatoes, along with some hearty vegetables. She refrained from suggesting a wide variety, as it would be too complicated for them. It was better to focus on a few staples that would provide sufficient sustenance on this particular day. Just as Jinshin and her companions planted the last potato, the chief approached her with an urgent expression. Curiosity piqued, Jinshin followed him, only to discover that while modifying the cave, someone had unearthed a hole. Jinshin thought little of it, just a hole, nothing unusual. However, unbeknownst to her, this hole would soon lead to unforeseen troubles. Chapter 93. A strange world. Jinshin gazed at the hole, believing it to be a natural formation. She called for others to help widen it and install a door for future chicken rearing. Yet, she had barely left when someone else came to find her. Returning to the cave, she saw the chief pointing at the hole with a look of sheer terror. Intrigued, Jinshin approached and was taken aback to find that inside the cave lay an expanse of nothingness. Her mind froze for 3 seconds, and by the time she snapped back to reality, it was already too late. In the fleeting moments before losing consciousness, one thought flashed through her mind. Why on earth is there a black hole here? When Jinshin opened her eyes again, she found herself in a forest, and with just a glance, she realized this was not the primitive forest she had known. The trees here were primarily withered and yellowed, with only a few green ones appearing feeble. Most importantly, it was exceedingly hot. Dressed in 2 layers, she felt unbearably warm. Her first instinct was to shed her clothes, but midway through, she halted. The situation was unclear, and she had yet to ascertain where she was. So caution was prudent. Taking a large swig from her water bottle, Jinshin retrieved her wooden rifle and cautiously began her descent down the mountain. The deeper she ventured, the more perplexed she became. For this place felt reminiscent of a year of famine from a novel. Most of the trees had lost not just their leaves, but even their bark. The ground was pockmarked with holes. Was it possible that she had traversed back to a scorching period of Blue Star? As Jinshin navigated her way down the mountain, she increasingly sensed that this place had endured drought and famine. After over an hour of walking, unable to bear the heat any longer, she sought shelter beneath a sparse canopy of leaves and sat down, sipping water and nibbling on an apple. Once she finished the apple, she resumed her journey. Thus, she continued to walk intermittently, finally arriving at the foot of the mountain by dusk. At first glance, she knew she had time-traveled again, for at the mountain's base lay a village, predominantly featuring thatched roofs and earthen walls, some even lacking walls entirely. This appeared to be an ancient setting, though the specific era eluded her. As long as it wasn't the Wei, Jin, 5 dynasties, or 10 kingdoms period, she wouldn't mind. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Jinshin observed the village, which felt desolate and lifeless. After a moment's hesitation, she approached a house and, before even knocking, discovered the door was unlocked. Pushing it open, she found the interior utterly bare. Only 2 words echoed in her mind. Fleeing famine. It seemed the inhabitants had abandoned their homes due to severe drought. Jinshin searched a few more houses and found nothing of value. Aside from some useless debris, she then decided to settle into a relatively better house, choosing to stay put for the time being. As a newcomer, she knew little about her surroundings, so it was wise to lie low. However, the heat was unbearable. Jinshin rummaged through her supplies and discovered she still had plenty of ice blocks from the extreme cold period, so she quickly took out a few. The moment she approached the ice, a cool sensation enveloped her, prompting her to finally remove her clothes and take a refreshing bath. She set up a folding bed and fashioned a makeshift alarm at the door before finally settling down to sleep. The next morning, Jinshin awoke from the heat. Upon getting up, she noticed that the ice had completely melted. After tidying up the water on the floor, she ate a little something and then ventured outside. Remembering that she had been sucked into this world by the black hole, she wondered if finding it would lead her back home. Her companions were all over there, and this time she had suddenly vanished, leaving them in a state of concern. This village had become desolate, and Jinshin had no choice but to follow the road ahead. Feeling an increasing sense of desolation with each step, there was not a single sound. Not even the chirping of birds or the buzzing of insects. After walking for an entire morning, Jinshin stumbled upon a luxurious villa, its walls constructed of blue bricks. As she approached, she noticed that the door lock had long been broken. Pushing the door open, she was greeted by a scene of chaos. Various large pieces of furniture lay shattered and strewn across the floor. Jinshin collected them all, considering them antiques. If nothing else, they could serve as firewood. In a small room, Jinshin rummaged through a corner and discovered a few garments. Her eyes lit up. She had been worrying that her own clothes would clash with the surroundings, yet here came an unexpected boon. She gathered the clothes with the intention of washing and disinfecting them before changing. After thoroughly searching the entire yard and finding no other useful items, Jianxin decided to tidy up the place, planning to reside there for the time being. After all, such a house was rare to find, and having walked for so long, this was the only one she had encountered. It must have belonged to an ancient landlord. It appeared that the drought was severe, as even the landlord's household had no surplus grain and had to flee. Having cleaned and disinfected the clothes, she hung them in the yard, confident that the sun would dry them soon. Returning to her room, she took out some ice and began to eat. Arriving in this inexplicable place, uncertain if she could ever return, Jianxin felt somewhat disheartened. After nibbling on a couple of bites of steamed bun, she set it aside and poured herself a glass of iced milk tea. Jianxin quietly hid there during the day, venturing out only at night to assess the situation, hoping to find the black hole that would lead her home. Unfortunately, her search yielded nothing. The place was utterly deserted. After more than 10 days, Jianxin could no longer stay. She resolved to seek out the county town, knowing she must return and not linger here, waiting for death. Yet, she had no idea where the county town lay. Fortunately, there was a relatively wide road, and she hoped that following it would lead her there. Changing into the clothes she had salvaged, she dressed herself up, ensuring that she appeared indistinguishable as a woman before setting off. Thankfully, the garments were made of coarse linen, adorned with numerous patches, and their dull gray color lent them a shabbiness that likely caused them to be discarded. Thus, others would not pay her any mind. After walking along the road all day, Jianxin finally reached the county town just as dawn was breaking, staring at the words inscribed on the city gate. It took her a while to decipher them. They read mocking. However, upon entering the city, her heart sank, for the place was completely deserted. Searching through the shops along the street yielded the same result, nothing at all. She disregarded her exhaustion and scoured the area, eventually finding the county office, which was equally lifeless. Jianxin's expression changed as a sense of foreboding took hold of her. What calamity could have befallen this place to render it so empty? Even driving the local officials away, a plague, it didn't seem plausible, for there were no signs of sickness. Natural disasters were equally unlikely. In ancient times, if such disasters struck, the local magistrates would flee, leaving their families to face dire consequences. The most probable cause was war. Therefore, regardless of the dynasty, turmoil and chaos were inevitable. Jianxin understood that she could not linger here, but as night fell, she felt uneasy navigating this unfamiliar territory in the dark. Thus, she resolved to find a place to shelter for the night. Chapter 94. Escape. Jianxin had meticulously planned to set off early the next morning, but unbeknownst to her, a group of individuals invaded the county that very night, systematically searching each household. Hearing the commotion, Jianxin quickly packed her belongings into her space and hid in the cellar. Thankfully, she had chosen a house with a cellar. Crouched inside, she listened intently to the noises outside. "They have fled," Jianxin muttered in frustration, relieved that she could understand their speech. Once the coast was clear, she stealthily crawled out of the cellar and cautiously positioned herself behind the door to observe the situation outside. This must be a military force. The residents had likely received news of the impending arrival and fled in advance. Jianxin watched the soldiers scurrying about, feeling remorse for not having left sooner. Unlike the protagonists in novels, she had no illusions about these ancient people. Throughout 5,000 years of history, war was a constant, particularly during the chaotic 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, a time notorious for its brutality. Not merely a metaphor, but a stark reality. Burning bridges and looting were concepts that originated from such times. After a moment of contemplation, Jianxin retreated once more to the cellar. The chaos outside persisted, and it was wiser to remain hidden for the time being. She ended up staying concealed until the following night, when the outside noise had subsided somewhat. Cautiously, she emerged from the cellar and stepped outside. The moon illuminated the surroundings, making it less dark, yet it also posed a greater challenge for her escape. Fortunately, perhaps due to the town's emptiness, the soldiers appeared somewhat lax. However, the guards at the city gate remained numerous. Jianxin assessed the situation and deemed it nearly impossible to slip past them, resigning herself to the fact that she would have to find another route. Avoiding detection, Jianxin wandered through the town. It was vast, and she refused to believe there wasn't a hidden escape route. After searching throughout the night, she still found no secret passage but eventually discovered a crevice. Quietly, she approached it and began to crawl through. Just as she prepared to climb over, a patrolling soldier spotted her and shouted, "Who goes there?" Startled, Jianxin hastened her pace and leapt down, sprinting down a narrow path. The soldiers, brandishing torches, pursued her, and she dared not pause for even a moment. Running for her life, Unfortunately, they were relentless in their chase. In a moment of desperation, Jianxin drew her wooden firearm and turned, firing in the direction of her pursuers. It was night, and she had no idea if she would hit anything. But she couldn't afford to dwell on that. Quantity would have to compensate for quality. As she ran, she continued to fire, hearing the anguished cries of those behind her. Eventually, she leaped into a dried-up riverbed, hiding along the bank until the soldiers had passed. Once they were gone, Jianxin let out a sigh of relief and began to tread in the opposite direction, keeping close to the riverbank. She walked until dawn, utterly exhausted from the wilderness, and found a spot to create a makeshift shelter using bamboo and a rain tarp. Lying down, she dared not sleep, for she was in a completely unfamiliar place. After resting briefly, drinking some water, and eating a little, she set off once more. The sun blazed like a furnace, threatening to scorch her. Jianxin held an umbrella while walking, hydrating herself along the way. She urgently needed a relatively safe haven to rest. Otherwise, she feared she would collapse from exhaustion. Yet, as she looked around, there was nowhere to seek refuge. Resigned, she continued forward, hoping to encounter someone to glean information about this world. By nightfall, she still had not found a suitable place to rest. So she resorted to her old method, climbing a tree to lean against it for a brief respite. Unfortunately, her sleep was fitful, and she could only doze for a short while before climbing down and resuming her journey under the cover of night. With no sun to hinder her, traveling at night was somewhat easier. After enduring for 3 days, Jianxin finally discovered a village. This village was not deserted. Wisps of smoke rose into the air, signaling the presence of inhabitants. Approaching a home with smoke billowing from its chimney, Jianxin knocked on the door. After a long wait, an elderly man finally opened the door a crack and inquired, "Young lady, what brings you here?" Jianxin glanced down at her appearance, perplexed at how the old man discerned her gender. However, she had no time to ponder this and smiled, saying, "Sir, I have fled from mocking due to the calamity. The day has grown late, and I seek shelter for the night. Would you be so kind as to accommodate me?" The old man regarded her warily and asked, "Mocking, are you alone?" Feigning sorrow, Jianxin replied, "Mocking was overtaken by a band of soldiers, and I became separated from my family." The man's suspicion eased slightly, yet he still did not open the door wider. "There are many empty houses in this village. You may find a place to stay on your own." Thanking him, Jianxin turned toward the unoccupied houses, as the old man had indicated. Indeed, there were numerous vacant dwellings. Choosing one that appeared sturdy, she settled in. Although the continuous travel had pushed her body to its limits, she did not rest immediately. Instead, she set traps and alarms at the doors before returning to her room to take a cleansing bath. After a light meal, she placed some ice beside her bed and finally lay down to sleep. Despite her fatigue, Jianxin remained alert, ready to awaken at the slightest sound. Fortunately, the night was relatively calm. When morning arrived, she splashed her face with the melted ice water, managing to clear her foggy mind. After breakfast, Jianxin tidied up her belongings. Today, she planned to venture outside, seeking to gather information from the villagers. Unfortunately, after circling the area, she found no one. The old man from the previous night also refused to open the door again, indicating that the villagers were quite cautious, given that the village was largely empty. With only a few households occupied, it was unclear whether the residents had fled or simply remained hidden. Returning without any information, Jianxin did not leave empty-handed. At least she learned that the villagers were generally wary, suggesting they were unlikely to cause trouble, allowing her to feel somewhat reassured. Returning to her room, Jianxin retrieved the ice cubes and arranged them neatly before lying down once more. Having failed to acquire any news, she decided it best to sleep, for only with adequate rest could she summon the energy to contemplate other matters. This time, Jianxin fell into a deep slumber, undisturbed by any interruptions, until the rumbling of her empty stomach roused her in the evening. After a quick wash, she prepared to enjoy a meal of rice topped with savory gravy, but little did she know that the tranquility of the village was about to be shattered. Chapter 95. Chaos and turbulent times. The clamor from outside disrupted the village's peace. Jianxin chose not to open the door. Instead, she scaled the wall of her courtyard, cautiously observing the scene beyond. She noticed a throng of individuals armed with torches, searching each home. Jianxin cursed her misfortune, lamenting how she could not escape disturbance no matter where she went. Swiftly, she returned indoors, gathered her belongings, and vaulted over the courtyard wall, fleeing towards the rear of the village. However, she had not run far when she spotted the elderly man from the previous night being dragged back into the village by a man, with another person trailing behind, dragging a woman. Realizing her precarious position, Jianxin resolved not to involve herself in the affairs of others, intending to flee. Yet, at that moment, the elderly man caught sight of her. Startled, Jianxin drew her wooden firearm, preparing for confrontation, but the elderly man quietly urged her to run. Understanding his message, she muttered to herself, "I was already planning to run," as she made her escape. Just as she was about to break free, she encountered two men blocking her path. Quickly, she rolled aside to conceal herself, overhearing their conversation. "Why is it always these old folks? Tough skin and old meat. They're a hassle to eat." The other replied, "Be grateful we found these. After we finish them off, we'll need to move on." Hearing their words, Jianxin's expression darkened. These men were truly cannibalistic. After they departed, she found herself in a moral quandary. She wished to avoid meddling in others' affairs. Yet the gruesome nature of these men repulsed her. Nevertheless, she felt powerless to intervene alone. After much internal conflict, she resolved to assess the situation further. Stealthily, she approached the house where the group had congregated. Hiding in a corner, climbing atop the courtyard wall, she peered inside. Her anger surged as she beheld a band of mountain bandits, roughly 20 in number, clad in ragged clothing. Lying on the ground were several elderly men and women. And Jianxin felt her fury intensify upon witnessing two of the men assaulting an elderly woman. Suppressing her disgust, Jianxin retrieved her wooden firearm and affixed a silencer, an ingenious device crafted by Dr. Liu. Taking aim at the apparent leader, she fired, the bullet striking true to his forehead. She continued to fire, her shots finding their marks with deadly precision. By the time the remaining bandits realized what transpired, several lay dead on the ground. Perhaps fueled by righteous anger, Jianxin's aim was impeccable. Those who had committed heinous acts against humanity were nothing but beasts in her eyes. As the last of the bandits fell, Jianxin exhaled deeply, realizing this was her first time taking so many lives, though she reminded herself they were no longer human, observing the stunned elderly people still lingering. She leapt into the courtyard and draped the fallen woman with a garment from the ground. The elderly woman, regaining her senses, smiled at Jianxin and expressed her gratitude. Yet, Jianxin sensed impending doom as the woman rose, took a knife, and without hesitation, slashed her own throat. Another elderly man, witnessing this, followed suit. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jianxin hurriedly restrained him. The first elderly man who had spoken to her urged, "Let him go, girl. Allow him to choose his path." Turning to the remaining elderly, all bearing expressions of resignation, Jianxin understood they had lost their will to live. Releasing her grip, she stepped aside, a troubling thought echoing in her mind. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. With the knife in hand, the elderly man approached the deceased woman, donned her clothing, and then took his own life beside her, both passing peacefully into eternal rest. Jianxin, unable to bear the sight, turned to the elderly man and offered, "Let me help you return home." The elderly man, momentarily roused from his stupor, replied, "Thank you, girl. You must flee quickly. Run as far as you can." Unable to restrain her curiosity, Jianxin inquired, "But what about you all?" He waved his hand dismissively. "We are too old to run. And we no longer wish to." Jianxin fell silent, watching as the elderly gathered their deceased companions and prepared to bury them. From their conversations, she gleaned that this land was known as Yuzhou, a realm unlike any dynasty she knew, where the current ruling authority was corrupt and inept, leading to widespread suffering. Warlords had risen in rebellion, and the cycle of violence and cannibalism had persisted for far too long. The men of the village had been conscripted, leaving only the elderly behind. Had it not been for Jianxin, they would have likely become prey themselves. With a heavy sigh, Jianxin said nothing more. Before departing, she asked the elderly if they wished to escape with her, but they all declined. Not pressing the matter further, she bade them farewell and resumed her journey. According to the elderly, there was no safe haven in Yuzhou. It was akin to the chaotic times of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. As she traveled, Jianxin pondered whether she should seek refuge in the mountains or attempt to find her way back home. She could not afford to simply vanish. Her companions would surely be worried sick. After contemplating her options, she resolved to visit the nearest county town, Lu City, to ascertain the situation. The elderly man had indicated it was a journey of 2 or 3 days. She hoped it would not turn out to be a ghost town, traveling by day and resting by night. Jianxin finally arrived at Lu City by the evening of the 3rd day. Unfortunately, she had overlooked a crucial detail. Entry into the city required a travel permit and household registration, which she lacked. Observing the gate guards, an idea struck her. She retrieved a golden ring from her space and discreetly pressed it into the hand of the officer in charge. "Sir, I fled in haste and lost my belongings. Might I trouble you to assist me in obtaining a new permit? I promise to reward you handsomely upon completion, having never encountered such a radiant gold piece." The officer quickly turned away, biting it to confirm its authenticity. Instantly, his demeanor changed at, "This is a trivial matter. Please wait a moment. I shall escort you to the relevant office." Jianxin obediently followed him to the county office. After parting with a small sum, she successfully acquired her travel permit and registration. Truly, no matter the dynasty, wealth could move mountains. Armed with her freshly minted documents, Jianxin sought out a pawnshop, exchanging several pieces of jewelry for a modest amount of silver and copper coins. She then checked into an inn, giving the attendant 5 copper coins to fetch some hot water. Finally, Jianxin could indulge in a long-awaited, relaxing bath. Chapter 96. The stubborn donkey. After her bath, Jianxin had a modest meal, set up an alarm near her door, and placed some ice by her bedside before collapsing into bed. The relentless journey had left her utterly exhausted, and now that she had found a relatively safe refuge, she intended to rest for a few days. For the next several days, Jianxin alternated between sleeping and eating until the 3rd day, when she finally ventured outside. Although the population of Lu City had not dispersed, the streets were eerily quiet, with passers-by appearing listless and pallid. Her first stop was a grain store, where she inquired about food prices. Despite her unfamiliarity with the local economy, she found the prices outrageously high. Nonetheless, she purchased some broken rice and wheat bran, reasoning that they might prove useful later on. After exiting the grain store, she searched for a clothing shop and acquired several garments. Most people in ancient times preferred to buy fabric and have their clothes made, as ready-made clothing was quite costly. And on her way back, she encountered a steamed bun shop. Unable to resist, she purchased an entire batch of the fermented whole grain buns. However, just as she stepped outside, she sensed she was being followed. Furrowing her brow, she quickened her pace and darted into an alley. Before long, the pursuers appeared at the alley's entrance point. One of them asked, "Boss, should we chase her?" The leader scolded. "Chase what? She runs too fast. She must have realized we were onto her. She might be hiding, preparing to ambush us." The leader's reasoning struck true, prompting another to inquire, "So we just let it go? What else? Are you happy to lose your life over this?" The leader snapped, "Let us move on. We'll find another target." Once they departed, Jianxin emerged from her hiding place, exhaling a sigh of exasperation. Before returning to the inn, upon her return, the attendant rushed to greet her, eager to please, as Jianxin had been generous with her tips in the past. "Can you procure a horse here?" she suddenly inquired. "Sure. Keep your voice down, miss. We can't let anyone over here," the attendant gasped, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Currently, horses are under government control, and private transactions are illegal." "And what about donkeys?" Jianxin asked, as she had no desire to rely solely on her own legs for travel. While her space contained a bicycle, it was impractical to use it here. "Donkeys are available, but you know the price," the attendant replied. Jianxin nodded in understanding, tossing a few copper coins to him, requesting more hot water and food. In recent days, Jianxin seldom dined at the inn, for the cuisine here was rather unpalatable. Most dishes were merely boiled, seasoned only with scant oil and salt, akin to vegetables boiled in plain water with a sprinkle of salt. After taking a bath and enjoying a bowl of noodles delivered by the attendant, Jianxin retired for the night. Having lingered here long enough, she planned to depart the following day. The next morning, guided by the attendant, Jianxin successfully procured a donkey. She also acquired some provisions, bundled them up, and set forth from Lucheng. Upon exiting the city gates, Jianxin felt momentarily disoriented. She found herself in an entirely unfamiliar realm, unsure of her destination. After standing still for a while, she mounted her little donkey and ventured forth, aimlessly wandering as she took each step as it came. As Jianxin rode onward, it was not long before the donkey halted, panting heavily. With no choice left, she dismounted to offer it water and a carrot, after which the stubborn creature reluctantly resumed its journey. Yet, it wasn't long before the donkey halted again, and Jianxin realized the truth of the saying that a lazy donkey makes for a taxing journey. Ultimately, she resorted to a tactic she had seen on television, dangling a carrot before the donkey with a rope, prompting it to continue on its way. It must be said that the landscape along this route was desolate and sparsely populated. Previously, while indulging in tales of time travel through novels and shows, one could not truly grasp the stark reality of the ancient world, where tales of cannibalism were not uncommon. Jianxin initially intended to travel under the cover of darkness, but as soon as night fell, the donkey refused to budge, regardless of Jianxin's attempts at persuasion. Frustrated, She resolved to sell the beast at the next town, realizing she might as well walk herself. Finding a relatively secluded spot, she secured the donkey, provided it with food and water, and erected a makeshift tent to prepare her evening meal. During her travels, Jianxin had kept her meals quite simple. This evening, she consumed steamed buns from Luqing paired with beef sauce, followed by a bottle of yogurt. Before lying down to rest. In the dead of night, Jianxin was roused by a commotion. Upon rising to investigate, she noticed a group of people not far from her location. They appeared to be refugees. Pausing to rest, Jianxin retreated to gather her belongings, determined to avoid an encounter with them, and decided to set off immediately. After packing up, the obstinate donkey once again displayed its stubbornness. Leaning close to its ear, Jianxin coldly warned, "If you do not move, I shall feast upon donkey meat." The creature promptly complied and resumed the journey. With her outburst, the group of refugees undoubtedly noticed her, but Jianxin was already on her way, and given the peculiar circumstances, they seemed too apprehensive to pursue her. Jianxin continued her travels until nearly noon. When she finally halted to set up a tent and eat something, she decided to wait until sunset to continue her journey. Hiding within her tent, unable to sleep, she opted instead to eat half a watermelon, the rind of which she fed to the donkey. "Let me tell you, you are extraordinarily fortunate to have landed in my hands. In these circumstances, had you fallen into someone else's clutches, you might have found yourself as a meal for someone else." She mused aloud, while the donkey happily munched on the watermelon rind. The two of them continued their journey until dusk, and by the time they reached the outskirts of Yangcheng, a week had passed. Unfortunately, the city gates were closed, forbidding entry. Jianxin observed the refugees gathering at the gate but refrained from approaching, as her donkey alone drew considerable attention. After a brief pause, she turned back to continue her journey, opting to seek the next county instead. However, in the stretch of road following Yangcheng, she began to encounter more and more fleeing individuals. Their eyes lit up at the sight of her donkey. Yet they hesitated to approach, deterred by the large knife and axe strapped to her back. That a few attempted to draw near, but sensing the threat to their lives, they quickly retreated. Chapter 97. The Ghost Village. The donkey galloped fiercely with Jianxin, and when they finally came to a halt, it was already midnight. Jianxin rubbed her sore backside and slapped the stubborn creature, exclaiming in frustration, "Why did you run so fast all of a sudden?" Yet, the donkey did prove somewhat useful, as they had stopped at a relay station. Upon entering, Jianxin was met with a scene of desolation. The inn had clearly been abandoned for quite some time. However, having a place to rest was preferable to being out in the wilderness. She selected a room that was relatively clean and settled in with her donkey, after providing it with food and water. She rummaged through her supplies, realizing she needed to replenish her nutrition after the long journey. She poured out some chicken soup she had prepared earlier, made herself a bowl of chicken noodle soup, and tossed together a simple cucumber salad. After satisfying her hunger, she set up a makeshift alarm at the door and crawled into her tent to rest. When she awoke the next day, it was already noon. Glancing at the sun outside, Jianxin quickly dismissed any thoughts of departing. Both she and the donkey remained in their room until evening. Upon stepping outside, she encountered a caravan and furrowed her brow, immediately mounting her donkey to flee. Regardless of the caravan's purpose, she had no intention of getting involved. After fleeing for some distance, Jianxin noticed that the caravan had not pursued her, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief as she resumed her leisurely pace, occasionally popping wild fruits into her mouth. These wild fruits had been stored long ago, and surprisingly, the supply she had amassed over the years were now serving her well. The donkey, however, expressed discontent at her solitary feast, prompting Jianxin to retrieve a carrot from her supplies to share. Later that night, Jianxin arrived at another village, but as she approached the entrance, an uneasy feeling washed over her. Frowning, she hesitated before deciding to turn back. Such instincts had saved her life on several occasions, and she took them seriously. After Jianxin departed, several shadowy figures emerged at the village entrance, watching her retreating figure without moving. Meanwhile, Jianxin felt a chill run down her spine. Suddenly gripped by fear, she scanned her surroundings but found nothing amiss. Thus, she decided to converse with her donkey for courage. The pair continued their journey while chatting, and it wasn't until dawn that they finally stopped. It wasn't entirely of her own accord. The donkey refused to go any further. Jianxin refrained from scolding it, recognizing that anyone who had traveled all night would be weary. They halted at a land deity's temple, which, though dilapidated, provided shelter. Gently stroking the donkey's head, Jianxin mused, "Honestly, do you possess some sort of GPS? How is it that you always find places to rest?" The donkey snorted in response, ignoring her. Once inside the temple, Jianxin treated the donkey to a few extra carrots and had a light meal herself before pulling out her tent to get some sleep. She slumbered until midday, only to be roused by the alarm she had set at the entrance. Cautiously, Jianxin emerged from her tent, clutching her wooden gun, and saw a number of people entering. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, she packed her tent and concealed her weapon within her sleeve. Leaning against the donkey, the group of people occupied the temple entrance, leaving her unable to leave. Eventually, the newcomers noticed her presence, but fortunately, none approached to cause trouble. Observing that they maintained their distance, Jianxin settled back down. Not particularly eager to venture out into the heat, the group of people, sitting in small clusters, began to unpack their provisions, revealing that most of their food consisted of dumplings made from wild vegetables and roots. After watching them for a while, Jianxin decided to lie down and rest. Just then, she overheard a conversation. "Did you hear about that village last night? Was it inhabited by people or ghosts?" One man asked. "That village from last night? Could it be the one I encountered? Ghosts? Who knows? I almost wet myself. There were so many shadows, I couldn't see anything." Another replied. Jianxin perked up, straining to listen. "It's definitely not human. We were fortunate to flee quickly. Otherwise, we might have lost our lives," another added. "All right, finish your meal and rest. We'll set off again by evening," an elderly man interjected. Jianxin regarded him, suspecting he might be the village chief. Curiosity gnawed at Jianxin regarding that village, yet she lacked the courage to return. What if it truly was not inhabited by humans? After the group finished their meals, they began to lie down one by one. While several individuals cast glances at Jianxin's donkey, deciding to take action, Jianxin sat up, unsheathing her knife and sharpening it, which deterred anyone from scrutinizing her or her donkey any further. With so many people around, she felt uneasy about sleeping, so she leaned against the wall, closing her eyes to rest as the sun set. Jianxin quickly packed her belongings and stepped outside. However, she had scarcely walked a short distance when she encountered a troop of soldiers. Her first instinct was to turn and flee, yet, while she had a donkey, they were mounted on horses, and it was no surprise when she found herself surrounded, along with the group from the land deity's temple. The leader, upon seeing them, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Just what we need. After our losses in the recent battle at Huiqing, this group will serve to bolster our ranks." Jianxin closed her eyes, realizing she had been conscripted. Seizing the opportunity when the soldiers were distracted, she gave her donkey a pat on the rear, and it promptly galloped away. By the time they reacted, the donkey had already put a significant distance between them. "Forget it. It's just a donkey. Don't pursue it. We must return quickly. We can't afford to delay important matters," the leader ordered. Thus, Jianxin was forcibly thrust into a journey of military service alongside a motley crew of men, women, and children. Jianxin was uncertain about the distance to the city of Huicheng. All she knew was that she had returned to the time of traversing on foot. Along the way, the soldiers exhibited a rather unsavory demeanor towards them. Any slight delay in their pace would result in scolding or punishment. While Jianxin remained silent, she sought opportunities to escape. Alas, despite reaching Huiqing, no such opportunity presented itself. Upon arrival, Jianxin and a throng of men, women, and children were ushered into a military camp, where they underwent a cursory registration before being divided into groups, effectively enlisting them into the army, clutching the tattered armor and rusty long rifle she had received. Jianxin followed the crowd to the so-called tents. As she stepped inside, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. The stench was unbearable. She resolved to flee. If she did not perish on the battlefield, she would surely suffocate from the foul odor. Jianxin hesitated at the entrance, reluctant to step further in. Just then, a small officer approached, ready to reprimand her, but his attention was diverted by the arrival of several injured soldiers. Without a second thought, he hurried away to assist them. Not wanting to remain in that foul-smelling place, Jianxin followed suit. Upon reaching the infirmary, she had barely steadied herself when a soldier seized her arm and inquired, "Do you possess any medical knowledge?" Jianxin was taken aback but nodded slightly, admitting, "I have a rudimentary understanding." The soldier thrust a roll of bandages into her hands and commanded, "Get to work." Chapter 98. Escape. Jianxin stared at the bandages in disbelief. Her claim of having a rudimentary understanding was indeed an understatement. She was hardly competent. If Xu Qing's medical skills could be likened to a half-filled bucket of water, Jianxin could scarcely be considered even that. However, the reality left no room for argument, and thus, she steeled herself to proceed. Fortunately, the tasks at hand involved merely dressing simple wounds, a task she managed to handle, albeit with great difficulty. This frenetic activity continued until the afternoon. leaving Jianxin feeling as though her limbs were not her own. That moment, someone called her to join the others for a meal. With weakened limbs, Jianxin followed the crowd to the dining area. When her turn arrived and she received her bowl of food, she nearly wept. After a day of near starvation, the contents of her bowl were unrecognizable, resembling a ghastly mash. During their journey, they had at least been given 2 cornmeal buns each day. But now all she had was a bowl of indistinguishable slop that looked akin to vomit. Despite her ravenous hunger, she could not bring herself to consume it. Glancing around, Jianxin noticed that the others were relishing their meals, leaving her no choice but to find a secluded corner to sit down. There, she discreetly stashed the contents of her bowl into her space and substituted it with a few sips of millet porridge. This meager porridge was hardly sufficient to satiate her hunger, so Jianxin seized the opportunity to wander around the military camp in search of a more substantial meal. However, she had not ventured far when a patrolling soldier called out, "You there, soldier, why are you wandering about?" Turning around, Jianxin forced a smile and explained, "I'm new here and spent the day tending to the injured. After finishing my meal, I realized I had lost my way and cannot find the infirmary." This excuse was plausible enough, and the patrolling soldier showed no suspicion as he pointed her in the right direction. With a reluctant expression, Jianxin made her way back to the infirmary. This place was no fit environment for a human. She had to devise a means of escape by nightfall. Jianxin labored in the infirmary until midnight before being released. Although she was thoroughly exhausted, the thought of returning to the barracks, reeking of filth, was unbearable. That night, the camp was under strict curfew, forbidding any wandering outside. In a matter of moments, Jianxin encountered 3 waves of patrols, each time managing to evade suspicion by claiming she was a lost recruit. Thus, she navigated through the camp and unexpectedly stumbled upon a laxly guarded area. It seemed to be a change of shifts, for the entrance was unguarded. Taking a deep breath, Jianxin bolted outside. Fortunately, the absence of moonlight that night provided her with cover, allowing her escape to go unnoticed. Although her legs were weary, she dared not pause. After running for half an hour, she could no longer endure the exertion and collapsed to the ground. After resting for several minutes and regaining her breath, Jianxin struggled to her feet, taking a few swigs of water before devouring a meal from her rations. Once she had satisfied her hunger, she massaged her aching legs and resumed her journey. The military camp was too close for comfort. She needed to distance herself quickly. For the next few days, Jianxin avoided the main roads and followed rural paths, only pausing when the rain began to pour heavily. This was the first time she had encountered rain since arriving in this world. Seeking shelter, she fashioned a rain canopy with a tarp and set up a tent underneath. Inside, she relished a popsicle while reading a book. Ever since her arrival in this world, her spirit had been in a constant state of tension. This was her first taste of leisure. The only downside was that the temperature remained stiflingly humid. Despite the rain to alleviate the heat, Jianxin placed 2 blocks of ice inside the tent. The rain fell incessantly for a day and a night, and Jianxin grew increasingly impatient. Although she was not required to travel, she found herself unable to sleep, always on edge. The following day, after the skies cleared, Jianxin packed her belongings and resumed her journey, vowing that when she reached the next county, she would rent a room and rest properly, unless the heavens themselves collapsed. She would not run again. The days she spent in this world had proven to be more arduous than her years of escape in her previous life. There, she at least had companions to share her struggles, while here she was utterly alone, unable to sleep peacefully, and constantly on guard against impending danger. Though she did not encounter the next county, she did come across a prefectural city. Upon seeing the characters wedging emblazoned on the city gates, Jianxin felt tears welling in her eyes. After a grueling journey of over half a month, she had finally arrived. Yet, entering the city required not only a pass but also a fee of 10 coins. For Jianxin, however, this was a minor inconvenience. She was in desperate need of rest. Once inside, she inquired about the location of an inn and wasted no time in heading there. She rented a room, requested water, and after bathing and eating, set up her alarm system. She placed 2 blocks of ice around her bed and promptly fell asleep, intending to deal with any pressing matters upon awakening. When she finally roused, it was already the following afternoon. Had it not been for her growling stomach, she felt she could have slept longer. After a light meal, Jianxin approached the window and observed the bustling activity outside. The city was significantly more vibrant than the 2 county towns she had previously visited. It was indeed a prefectural city, bustling with life. Stretching her limbs, Jianxin decided to venture out and rent a room for an extended stay. She found a small beggar, bestowed a few coins upon him, and he guided her to what appeared to be the best tea house in the vicinity. Jianxin had 2 primary requirements for her accommodation: safety, and tranquility. The tea house staff scoured their registry and identified 4 suitable options. Jianqing accompanied them to visit each one before ultimately settling on a residence behind the prefectural office. This option, though the most expensive and smallest, did feature a small courtyard, albeit only about 20 square meters. Nevertheless, Jianqing chose it, for its proximity to the prefectural office would allow her to remain alert to any disturbances in these chaotic times. Jianqing had to exercise utmost caution. After securing the rental, she returned to the inn, where a curfew was enforced, forbidding anyone from wandering out after dark. The following day, she vacated her room and moved into the small courtyard. In keeping with the season, Jianqing ventured out to purchase supplies, acquiring some grains and vegetables, as well as a few baskets. The grains here were cheaper than in Lucheng, and although she had hoped to buy more, there was a limit. Only 5 pounds of coarse grains and 2 pounds of fine grains could be purchased each day. With no other choice, she settled for 2 pounds of premium rice. Afterward, she acquired some vegetable seeds, reasoning that she could cultivate a small garden in the courtyard, not expecting a bountiful harvest but merely seeking to pass the time. Once everything was in order, Jianqing embraced her new life as a homebody. Each day was spent observing the activities of the prefectural office, tending to her small garden, reading, or preparing simple, unassuming meals. After such an arduous journey, she could finally enjoy a well-deserved respite. Chapter 99. Mountain Village. Jianqing had settled into a rare period of tranquility, spending her days reading, writing, cooking, and occasionally venturing out to purchase supplies. Initially, she had assumed that the pile of gold, silver, and jade artifacts in her space would only serve as personal adornments. Little did she know that they would prove useful one day. After more than a month of this peaceful existence, the small greens she had planted were finally ready for harvest. Jianqing picked some and added them to her noodles, resulting in a delicious meal that exceeded her expectations. She had never realized that even a simple bowl of noodles could be so delectable. The adage rang true: only through loss do we learn to cherish what we have. However, it was evident that fate had not brought Jianqing to this world merely for her enjoyment. One day, as she went to the grain shop to make her purchase, she discovered that there were no longer any limits on the grain supply. This struck her as odd, as the shops had consistently enforced limitations since her arrival in Wucheng, prompting her to visit every 2 days. Upon inquiring with the shopkeeper, she learned the reason: the troops of Prince Shun were approaching, and Lord Su had resolved to make a desperate stand. Yet, he could not bear to see the entire populace suffer, so he had decided to allow all citizens to evacuate. You arrived just in time, the shopkeeper warned, as I suspect news of this will spread shortly. Jianqing felt as though the sky were collapsing around her. She had only just begun to rest, and now she was faced with yet another flight. Time was of the essence, and without further deliberation, she quickly purchased 200 pounds of fine rice, 200 pounds of broken rice, and several dozen pounds of millet, arranging for them to be delivered to her. Next, Jianqing began to pack her belongings, uprooting every edible and inedible vegetable from her garden. With her burden slung over her shoulder and her disguise in place, she stepped outside. Clearly, the townsfolk were already aware of the impending siege. As the streets were abuzz with chaos, Jianqing joined the throng, hastening toward the city gates, yearning for her little donkey and wondering if she would ever encounter it again. As she exited the city, Jianqing pondered her next destination. She was entirely unfamiliar with the area and had no knowledge of any substantial mountain ranges. If there were mountains, she could seek refuge within their confines. The incessant hustle and bustle of her days had become unbearable for Jianqing. As she trudged along with the throngs of refugees, she resolved that if she encountered a mountain once more, she would take refuge upon it, even if the depths of the mountain harbored ferocious beasts. She felt no fear. Surely, it could not be more perilous than the untamed wilderness. There were many fleeing alongside her, and she blended into their midst without drawing attention. However, this anonymity came with its drawbacks. At night, her vigilance heightened, leaving her unable to sleep. Sitting in front of her makeshift tent, she nibbled on some cornbread she had purchased earlier, wary of revealing herself to others in such a crowded setting. Suddenly, the sound of a woman weeping reached her ears. Following the sound, Jianqing beheld a group of burly men dragging 2 young girls towards the nearby thicket. In such a moment, anyone could discern their nefarious intentions. While she might have overlooked other matters, this was one she could not abide, especially as the 2 girls appeared to be no older than 12 or 13. Without hesitation, Jianqing drew her crossbow and shot an arrow straight into the chest of the foremost man. The others were momentarily stunned, but quickly regained their composure, shouting curses at Jianqing. With a cold smile, she released another arrow, this time aimed at the man's eye, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as he collapsed. Terrified, the remaining men fled, their cries echoing in the night. Jianxin approached the girls, retrieved her arrows, and dispatched a second man with a swift blow. The two girls huddled together on the ground, trembling in fear. Jianxin cast a glance at them, but said nothing before returning to her camp. Upon her arrival, she noticed that the families who had previously camped nearby had moved far away from her. Shrugging off their fear, she thought it might save her some trouble. "Thank you for saving us, kind stranger." A low female voice broke the silence as Jianxin prepared to rest after her meal. Looking up, she recognized the two girls, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The older one spoke. "We wish to repay your kindness. If you do not mind, we would like to serve you, dear benefactor." Jianxin took a deep breath, her voice trembling with disbelief. "I saved you, and yet you wish to repay me with enmity." The girls' faces turned crimson as they hurried to explain. "No, that's not." Jianxin drew her knife, brandishing it before them. "No need for that. Leave." The two girls fell back in fear, scrambling away from her icy gaze. Watching them retreat, Jianxin felt no desire to linger. With so many around, sleep was elusive. She decided to continue on her journey, hoping to find a suitable place to settle and lead a tranquil life. Guided by the moonlight, Jianxin walked until the early hours of the morning, exhaustion finally forcing her to stop. She found a large tree, climbed it, and dozed for a while. Thus, she hastened her journey, and after 3 days, she finally spotted a mountain. Her heart filled with joy as she approached, determined to find a safe haven where she could remain undisturbed. However, the mountain was not as inviting as she had envisioned. The sparse trees and rocky terrain indicated it was not an ideal refuge. Yet, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she resolved to rest there for a while. Discovering a spacious cave, she made it her temporary home, sealing the entrance with stones. After thoroughly cleansing herself, she enjoyed a hearty dinner before collapsing into bed, surrendering to deep slumber. Jianxin rested in the cave for a week before descending again. Unbeknownst to her, she had lost her way, wandering aimlessly until she stumbled upon another side of the mountain, where a secluded village lay, children frolicking about. Intrigued, she ventured inside. The houses, constructed of sturdy stone walls, seemed resilient. In the distance, she observed a few villagers toiling in the fields. An idea sparked within her. She wished to stay. Surrounded by mountains, this place appeared far better than the outside world. As she surveyed her surroundings, a group of children approached, asking, "Who are you? What brings you to our village?" With a smile, Jianxin explained, "I got lost in the mountains and wandered here by accident." The children regarded her with a mix of wariness and curiosity. Producing some homemade candy from her time in witching, she offered it to the children, saying, "Could you lead me to your village chief?" The sight of the candy made their mouths water, and soon the oldest boy among them took a piece, exclaiming, "Sweet candy! Come on, I'll take you to the village chief." The other children eagerly followed suit, clamoring for their share of the treat as they led Jianxin to the chief. The village chief, an elderly man who appeared to be in his 50s, or perhaps younger, was chopping firewood when the children brought Jianxin before him. He looked at her with a mix of surprise and suspicion, asking, "Young fellow, what brings you here?" Jianxin replied courteously, "Greetings, chief. I am from Liuzhou, having fled from the chaos. Along the way, I lost my family. Yesterday, I sought water in the mountains but ended up lost and found myself here. I humbly request your kindness in allowing me to settle in your village." The chief furrowed his brow, contemplating her words. Jianxin reached into her pack, producing her identification documents to present to him. After examining them, the chief's suspicion began to wane, but he still hesitated. "You must seek permission from the county magistrate for residency." Jianxin then produced a silver ring from her bundle, pressing it into the chief's hand. "I am unfamiliar with this place. Might I trouble you, dear chief, to assist me?" The allure of the silver ring swayed the chief, and seeing Jianxin's frail form, he eventually relented. The county seat was a considerable distance away, and after a day of traversing mountains, they finally arrived. Jianxin looked up to see the gate inscribed with the name Ping County. The county office. She endured a bit more hardship to finalize her residency before returning with the chief. Perhaps due to her successful residency or the delicious wontons she had shared with him, the chief's demeanor toward Jianxin softened significantly. Through casual conversation, she learned that the chief's surname was Hao and that their village was named Xiangxi Village, primarily inhabited by the Hao and Jiang families, with only a few outside households, including Jianxin's, totaling 4 families. Currently, we have little space left in the village, only the land at the foot of the mountain for building. Would that be suitable? Chief Hao inquired. Luan, the name on Jianxin's identification, was mentioned. That will suffice, Uncle. I would be grateful for a place to call home. I have no luxury to be choosy, Jianxin replied with a smile. Very well, upon our return, I shall instruct the villagers to construct your house promptly, so you may settle in as soon as possible, Chief Hao said, popping some roasted soybeans into his mouth. a treat Jinshin had brought for him to pass the time on their journey. Back in the village, the chief held a brief meeting to introduce Jinshin and asked who was available to help build her house. Initially, no one volunteered, but when Jinshin mentioned a wage of 10 won per day, a crowd quickly emerged, and the chief begrudgingly selected about 10 individuals. The plot of land designated for Jinshin was sizable but uneven, requiring considerable effort to level. Jinshin surveyed the area and noticed a protruding platform resembling a balcony nearby. Climbing up, she found it spacious, approximately 300 to 400 square feet, and decided to build her house there. When the chief came to inspect, he offered no objections. Following Jinshin's lead, the village houses were constructed of stone. But quarrying was labor-intensive. Although Jinshin had a wealth of building materials stored away, it was inconvenient to retrieve them at the moment. Thus, she opted for the traditional method of constructing a wooden house. Albeit larger than her previous dwelling, the house would comprise 3 rooms, a main hall and 2 side rooms, with additional space for a kitchen and storage. The total area would encompass around 100 square feet, with the remaining space designated as a courtyard. When the house was completed, Jinshin visited the county town to purchase supplies and treated the villagers to a meal, officially marking her settlement in Xiaoxi village. The villagers had little reaction to her arrival, merely exchanging a few words during casual conversations over tea and meals. For these farming families, the primary concern was filling their bellies, especially in such challenging times, leaving little room for frivolities. Once she established herself, Jinshin promptly tended to her courtyard, designating a portion for vegetable cultivation while reserving other areas for potatoes. The land initially allocated for her house would be used for corn, as the soil was poor, making it unlikely for other crops to thrive. Fortunately, a nearby mountain boasted a waterfall, albeit small, which provided sufficient water for the village, though fetching it was a cumbersome task. Jinshin began by preparing the courtyard, planting the green pepper and tomato seedlings she had salvaged from Yueqing, uncertain of their survival but willing to try. After planting the potatoes, she turned her attention to the lower plot, which proved challenging due to rocky terrain and stubborn tree roots. Thankfully, the area wasn't extensive, and she completed her planting within half a month. As her toils in the fields came to an end, Jinshin embraced a life of seclusion. Truly, after spending so long in this world, she felt a sense of belonging for the first time. If returning were impossible, she mused, she would be more than content to remain here until old age. However, this world is beset by chaos, and one cannot ascertain whether a pure land can be preserved. Village chief, what are you contemplating? On this day, Jinshin was weeding the corn when she noticed the village chief standing beside her, gazing absently at the newly sprouted corn seedlings. Luin, your timing is perfect. What is this? The village chief inquired, pointing at the corn seedlings. That it's corn, Jinshin replied, only to realize that perhaps there was no corn in this world at all. Indeed, the village chief looked even more perplexed. What is corn? Jinshin was now convinced that corn was indeed absent here. Clearing her throat, she said, this is something I encountered while fleeing famine. I assisted a wandering merchant, and in gratitude, he gifted it to me. It is said to yield 1,000 pounds per acre. In truth, Jinshin was being modest. The corn she planted was a variety improved by Dr. Liu, which not only endured cold and drought, but also boasted a high yield, potentially reaching 2,000 pounds per acre, surpassing the yield of the corn previously grown on the island, and it tasted quite delightful as well. How much? The village chief exclaimed, his eyes widening. 1,000 pounds. Jinshin suddenly recalled that in ancient times, 1 pound equaled 16 ounces. It seemed reasonable enough, and considering the barren land, some discrepancy was to be expected. 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds. Luin, is what you say truly accurate? The village chief began to tremble slightly. In ancient times, due to low productivity, crops yielded little, and the taxes were high, making it exceedingly difficult for farmers to have enough to eat throughout the year. A yield of 1,000 pounds would indeed be a monumental harvest for them. However, recalling the potatoes in her courtyard and observing the village chief's reaction, Jinshin felt a pang of concern that he might faint upon learning the truth. Chapter 101. The surprise brought by corn. I'm not entirely certain. That's simply what the merchant told me, Jinshin replied, setting down her water bucket. Village chief Hao squatted down, extending a trembling hand to gently touch the corn leaves, but quickly withdrew it as if fearing he might damage them. Luin, this. The village chief stammered. Corn? Jinshin reminded him. Yes, the seeds of this corn. The village chief appeared somewhat embarrassed. Jinshin chuckled and said, Village chief, have you forgotten? I am also a member of Xiaoxi village. The village chief paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Good, excellent. However, we shall speak of this once the corn has matured, Jinshin continued. Naturally, But is there anything we should pay attention to regarding the corn? The village chief inquired. Jianxin glanced at the corn and replied, when we plant corn next year, I will inform everyone. The village chief joyfully patted her shoulder, saying, Luan, if this corn truly resolves our village's food issues, you shall be our benefactor, and I will ensure that your name is recorded in the Hao family genealogy, so that future generations remember your great kindness. Jianxin was taken aback by this honor and quickly waved her hands, saying, No, village chief, that is entirely unnecessary. This is simply my duty. Yet the village chief had his own thoughts and walked away with a smile. Patting her shoulder, Jianxin raked her fingers through her hair, shrugged, and returned to her work. Ever since village chief Hao learned about the corn, he visited Jianxin's field nearly every day. Eventually, he arranged for people to guard her field day and night, relieving her of the need to work. Delighted by her newfound leisure, Jianxin began to contemplate delicious recipes. The corn, researched by Dr. Liu, had a short growth cycle of just over a month. Thus, under the care of the villagers of Xiangxi, the corn grew taller day by day. This peculiar growth pattern amazed the villagers. Once the corn cobs matured, Jianxin plucked several tender ears, cooked them by the field, and invited the village chief and several elders to taste. This flavor is exquisite, exclaimed one man, closing his eyes in rapture as he inhaled the aroma. Indeed, it is remarkably fragrant, echoed the others. The taste of this corn is simply delightful. An elder, with few teeth remaining, painstakingly picked at the kernels but wasted no time in savoring them. Brother Liu, is this how one eats corn? Village chief Hao inquired. Jianxin shook her head. You must wait until it matures. Then the kernels can be rubbed off and ground into flour to make steamed buns or porridge. The tender ones are simply for enjoying fresh as she spoke. Jianxin broke the remaining corn cobs into segments and distributed them to the children gathered around. Village chief Hao grew anxious. Then do not pick any more. Save them for when they mature. Jianxin descended into the field, uprooting the empty corn stalks, saying, No worries, village chief. There is enough left for seeds. Besides, one must savor fresh delights, after all. Come, children, these stalks can serve as snacks. Stalks can be snacks. The villagers were astonished. Jianxin smiled and demonstrated how to eat them, handing a stalk to one of the older children to share with their friends. The children were overjoyed, as if it were a festival. After tasting the corn cobs, village chief Hao became increasingly attentive to the cornfield, and the villagers regarded the corn as a treasure, keeping watch both day and night. Finally, when the corn reached maturity, village chief Hao arrived early in the morning, accompanied by the villagers to assist with the harvest. The men harvested the corn, the women rubbed off the kernels by the field's edge, and the children helped cut the corn stalks, dragging away the tender ones to serve as snacks for the foreseeable future. They worked tirelessly until the afternoon, and at last, the corn was fully harvested. Weighing it, they found it totaled over 700 pounds. In ancient times, 1 pound equaled 16 ounces, so they exceeded 1,000 pounds. The field Jianxin cultivated was approximately an acre, though somewhat barren, hence the slightly lower yield. Nevertheless, the villagers were thrilled with the harvest. This crop had a high yield and a short growth cycle, allowing for several plantings within a year. If a family cultivated 4 or 5 acres, they would never have to worry about hunger. Jianxin said little, selling the corn seeds to the villagers at the price of 10 won per pound. Whether this price was high or low, Jianxin was unsure, as it was set by the village chief after she inquired. Once the corn was harvested and the field cleared, Jianxin planted wheat. In truth, she preferred to plant sweet potatoes, but considering the increasingly cold weather, she opted for wheat instead. As for the villagers, many were eager to start planting immediately. Jianxin quickly reminded them that although the corn was cold-resistant, snowfall would undoubtedly affect the yield, and winter planting would require manual pollination. The villagers assured her that these were not concerns. They had plenty of strength. Jianxin decided not to press the matter further. While in her courtyard, the potatoes were ready for harvest. However, she did not intend to share the potatoes this year. Holding on to her cards would grant her peace of mind. Ever since Jianxin contributed the corn, the villagers' attitude toward her had undergone a dramatic transformation. Previously, Jianxin was all but invisible in the village, with only the village chief acknowledging her presence. Now, wherever she encountered someone, they would greet her warmly. Every morning, a bundle of firewood would appear by her door, collected by children or villagers while gathering firewood. The village chief even arranged for 2 additional acres of land to be cleared near Jianxin's field, and the villagers helped her plant wheat there. The village chief kept his promise, adding Jianxin's name to the Hao family genealogy, while the Jian clan leader, unwilling to be outdone, also included her in their genealogy. Jianxin could not resist their goodwill and went along with it. However, her fondness for the village grew steadily as thus far. The villagers had shown great gratitude. Because of the corn, a jovial atmosphere prevailed in the village, as if the turmoil outside did not exist. Yet Jianxin understood that if the external chaos continued, their village would inevitably be affected. Having enjoyed her stay here so far, she wished to protect the village from destruction. Thus, she devised a plan to safeguard it. After familiarizing herself with the terrain surrounding the village, Jianxin approached the village chief to discuss her concerns. The village chief was also worried about the situation outside. However, since it had not yet encroached upon their village, he had taken no action. Yet, once war reached their doorstep, it would be too late to prepare, so proactive measures were essential. In the middle of the road leading out of the village lay a cliff, atop which rested a wooden bridge. Jianxin proposed that they cut down the bridge, effectively sealing off the path from the outside world. Chapter 102. Marriage proposal. Removing the wooden bridge would effectively block the route outside. Anyone wishing to leave would have to traverse mountains and valleys, taking at least 10 days to a fortnight to do so. In these chaotic times, this seemed the most prudent course of action. Without hesitation, the village chief agreed and convened a meeting with the villagers, urging those who needed to procure supplies to hasten their departure, for upon their return, they would be unable to leave for an extended period. Jianxin also ventured out to buy some items, primarily winter clothing. She possessed garments, but they were thin by ancient standards, necessitating the purchase of several warm clothes. To speak frankly, ancient cotton clothing was exorbitantly priced. Previous portrayals in television dramas had misled her. In ancient times, not only cotton clothing, but even a simple piece of cloth could serve as hard currency. One must admit that polyester fibers were a remarkable invention. Upon her return, the village chief arranged for the wooden bridge to be felled. In truth, the absence of the bridge did not greatly affect the villagers' lives, as they rarely ventured out. However, unknown to them, on the 5th day following the bridge's destruction, the county town was captured by the troops of the Shun King. Due to the unique position of Xiangxi village, coupled with the bridge's removal, the Shun King's men paid them no heed. It was an opportune moment to seize territory, and no one had the time to concern themselves with a small village. Upon returning to the village, Jianxin began to lead a tranquil life, and the corn harvest commenced in earnest. With the bountiful yield of corn, the villagers finally anticipated a relatively prosperous year. As the corn flourished, Jianxin's standing in the village also ascended. Now, whenever there was an event at any household, she was invariably seated at the main table. Of course, this was also due to her generous nature. Following the abundant harvest, the weather began to turn cooler. The village head remarked that their location was already at the northern boundary, so winters would be notably frigid, necessitating early preparations. Jianxin recalled her rudimentary skills in constructing heated Kong beds. The best Kangs required bricks, and thus her brickmaking talent came to light. Upon informing the village head, he was almost in awe, having initially taken her in merely for monetary reasons, never anticipating the multitude of benefits she would bring to the village. Jianxin gathered a group of young villagers to commence the brickmaking process. Once the bricks were ready, she first constructed a Kong for herself, and after the villagers experienced its warmth, they eagerly sought her expertise in building their own Kangs. However, after a few exhausting days, Jianxin could no longer bear the intense labor, prompting her to consider taking on apprentices. In ancient times, the act of accepting apprentices was a significant matter, treated with great respect. Yet, Jianxin aimed to avoid complications, thereby declining the villagers' good intentions and simplifying the customary apprenticeship ceremony. Ultimately, she accepted 4 apprentices: the youngest son of the village head, Hao Ernio, the eldest son of the Jiang clan, Jiang Dalong, and 2 other young villagers, Hao Jiao and Jiang Bei. With apprentices at her side, Jianxin felt considerably relieved. She first taught Hao Ernio and Jiang Bei the brickmaking process, then guided Jiang Dalong and Hao Jiao in constructing Kangs a few times before entrusting the task to them. Meanwhile, she nestled at home, preparing for the winter ahead. Speaking of winter, she thought of her grandchildren, wondering how they were faring and if the incident involving the new fairy had reached them. When the first snowfall arrived, Jianxin had just laid down a path of blue bricks in her courtyard, ensuring that rain and snow would not muddy her shoes. Just as she was settling in for a comfortable winter, an awkward and bothersome situation arose. Someone came to propose a marriage for her. Having dressed as a man since her arrival in the village, the villagers initially dismissed her without much thought. However, following her corn endeavors and the subsequent brickmaking, their perception of her had shifted dramatically. Being single, wealthy, and capable, it seemed advantageous for families with daughters to consider her as a prospective match if their daughter married her. She would take charge of the household. If the daughter proved competent, it would be akin to gaining a capable son who could earn money. thereby benefiting the entire family. Consequently, families with daughters began to take action. And eventually, the village head's second aunt's family seized the opportunity by sending a matchmaker to Jianxin's home, proposing the marriage of the village head's second aunt's eldest granddaughter. Chunlan, a shy 13-year-old girl whom Jianxin had met before. As the matchmaker began her pitch, Jianxin recalled the situation and interjected, expressing her gratitude for the second aunt's goodwill, but explained that she had recently lost her parents and needed to observe a 3-year mourning period. To propose marriage at such a time would be a violation of filial piety. The matchmaker, realizing this, hesitated, recalling Jianxin's earlier mention of her family's demise during their flight. Unable to press further, she acknowledged that one could not prevent someone from observing their mourning period. This news temporarily quelled the ambitions of families with eligible daughters, although those with younger daughters began to calculate their chances. Yet, all of this seemed distant and did not currently affect Jianxin, who began to relish her winter rest. This winter, she enjoyed a remarkable sense of ease, as her 4 apprentices took turns assisting her with chores like gathering firewood and fetching water. Of course, the delicious meals she prepared were also a significant draw for their visits. One day, after completing his tasks, Jiang Bei informed Jianxin, "Master, I finished the work, and I'm heading back now." Jianxin, engrossed in her medical texts, simply waved her hand in dismissal without looking up. However, moments later, Jiang Bei re-entered, his expression tinged with urgency. Frowning, Jianxin inquired, "What has you so flustered?" Jiang Bei pointed outside and said, "Master, there's a person sleeping out there." Jianxin furrowed her brow and rose to follow Jiang Bei outside. Indeed, a man lay asleep, his entire form concealed, rendering his eyes invisible. Jianxin's mind raced through the romantic novel she had read. Turning to Jiang Bei, she asked, "Do you wish to rescue him?" Jiang Bei was torn. Saving him would mean more mouths to feed, incurring the wrath of his parents, but failing to act would mean neglecting a life. "Go fetch the village head," Jianxin instructed, adhering to her principle of consulting the village head when uncertain. After delivering her command, she retreated inside. When the village head arrived, accompanied by Jiang Bei, Jianxin stepped outside again. "What shall we do with this man? If you decide against saving him, I shall simply dispose of him," Jianxin stated. The village head hesitated, pondering for a moment before responding, "Let us save him for now." Jiang Bei, carry him to the ancestral hall. He sensed that if they left the man in Jianxin's care, he would likely be discarded as soon as they turned their backs. Jianxin sighed, but remained silent. Noting that the man's attire revealed little, yet his presence in such weather suggested he was no ordinary person, the village head, unable to bear the thought of abandoning him, decided to rescue him. To which Jianxin reminded him to assign someone to keep a close watch over him to prevent any complications. Having entrusted the man to the village head, Jianxin chose not to concern herself further, reasoning that if any issues arose, they could simply eliminate the problem. Situated in the northern border, the winters were particularly long. However, thanks to Jianxin's corn and heated cangs, they were fortunate enough to avoid fatalities from the cold. Following a heavy snowfall, Jianxin instructed her apprentices not to come by for a while, as she intended to begin making ice blocks and various frozen treats. Soon, the new year approached, marking Jianxin's first celebration in this ancient era. On New Year's Eve, her apprentices came to invite her for a meal, but she declined all their offers, opting instead to prepare a lavish feast for herself and, in a rare gesture, poured out a drink in tribute to her companions across time and space. On the morning of the new year, her apprentices arrived bearing gifts, and children soon followed to offer their New Year's greetings, bringing with them news of the man who had been rescued. They reported that he had regained consciousness but had lost his memory, now relying on the goodwill of the villagers for sustenance. It was noted that he could read, prompting the village head to consider having him teach the local children once he regained his strength, thus providing him with a means of support. Jianxin pursed her lips at the thought. Another case of amnesia. Could he perhaps be a fellow traveler from another world? As the new year passed, the weather gradually warmed, and the villagers began to return to their fields. Jianxin also set about organizing her courtyard, planning to plant vegetables in half of the garden while dedicating the other half to sugarcane. This year, every household in the village had planted corn. Meanwhile, Cheng Yu squatted by the field, gazing at the corn with a skeptical expression. He had been transported here for 6 months, and only yesterday had he managed to stand up. For the first 3 months, he had been confined to a military camp, having been conscripted as soon as he arrived. Initially, he joined General Lu's forces, but when they were defeated by Prince Jing and subsequently fell, he found himself in Prince Jing's army for a fortnight before being swept into Prince Liang's contingent, only to escape chaos once again. After losing his way in the mountains and injuring himself, he finally stumbled upon civilization, but fainted from exhaustion. When he awoke, he found himself in the village's ancestral hall. To avoid exposing his identity, he claimed amnesia, which allowed him to remain. Due to his injuries, he had been recuperating in the hall, and aside from some initial provisions from the village head, he had been left in peace to hibernate through the harsh winter. However, as he observed the villagers sowing corn and overheard discussions about Lewin, he began to suspect that this individual might be another traveler from another world. After all, he knew that corn did not exist here. And even if it did, it likely wouldn't be called by that name. With this thought in mind, he decided to investigate who this Lewin was, wondering if they were indeed a fellow traveler. At the same time, Jianxin had just finished tidying up and was preparing to head to the wheat fields when she spotted someone approaching her house, initially thinking it was yet another villager seeking her assistance. She was taken aback when the figure looked up, and her eyes widened in recognition. "The King of Heaven covers the earth as tiger?" Jianxin exclaimed, grasping the person's arm. "The river demon of Baoda town." Cheng Yu replied. Equally exhilarated, he had merely suspected the presence of another traveler, but never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that it would be someone he knew. Without further adu, Jianxin pulled Cheng Yu towards her home. Once inside, she closed the door and eagerly asked, "How did you end up here? What about the others? Are they coming too?" Cheng Yu struggled to break free from her grip, saying, "I know you're anxious. But hold on a moment. First, let us prepare a hot pot and eat while we talk." This suggestion resonated well with Jianxin, and they set to work. Finally, as the hot pot found its way to their mouths, Cheng Yu sighed contentedly. "Now, this is the life? All right, now tell me how you got here," Jianxin prompted. "It's a long story," Cheng Yu replied. "Then let us make it brief." Jianxin insisted that in short. "We realized you hadn't returned for quite some time, and we grew concerned, so we decided to come find you. We had planned to go together, but due to a sudden drop in temperature, the others stayed behind to help, leaving only me to venture into the primitive tribe. There, I stumbled upon a black hole, and before I knew it, I was pushed inside. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself here." Cheng Yu placed a piece of beef into the pot. "Who pushed you?" Jianxian inquired. "What about Zihan and the others?" Cheng Yu shook his head. "They didn't follow when I went to find you, but I didn't see who pushed me. Most likely, it was that group of primitive people." "Why would those primitive individuals push you? Do they intend to use you as a sacrifice?" Jianxian asked, perplexed. "That I cannot say for certain, but if I discover who it is, I shall make them pay dearly upon my return," Cheng Yu declared vehemently as he consumed a peanut. "And what of Zihan and the others?" Jianxian pressed on. "They were fine before I arrived. But I am concerned that if I take too long to return, they may come looking for you, and it might turn into a situation akin to Moa rescuing Grandpa," Cheng Yu expressed with evident worry. Jianxian fell silent, harboring her own concerns, not about the primitive people, but about the possibility that someone lurking in the shadows was intentionally targeting them, putting Zihan and the others in grave danger. "Worrying at this moment serves no purpose. We cannot return," Cheng Yu remarked, pouring her a cup of milk tea. Jianxian accepted the beverage and took a sip. "I wonder if we will ever be able to return. Logically, if we manage to come here, we should be able to go back. It's just a matter of finding that black hole," Cheng Yu mused as he took a swig of beer. By the way, what is the situation at the base?" Jianxian suddenly recalled. "When I arrived, the temperature had already dropped to below -10 degrees, but we were well prepared, so everything is going smoothly. The doctor is already researching electricity," Cheng Yu responded. Jianxian sighed, choosing not to speak further. Cheng Yu tapped her bowl, saying, "Why fret so much? You were living quite well before I came along. Why the sudden discontent?" Jianxian shot him a disapproving glance. "Are you still residing in the ancestral hall?" Cheng Yu nodded. "The village chief said he would build me a house once the farm work is done, and he might even construct a couple of classrooms." "Building classrooms is acceptable, but do you truly know these ancient characters?" Jianxian questioned, not out of disdain but because she struggled with the traditional script, often guessing at their meanings. Cheng Yu retorted. "Who are you looking down upon? I grew up in Port City. These characters are a piece of cake. So, can you write in calligraphy?" "Of course. I practiced every day as a child. Can't you?" Jianxian fell silent.